Right, so gas expands indefinitely. Do we agree with the second law of thermodynamics?
No, not indefinitely. It expands, but it has energy.
Expands.
So, okay, right? So we're agreed on that, or no?
As long as its temperature is above absolute zero, gas will have kinetic energy and keep expanding. We agree at this moment with the second law of thermodynamics, right? Gas expansion. Sure. Awesome.
Sure, yeah.
So when you say that you drop an apple, that's gravity. Well, I just have to point out gas behavior. That's not gravity, dude. So when you said the comet's in the vacuum of space, that's an available space for gas to fill. We're breathing gas pressure, right? That's uncontained from the vacuum of space. According to the second law, gas will expand into that available volume.
Right, so and the reason that the reason that the air that's on the, like, if you believe in a globe, it's like, you know, does the gas bleed off just into space or not? The reason that it sticks to the planet is because of gravity.
What?
And awesome. if the Earth was smaller or had less mass, it would just bleed off, and we would all be dead.
Okay, that's lovely. So gas doesn't expand. Oh,
it expands, but then you've got gravity counteracting that.
So it doesn't expand then?
It expands, but gas bleeding off the atmosphere is countered by gravity. That's what we're talking. That's what, like, dude, like, why the fuck do you think, like, you know, it takes a rocket to get out of the atmosphere and off the planet? It's because you have to fight gravity. You have to fight gravity.
Because rockets aren't gas. Gases have kinetic energy.
Wait, you're saying that rockets aren't gas? That's exactly what you're doing. You're propelling gas behind you. What are you talking about?
Can you listen?
Sure.
Thank you. Gas expands indefinitely to fill any available volume. You're saying no, it doesn't. Gravity counteracts this.
I'm saying it does. I'm saying it does, but then gravity counteracts it. It's like two people pulling. It's two people pulling. One person is pulling the other way on the rope, and the other person is pulling the other way. Like, what are we talking about? Don't be dumb.
That's solid matter. Basically, what you're making a claim to is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
No, not at all.
You are. You're saying that gravity stops gas expansion.
Yes, exactly. Because that's second law of thermodynamics. No, it's not. The second law of the second law of thermodynamics, like stays intact, but you've got an external force, which is gravity.
Oh, it stays intact, but until it doesn't expand anymore, you're going to say that's because...
Okay, so if you're saying this is just different types of force. If you've got something pushing in one way, you know, like let's say you've got a record and a record needle. You know, that record, you know, the needle travels along the record.
He's a runaway train.
Yeah, he's off on one.
So I mean, dude, if you're not, if you don't understand how you can, like, swing like a rock on a string, then I don't know what to tell you. If you can't understand how that works.
Loot, is rock gas?
No. No, but it's the same. It's the exact same. It's kind of the exact same concept.
No, it isn't the exact same thing. So, are you aware of the evaporation cycle?
What's that?
Are you aware of the evaporation cycle?
Yes, that's why rain happens. Yes.
Yeah, so when the water.
Do you believe that happens? Do you believe that happens or no?
Oh my god, dude.
No, but do you believe that happens or not?
Loot. Which way?
It's loof, not loot. It's loof. Right, use your fucking words.
All right, loof.
Thank you.
When water is heated by the sun and turns to gas, which way does the gas go?
Up. I mean, yeah, it turns into steam and steam rises. Yeah.
It goes up, doesn't
it?
The gas is expanding into the space, isn't it?
Yeah, and then it cools as it rises, and then it rains.
Right, that cooling and turning into rain are slightly different things. I'll tell you why.
What? No, wait, why? Why?
I'll tell you why, Loof. If you're going to reduce the temperature of gases, all you're going to do is slow the gas down, but you're not going to change its direction.
Right. But the thing that changes its direction, After it starts rising, it loses energy. It loses energy. It
No, it
cools
doesn't.
down. It cools down, and then
Right.
the only action that's moving it is then gravity, which pulls it
Okay.
down, and it's cool
Okay.
at that point. Turns it back
Okay.
into liquid, and then it fucking rains because that's how fucking rain works.
It fucking rains, bro.
Like dumb. Like
Luke, I think you
it
might have
rains.
misunderstanding
Hold on.
about the. I think
According
you
to
might
my
have a
calculations.
no, I
think
mean
you might
you're
have
just
one-
like you don't understand how rain works. Like that's just.
I think
You don't
you have a
understand
That's literally
misunderstanding how rain works
you're saying
sometimes.
that thermodynamics doesn't work, and you can literally. What do you think
Wow, dude.
condensation is? Do you
Right.
think condensation
Hold on.
works?
Just
No. But
quickly.
if
Sorry,
you
just very
if you
quickly. Just very quickly.
if you have steam
Hold
if
on.
you have
He's
steam
got-
and you have
He's a runaway train again.
like steam under
Right.
compression. If you have steam in compression and then you release it
okay.
into a glass
Look
container
at him go.
that's large, what
It fills
happens?
the container. It fills the container. Luke.
But
just
then what
quickly,
happens?
you
What
keep
happens
saying-
to the what happens
keep
to
saying
what
that
happens on the
gravity-
edge of the container? What happens
Right,
on the
condensation.
sides?
Pulling it to the floor. Gravity isn't pulling it to the floor. The steam rises, remember? So
Yes.
you keep saying gravity. So could you define gravity first?
It's the we don't understand why.
We don't
Like
understand.
okay. So just hear me out. Just hear me out. Hear me out.
We don't understand.
Do you agree that it's possible to know something about
Right, I'm
something,
just
but
looking
not
for
the entire
definition of
reason
gravity.
What
Okay,
why
the
something
hell?
works?
Tell me what your
What did you just
definition
say?
of gravity
Okay,
is. bro.
gravity is the force that
No, it's not.
that matter exerts on other matter
Oh,
when
you're wrong.
when you're talking about large quantities or large volumes of matter
Large.
stable in
Citation.
space.
Put
This
Okay, but-
like
Where did
you
you
know.
get that definition from? Who told you that?
yeah, prove it.
So this is just observable. This is
Yeah,
Where do
I
you
know.
observable.
So you-
observe? Okay. Where do you observe matter attracting matter?
I don't know. To be honest, I haven't Googled to see if there's
Ooh.
like I can look at this. Or I can Google right now if you give me a
your
couple
whole
minutes.
Argument, right, but your
Go
whole
ahead.
argument
so-
was that the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply because of this thing, and now you're saying I don't actually.
No,
know
I'm
this
saying that thermodynamics, like it's like you've got the law of thermodynamics, and then you've got gravity. Those are different
but you're
forces.
You're saying that the gravity is stopping the expansion
funny.
of gas, but then when we say what is gravity, you're saying I don't know.
No. Okay, the gas expands.
Yeah.
It rises, right? You know, like
stuff.
like a hot gas is
Okay.
hot, so it
Hot
hot air
gas.
That's
rises,
not
right?
gravity then. So where's the
No, no.
gravity then?
So if something rises, right?
Yeah.
If you have
It's not
a
going
force,
down.
if you have a force pushing
It's going
down,
down.
pushing
Right.
down, then at some point, if it rises and it loses energy that pushes it up, at some
Right, but
point
it's not-
the
it's not-
downward
it's not
force
being pushed
does
down.
that make but does that make sense
There's
from just
no
a
downward
logical?
No.
force.
No.
No, there's no downward
Wait, why does
force.
that not make sense?
Because it's
I wanna-
rising where it's supposed to be strongest. Go on.
Sorry, what? Say that again. Say that again.
Let
I didn't hear
Jedi
you.
read that. Jedi
I didn't hear you. Say that again. Say that again.
All right, so this is interesting.
No,
From
I want
James
to. I
Clark.
want to hear. I didn't hear what he
I
said.
know what you want to hear, child, but we're not here to placate you. So, according to James
Well,
Clark
you don't even
Maxwell,
believe in gravity,
Hold
so
on.
I mean, what the fuck are you talking
Excuse
about?
me.
You don't know what
Excuse me.
gravity is.
I don't. Okay, just because I don't know why it's
know what it is, but
causing
you're
an
saying
effect.
you guys don't
We
believe
know
it.
that it
Sorry.
causes an effect. We understand. We know we can calculate.
Liv, I'm gonna have
the
to
gra-
stop him. All right, go ahead, Jedi. Just hang tight, Liv.
I mean, he's making lots of claims at the moment, but we're talking about gas behavior, and you're saying that gravity affects gases. No, it doesn't, because gravity doesn't appear in the second law of thermodynamics. Boyle's law, Dalton's law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, and Brownian motion, as quoted by James Clerk Maxwell, gases are distinguished from other forms of matter, not only for their power of indefinite expansion, so as to fill any vessel, however large, and by great effect how heat dilates them, but by the uniformity and simplicity of the laws that regulate these changes. So you keep saying that gravity affects gases, but observably, because gas expands indefinitely, it doesn't. I can give you gravity in this instance, but it doesn't affect the entropy of a system. Try again.
So why do you believe? I'm just curious. Why do you believe in that law of thermodynamics, and yet you don't believe in gravity? I'm just curious. What don't you believe about gravity?
because I can verify the second law of thermodynamics through experimentation, as backed up with the laws
So
associated.
are you
I haven't
saying
quite
that you
finished.
are you saying you can't
Haven't
test? Are you
quite
can't
finished.
test the value for gravity? Are you
Haven't
saying that you
quite
can't?
finished.
Okay,
So
go
I
ahead.
can verify the second laws and PV equals nRT because they're experimentally validated. Is there an experiment that validates the claim that gravity does something?
He still hasn't even defined gravity. We can't have a conversation about gravity when he doesn't even know what it is.
Well, we're
Or
going
hasn't defined it.
we're going to slowly get there. So, is there a scientific experiment that proves whatever gravity you're talking about?
I mean, literally, you have all the numbers that you need for gravity to calculate if you throw a rock at at an angle.
The answer no.
You know
Is the answer no?
exactly. No, you know where it will land because of the
Excuse me.
value that we have for gravity. That
Excuse me.
we understand. Like, if gravity didn't work, we wouldn't be able to predict that. And yet, what the fuck do you think they have done with fucking with just one sec. That you know, there have been rockets and artillery for thousands of years. How do you think we know
No, wait,
where a
hold
fucking
on, wait a minute.
artillery
Hold
shell
on,
will land?
Stop. Hold
rockets for
on.
thousands of years.
We gotta examine that claim. I want to examine that claim. Can we talk about that? How do we have rockets for thousands of years? Can you just elaborate on that point right there? Please. I'm asking with my brain. Can you please elaborate on how we had rockets for thousands of years?
My bad. I misspoke. I misspoke. I misspoke. I was just that like okay, but we've had artillery for
thousands
hundreds
of
of
years?
years, hundreds.
Loaf.
So, but we know.
Luke, please. Do you remember when you came into this conversation and say, "Hey, do you guys believe in science?" Now I'm asking you for the science, and you're not giving it to me. You're talking about subsidiary things. I'm asking you for a scientific experiment that proves whatever you fucking think gravity is. Can you do that, please? Science, dude.
You know, that's what artillery has been doing for literally hundreds
Do you
of
know
years.
what a scientific experiment
No.
is?
Like, I mean, why
Come
do
on,
you
Luke.
why do you think
Play
why do
your
what do you think
Luke.
the equations?
Luke.
What do you think the
Luke.
equations? What do you think the equations for artillery
Luke.
that have been
When you
that
see
have
guys in the military using artillery, are you thinking to yourself, "Look at those scientists"?
dude, it's just a fucking math equation. And
Right,
it works.
so I'm
It
asking
works.
you
It
for
works
science.
because it works
Is that
because
science?
we
Is that
understand.
science?
It works
Is that
because we
science?
understand.
Luke,
Is that science?
I'm asking you
Just
for
because
science,
we
dude.
don't okay, just because we don't know why
You
gravity
don't know?
has the effect that
We
it
don't
does.
know. No, we don't
Right.
know.
I mean, okay.
But you can't say what it is.
Did you misspeak again, Loof?
No, I didn't. Like, you're misunderstanding. Like
Very
science.
politely asking you for the
Science.
science.
Are you saying that science knows everything about the world that is ever to be known?
Excuse me.
No.
This
That's a question. That's a real question.
Yes, I'm going to answer it, child.
Okay, go ahead.
Fuck me. Right. So no.
Okay.
I want the scientific experiment. If you're going to say that science doesn't do this, that, and the other, this isn't a cause and effect claim that you're making. So, is there an experiment that validates this cause and effect claim that you're making? Do you know what science is?
Yeah. No, I'm saying that literally
You know what science is?
artillery is a perfect
That's
example
not science.
of
Not science.
what do you okay.
Science.
So wait. So how is the expansion of gas and how is rising steam not science but artillery and the motion of objects through space?
What?
That's literally like how do you think we can send up a rocket and have it go to a certain
artillery
space?
is science? Are you saying artillery is science?
No, I said that it's based on something that we have found out about the world, which is science. That is
No,
like science in
no,
general. We are
incorrect.
trying to find out why
Incorrect.
things about the world are the way that
Incorrect.
we are. Just because we
Incorrect.
haven't figured out exactly the reason why
Can you
what
say
is
that again?
causing gravity, even though we don't perfectly understand it,
There
we
you go.
can see its effects and we
Thank
can
you.
calculate
Thank you
its
for your
effects.
concession. Thank you for your concession. You don't know
Well,
what it
duh,
is.
dude. Like, just because,
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
like we don't. The reason that like that it's like People don't call it a law of gravity. It's still kind of like a theory, but it works. It works because
What
the
is
numbers
theory?
work.
What is the theory?
The theory is that we still don't know what it is about mass that causes the effect. That's what
So
we're
that's the
still
theory.
unsure about.
So the
But
theory
we
is
know
don't what
that mass like objects will attract other objects when you're talking
No, I
you
about
say
asked
you
about
didn't know
this
that.
at
earlier.
scale.
I
I thought
said,
you
where
said you
did you
didn't know that.
observe this? And you said, I don't observe that.
Yeah, and I thought
No,
you said
that's literally
Luke,
that's literally the moon, the
wait a
sun.
minute. I
Like
thought you said you didn't know.
why do you think we
How
have?
do you
Loof.
what matter is the
Hold on.
moon being attracted to? What are you talking about?
Yeah, hold on. Didn't he just say he didn't know the cause for the effect, and now he's telling us the cause is matter?
Well, he's gone back to matter attracts matter, which is what he said 10 minutes ago. And he said, that's what we observe. And I said, where do you observe that? And then he said, well, we don't actually observe it. And he started spiraling all over again. So we're back here. Where do you observe matter attracting matter if that's what you're claiming gravity is now?
And also tell us when you're done with that question, how is it possible that you just said you don't know the cause for the effect, and then now you're telling us the cause for the effect? So answer his and mine.
And he's also making up the
So I
effect.
mean, you guys keep muting me. Like, if you guys don't want to have a conversation, that's fine.
So,
It's just that we don't understand what it is. No, hang on. We don't understand what it is about matter, the property of matter that is causing gravity to exist. We just
don't understand matter.
attracting matter.
No,
You said it
dude,
was
listen
matter
to what I'm
attracting
saying.
matter.
We don't
You
understand
said it was matter
that there is.
attracting matter.
Yes.
You said matter
Yes.
attracting matter.
And
I said,
that
where
is
do you
literally
observe
observable. That is literally observable in
where
the
do
night
you
sky.
observe it?
That is
Where do
like
you
in
observe it?
like any
No.
astrophysics.
Where do
Any
you observe it?
astrophysics. Any
Where-
astrophysics.
where-
Astrophysics.
where-
Astrophysics.
No.
Astrophysics.
where do you-
Astrophysics.
where do you observe
Astrophysics. The calculations the calculations of
According
like
to my
sending an object
calculations.
into the calculations
Where do
of
you observe it?
planes, artillery.
Planes
God's
and
sake.
artillery.
Planes and artillery.
Attracting
Sorry,
mass.
Cyclone.
Pla-
Do
plan-
apologise. Do apologise. Are you saying that matter attracts matter or mass attracts mass? He's saying that.
Yes, at scale. Like
Awesome.
it has to be.
I just need yes or no. So does
Yes.
gas attract gas?
Okay, so if you're talking about small
Yes or
scale,
no?
then no. If you're talking about very small scales, then no. At large scales, when there's enough
shit.
mass, then yes. That's what we see. That's what we see in reality. That's what we see
Where
with
do
the
you
Earth.
see this?
No, we don't. No, we don't. Gas expands, and I've already quoted this, and I can give you many citations. The amount of gas isn't not going to stop an amount of gas expanding into an available volume, you idiot. Gas expands to fill volumes. It doesn't
Can
say,
you observe-
until we reach a certain amount of gas, then entropy will not increase. The very fuck you talking about?
Yeah,
Gas
he observed
doesn't
gas
attract
attracting gas.
sunshine.
Where do you observe that, Luke? Come on.
No, I literally said that, like at small scale, like you don't see gravity
So
having a
you don't
significant
see gas
effect,
attracting-
dude. Like the planet, you understand how
So at
big the
what
planet is
scale?
compared to like a container of gas?
Nah, you won't show us.
Sorry, 2 seconds. So you understand that laws of nature apply to the Earth in its entirety?
Sorry, say that again. Say that again.
You understand that laws of nature apply to the Earth in its entirety, not just a small scale, on the scale of the Earth and all scales.
The whole thing is like, can you measure at the small scale? That's the problem, because if the scale becomes too small, like, would you be able to how easy is it to measure one atom of oxygen versus like a container
Now you're
of
off the
fucking
beaten
oxygen?
path.
No, you have to
You're
give me
off the
this.
beaten path.
That when you're talking about scale,
rope you back in,
some
son,
things
you
are
fall
very
off the
easy. Some things are very
down.
easy to measure, and some things are
Calm
not.
down. Calm down. So you can't measure this?
I'm saying as
you
things
can't
get
measure
smaller,
this?
it becomes harder to measure. And
So
I think
we
you would
can't
have to give me that. You would have to.
Oh, he's going to keep talking. So
Go ahead,
we
go ahead.
don't measure this then?
No, there have been literally
Right then, so stop saying it happens when we don't observe or measure it.
Yeah, you've never observed gas attracting gas. What are you talking about?
I mean, like, I have a question. Like, what do you guys think? Like in terms of like Galileo's Leaning Tower experiment, what do you think of that? What do you think of the Cavendish experiment? What do you think of like sort of gravitational redshift. How do you explain that?
Spinning ball. None of them tell us the Earth is a spinning ball.
Well, no, we're not talking about the Earth now. We're talking about gravity. You guys were asking about gravity, and you were asking for proof of gravity itself, right? So, what do you think of the Cavendish experiment? But what do you think about it? Was that just bullshit or what?
Well, it was superseded in 1915 by Einstein, toppled from the throne, including Newtonian physics, toppled from the throne by Einstein. According to hold on, Luth. So according to your narrative, superseded doesn't work. Not the gravity that you
still use gravitational constants in almost every equation, even Einstein's equations. What are you talking about?
Well,
you're just actually talking nonsense now.
I'm telling you that Cavendish, in association with mass attracting mass, was debunked by Einstein in 1915.
Yeah, we were kind of just holding off on telling you that you're already arguing for over 100 years out of date theories because it was funny. But yeah, it's not even the claimed theory. So you're 100 years out of date in your claim.
I posted the citations in the chat earlier if you want me to go back and read them out to you. But no, unfortunately, Newtonian physics was wrong.
Maybe you could ask Luke to read them out since he loves talking.
I mean artillery. Every single artillery equation. Basically, almost every single artillery equation that is I'm launching a projectile at this angle. At this force.
You understand you can launch a projectile on a flat surface. You understand?
Sure, and what happens to it? If there's nothing underneath it, what happens to it? It drops, right?
Are we talking about gas?
Right. Why does it drop? Why? I want to know. No, from a flat Earth perspective, what is the reason for an object dropping?
Luth, we're talking
you guys were saying that as if you guys know why things drop. So why do things drop? Why do you think things drop when you shoot them like a bullet? If you shot a bullet or throw a rock into the air, why does it drop? Why?
So not everything falls, does it? That's what we've been trying to tell you.
What doesn't drop?
Gas.
Yes, it does. It rains.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. It rains.
Is produced on surface level.
Rain is not a gas.
God, we went through this. Gas goes up.
Rain is a liquid.
Gas goes up.
And it cools down and fucking rains. If you guys don't believe in rain, I don't know. You guys don't believe in rain. You guys are just being
what are clouds? What do you think clouds are made of?
Yeah, exactly. It's what are clouds? So what are clouds?
Hold on.
And where does rain come from?
Luke, is rain a gas? Luke?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Where do clouds come from?
Is rain gas? Or is it another medium? You guys are stupid.
It's really don't need everybody else interrupting right now. So, Luth, is rain gas?
No.
Thank you. We're talking about gas, not when gas changes state and turns to rain and comes back down. We're talking about gas.
Are you saying that liquid cannot turn back, or sorry, a liquid cannot turn into gas and gas cannot turn into liquid?
No, we've gone through the evaporation cycle. That was my first elucidation.
So is it possible? Is it possible that when gas cools down, that it turns back into liquid?
Luke, stop talking. We're talking about gas.
That is 100% possible.
Exactly. These guys don't believe in rain. It's just they don't believe in clouds. They just think that basically no. But hang on, I just want to character. I want to understand. I want to understand your character.
No one's saying that rain doesn't exist. You fucking idiot. You're making the claim that when gas turns to rain, that's mass attracting gas. You fucking pillock. We're talking about gas expansion. Gas is produced down here at surface level and expands upwards, nullifying your claim that everything goes downwards, you fucking plum.
Are you going to just keep muting me? I mean, we don't have to have this conversation.
When you keep talking through me and don't...
He's British. He's going to mute you.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Okay, So what I said, and you mischaracterized what I said entirely. I just want to say that.
Right,
I said that when gas rises, it cools
yeah,
down, right? When it
yeah.
cools down, it loses energy. Do you agree with that or no?
Yes,
So when it
energy.
loses energy,
Hold on,
when it
Luke.
loses
That's
energy, it
what
is
you
no
meant.
longer expanding.
Luke,
It is
Luke,
not. It is cooling down, and
Luke.
like what happens with hot air versus cold air. Hot air
Right,
rises,
Luke,
cold air
Luke,
drops.
Luke,
When it cools, it then
Luke.
that gas then changes phase from gas into liquid, and that is what causes rain. You know, TED
You
Talk. Fucking now you're caught up with like modern fucking rain. Hello.
Bro, you don't know what fucking gravity is. Don't try and tell us you're doing a TED Talk. You're literally embarrassing yourself for a full 40 minutes, for fuck's sake. It's been hilarious.
I
But don't
mean,
start
you
trying to
guys
tell
are
us what you're
embarrassing yourselves. You guys don't even like. There's
So
there's
you
literally
just
a
said hot
fucking
air rises.
there's literally
You
a
just said hot
comet.
air
There's a
rises.
limit. There's
Luke, chill. You just said hot air rises, yeah?
I'm not going to talk to you guys. You guys are just muting me
then
every fucking
fuck
Hot air
off.
rises.
No,
Like, I mean,
hot air
you are
rises.
literally like sitting there where you're having a back and forth conversation with Jedi. You got a little bit of a pushback, and
no,
why
I'm
are you
getting muted
powering
every second.
away? Like,
I'm getting
stand up
muted
for
every.
yourself.
No, this is not.
No, that's not what happened.
If I could, what?
That's
Yeah,
So,
not
so
well,
the
if I
case.
muted you right now,
yeah,
how
that's
would you take
exactly
it?
what happened, actually.
If I muted
Well,
you
you
right
were
now, how
talking
would you
through
take
him.
it, dude?
Luke,
Like, come on.
Luke, you were talking over him. You were talking over him in the middle of his
No,
sentences.
no, Jedi was interjecting with no claims to interject with.
Well, we're
And then
not
he called
talking
it out.
about
Jedi was
your color
responding.
commentary about
Dude,
the
I was watching this.
situation. We are letting it go on.
No, Luke, Jedi was talking to you, and you kept talking through him and over him, so you had to be muted. Don't do that, and you won't be muted, yeah?
Yeah, just
We're
you're becoming
we're
Luke,
both talking. If you're
Luke,
obviously taking his side, I get that.
Luke.
But this
You're
is not a
becoming
conversation if you're
Luke,
muting me every second.
Luke. You're becoming intolerable. Do you remember I asked you for a
Okay,
scientific?
whatever,
You
whatever.
said,
Then
bye then.
Oof.
Pete.
Oh, man, he had so many funny quotes. That was hilarious. All right, not the Fed. Your turn to spiral. What you got?
Spiral? What's the globe made of? Well, not the globe, but what is the flat Earth
Imagination.
dome made of?
No
The
idea,
flat
dude.
Earth? Dope.
Okay,
What?
then
All right, so you don't have
okay.
any evidence for the globe.
No evidence. The Coriolis
You've
effect.
abandoned it.
What's
What's that?
Coriolis?
Explain it to us.
Wind change patterns on a globed Earth.
No, that's incorrect.
Okay, explain it then.
Right, so the Coriolis is an observed phenomena, right? I can demonstrate this on a roundabout, for example. If I was to be on a roundabout and you and a friend were on either side of the roundabout attached to the floor and not spinning with me and you had a ball...
Oh, sorry, I muted you like you muted the other guy. I thought that's what we do here.
I'm just going to remove you from the channel then.
You've been a pussy
Oh, you're calling
already,
me a pussy? Are
Yeah.
you calling me a pussy? I'm reporting you.
What a
You
quick
called me a
spiral.
pussy. You called me a pussy. I'm reporting you.
Yes, you're a pussy. Correct. A massive pussy. Look at that. He managed to ask one question before absolutely spiraling and being unable to have a conversation. He made himself spiral at his own question.
I'm reporting you for calling me a pussy. That's
But what are you going
inflammatory
to do?
and
Go and tell your mum?
derogatory.
You're a pussy.
No,
Yeah,
I'm going to tell a mod. Yes.
Don't cry.
Go and tell your
Tell
mum.
a mod. Don't be
Go
a pussy. What pussy
Yes.
you are.
You
Wait to
would tell
confirm
your
it.
dad he left home ages ago, right?
Yeah, it's good that he goes talks to a mod because then they can laugh at him for being a pussy too.
Yeah,
And then I'll just report them to Discord if they don't follow their rules of terms of service.
And then when Discord tell me I'm a pussy, I'll report Discord to the government.
You just keep going higher up. I'll write a congressman if I have to.
Yeah, you'll go to the congressman. Yeah, you do have to for being this big a pussy. You probably will need government.
Yeah, at least I'm not a furry.
Oh,
Just
whoa.
kids with.
Good one, bro.
Yeah.
Do you want to have a conversation?
Yo, so you agree that you're a furry? You sexual
Do you want to
deviant?
have a conversation about the
people down.
Want to off?
He
What's
turned
up?
you down, Jedi. You can't have a conversation.
Well, then remove him from the channel, or tell him
Remove
that he's
him
got
from
to
the
fucking
channel.
turn back up.
Yeah, and have you got Jedi muted, not the Fed? Did he
No,
upset
I
you
can
with
hear
his
him.
question?
I heard him
Okay,
say,
thank you.
turn him the fuck back up.
Good. So, do you want to have a conversation about the Earth, or do you want to act like a little petulant child?
This topic's too triggering for them.
He has
They
to
can't
think
do
about it. He has to think about it. I do love acting like a little child, so.
Oh, I'm going to go tell my mummy you.
Mommy, he told me a name on the internet.
Someone was mean to me.
So when it comes to buoyancy, right? So you guys claim gravity doesn't exist, right? And it's just buoyancy.
Could you define gravity?
No. We're getting directly into the meat and potatoes.
So how do we
right?
know what doesn't
So you
exist?
guys have stated that you don't believe in gravity, correct, Jedi?
Well, if you can't tell us what it is, how can we say we don't believe in it?
You believe in density and buoyancy, correct?
Well, okay, so we're not talking about gravity.
So with buoyancy and density, there is a presupposed force in that. What do you think that force is?
Oh, that force is the acceleration downwards.
No, that wouldn't be it. That would require a word, right?
What, gravity?
What describes force going downwards?
What, gravity?
Okay. So,
right, so
even within buoyancy and density, gravity is prevalent.
Just to be clear, that's the phenomena that we observe with certain states of matter, solid and liquids. Gases don't behave like this, though.
Well, I mean,
gases don't accelerate to the floor at 9.8 meters per second.
No, because they're lighter.
Yeah, because they expand indefinitely, right? So gravity does affect gases. Thank you.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
Awesome.
It's like that's just the nature of gases, though.
Yeah, exactly. So gravity
isn't just going. You do realize gravity isn't just like pulling us down, right?
Like
so gravity's for up and down.
We agree then that we can talk about gravity, but also understand that it doesn't affect gases.
But I'm telling you that gravity isn't just down. It's depending on the buoyancy of an object. It's up or down. So it does follow under the umbrella of gravity still.
Sorry, do gases expand in all directions?
I hope you guys become demon possessed.
I'd like to see a citation that gravity means up.
At this point, I think it's the only thing that can save you.
Let's see your definition. Let's see your definition of gravity now, since you keep talking about it. What is it?
My definition is the Codex Gigas and demon possession.
He went Darth Dawkins. That's Darth Dawkins. And flat earthers are demonically possessed.
When you start talking like this, dude, it's like, fucking hell, now you're becoming intelligible. We don't understand what the fuck you're talking about. You're just waffling about nonsense. Can you stay
I mean, that's literally what flat earth is. It's just waffling about nonsense, right?
No, we're specifically...
You go directly against mathematical equations because it doesn't look right.
Flat earth. He just defined himself as a flat earther. He's incoherent.
You're against mathematical equations.
No, I said you. When I say you guys are against mathematical equations,
I'm reporting you to the moderator. Moderator, they're against mathematical equations.
No, it's because you called me a pussy, which is a derogatory term, which goes against the rules.
Oh, but you are a pussy.
I can use that word.
Well, that doesn't make me a pussy. I'm just holding you.
Jobs.
I'm just holding you responsible for your.
No, it's against the rules to disparage Steve Jobs. Like,
wait, there's nothing wrong with that word, boys. The P word.
Yeah, do not take the name, in vain.
What name?
So Steve Jobs happened. Steve Jobs happened.
Stop it.
Who's Steve Jobs?
Derailing it. As soon as you're taking off, you're just gonna do.
I didn't derail it. Into the break derailed it.
That's right.
And I didn't know a surfer could be so fucking lame.
All right.
So have you got any evidence?
Agree?
Go on, Jedi.
We started to reach an agreement, right? And we're talking about fundamental laws of nature.
Yeah.
Things that are going to be experienced always. That's why they're laws, right? We can demonstrate these laws of nature. So we agree that gas expands. That invalidates your claim.
That's how gas works with gravity.
Hold on. That invalidates your claim that gravity is keeping the gas from expanding into an available volume. That available volume would be the vacuum of space, by the way. You agree?
Can you take a picture of this flat Earth?
Oh my God. So skip past the point Whistle
Well, I'm
past
just
the
saying, if
graveyard.
your whole idea is
no,
to
you
convince
want
me,
to
you have
be
convinced
whistling
me.
past the
Now, can you
graveyard.
show me a picture of this flat Earth?
Excuse me. Are you going to concede to what we just spoke about, and then we can move and change
Okay, yes,
subject?
I concede. Now, do you have a picture of the flat Earth?
Awesome stuff. So, being as you concede, that means the vacuum of space can't be real. And to answer
Okay,
your question,
we know this.
and
I
to
conceded,
answer
right?
your question, no.
Oh, so I have to listen to your dialogue because you're a
Answered your
sociopath.
question. Answered your question.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Do you have so you don't have a picture of the flat Earth?
What, in its entirety?
Yes.
No.
Okay, then it doesn't exist.
Hold on, but we measure the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, can you show me a picture of the flat Earth?
Yeah, any picture of Earth.
I'm just saying you're making this claim, but you don't have one picture of it.
Go to the beach, retard. Go and see it for yourself.
If I go to the beach, I can see the curvature of the Earth.
Can you? What does it look like? Tell us.
It's real curvy.
Well, show us a picture of it from the beach. Let's see it.
Yeah, I got you.
Let's use your math and come up with a formula for the curve of the Earth.
There we go. He sees curvature from the beach. This is a good point. Since he's braced on gas pressure.
Then using his own epistemology, he should be able to mathematically define it.
No, with my own eyesight, I can see the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, so it's about to show us the curve of the Earth from the beach.
Yeah, define it. It's curving.
Post the picture. Let's get the photo out.
Post a picture? I can't take a picture with my eyes. That's silly.
So you've never taken a photo at the beach?
No, because I swim. I like enjoying the beach.
No one's got a picture of this curvature that you claim you saw?
No. You got to believe me.
Got one.
I don't have a picture. Like you guys said, you don't have a picture of the flat Earth. You guys don't have a picture of the flat Earth. I don't have a picture of the curve.
I literally posted a picture for you.
I saw the horizon, and it was horizontal.
No, you posted Apple Park.
Flat line.
No, it's Apple Campus. Try again, comrade.
What the fuck is? I'm not actually a communist. I just put this up.
Turn your camera off.
Do you turn my camera off?
Yeah.
This isn't a camera.
Is that your screen share?
No, it's not my screen share. It's just my profile.
So no curvature then. So there you go.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We're technically we're in the same boat. So if you're allowed to make a claim against my no picture, I can make a. Okay. Wait, no. See, you're getting on me. Okay. So you're getting on me for not having a picture, but I can't get on you for not having a picture.
Yeah, I said go to the beach. You can see
but I said okay, go to space and take a picture of the flat Earth.
When did you go to space?
You can go to space.
Oh, when did you do that?
Sorry,
Elon did it.
Sorry, we debunked space.
Elon, Jeff Bezos, all these people have gone to space.
Hello. We just debunked the vacuum of space. Remember, with gas behavior, gas expands.
No. Like I said, if it's a flat Earth, take a picture of it.
Yeah, you don't have space. Remember?
He's not listening, is he?
Oh, we don't. Oh, so wait.
No,
he thinks Elon went to space.
So you're saying space doesn't exist now?
Elon went to space.
You said. Sorry, you said that earlier when you agreed that gas expands.
What? Oh, no, I conceded. Remember, so I don't agree. Yeah, I conceded.
You conceded to the point that gas. No,
I conceded to believing in a flat Earth, and then I asked for the picture of the flat Earth.
So you didn't understand what was taking place when you agreed with me that gas expands.
No, because I recanted that because I then conceded to your point.
So gas doesn't expand now.
No. I believe in whatever you guys believe. I just want to see a picture of the flat Earth.
Wow.
Oh, we can't give that to you. We can.
Why? But that's an integral part of your claim.
Because no, it's not part of our claim. Our claim is the Earth is measured and practically used as a horizontal plane.
Yeah, but you would have to take a picture
go to space from space. Our claim has never been that we can go high enough to see the entirety of the Earth.
Well, if Jeff Bezos can do it, you guys can do it.
No, he's not done it. Anyway, we measure.
Elon Musk has done it.
Hold on, my friend. We measure the surface of the Earth, water to be precise. We measure that to be horizontal, not curving. So we can measure the Earth and it's flat.
So, I want a picture of the flat Earth.
I did post one.
You do that fucking long time.
You posted?
Yeah, I already told you.
I did post one. Where is your picture from the beach that you can see curvature? Post one.
Is that from 1915?
I did post one. I don't see 8 inches per mile square in that picture. So where is your picture from the beach seeing curvature? Post it.
Are you talking about me?
Post it, yes.
No, I conceded. I believe in a flat Earth.
I want your picture from the beach that you can see.
I conceded. Did you not hear me?
No, post it. Not more bullshit talk.
All right.
Post it.
Okay.
I conceded.
Post it.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
Now I want to see a picture of the flat Earth.
You are just a liar. You are just a liar.
Because you know that the Earth is flat now, any image of the Earth is consequently of a flat Earth. So there you go. Done. Yeah, there you go. So welcome to Flat Earth, bro. You're no longer a retarded globehead. Congratulations.
But you're still a pussy.
You are still a pussy.
Yeah, well, you have a handlebar mustache and a receding hairline.
Bullshit talk.
Most of you guys are boomers that are probably going to die in the next 20 years anyways from high blood pressure.
From the beach. I see curvature from the beach.
I can't wait till all you boomers just pass away from your high blood pressure.
Post the picture from the beach that you can see curvature. Where is your picture?
Excited.
Where is your picture now?
I am.
You are just bullshit talk.
Yeah, he's
Yeah, he's fully melted now, man. Full melt.
Basically, the argument was, I can't wait till you die.
I know.
Talking about demons.
That's how good his globe argument is. Oh, well, one day you people will die, and then I can believe in my globe.
Well, guys, he started off so well with the gravity thing. He started off with such high hopes, and then look where he finished. Wishing people to die.
Yeah, I want him to show that gravity holding gas. Where is that experiment? It's all pseudoscience. Bullshit talk.
Bullshit talk indeed, Miguel.
Thank you.
That's all we've had this morning is endless bullshit talk.
Thank you.
It's been insane. Someone could clip this whole last hour and a half because it's just so insane. But a guy saying that rain doesn't exist or something, that rain is gas. He said that rocks are gas.
Well,
it's pretty much exactly the same thing. This guy's seeing curve from the beach. You think Elon Musk has gone to space? Wow.
Yeah, I saw a SpaceX and there was a rat on that rocket, so it is a joke.
Elon Musk in space.
A rat in space? Let me see if I have the...
By the way, speaking of SpaceX, there's a launch that's about to happen in 1 hour.
Yeah,
story. Oh my God, let's do the live stream party then. Come on, we've got to have those clueless NASA people being like, oh, and this is like the part of the rocket where all the thrust comes out of, and it goes really high up into space, obviously. And these are supposed to be like their technical engineer presenters.
So I'm gonna post it. So there I was, watching a live stream of SpaceX 19 supply to the ISS on NASA YouTube channel, and then I saw this. What the hell is that animal doing there in that space? I mean, it's Space Studio. Infested with rats.
Yeah, so we need to update the channel status for a SpaceX live stream and get all the Globers in. Super excited. Any people in the chat who believe in the globe? You're excited about SpaceX?
Aren't they? I think they're grounded right now.
They're launching in 1 hour, dude.
Oh, okay. They must have lifted it.
What are they saying they're going to do?
Apparently it's the test flight. Apparently it's the test flight for their super launch or whatever. They're going to try and launch it and then try and catch the rocket, blah blah blah, in order to make sure they can do it.
Or like
Yeah,
land
so
it.
they're going to launch it. So yeah, land it, and then so that they can catch it properly. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Just another fucking going up and coming back down there. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So like they're testing their launching
Right.
sequences. Yeah.
Thought we were playing golf on the moon 50 years ago. Now we're just trying to do a little jump.
Yeah. It is what it is.
Well, hopefully we get some enthusiastic blue believers in about it. And we can watch it with them as it inevitably fails or looks like a joke.
Remember, they're trying to teach these people that, because like the rocket launches are always like just launch it and it's over. Now they're trying to say they want to launch it and then be able to launch multiple, like in one day even. In other words, so they're trying to change how the launching is even done. You see, so
right, like they're trying to be like, oh, we're going to overcomplicate the whole launch process now, so we have an excuse to stretch it out for another 20 years before we actually claim to go anywhere.
Exactly. So they can say, look, the launching process is developing, it's evolving, we're improving our trust rules and all this stuff, you know?
No, you're right. Yeah, exactly. Just to kick the can down the road of actually going and fucking doing something, but keeping enough people like, oh, wow, we're really advancing, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's incredibly smart. Like in terms of psychological manipulation, it's incredibly smart how they do it. Like it's very slow, very gradual. They pretend there's lots of people working on it. There's all these like evaluations and all these experts are working on it and everything. So it looks real from a distance.
Yeah,
you know?
but when you actually watch their broadcast, yeah, no, totally, you're right. But when you actually watch their broadcasts and they've got the presenter guys talking about it, if you've ever worked for a company that's developing technology or manufacturing and doing all this, these people talking just sound like they've got no clue about the technicalities of it, the engineering.
Exactly. In other words, it's all like what is it called? Like consumerist. It's almost like they're selling bunny rabbits or something. You know what I mean? It's like
it's like QVC, like television shopping gamblers.
Yeah, like for example, they'll talk about that. Like for example, they're like the way they catch the rocket. They've got these like metal beams. So instead of giving them technical names and talking about it in a technical way, they say, "Oh, it's the chopsticks to grab the rocket." It's literally like for children. You know?
Yeah, exactly. It's so fucking cringe.
Yeah, like in no other industry would you see this. Like a good comparison would be like Formula One racing, for example, right? So when you see like Formula One videos, they're telling you, yeah, we've got the sprocket, and we've got the engine, and we've got this, and we've got that, and we've got this, and they show you everything that they're talking about. So it's like, yeah, it's really technical, but it's all real because they're talking about car engines, and it's highly technical, and highly, a lot of money getting spent on research and all this, right? But then when you look at the space thing, it should be like similar to that, but instead it's like, oh, the chopsticks are going to grab the rocket. Yay!
Yeah, it's like childish. Like when you're listening to an engineer, you know him. And you're just listening to actors, like some blonde, wifey, like, oh, well, it took many years to develop this piece. It was actually a very difficult piece to develop, but they'll never go into any technicality on it. They'll just speak about it very high level. Yeah, just like you said.
Yeah. Exactly. I know. Whenever they like they zoom in on something, right? It's always like stuck together with a bit of masking tape or a bit of duct tape. Like it's never really, it never really inspires you with confidence. Like anything they actually zoom in on, because it's just like really crappy builds made of crappy materials just to make it look real. But really, it's not actual like stuff that's going to go into space or stuff that's going to go in the air anywhere. It's just make believe. It's like just like same with the Apollo missions. Like they literally made stuff like in their garage for it in the Apollo stuff. Now it's a bit higher end, but still the same principle. It's what it is, please.
they're being sued by like the local community for like pollution, debris and garbage that's fallen off the rockets and polluted nearby. Cards versus Humanity brought property next to SpaceX and is suing Musk. Like the trending Musk owes me $100.
Right, but isn't that a bit of a distraction as well? Because I mean, what could possibly be falling down? What, some corrugated iron or some duct tape? I mean, that must be a like a red herring of a thing as well, right? Just making it look official.
Like harming bird migrations and stuff like that too.
That necessarily must be nonsense, because there's other things they're doing that harms bird migrations, like I don't know, nuclear power stations or some shit, but they don't ever mention it then. So it must be just, these are just made up reasons. So, in other words, they're giving it the appearance of there's like a busy body of activity. Oh yeah, environmental this and that and this and that, making it look really busy. That's all, you know.
This is like you're the news. Okay, so I post the news with a GIF. A couple days ago, mass hysteria on one of the servers. Like one dude just said, "Why not post a link?" And what the fuck's with the GIF? So talking to him, about an hour goes by. He's not getting it. I said, all kinds of things. Hey, I invite you to look up a news source you like. I don't want to post a link to a news source because then you might just argue that the news source is bad. Just going back and forth with him. He says you should post a link and not the GIF. Just post a link and just leave it at that. I'm like, okay, well, you do that. I'll do something different. You do what you want to do. I'll do what I want to do. He's like, no, you should be removed from the server. And I'm like, for what? Yeah, for spam. I go, what do you think I'm spamming right now? He goes like, your post, it's spam. I go, well, spam is unsolicited commercial message sent to a large number of people. I post one message per day in the news channel on this server. He's like, will you post on other servers? Okay, that has dick to do with this one.
Right, well, that was the same guy who said the word pussy is not possible to be used, yeah?
No, this is a different server.
A different guy.
Yeah. So then eventually, I say the more through the conversation, more and more people started joining in. So eventually, it was like 6 people just, and I said, "Hey, this is called group hysterics, group mass hysteria." It's like basically a psychosis where a social phenomenon where a sudden group experiences a set of sort of organic illness. Like, oh, this is a mass carrying event. If you guys don't care, like, everything you see on the server that you don't like, do you just start telling the person not to post it, or you just skip over it? If you don't like what I post, just ignore it. And then it turned out the dude who raised the topic from the beginning had me blocked already. So he triggered over a blocked message that he clicked show message and then started talking to me about it. I go, that's you, dude. This is a full you event. If you block and you can't even follow that, then he said he
Yeah, it's funny
didn't
because
block. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's funny because he's giving away that he's getting triggered by you on multiple servers, reading your news message by saying, "Oh, you're posting it on multiple servers." Like, so he's on multiple servers reading your news updates and getting triggered. So that's all that says to me.
Yeah, then apparently he had a sock account that he talked to me about this before. I'm like, no, I've never talked to you about this before. He's like, yeah, I did. I go, well, on a different account? He's like, yeah. And okay, did it go about the same way? Did I tell you exactly the same thing? And he was like, no. I'm like, well, what did I tell you? And then he basically repeats everything I just said. I'm like, so I did tell you the same thing.
Yeah, you're speaking to crazy people, Chris.
It's like, if you don't like what I post, get over it. There's other people that I don't like what they post. I just don't engage with it. It's like somehow it's my fault for his subjective take on something I post that had nothing to do with him whatsoever. He had to insert himself. It's like this mass hysteria, this mass carrying event. And then finally, after the hours go by, they finally say, hey, someone just needs to take a moderator. I'm like, okay, do it. Let's get there. Let's get to, like, since you're not going to listen to me, it's been 4 hours of me telling you exactly the same thing. Let's just go talk to a moderator. Let them tell you to just block me or ignore it. And then move on with your life. And then somehow be able to cope with, like, hey, there's somebody out there who posted something you didn't like, and stretching the rules or trying to find a rule that they broke. See, these dudes love their echo chambers. They want it to be only content they 100% agree with, flooded top to bottom. Like, anything that remotely challenges their worldview, even if it doesn't, even if they subjectively take it that way, has to be deleted, destroyed.
Yep. It's funny that they've got that unlimited energy to argue for 4 hours over something like that, but you ask them for some globe evidence and they've got about 2 minutes of sighing, huffing. Guy said he was going to report me to a moderator for calling him a
I mean, it's good when I think mods are constantly having to deal with extreme racism, like German World War II German iconography. Some really heavy topics. Like the P word. Like keep people grooming. So when they get like a mod,
is someone putting that on Steve Jobs? Is someone saying that about Steve Jobs?
So when someone gets a mod mail where it's like, "Hey, somebody called me a pussy," you gotta think they crack up. They're like, "Oh, okay," like
they're a Windows guy. Typical red.
Yeah, he's like, "Oh, you're calling me a pussy. I'm going to go and do something that exactly confirms your point."
Mm.
What's up, Forrest?
So, I don't like it when people call people pedos, though. Fucking pisses me off.
Well, we're not talking about that. So, what do you think about the topic of the channel? Have you looked into the flat Earth before? You've spoken about it. You know anything about it?
I know that someone died trying to find out for themselves.
Okay. So you've done little research, would you say?
Steve Jobs, name drop.
The odds, you've just heard the odds. Story about
you know what you guys should pin. Can you pin pictures to the chat?
So,
right.
So, you think the Earth is a globe? Is that right?
I'm not at that point where I can confirm whether it is or it is not, but there is a good diagram that shows the measurements of the Earth as has been calculated by us lovely scientists.
Okay, so have they been measured or have they been just calculated?
Well, obviously, from your perspective, you could say they have not measured it, but that's what we've got to go on.
So how do we know if it's real or not if it hasn't been measured?
Well, they claim that it has been measured in a way that they can see.
Who do they claim measured it?
The consensus of scientists claim that they have managed to grab the dimensions of this thing that we're on.
With what measurement? Which one of them measured it?
Well, specifically, I think to get specific results, they would claim that they would have used GPS and other aerial phenomenons, maybe in collaboration with people on the ground.
Well, what do you mean specifically? Like, what are they measuring?
The Earth's radius.
All right, so that's the center. Is that the center of the ball to the surface?
I think they did both. They did the radius and they did the depth. They've done the claim. They've claimed that pretty much found every sort of aspect to our. They've claimed that they know every aspect in terms of depth, radius.
Okay, so how did they measure? So what do they say? What do they say the radius is?
I can't remember off the top of my head, but I do understand that.
They say it's about 3,900 miles, 6,300 kilometers.
Yeah, and bro, do you remember how? And do you remember how they said they measured it?
It's not a perfect. It's an egg shape, but within the egg shape, there's different variables.
Okay, so they give us a number for the radius. So who measured that to get that number, 6,371 kilometers?
Yeah, and what's the methodology as well?
I don't know. Probably NASA helped out.
Oh, okay. NASA. So you don't know then. Fair enough. You don't know.
So they didn't know the globe. They didn't know the Earth was a globe until NASA came along. When was that? Like the 1940s?
No, they didn't. They didn't get specific measurements until technology came along, is what they're arguing.
So which technology did they use to measure the radius?
Again, probably GPS, but they definitely didn't use a ruler.
So how does that measure a radius, the GPS? You're saying the GPS goes from the surface to the center of this ball?
Not the center. of the ball, but the actual size of the Earth, and then they can probably find out where the center is after accumulating that data.
So how are they measuring the size of the Earth or the shape of the Earth specifically?
Ooh, begs to wonder. I mean, I don't think they could have done it on the ground.
Bro, he's already said he doesn't know. So now he's
and
just
they would have
speculating.
to probably claim that they used technology that would be using satellites again with GPS technology that they can track.
But for them to get satellites up, they had to already know the size of this ball to go into an orbit around the ball. So they can't have had satellites first. They had to have the size of the ball first.
Yeah.
So you've got to straighten out your theory here.
Maybe they could get a rough idea of the size through observations on the planet, and then they had enough data to stand up.
But they tell us our observations of the Earth, we only see a flat Earth because you can't see curves. So how would that have told them that you could observe a ball Earth?
Because of the elevation differences over distance.
Right, but you can have elevation distances on a flat surface. Right. Well,
right. Yeah, you could.
You can have mountains and valleys, but not be a ball. Yeah.
Yep.
So how would they have measured this radius value or this ball? Like they didn't go to the center of the Earth and measure it, right?
Well, I would think that they probably would have used the ocean.
It sounds like you're just making it up as you go along there. That's what it sounds like.
And what about the oceans? What do they do?
Well, ocean takes away the problem of obstacles like mountains and ditches and stuff, and you're dealing with just a flat surface, so you don't have to worry about contingencies.
So we've got a flat ocean.
Yeah.
Right, so if we've got a flat ocean, that would mean that the Earth's mostly flat.
Because most of the world is water,
depending on the outcomes of their data collection, like they might claim that there is a distance of elevation over a certain amount of, and they can claim this. I think it was like 8 miles. You start to see curvature
per mile squared. Right. So you're saying that the ocean isn't actually flat; it's actually curving.
It's obviously curving.
Well, obviously, part of the argument is whether the Earth is flat or it's an Earth. I didn't say it is or anything.
It's actually the easiest argument. So, when you're on a beach with a camera with the best zoom in the world, can you zoom in on every boat in the ocean?
What are you talking about?
It's a pretty easy fucking question, man. Answer the question.
Don't expand into the conversation. We're in the middle of a conversation.
Yeah. So no, I'm going to jump into the conversation.
No.
But the contingencies are too much to comply with because then you have refractions and reflections and deceptive outcomes from your results if you're just using a camera zooming in. Because you could easily say that those boats emit an illusion because of such and such, which has been proven to be quite problematic on the ocean surface because you've got a lot of reflection going on.
So we're trying to figure out what the ocean surface is doing. Is it curving down and away from us, or is it not? Is it just level?
I think. Well, let's work with the pictures of the gas, the offshore oil rigs that we've seen plenty of times. We do see that there is a curvature, but it's not lining up with the curvature that we've been given from the consensus.
Well, where are we seeing curvature? Where are we seeing
there's obvious curvature or distance taken away from the object.
No, you just see the horizon.
You see the horizon behind it, which is why it's quite
the horizon's a flat line.
Evidence, but that horizon
is the horizon. What you're saying is a curve? Are you saying the horizon is a curve?
No. The idea is that you shouldn't be seeing that horizon in the foreground behind the gas rigs.
I know, but you said you can see curve in the image, but I don't see any curve. I just see a flat horizon.
I do see. Appears to be that the gas rig is not showing its full length.
What?
And that could be due to waves or elevation of the tide.
Total nonsense.
But there is some sort of, there's some height is not in view of that picture. So
can you stop talking nonsense, please?
I mean, we could bring that picture up again if you want. We can have a look.
Yeah, someone post the image in the chat. Jedi is trying to get in. Let Jedi jump in.
I want this guy to make that make sense because I couldn't follow along. He said that you could see curvature in a black swan. I'll post the image. You highlight the curvature.
Okay.
All right.
You could see the distance in elevation according to the references, which is the oil rig. You can't actually see the curvature, but one would come to the conclusion that there is some sort of.
So if you don't see curvature, what are you seeing?
Sorry.
That's the question that I must ask the flat earthers. If it's not curvature, then what am I seeing? Yeah, good question.
What, the horizon? The horizon is the limitation of your view of a surface you're looking horizontally across.
Mm-hmm.
All it is.
And then, so if you see a boat that's half out of the ocean, or you see like an object in the ocean, and it's not showing completely, where it would have shown a little bit more if it was truly flat.
No, that would be perspective if it's gone beyond the horizon. If it's gone beyond the horizon, it's entered an angle that your eye can't resolve because the bottom of that boat is on the surface that you can't resolve beyond the horizon. It's just perspective, dude. You can demonstrate this on a flat floor, put your camera low down to it, and notice you can only resolve the certain portion of the floor that's closer to you. The floor will extend beyond the horizon, but because you've got a low and narrow angle of view, the optic in your eye can't resolve that angle because it's too small. Very simple.
Right.
So this picture...
So if I was in an auditorium and I got a camera and I laid it on the floor and I put a little model boat, 20 miles away from the camera? Or what distance does it have to be till I start seeing this phenomenon?
So hold on, you said the black swan image shows curvature, so can you just confirm that it doesn't, yeah? Confirm that.
Well, hold on, it's a fair question for if you're wanting to demonstrate this for yourself. I mean, you don't have to go 20 miles, if you've got your camera down to the floor, you can observe this in a long hotel corridor or over a long enough table, even if you put a camera down on the table. But yeah, as Jedi's saying, it's an effective perspective. It's not a physical curvature of the surface, necessarily. You'd have to evidence that it is, but all the measurements and observations show us that there is no curvature.
That is one good argument that you guys... Oh, that's one extra good argument that flat earthers have, is that our eyes tend to be distorted, and we naturally have sort of like a fish lens to things that are bigger than what we can kind of comprehend or in relation to us. So if I was going to cause any sort of conspiracy or keep things under wraps, then I would say the best thing to do is to say the Earth is a globe and it's not flat, because our eyes tend to look at that thing like that anyway. So it's a good cause for keeping it secret. But I'd like to know more about the camera thing, because I'm pretty sure I'll be able to see that model boat, on the floor fully. So if I can sort of do this in a controlled environment and see what you're talking about, that would be kind of eye-opening, pun intended.
We encourage you to do it yourself. Try not to breathe so loudly into the microphone, dude. So I've got over 20 observations of the thing that you're talking about. Loads of them.
Okay.
I'll post one now, just for shits and giggles. So you can create what's called an optical horizon on a flat surface when your camera's low to that surface. Very simple to do. The gentleman that I'm going to post in a second did it vertically up the side of a skyscraper. Skyscraper was indeed, obviously, vertical. And as he puts the camera closer and closer to the side and the walls of the skyscraper, you notice he can only resolve about 5 foot in front of him up the skyscraper. That's because of the limited angle. That's all it is. So that's what your horizon is when you look out to sea. the limitation of your view of that surface.
Pretty cool, huh? No boats over the horizon. You know, another interesting thing, since you spoke about it, Forrest, when you check the math for this function of perspective, or the limitation of our view, it actually lines up with the math that they've given us for where we should observe the curvature of the Earth. So, for example, it works out on average that for a 6-foot observer, the limitation of your view is going to be around 3.5 miles optically. And it just so happens that's the exact distance they've told us that curvature should begin to become apparent and start stopping your view of the surface. Very crafty.
Yeah, they hijacked perspective.
That's right, on deck. They most definitely did.
What do you think, Forrest? Thoughts? Has your perspective been hijacked? Are you aware?
I think Forrest has fallen off the edge.
Is the guy global skeptic or just a groupie?
I think just a globey, but hopefully become a little bit more skeptical as time goes on.
All right.
I don't know. Still waiting to get a response from him. So, Earth call in Forest. Come in, Forest. Mork calling Orson. Come in, Orson.
Hello. No, my microphone was out the whole goddamn time. I was questioning with the illusion with the tower. If there was a model boat at the top of the tower and we got a camera and we zoomed all the way in, would we see half the boat or all the boat?
It depends on the distance, the height of the optic, and the optic. It's going to change with different cameras, dude. So we can make things disappear from the bottom up before they even reach the horizon. We can do that as well. I'll see if I can find you the videos of that. But yeah, when you made the claim about the black swan and seeing curvature, that's not what we see, dude. And you could even say that that's what we could infer. If it was curvature, it's got to be and can only be at 1.225 times the square root of that observer's height in feet. So with regards to the black swan, the observer's height is 1 foot above sea level. Square root of 1 is 1, times that by 1.2, and then your geometric horizon should be at 1.2 miles, which is much in front of the oil rigs, right? Much closer. Yeah. But the horizon's beyond the oil rigs, showing that
it's way off. It's almost like I have to see that. You know, like I can't like, yeah, that's a great picture and I've seen that picture plenty of times. But I've never seen that like that. But the argument, well, not the argument, but you know how the gas rigs, the oil rigs, are not completely showing, like they are. There is like curvature, and that could be the illusion that you've just explained, or it could be like the waves. Like, but
sorry to interrupt. I did post a picture of the Black Swan. You can see farther away, and the horizon is still horizontal. Let me get it again.
I think that's what we're looking at.
So I'm gonna post it again. This is from the video. Before you zoom in, you can see this. Oops, let's see. So the guy is zooming in to those two oil rigs are at that bottom of that red heart I did put there.
Now I have to ask: is that fucking real? Sorry for my French. That's
this is from the video of the Black Swan.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much
this is
evidence right there, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, if it checks out, like in terms of the video not being bogusly, if it checks out and it is real, everything about that video is real, without it having the skepticism of AI and all that, deepfakes, that's probably hand down the best evidence you've got. Because that's like, yeah, that basically answers all the shit that I was thinking. Like, there's definitely flat land. 138, 47 kilometers away.
Yeah, it's almost 30 miles, and you can see, in that one I did post it, you can see land, an island at right and at left too.
And even if he's on an elevation, like, what do you reckon? Like, maybe let's be conservative here and say 15 feet high.
This is 1 foot. Jedi, go on.
That's more than 1 foot.
No,
that's more than 1 foot.
The height of the camera was 1 foot, but we have other ones. We have 8 foot, so 8 feet.
Yeah. That looks higher than 1 foot, because if you look at the ledge next to him and then you look at the water underneath that ledge, that's already like 5 feet, or 2 foot at least.
Which one are you talking about? You're talking about the Black Swan?
We're talking about that video, the one that he zooms in and then he zooms out. It's the Morton Island to Brisbane City.
Oh, okay. Yeah, not that one then. I don't know.
He's claiming it's 1 foot off the ground, but it's obviously not.
No, I'm talking about the Black Swan. The Black Swan.
Oh, okay. I'm just talking about the video here. The video here. I was just like, even with being conservative in terms of how high is, according to your the standard model, that doesn't add up as well. So.
Okay. Yeah. So.
But again, if we can go like put a deep fake AI generator something, come out the other side with saying, "Hey, look, this is fucking real," or I would spend a ticket to even go to the exact spot and do the exact same thing with this camera.
Well, I invite you if you have time. One day on July, is the driest month. There's a lake at South America, Lake Titicaca. And that lake in that specific month, it's the driest month, so less humidity in there. And in that lake, you can see farther away, like 70 miles away, almost.
Yeah.
There's people that have been done that 2012, I think, or 2011. They did put a telescope horizontally, a Newton's Celestron, I think, and they did put horizontally, and so yeah, they could see at that time they did see almost 70 miles away. They could see the bottom of that mountain farther away. It's the border to Bolivia. From Peru to Bolivia.
Interesting.
And just Just because I felt like it, I posted another black swan image. This one's got the bottom of 6 wind turbines in it. I've also posted the video that the still shot comes from as well. I think the observation height's about 3 foot. The distance to the horizon should be about 2.8 miles. The horizon is clearly beyond the wind turbines. The wind turbines are at known distances from the observer. The furthest one on the right-hand side is 11.2 miles away. So we can safely say the horizon is at least 11.3 miles away. But that is still much, much further than the curvature of the Earth at 1.225 times the square root of that observer's eye height in feet.
Yeah.
So there's loads of them. Every time we view the horizon, depending on the atmospheric conditions, it's going to move around. It's not geometric.
I know it's like you say there's like lots of them and shit, but why is it that I always see the same ones? Like I've seen the turbine ones, then I've seen the oil rig one. They're like the two famous ones, right?
Yeah.
The Morton Island one is
Being
actually pretty
microwave.
cool.
Any new theories?
But yeah. You know, I always come here and say this, but I really need to go out and observe myself at the beach, and find out where the structures are actually, how far they're out. Just thinking of what one's nearest to me. I'm in Gold Coast, so what's a good place? I reckon if that's Brisbane to Morton Island, then that's just down the road from me. Unless that's New York. It's Morton Island. Is Morton Island in New York?
I have no idea, dude.
Alright, well, I think I'm in luck. I just need to get a good camera.
Yeah, you do just need to get a good camera. And yeah, please go and make the observations yourself. Don't listen to anybody on the internet. Don't take their word and their claim.
Even the diagram that you, I don't know, not you specifically, but this channel passes over with the dimensions of the Earth as it's been believed to be, as a global.
Yeah.
Do you have that? Because I've lost it first of all. Or anyone here able to post that?
What one do you mean?
It shows you like the curvature and the angle, so you can find out how far, basically, by looking at it, how, you know, when it starts to curve. I think it's like 1.3 miles or something like that. But like it's got like measurements of an Earth, right, of the circle of the Earth, and what the consensus is of the measurements, so that you can point out and go, well, if this is the case, this should be.
Yeah.
I think he's talking about the Earth curve calculator, which is shows surface level and eye level parallel to each other.
Yeah, it could be classified as a calculator, but it's just the picture with a ruler next to it, basically.
I know the one you're talking about, but I don't think I've got it. I'll see if I can go and find it for you and drop it.
Yeah, I keep fucking. I think I've asked a few times.
Yeah.
Just need to go and fact check with that as well, just to make sure it's actually the consensus belief of the curvature, because I seem to be only getting that one.
Yeah. Well, if you Google like Earth curve calculator, like Ondex says, that's based on that premise, based on 8 inches per mile squared or 7.98 inches per mile squared, and then the extra calculation on top of that would be where the horizon appears for an observer at altitude, which is 1.25 times the square root of that observer's height in feet. That base calculation is found in every Earth curve calculator. So just Google Earth curve calculator, dude. It will give you a distance to the horizon. You have the hidden height based on the height of your eye.
But the measurements are derived from a surface level parallel to eye level. Nothing to do with curvature.
Do you remember earlier when you said that they might have made the Earth a ball because that's how we view the world? That's what one deck's pointing out. So they've hijacked perspective, but ultimately it's all taken with reference to a horizontal plane because that's what we're looking across. So the 1.225 works on a horizontal plane, but that will be the limitation of your view with your own eyes. It doesn't bring into account, say, if you use a telescope or binoculars or anything, but this hijacking of perspective takes place within that Earth curve calculator. It's measured from a horizontal plane, the parallels between your eye line horizontal and the horizontal you're standing on, then the calculation to readjust the two horizontals.
And
I just posted a graphic with the calculations to tell you what one deck's talking about.
Yeah, it's a good one. That Jedi doesn't. It's not showing any curvature, is it? That demonstration.
Funnily enough, no, it's not. I noticed that Polynimbus has been muted. Should we try again or leave him where he is?
He was interrupting your convo with the other guy, so he was just muted at that time. We're gonna mute him.
Okay, Polynimbus, we're going to unmute you, mate. Try not to interrupt conversations, though, please. There you go.
Oh, I didn't. You guys just like to talk over me and pretend that I'm talking over you. You know, the whole victim shit. Cancel culture.
Yeah.
Like
You didn't.
I'm sorry.
Shut the fuck up, crybaby. You did interrupt the conversation, okay?
Country
You are a crybaby. You are just a crybaby. You are a crybaby. Crybaby.
Not American food. I'll beat you up.
Mute him.
You don't even have American martial arts.
You are just a crybaby. You are just a crybaby.
Sorry, what were American?
He might have got. He might have some glow proof to offer, possibly.
Oh.
Let's have a listen to that.
Okay, well, glow proof. Let's go for that. Not interested in your American martial arts. Whatever the fuck that is. So, Polynimbus, you've been requested to provide one deck with glow proof. Can you do so? If you don't want to speak, buddy, that's fine.
Bro, he's typing in chat instead of talking.
Yeah. So, Polly, if indeed that is your name, you've been requested by one deck to provide glow proof. You okay?
No, that's actually the truth. I don't want to talk because I have a lot of brain damage now. I moved to Colorado and they fucked me up. But, you know,
right. Do you want to leave?
Somebody requested this attack.
Okay.
It's only been 2 years.
Okay. Do you want to leave of your own volition if you don't want to be here, or do you want me to remove you and then you can claim victim status? I know you want to claim.
What the fuck? I'm not interacting with you, dude. Fuck you.
All right, then fuck off then. Bye. What we've got a name for you in the UK. We call people like you pussies. You're a pussy, dude.
I think twat is more suitable.
I think what is the private school word for underling? Something to do with a bundle of sticks.
You're not making a lot of sense there, Polly.
Because you're British.
Again, still incoherent.
Microwave him again. That's probably what you're yelling. You're probably typing it in a second computer. Microwave him again. He's not making me look good, Mom.
Are you like 5 or something?
No, but I had a $1 million company that was attacked brutally.
No one believes you.
Your parents are suspicious.
No one believes you.
My kid's not doing as good as that kid. The fucking Mexican's getting better grades. What the hell's wrong with the exchange program?
So you've got one chance to engage.
Dude, I don't want to talk to you. I'm just chilling in here.
No, you're not. You're going to fuck off.
Bro, just keep that fool muted, man. Why is he even talking?
Because we like to give people the opportunity to make themselves look fools. And then I got a reason to remove them from the channel when they act like a fucking idiot. Sorry, One Deck. He didn't have glow proof for you, dude.
What a surprise.
Well, he started off with something with microwave, then started downhill spiraling from there when he entered.
Yeah, just like the other guy earlier. He started off with a gravity, and then he started to threaten or hoping for people to die. Yeah, like that. They all go down in flames, man. By the way, guys, it's T minus 38 minutes for the SpaceX launch.
And what are we expecting to see?
I'll send you a link if you want. Like they're going to stream it. They're going to stream it live. I'll post the link. So we're expected to see this big rocket take off and then land again, and then get caught by some chopsticks.
So what's the mission? Like, what, they're gonna just send the rocket up and then it goes back down, or what?
Yeah, as far as what their version of the story is, they're improving the booster. So the booster has to be able to take off, launch the rocket, and then land back down to the ground again. This is what they're supposedly working on.
Okay.
So like the payload will go into space, but like the booster comes back down to Earth, supposedly. I'll post a link of what I'm watching now. And if you really want to mess up, like no NASA person will ever answer this question, but if you're ever in a situation where there's all these NASA people sitting in front of you and you can ask them a question, you should ask them the question, guys, why are you spending all these billions and trillions of dollars on fuel and rockets and all these moving parts? Why don't you just launch balloons? Why don't you just launch balloons into the atmosphere? And then when you get high enough, then you can pop out into the space, like pop through the Van Allen belts. When you're right at the top of the atmosphere, you can just pop through. But using a balloon will be more energy efficient, wouldn't it? Right? If you say that, they won't want to answer that because that's what they are already doing. So then it kind of like fucks them up. So then they're going to say, oh no, it's not enough power. Oh no, it's not enough propulsion. Oh no. Stuff like that, which would be nonsense.
Maybe they don't want to admit balloons in space.
No, but I mean, there is no space. The point is they use balloons all the time to take them right to the top of the world and then to do stuff there, like photographs, whatever. But the point is they're using that right now. They've got a balloon program to do that. You don't need a rocket to get something really high. Right? A rocket is far more dangerous and more costly than a balloon. So why would you want to use rockets? Why wouldn't you just use balloons? And the thing is, they are using those balloons. They're just not going to admit it to you in a question as to why wouldn't it replace rocket propulsion, you see? Because they want the whole Star Trek thing, right? Oh, we're going to go to other planets, and you can't really show a balloon doing that. That's not really exciting. You've got to show a big thrusty rocket going to other planets. That's more exciting. See?
I mean, I found it funny. It's been almost 20 years for SpaceX, and they haven't done much, to be honest. They haven't went anywhere beyond Earth's atmos. So 20 years almost.
According to their like press releases and their fans, they've done a lot of stuff. They've improved like rocket propulsion. They've improved like size
20
of
years, come on, man.
efficiency, and all this stuff, right? But in reality, they're not going anywhere, so they can't have done anything.
Yeah, they haven't gone anywhere. 20 years almost.
But theoretically, they could have improved. For example, they could have improved the propulsion ratio of like amount of force generated from the amount of fuel burned. Potentially, they improved on that a little bit. No problem. But it doesn't mean shit though, because it's not going anywhere.
Exactly.
You guys hear about this Discord being blocked in Russia?
Why is
Turkey? Yeah, Russia and Turkey. So apparently, yeah, it says Russia Telecom's regulator banned Discord, citing failure of the app to prevent the use of messaging of terrorism and other extremists, recruiting citizens to commit crimes, sale of drugs, and posting of illegal information. So I was wondering where the fuck Russian Mike has been at. You know, like he's always in the channel, and suddenly he just disappeared. Like he must be pissed.
Well, what about VPNs, bro? What about VPNs?
Yeah, I mean, in Mother Russia, you don't fuck around. I mean, the state tells you not to connect to Discord. You don't.
No, but you could do it with a VPN, right?
Yeah, if he could figure. Do you think he could figure out how to use a VPN to start with? And besides, he has to follow the logic. In his logic, the government is so smart and so powerful that it explores space for the betterment of him. So when the government also says, hey, don't use Discord, homie, it's bad news, he has to accept that. Otherwise,
for example,
he'd have to say that they lied to him.
But for example, Russia Today was banned all across Europe, like in a bunch of different European countries, but people still access it just via a VPN.
Yeah, those are the people that we're looking for. We want the people, and right now, the people of Russia who are circumventing their government controls over information. You're who we're looking for. You're the person who would be able to understand the systems of authority and power have lied to you repeatedly, so often to the detriment of so many that they're not telling you the truth about outer space. They're not exploring space for the betterment of humanity. These are weapons. This is weaponized programs.
Weaponized propaganda. Yeah.
They've got an inside track. Like you see all the same 7 countries that boast space programs are exactly the same 7 countries who talk about nuclear weapons.
Of course, yeah.
1-for-1 correlation. There isn't a single nation that isn't a nuclear power that's also a spacefaring nation. It's a direct 1-for-1 correlation.
Yeah, and in their narrative, it's because these countries are so advanced that they can afford to spend money here in their narrative. But in the real narrative, it's just that these are the 7 pillars on which they've built all this propaganda.
Yeah, and the real narrative, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't say, hey, I'm a spacefaring race. I'm going to threaten to destroy all life in the known universe if they don't get their way. At least one of them. You think one of them would defect? You know, one of them would be like, hey, the way to peace is through prosperity or the space.
I have an announcement.
Uh-oh.
The world is flat.
It's got to be, right?
No, I'm joking. It's round. Rest my case.
Round like a coin or pizza?
Like a sphere.
Does that make sense? Think about that. Like, walk through that again.
It's round like a sphere.
So why would you use the term round? Why would you be ambiguous about it?
Because it's round.
Because it's fair.
What do you want me to say? It's round. Like a ball.
Do you have any
Is that better?
Do you have any measurements of the Earth being a globe, sir?
Yeah.
Go ahead, post some.
Right now, people actually
Looking for a measurement, sir. Not a picture, not a calculation, but a measurement.
where is he gonna get that from?
Round like a ball.
Well, if getting a measurement is so difficult, then why do you think it's a globe? Yeah, silence. Yeah, makes sense.
Because I said so.
Sounds like a ball in here.
Sphere. Oh, another thing.
Oh, more announcements or what?
Yeah. It's shaped like a ball.
Well, if
Why
that
do
was
you
the
believe
case, a
that?
dog would have chewed it up by now.
What makes you believe that?
A lot of reasons.
Such as?
You said lotteries?
He said a lot. He said a lot of reasons. Very specific.
Get a lot of reason. I was like, what the fuck does lotteries have to do
There's
with
actually
it?
only 2 reasons, bro. There's actually only 2 reasons he believes that. Only 2.
Let's see if he can identify them.
Yeah, let's see.
It's round like a ball.
Yeah, you were asked what makes you believe that.
My brain.
What about your brain?
No, I'm joking. Photographic evidence, horizons,
Photographic evidence.
All
right.
Time zones.
All right. Well, choose the best one. Choose your best one.
Fucking view of the
Right,
stars.
well, pick one. Well, pick one and we can discuss it. What's the best one?
I mean, what I'm asking you, I'm naming off a couple that I actually
Well,
think
none
are
of those
actually evidence.
things. None of those things
So
are
it's
evidence
really
that the
whatever.
Earth is spinning ball. But which one do you think is the best evidence?
I'm asking you.
Well, none of those to me are evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball.
Well, I
But you
think they're all
they are.
evidence.
Okay,
and
well,
they're all
which one is
equally
the
as
strongest?
good.
Well,
They're
pick
all
one. Which one do you like
equal.
the best? Which one do you know
They're
the
all
most
equal.
about? Okay, which one do you know the most about?
Why does that matter? Pick one.
Bro, this guy's an idiot, dude.
Photographic evidence.
How do
You got
stars tell you?
horizons.
Okay, horizons. How does a horizon
Time
tell you the Earth is
zones, like
small?
when you're out on the ocean on a boat,
Okay, let's
you
go with
see
the
it disappear
horizon.
into the horizon.
Okay, so the horizon, right? So
Is
what
that what you
tells
want to
you
talk about?
about? Well, is that what you? Well, you said horizon, so we're just picking
Yeah,
one. So how does the horizon tell
time
you that
zone
the Earth
time
is small?
eclipse. Well, when ships sail out to sea, they don't simply become smaller as they move away.
Do they not?
No, I mean, do they not appear to sink, like go down
On what? The
from the
horizon.
bottom up? Yeah, it happens because of the curvature of the Earth.
What curvature though? Because the horizon's just a flat line.
Yeah, to the human eye, because you're on the ground. You're, on
Yeah,
it's
so
on
where's
water.
Yeah, so
You're
where's
not.
the curvature?
You're not up in the air. You're
Yeah,
on the
so
boat.
how do you know there's curvature there? If it's a flat line, that's flat, not curved.
Well, because it doesn't just get smaller. You think if you were to pull out, like binoculars or something like that, or like a very,
Yeah, you can see
zoomed
both.
in some type of, you know
you
what I
can see
mean? You
both
think you could
from
just zoom in?
You can see both from miles away. Yeah.
Right. So why can you not see it through, binoculars or like a telescope after a certain amount of time after going in a straight line? Or somewhat
Well,
in
you
a
could-
straight line. You're
there's a
not always
limit.
going to go in a perfect straight line, but
Well, there's a limit to every optic, right? But they can't see forever through the air.
true, but it doesn't mean that, there's like a certain render distance where it just poof
Well, it means
disappears.
there's a certain amount. Well, there is a certain distance that your eye can resolve, and when you can no longer resolve it, then
Right,
you don't
that's why I
see it.
bring up a telescope or a binocular to help you see
Yeah.
farther than what you can
Yeah,
see.
yeah.
And then
Yeah,
after
so
that,
you can see further. You can see
Right.
further than the eye with those optics, but even those optics have a limit, and eventually something will go beyond it.
that's what I'm saying. So let's
Yeah.
just stop at the binoculars or telescope, and just because that already helps you see 2, 3,
So
4
how far
times
can we
whatever
see?
amount of time farther. Well, I'm
So-
not really sure. If you want me to search that up, I really can. But it's a binocular, telescope, whatever. You already
Well,
know
this
that
is the
helps you see
point.
farthest. So that's my whole point of bringing that up. So
Yeah. So that's
when
our
you're looking
point as
through
well.
binoculars or like a telescope
Yeah,
or something
that's
like that,
that's
it
our
still
that's
does the
our
same
point.
thing. It sinks into the horizon.
But
It
that's
doesn't
our
just get
point.
smaller.
But that's our point, though, because when you look through the binoculars or the telescope across the surface, we can see things way further than we're supposed to be able to if the Earth is a ball of the size that they tell us it is. Like where they say there's a curve and things should be hidden by the curve, we see them. They're not hidden. So
right,
that's
because
our
you're seeing because of the magnification of the telescope and or binocular or whatever you're using to
we're seeing the
look
object.
farther.
Yeah, and there's no curvature obstructing our view.
You can't see the what?
Yeah, the curvature that they claim exists on this ball at a specific rate based on the size of ball that they claim it is doesn't exist. It doesn't impede our view. It doesn't block things like it's supposed to.
Bro, this guy still doesn't get what you're saying.
Bro, you know what a telescope is, right?
Pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You know what a telescope is used for, right?
Yeah.
What's it used
That's what
for?
we're saying. That's what we're saying. You can see further through a telescope.
How much further?
And then when you go and check,
let's specify on a telescope, since you want to talk about that.
Well, it depends
since
on
you
the
focused
conditions
on that
of the day. It depends on the conditions of the day, depending on how far you can see. Right? Because
yes
all
and
these
no.
variables
That
come into play.
doesn't affect.
No, it does. It changes how far you can see.
How far you can see, not how far the telescope
Yes,
zooms in.
no, it affects the telescope as well because you're looking through moisture, air.
Right, but the day
Smoke,
doesn't
pollen,
it doesn't change
and
how
gases
far
and
the
various other
horizon
shit
is
that's
from
floating about.
Yeah, dust, all kinds of things are affecting how far you can see. Your perspective.
Right, but you're in the middle of the ocean, which, correct me if I'm wrong, is, mostly sunny with no clouds and just water and nothing around you
I don't
but
think that's
water.
how the oceans work.
Well, I don't know what ocean you're in,
I mean,
but,
Well, I mean, either way, it's like
fishing
it's the
60,
distance
80
that you
miles
can
out.
see across the surface. It's the distance that you can see across that surface of water, right? Because according to the globe model, there'll be a certain point, a certain distance away from you, where you can no longer see beyond that curve of the ball, and that's your horizon, right? And that's a physical distance that they claim the curvature is at. But what we're saying is that when you go out and test this, it's not there, and the horizon can be way further than the geometric limit of the claimed ball. So we can observe that the surface is not curved, so it's not a ball.
It's not curved because you have to understand that it's your human eye, one. Two, the size of your human body and where it's positioned on the Earth compared to the size of the Earth.
You're not getting it. You're not getting it.
See, if you were half the size of the Earth, then you would be able to see. It is your size.
It's a distance, though. I mean, for a 6-foot observer.
Right. If you change, buddy, if you were a giant like Jack and the Beanstalk, and you were half the size of the fucking Earth, yes, there would be you would be able to see the horizon.
Do you understand that for a 6-foot observer, the globe geometric horizon is said to be around 3.5 miles away?
Visually, by
any
like the human eye?
By any optic.
He doesn't actually know what you just said, bro.
Of the surface.
No.
Bro, he doesn't understand what you just told him. He literally does.
I don't Okay, I'm just gonna ignore you. Keep going. Keep going.
Honestly, he's barely even a. He sounds like he's 17. He's barely even a man yet.
What does that have to do with anything about my knowledge?
Ironic coming from a Brit.
That sounds extremely ignorant. Anyway, to the other person that was, actually having a conversation with me, can you please continue?
I was saying we're talking about a geometric horizon on a globe, yeah? So the horizon has to be a specific distance away from us, depending on our observer height, and it's based on the size of the ball that's claimed to exist. So this is what's being tested. So you can go on Google, and you can just Google something like distance to horizon calculator, Earth curvature calculator, and you can see how far you should be able to see based on the geometric limit of the sphere. And now our point is that when, like we're saying, when you apply an optic, like a binocular or a telescope, we can see far in excess of this limit. We can see far in excess of the limit. There's the curvature that's supposed to be there isn't there.
The
horizon
point is that it's still there.
The curvature. No, it's not, because where it's supposed to be at 3.5 miles, the horizon for curvature, we can see the horizon beyond 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, depending on the conditions of the day.
You do realize that it's. I mean, I'm not sure if there is, but to my knowledge, I don't think there's any way to really measure the size of the Earth. So
the horizon
10, 20, 30, even 100 miles. 100 miles is nothing, and that's not enough to visually see the curvature.
Yes, it is. The horizon is supposed to be at 3.5 miles. You understand?
Okay, can you post something that says that in
I just said, just Google Earth curve calculator.
Well, I'm not going to Google it. I'm not going to Google your research. I'm not going to do your research.
It's your belief, apparently. This is your belief. If you don't want to confirm it, that's fine.
Well, it's not. It's not my belief. It's coming out of your mouth. I completely disagreed with that, and I told you.
Okay, so you don't believe in the globe. Fine.
No, I mean,
cool. Well, I don't believe in the globe either. I don't believe in the globe either, so that's fine.
That's not what I said. You can't just put a definition. You can't just put a definition to something and say that it's true. I mean, that certainly didn't come out of my mouth.
This is based
so you're saying that it came out of my mouth, and you're saying that that's what I'm saying.
You're saying you believe in a globe. It's a ball with a 3959 mile radius, according to NASA, etc.
Can you link something in the side chat instead of muting?
No, you can just Google. You can just Google the size of the Earth.
I'm not going to Google your research.
I'm driving. It's not my research. It's your belief.
It's not my belief.
3959 mile radius. Okay, so a ball with a radius of 3959 miles is not your belief, just to confirm.
I didn't say that. I'm saying you can go ahead and send the proof.
Well, you said you don't believe in the globe. You do believe in the globe.
Bro, this guy doesn't even know what radius means, dude, just so you know.
I'm sorry. Right. I don't understand why you're even saying that.
He's highlighting your general ignorance.
I don't know
which is well observed.
Bro, radius?
Yeah, you don't know what radius is.
I don't. Huh? The distance from the center of the circle? Radius?
He literally looked that up. He literally just looked that up just now. No, he literally looked that up just now, and now he's pretending he did know it. Look.
Yeah, he just look it up.
Okay. So I'm looking stuff up now. Okay.
Yeah, you're looking stuff up. Although not the things.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but you did just assume that I was 17 years of age, and a 17-year-old would typically be in high school, correct?
You're a definite spastic. Correct.
Somewhere out of there, coming out of high school. I'm pretty sure I would know what the definition of radius is. That's pretty fucking ignorant.
So too, but apparently not.
I mean, you just coming at me with insults.
Anyway, that's all right. That's all right, bro. It's okay, bro. It's okay.
Okay, and then I'm just getting server muted for half a second, and then unserver muted. That makes a whole lot of sense.
All right, bro. All right, bro. Let's keep it on track. The Earth globe model is clearly defined. If you don't agree with it, then you don't agree with the globe. If you do agree with the globe, fine. It's been debunked.
It's okay. So I'm just gonna do this.
Here, let me help you out here. So the idea here is not bring your own globe day, like you'll bring your own beverage. If you're going to come in here and say, "Hey, the Earth is round," it's assumed that you're defending the standard.
I'm just gonna put something inside chat real quick, because the last couple times that I've been here, not a single person that's claimed that the Earth is flat.
And it can't keep a straight line if he saved his life. But can't do it, man.
If you're going to post the same question and you've not got any answers, now the time has come. Why would you post again? They say that Einstein said the definition of insanity is repeating the same thing over and over again.
This is the exact same.
By the way, that's actually a very poor definition, by the way. Just quick little tangent. That's actually a very poor definition of insanity.
Yeah, but those guys really love Einstein, so I think it's kind of interesting.
I could care less about Einstein. Just wanted to make.
Yeah, I wouldn't define insanity that way, but I digress. Go ahead. Keep going.
Hold on, D&D. D&D, the phrase is you couldn't care less.
No, I could care less.
You couldn't care less, not could care less.
But no,
Well,
he
that's
could
what people
care
say,
less.
but if I want to say I could care
Oh,
less.
That means you do
So
care.
many people.
Yeah, he's letting some honesty out. He actually does care, but there is amount he thinks he could care less.
Yeah,
No, I know I
no
could
need
care
to be
less.
so
That's why I
arrogant,
said
D&D.
so many people misuse that phrase. You're right. You're spot on,
It's not
Olaf.
misusing the phrase when I want to use it that way.
Well,
I
he's
care,
speaking to
but I
care
could
less,
care
he
less.
thinks.
That makes complete sense if you ask me. Stop being
Okay,
so
so you are saying you care. So you're saying you care. Okay,
yeah,
we
he's
get
saying
it.
he
We can
cares.
hear you. We can hear
Yeah,
you
right,
there.
right.
Yeah.
Okay,
And with
so
the words that I've just used, I
let's
could
get
care
back.
less,
So
meaning
you
I have
care.
some
Got
care
it.
for it, but I
So you
could
don't
care less.
understand
I
the
don't
phrase that you're
understand why that's
using,
so
genius.
hard for a
So be
grown
careful a
man
little
to
It's
bit.
not hard.
understand what that means.
Guys,
It's
we're
really not
moving
that
on.
hard.
We're moving on. Let's get
I
back to
said
the
what I
globe.
said.
We'll get back to the globe. Yeah, we're trying to figure out how we can verify that there's curvature which can't be observed or measured anywhere, and why we see further than it should allow.
There you go. I just put
Got
it
anything
inside
for that?
chat.
Exactly, D&D. And we know you care a little bit now. You've admitted you do care a little bit. So come on, tell us.
Right. Yeah, that's what I said, and that's is what came out of my mouth. Yes.
That's great. So have you got? Are you going to answer the man's question or what?
I didn't hear. Sounds like he's
He
talking
just
to
asked you a question
Motorola.
literally 4 seconds ago.
And as I said, I could not hear him because it sounds muffled, and I don't know who was talking over him. So whoever asked the question, yes, if you could please go ahead and restate that.
Well, I was just saying we're going to get back to what we were discussing, which is the Earth's claimed curvature to be a ball and why we can see further than the claimed limits. All that stuff, right? We're looking for evidence that the Earth is actually a spinning ball. Where does the curvature on? Who's measured it? How? When? This kind of stuff.
I've said earlier that I'm
you
pretty
provide
sure
any of that?
Okay, I'm just gonna
Are you able to,
because I'm.
Can you
I
provide
can't
any of that?
stand getting cut off. So, like I said earlier, me personally, I'm not sure, and I haven't really gone that far deep into it. But correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think there is a way to
D&D, you can't mute people, bro.
measure the size of
D&D, you can't mute people. You gotta unmute
Did
them.
I say I muted him, or did I say I put him down?
No, you just don't do that, dude.
No, I'm allowed to put people down.
Because it ends up getting like chaotic because people start talking and you can't hear them, and then folk are talking through each other. It just doesn't work. So try not to do that.
Well, I put him down because I just don't like getting cut off in the middle of this, and when I get cut off,
didn't cut him off.
Yeah.
You see, and it's literally exactly what I was about to say. As soon as I cut somebody off,
Yeah, D&D, you can't turn people down. You can turn them down like low to like 1% or 5%.
Right, I have them at 25. You don't know what I have them at.
Okay, no problem.
So you just wanted to make a grand announcement.
I've
turned him down.
Okay. So let me get back to it. Because you did try
As soon
to
as I
answer
cut
my
somebody off.
question.
Sorry,
Hold on. Because you were trying to answer my question, but then APOC started talking. So you were saying.
Well, I also got
You don't think
muted.
anyone's measured it. You don't think someone's measured it, or you do think someone's measured it.
I said I don't think there is a way to, or haven't, people have measured the Earth. I just don't think there's a possible way. If I'm being honest, I really.
Right, you're telling me there's no way of measuring
the Earth is fucking huge.
Okay,
I can't disagree with that.
So then, do you think it's reasonable to say if we can't measure it, then we don't have to believe it?
Yes and no.
Well, why no? If you can't measure it, why should we believe it?
Hold on, like if you can't, can you re-ask that question? Sorry.
So I'm saying you said
no,
I asked is it reasonable to say then if you can't measure it, then why should we believe it? And you said it is unreasonable and it's not unreasonable. And I said, how is it unreasonable to not believe something that you can't observe or measure?
Well, I'm going to give you 110% honest answer. It's just, to me, personally, in my opinion, it just makes sense. And I feel like a lot of people feel the same way.
But does it make
That's
sense?
one of the
An
real
honest
reasons.
opinion. I'm not
Or
really
measure?
going in detail with that. It's really just
Well,
my
guys,
honest opinion.
remember.
It's
Well, guys,
just
remember
makes
earlier on
sense.
I said. Remember earlier on I
One
asked
makes
him, what are
sense
the
and one
reasons
doesn't.
you believe in a globe? And I said that he has two. He's just revealed one of the two reasons that a lot of people also agree with it. Consensus. He's just revealed that. Look.
Yeah, it's like a consensus thing. Everyone else believes in it, so why shouldn't I, right?
That's one of the two reasons. Yep.
But that's not good basis for understanding if it's true.
Of course, it's a fallacy. Yeah, he doesn't care though. He doesn't care that he's fallacious. He doesn't mind believing in a fallacious way. He doesn't mind that.
Yeah, well, that's why I was trying to ask to see what his thoughts on it are. You understand that just because a lot of people believe it doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. Or
Well, I'm not saying that I believe that the Earth is round, solely because other people do. But I'm saying it's part of the reason why I also think it's round. I'm not going straight off of the belief that other people. Just because I know other people say it's round, I believe it's round too. It's just like,
even though you just said that,
the proof that was given to me, and the proof, as a bunch of people were taught growing up, the Earth is round, blah blah blah. It makes sense to me more than the people that say, hey, the Earth is flat because of this and that.
Right, but what if it only makes sense to you because that's pretty much the only thing you've ever been told?
No, I've been told that the Earth is flat many times. It's probably just as much as the Earth is round. It's that's
you
just the
weren't.
way I want to
You
lean.
were raised as a child. You were raised as a child with globe imagery and an education system that told you it was a globe. They weren't like, oh, it could also be flat. So no, you've not had like an equal education in it.
Well, at the same time,
So of course it'll make sense, quote unquote, because it's the only thing you're familiar with.
Well,
that's
it's not
evidence
just
either.
what I'm told, and just in my opinion, in my way of thinking, I try to see. I'm not really sure what's the term of it, but when you have a fact or something that's been told to you, and you want to figure out whether it's true or not, you think in a way of, well, let me see what I can say to disprove this fact. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If I was told that the Earth is round, well, then let me think in my own way. How can the Earth be flat? And try and think. You see, I'm just trying to think in your way. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then me thinking in your way didn't make sense to me. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I think that the Earth is round.
Hold on. Well, that's what we're saying. You need to challenge the idea of a sphere. So you need to understand.
I did. That's the reason. I'm saying I've thought about the Earth being flat, and it didn't make sense to me.
You didn't. Well, you already observed the Earth to be flat. So to say that doesn't make sense, that's what doesn't make sense. You can't say observable reality doesn't make sense. It already looks flat. They're telling you that it only looks flat because it's such a big ball.
Hold on. Exactly. Didn't he also say that he saw the curvature from a beach? Wasn't this the guy that also said that?
I don't know.
I think it was him earlier on. He said, I've seen the curvature with my own eyes from a beach. He said. Was it this guy or the previous guy?
Wrong guy. No.
Yeah, I think that was...
I wouldn't go that.
Not a bed or something like that.
I wouldn't say that.
Weren't you the one talking about the oil rigs and, you can see them and they curve?
No.
Wasn't you? Oh, right.
No, this guy has obviously not looked into it that far.
No, I just don't know how.
If it's my mistake, I apologize. My bad.
No, I'm not saying any. I'm not mad at you.
So D&D, what doesn't make sense?
Well, what he said, I have no idea how fucking an oil rig would.
No, bro. What you were saying earlier, when you were doing your whole mumbled language, you said. You started out with, if someone told me something was true, I would try to figure out if it was true. So I started to think, is it flat? So what doesn't make sense to you about it being flat? Or what makes sense to you about it being a ball? Because right now you're just like tap dancing.
Well, like I said, when I try to think of ways of how the Earth can be flat, I go back to the evidence that was given and or that I search up myself. I do my own research on both ends.
Yeah, you get spinning your wheels.
I think I'd appreciate it if you just stop talking over me. I I do my own research on whether it's round or flat, and I think it's round because when I do my research on that, and I try to disprove that the Earth is round myself, even though I think it's round.
Well, did you
It's
prove
just
it
like I go back.
yourself?
Well, I go back to like scientific evidence and stuff like that. Well, if I think that the Earth is flat, and then I find this piece of evidence, boom. Okay, so that's debunked. You know what I mean?
Bro, wait a minute, bro. Instead of disproving that it's a globe, how about proving it's a globe first? Do that.
Sorry, what?
Instead of disproving it's a globe, how about proving it's a globe first? Let's do that first.
Well, at the same time, it's just like I said. It just takes me back to. It takes me back to the fact that I don't think that the Earth can be measured round or flat.
Well,
in my opinion, and if it has,
Wait,
well, I'm saying,
wait,
can it be measured?
No,
Can it be measured if it was flat?
Wait, hold on, and D&D. So, can you prove that it's a globe?
Well, can you? I mean, no, not really. Like
So
I said, I mean, it just go back to.
Hold on. Well, that's a good
again,
place
like I
to
said,
start.
I just go back to.
Hold on a minute. Wait a minute.
That,
So you can't disprove it's a globe, and you can't prove it's a globe, correct?
I can't prove that it's a globe, and I can't prove that it's a globe.
No. You can't because you said, "Oh, I tried to disprove that it's a globe," right? But you couldn't, right? You failed to disprove that it's a globe, right? But you also can't prove that it's a globe either, right?
Well, not in the way that you're asking me to prove that it's a globe.
Well, there's only one way, I think.
Because you're saying that you have to measure the radius of the globe and measure it. I had some other guy say put a large measuring tape over fucking over the Earth.
Sir, don't you understand? If you're measuring the radius of something, you're already assuming it's a globe, sir. You need to measure the curvature first to prove that it's a globe. So can you do that?
But in order for it to have curvature, it has to be round.
Can you prove that it's a globe? Yes or no?
Well, I mean, it's like me asking you if you can prove that it's flat.
Bro, come on, man. Tell me, can you prove that it's a globe or not?
Can I prove that it's a globe? Me personally, no.
Who can?
I'm not sure. They haven't they haven't came out yet.
So you can't prove that it's a globe, and you don't know who can.
I mean,
right?
I've linked a video as to why I think the way I think in the side chat, and I think everybody's in this place.
D&D. Let me just summarize. D&D. Let me just summarize. Let me just summarize.
Go ahead.
You think the Earth is a globe. You've thought about, oh, what if it's not a globe? What if it's flat? You tried to disprove that it's a globe, and you failed. You can't prove that it's a globe, and you don't know who can know who it's a globe either, right?
I mean, I haven't seen anybody factually prove that it was flat.
But have you seen them do that for it being a globe?
I haven't seen them do it for it being flat
That's
either.
a reversal of burden of proof.
Which, yes,
bro.
I haven't seen anybody prove that it's round, but I haven't seen anything about flat either.
Wait a minute, but if you haven't seen anyone prove that it's a globe, hold on. If you haven't seen anyone prove that it's a globe, why do you believe it's a globe?
You cut out that first.
If you've never seen anyone prove that it's a globe, why do you believe it's a globe?
Because it's my own belief, and based on the research that I've done and all the information that I've gathered, it's made me want to think that it's a globe. And then again, when I go back to saying, let me try and think of it. When I go back to say and think of it, well, let me try and believe that the Earth is flat. It just takes me back to all the evidence that I've seen of the Earth being round and saying, well, that can't be right because this and this from.
But sir, we have a problem here.
The Earth being round and so, you know what I'm saying? That's the way I'm thinking.
But D&D, there's a problem here, buddy. There's a problem here.
Well,
you believe in something. Here's the problem. You're telling me you believe in something which you never seen anyone else prove. You can't prove yourself, but yet you believe in because of the research and findings you've done. Doesn't that sound a bit? Doesn't that sound a bit?
I think it's completely fine. No.
Really?
And do you understand, though, D&D, do you understand? But on top of that, D&D, you understand that part of the globe story is that they tell you directly experience a flat, motionless Earth, right?
I have not heard that. Again, I don't go into that. It's just like what I've.
Hold on. They say it's too big to see the curve, so you just see the flat. and they say you can't detect its motion, its spin, its orbit around the sun. They tell you those things, right, in the globe model.
See, well, you're telling me this. This is the first time that I'm hearing this, but it does make sense that you wouldn't be able to feel it moving because, correct me if I'm wrong, it moves at like 2 miles an hour or something like that?
No, try 1,000
12
miles an
something?
hour at the equator in a rotation. 60-odd thousand miles an hour around the sun, so they claim. You're talking
Well, I'm
hundreds
not
of
sure what I'm
thousands,
thinking too.
millions of miles per hour of motion.
Cyclone, don't forget, those are only two vectors. The third vector
That's
is
what
the
I was in the middle
wobble.
of saying, yeah.
Oh, sorry
That's what
about
I'm saying, that you've got like,
So
you're 7
you're saying
vectors
that the
of
Earth spins at 1,000 miles per hour? Or are you saying that it orbits the sun at 1,000? What specifically?
No.
1,000
Yeah.
miles per?
The 1,000 is the axial rotation at the equator, roughly 1,000 miles an hour, and that's the slowest of its claimed motion.
So
Right?
it
As you
spins.
say, you've got a tilt, you've got a wobble, you got it going around the sun at 60-odd thousand miles an hour, chasing that sun at like 500,000 miles an hour. You've got millions of miles per hour of motions and things claimed to be going on, and you don't detect any of it. So anyway, we can get into that, but their story is not, hey,
That's interesting.
if you go to a specific place, you can see the curve or detect the motion. No, the globe story is we as people on Earth will never be able to see or observe the curve. We'll never be able to detect any motion, but the government institutions from a handful of governments, say they can go to a place where they can detect these things. So we just have to believe them. So when you're saying, well, I don't actually have the proof that it's a globe, but I don't have proof that it's flat either, like, it's not the same thing because we already directly experience it to not be a spinning ball and to be flat and motionless. So if we can't prove that it's anything other than what we experience, it doesn't make any logical sense to default to the thing we don't experience instead of the thing we do experience.
Yeah, good point. Yeah. In other words, D&D, you have to have a default position, right? And what we experience
Understandable.
is non-moving Earth. That's flat.
I'm
That's what we
shocked.
experience.
I haven't heard about this 1,000 miles per hour thing. If I'm being honest, so I searched
Well,
it up.
you've never heard? Wait, D&D, you've never heard that the Earth moves in 3 different vectors? You never heard of that?
Well, listen. The really only thing that I learned in school, it's just, like the Earth spinning around the orbit. They never really said anything. I'm being honest here. I've never really heard anything about 1,000 miles per hour. I've never heard about these 3 vectors.
Yeah,
No, I could. If
over
I'm
it.
being honest, I could care
I
less
appreciate
about the
your
Earth
honesty.
being flat
I
or
appreciate
round.
your honesty. Yeah, I
So-
appreciate your honesty, and this is the kind of thing we're talking about. They don't really go into detail on this stuff in school in a way that you remember, which is why you need to do the research, right?
Well,
You
no,
need to
because
educate yourself on it.
no, I understand, which I have, but at the same time, I'm not the type. I don't know if you are. I'm not saying that you are, but I'm not the type to sit here and go spend
about your beliefs.
hours and hours about. No, I mean not even that. I mean, if I just want to
Yeah, the
believe something,
elevator
I want to
doesn't
be
go all the
ignorant
way to
about
the
it. I
top
guess.
for
Then,
you,
yeah,
huh,
I guess I'm gonna
D&D?
do that. But I'm not gonna sit here for like hours and then go super deep into it and learn about it because I'm really not interested in it at all.
That's
just
fair.
how
That's fine if you don't want to do
I
that.
could care
But
less.
if you want to know the truth about something, that's what you have to do, and we do care about the truth about
Well,
it.
I
so
understand.
that's
I
what we
understand
do.
that. Yeah. Well, yeah, I understand that. But I stopped at a certain point because I could, and I'm
Well,
gonna
we can
say
make
it
it
quote
easy.
unquote
We're making
correctly
it
this
easy
time.
for
I
you.
couldn't care less. I'm gonna use it
Well,
correctly
we're
this
making
time.
it easy for you because we're getting you to the highlight points. We're explaining to you the easy things to understand about it. So we're giving you a shortcut to understanding this. Whether or not you want to go and research in your own time, that's up to you. But
completely understandable.
No, but Cyclone, you see, are you listening to what he's telling you? He's telling you he doesn't care. He just literally doesn't care where he lives on a
but
globe or not a
he can
globe.
say
He just
that,
doesn't
but he
care.
does care. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. I mean, they all
Well,
care.
I
about
couldn't
it
and
to some
could
degree.
care. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
lie.
no,
this is a
I don't know
defense
if you could tell.
mechanism.
I don't know if you could tell, but I initially came here just to troll. I literally just said that the
Yeah,
Earth
we
is
hear that
round
all
because
the
I
time.
said so.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Most people do. A lot of people do. That's fine because a lot of
And I
people
also
come
like
in
arguing,
thinking
so I could,
this is
again,
just
I could
silly.
care less.
A lot of people come in just thinking this is ridiculous. I've never heard something so stupid. But when you actually think about it and listen, you understand that we're not crazy people. We've got valid points. They're making you think.
Yeah, right. But I'm not. See, I'm not gonna say valid because when you say valid.
Well, yeah, there's
To
no
me, it
curve
sounds
in
like
those
you're
worlds.
saying
That's
that
valid.
it's like a true thing.
Well,
And I don't think it's true no matter
whether or
what.
not you
You know what
agree
I'm
it's
saying?
true. No,
All
I'm
right.
saying
Yeah,
whether
yeah,
or not
yeah,
you
yeah.
agree it's true. If the Earth's surface has no curvature, it is not a
Right.
ball. It's not a ball. That's valid, right? So that's our argument.
That's completely fine.
Yeah.
D&D, in other words, if you can't measure the curvature of the surface you're standing on, then you shouldn't assume it's curving.
Let me see.
Okay.
You want me to really be honest? Let me see.
In other words, D&D, you shouldn't believe
Nah, I get in trouble
calculations
for that.
necessarily. You should wait for the measurement because that gives you a direct perspective of what's going on, as opposed to what could be going on.
Also, I just try and keep it on the basic level. I'm not gonna go into all this fucking 3 vector. I still don't know what the fuck that is, and I don't care. But
It basically means that a vector is just let's say a mode of movement. So like the Earth, hold on, didn't they tell you in school that the Earth orbits the Sun in 365 days? Didn't they tell you that?
No, yes, that's an obvious, yeah.
Right. Well, that movement, that traveling time, that's 60,000 miles or kilometers, whichever it is, an hour. That because it needs to go all the way around the sun, and it's moving at that speed. So in 365 days, it returns back to where it was. That's what they're telling you. That's what you believe right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's one vector of movement. The Earth is also spinning on its axis, like a ball on its axis. That's a second vector. You see, it's another way of movement, another mode
Okay,
of
well, I
movement.
guess I was thinking about a different type of fucking vector then, because that's not what I was thinking. But if you're,
So that's what I mean when I say
when
3
you explain
vectors.
it, right. Well, when you put it that way and you explain it, I know where you're getting at with the 3.
Well, that's what I taught you in school, and that's what you believed, and that's what you came in this room believing, thinking all
At
these
the
flat earthers
same
are really
time,
crazy and dumb. That's what you
at the same
thought.
time, let me just plant it, and I'm gonna use the word right since I was bashed on for using it wrong. And I'm gonna do it this time. I couldn't care less. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, go back to that old chestnut. Yeah,
Just because,
that old chestnut.
just because, I mean,
Just because your friends will tell you you're on a ball at the end
it's
of the day.
school.
Yay, peer
1,
pressure.
2, I'm not gonna go to school and really believe or care what the fuck they're telling me about the fucking Earth.
Hey,
We are on a
Plus,
ball.
plus I didn't
We
really
are
fucking
on
pay
a
attention to
ball.
that.
Transformer alert.
I didn't pay
D&D,
attention to that
did I
much.
hear you?
Straight
Earth, it didn't
alert.
interest me.
D&D, did I hear you say photographic evidence was something that made you sway towards the ball?
Yeah, but the way I brought up that topic, I heard you get in trouble for that, but that's just my way of doing research.
Well, D&D, and you also said that you came across your own research. Remember, you said you use your own brain, right? And you research stuff, even though you
Oh
know
yeah,
that people
my
haven't proved
research is
it.
going to Google and asking why is the Earth
No,
round
wait a
and why is
minute.
the Earth flat. That's literally
Okay.
why.
All right. So can you give us? So what made you? Let me ask you a question. What one piece of evidence that you found
I'm picking up my
convinced you
phone
that it's
again.
a bull? What was it?
Actually, you know what? I'm not picking up my phone. I'm just opening a new tab.
Did they cancel the launch?
No. It's 13 minutes.
Okay.
T
I just saw
minus
something here
13
that
minutes.
they're talking about it, kicking it till
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Okay, you
No.
said.
Here it is. No. I'll
What
post you the
was
link for it.
what was
Inside
the
chat.
question?
Look inside chat. Apparently 13 minutes till launch, boys. This is going to be riveting footage.
Dude, back in the day, I used to pray that they would scrub them because we would get paid extra for having to go back. Good times.
They used to refund tickets if you bought tickets to watch, but they started scrubbing so often, and they got so behind that they're like, yeah, well, no refunds.
Yeah, dude, I used to get paid $350 a day, right? So like, if it got scrubbed 4 times, like that was like, yeah, dude, I made good money way back then. And just because the wind was too high, we loved it. We'd have to go back though the next day.
Or is the D&D guy still here? Yeah, D&D. So post, bro. Can you post something that convinced you that we live in a globe? Like what really? What was the straw that broke the camel's back for you on that one?
I think he's saying he started with that epistemology. That was his default position.
I started with what?
No. He said he did a bunch of research. He said because he knows that.
No, again,
no one
like
else
I
has
said,
proven that it's a bull,
like
and he hasn't proven that it's a bull, but he has done some research. He said
my research is literally searching up why is the Earth flat and why is the Earth round, and then I just continue clicking and clicking and clicking the little people ask why tabs with a question and then the answer to it, and then I just keep on going and going and going until okay, that's a point for round,
Really?
that's a point
And
for
when
flat.
did you do that?
Fucking, I don't know. I just remember doing it.
Like when? How long ago was that?
Year or two during COVID, probably when I was a bored fuck. Let me see.
Okay.
And if I'm being honest right now, I'm on ChatGPT asking, is the Earth round? Is the Earth flat? What measurements prove that the Earth is round?
Steady on, D&D. Wait. So 1 or 2 years ago, during COVID, you found out, you did this research. But what about COVID? What about 2020 and earlier, before that in your life? You never thought about it? You never thought either way?
I could give a fuck less if the Earth was round or flat, to be honest.
You know what? But you didn't know. So 5 years ago, if someone asked you, or D&D, is the Earth round or is it something else? What would you have said 5 years ago?
I would have said that it was round, even if I didn't have any fucking research. I would just say that the Earth is round, really.
Right. So 5 years ago, you thought it was a ball. Then in COVID, you redid the research and still thought that and you still think it's a ball. Yeah.
Well, no, I questioned myself. Well, sometimes
is that not a summary of what you just said? No.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying I redid the research because it was my first time really getting into doing the research.
I never said redid. I said you did the research before that. You never did any research.
It sounded like you said redid. Well, then yeah, I did research my first time.
Right, but
getting
before
into
you did the research, you still thought it was a ball. Hold on.
Right.
But before you did the research, you still thought it was a ball, right?
Yes, solely due to pictures. And I didn't care because it's not like people or kids my age could really disprove me wrong because I haven't really met any flat earthers back then.
And how old are you, D&D? How old are you?
I want to keep that private.
Are you less than 18 years of age?
No.
Yeah, don't dox him. Just move on.
No, it's not really doxing. I just don't want to.
No, you don't have to reveal
give a
any
reason.
personal information at all.
Yeah,
I don't have a problem giving out my age.
I know, but boy,
we can match your attention span up and ballpark it. So
I mean, that's yeah. That's fine.
No, that's cool. That's cool. I won't ask him again. But isn't it important that whether he's less than 18 or not?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't consider that doxing either. I don't really care if you ask me. I don't understand how.
I won't ask you.
If I'm being honest,
that's fine. But I'm just saying.
We just have Grizzly. We just have a rule here: no personal information at all.
That's fine.
That way we don't ever go into it. I don't know why. Okay. No one cares where you live. No one cares how old you are.
I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I didn't know. But I thought it isn't important if someone's an adult or not.
Because guess what, D&D, we couldn't care less.
That's fine, fair enough.
People say that, and then that's the reason why I don't really want to give out my age because I don't want to say, well, I don't want to go.
We understand that you're naive. We understand that you've made that clear.
I don't want to hear, oh, well, you're this age, so you wouldn't know this, and I don't even want to go there.
No, it's your attitude.
Well, that's just me. It's just how
if you're a 90-year-old man, I would be shocked.
1 second, bro. The only reason I asked you that in the first place is because it relates to the storyline you're giving me about, 1 or 2 years ago I did the research. Well, if 1 or 2 years ago you were 12, then fair enough. But if 1 or 2 years ago you were 25, it's going to be a bit different, isn't it?
Right.
So that's why I asked.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. Okay? If you don't want to answer, you don't want to answer. That's fine. Well, you did the research. Can you post some of this research you did in order to make you think it's a bull?
Well, I don't remember the research. All I know was that I did the research. I'm not sure what specific questions and stuff and what specific answers that I got, but I know that whatever it gave me, leaded up to me believing what I believe now. You know what I mean? And I just kind of stuck with it, and I don't really argue with people. I haven't argued with anybody, or I'm not going to say argue, but debated or whatever with anybody.
You've never, bro. Just say the truth. You've never even questioned it before. Come on, man.
No, I've questioned it. I definitely questioned. I was like, well, what if the Earth is flat? I definitely thought that way. I try and look at it from both sides because it's
was that also
just
1 or
not,
2 years ago when you started thinking it was flat or about giving because earlier on you seemed to think it's a ball all the way through.
Oh,
it's
sorry,
either way, it's fine. Just pick a storyline here because 1 minute you're saying to me, oh, so 1 or 2 years ago you did the research. So is that roughly the time period that you've been questioning whether it's flat as well, or happened to match the same chronology on this?
I wouldn't say questioning, but it's quite literally. It just randomly came to mind. I was like, you know what? Let me just do random. I could have been watching a YouTube video. Like I don't fucking know, and it just made me want to do the research. It's not questioning, but it just made me want to go into it for myself.
But the bottom line is,
the video that I was looking at really didn't make any sense or something like that. So I just wanted to, I don't know.
The strange thing is, you went. That's fine. You thought it was a globe. Everyone in here at one point thought it was a globe. Everyone, because we all thought it was a globe at one point. But then eventually, you're telling me you did the research. Your words. You said to me, "I did the research. I looked. I forgot where I looked. I ain't got the links anymore. I forgot it." But you told me you did the research, and it's funny how you did the research, but you're still telling us it's a globe, and you can't even give us basic answers to basic questions because you don't even know your own model very well about the vectors, for example. You don't really know your own model very well at all.
Well, the thing, Grizzly, is that no one's addressing what
it's not something that I was interested in, or
so no one's addressing. Hey, bro, do you have me muted? Did you turn me down, or are you just talking over me? Is that what happened? This is why we said don't turn people down.
What's with the attitude?
You get it now? Because I was talking, you just barreled through me. Did you hear me talking?
You don't have to.
Okay, well, announcing that you're turning people down is a grand display of attitude as well.
It's not really attitude. It's just me saying that I'm turning you down.
Yeah. So don't turn people down because then exactly
I didn't turn you down. But go ahead and continue. Go ahead.
Attitude.
What were you gonna say?
So you just barrel through people. Got it. Okay. So the point here, Grizzly, that I wanted to make before he just interrupted, the main thing here is that no one's addressing what he called his research. And then this is why he said it didn't make sense to me. He didn't understand it, but this is why he has his position as a glober. Because if you remember or recalled or were paying attention, he posted the hit piece on Jaren. This is what he is using. That's what he posted like 5 times in the side chat. And then he said, this doesn't make sense. Yeah, he did. It kept getting deleted. It was getting deleted.
What doesn't make sense?
Yeah, can we just? I wanted to point out he's a victim. D&D is a victim of the puppet master's control of the information. He's trying to go out and find some stuff out, but he's going surface level. He's getting all establishment sources, and they're feeding him the indoctrination. He may not be exposed to some people who have access to the truth, who could tell somebody where to go to find the real deal stuff, the alternative explanations, for instance, for Ares' failure or the Michelson-Morley experiment, because when you look those up, they're going to give you this establishment narrative. Oh, they prove the ether. Oh, they disprove the ether. So he's just going surface level. It's almost like he's the victim.
I quite literally said that I wasn't going to go any farther than surface level because it's not something that I'm interested in.
This is why I wanted to address. This is why I want to address it, at least not only for you but also for the audience, because when you posted that, video, and you're like, "This is the evidence. This is what's not making sense. This is why you thought it was a ball." Like, if you at least understood like what happened in that video, in that mockumentary at this point, because if you knew the full story, the facts, like how the producers like set that up to where it became like a hit piece. If you knew that, though, like if you knew the emails that went back and forth, lawyers were involved, like if you knew all the details, maybe you would say, oh, so you're telling me that they did get the light at one point, but then another point they didn't, and that's when he's like, oh, interesting. Because he was like, wait, why aren't we getting it now? Because he had already, that was also recorded, by the way, but that's not what they put in the documentary, quote unquote. They didn't show you that part. because they purposely were trying to say, "Oh, a flat earther proves it's a globe," and they ran with it. And then look at it, how's you coming in here using that very said evidence as evidence, and it's ridiculous because you don't know the full story. I just wanted to point that out.
So why didn't you say anything about me posting the video earlier? If that's so.
Well, you were talking to Grizzly and others about other things, and then I just wanted to bring it back.
I mean,
That's why.
you still could have.
Wait, can I just say? Wait, can I say D&D? We've talked to you about the, like various different models and all this stuff for like about an hour or more or something, right? And you've not shown very good knowledge on about your own model, supposedly, which you researched, quote unquote, 1 or 2 years ago. So
around that point.
So it's kind of strange. You did the research 1 to 2 years ago, and yet you don't know, your own model very much. None of the figures, none of the like so-called concepts which relate to this subject at all. But that's kind of a
Well, again, like I said, so me and you might have two different meanings of surface level, but I stay surface level. Again,
so when you said you did the research,
I don't
When you said
go.
you did the research, that was surface level. So that basically means you just skim read diagonally across a few pages.
Well,
before
no, I stay
something.
surface level. How can I say it? Knowledge wise. So my knowledge to all this is surface level. When I do when I did the research, it could have been deeper than that. You know what I mean? But I
that's
don't
what I'm saying.
care to intake that. You know what I mean?
Hold on. So was it or was it not deeper than surface level? Your research.
I don't remember.
You don't remember if it was more. You don't remember if it was deeper than surface
it was
level?
probably it could
Wow.
no, it was definitely a little deeper than
Wait.
surface level.
So not only do you not remember what you researched, wait. You don't even remember what you researched, but it's worse. You don't even remember how deep the research was. Was it surface level or deeper? You don't even remember that distinction.
No, let's say I did search and it was deeper than surface level. Let's just say that.
Jeez Louise. So, that's what I gotta tell you.
Wrong wording, I guess. I'm just I don't know.
So is that even possible?
Again, I already said, my research
I'm just wondering. Wait, guys. Let me just ask you a question. Is it possible to forget how deep your research was into something 1 or 2 years ago? Is that even possible to forget something like that? Oh shit! Did I do the deep research or did I do the surface level research?
I might be
I can't
fucking
remember.
retarded.
Wait a minute. Wait, how deep
might
did
be
I
fucking
go?
retarded.
Oh, how many hours did I spend? Oh, I can't remember.
No, yes, quite. I guess I'm just a very forgetful person. I don't know.
Dude, no joke. That is one of the most retarded things
I
I've
have
ever
dementia,
heard
I guess.
anyone ever say on this.
I'm sorry. I'm not gonna say anything different. That's just how it is. That's me.
D&D, bro. Yeah, you're not retarded. I get it. It's hard to, but you're sort of. Sounds like some sort of defense mechanism towards.
No, not at all. I just don't.
Okay, well, yeah.
And on top of that, again, it's like you forget things easily when you don't care about it. Again,
so you don't care about it, but you decided to show up 2 years later to troll?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, now you just shattered my wine glass. You ruined my breakfast.
Well, I mean, I came in here. I did say about 5 minutes ago.
Listen, it's not, you sort of admitted that you sort of admitted that your research was you getting wrapped up and tangled up in little damage control videos to keep people.
No, not even the video. Honestly, I just brought up that video.
Oh my lord, dude! So what are you, a contrarian? The book, whatever it was, you were skimming.
Again, it all started with one tab
Did you ever think that maybe this whole ball ideology is preying on people's short attention spans and naivety?
No.
Did you ever think that that's how it works? But how would you know? Because all you've done is skim the subject. Okay, so maybe they're preying on people's inability to deeply delve into this.
I guess that's how it is. If I'm being honest.
Yeah. So wouldn't that raise a red flag? Huh? They have all a sheep pinned in with nothing.
But bro, remember what he's telling us. He doesn't even remember, bro. Remember, he doesn't even remember how deep his research was.
I'm telling you, I'm not trolling now. I'm not trolling right now. That's
you admitted that's just how you admitted that seems as if that's how the system works. They have a bunch of people who refuse to look into it so they can feed them whatever they want.
If that's how it is, I don't have anything to
Well,
argue
that would be that would be the red flag.
Well, to me, I don't care.
No,
If
you
if they
admitted
somehow
it.
come out with the
You
news and
time
say,
out, bro. You just admitted that seems to be the way that they have you all wrapped up in it.
I guess I don't.
Okay,
That's just because I
so
don't
there's
have a
the
way
red
to.
flag. Now you're
give you a
waving
rebuttal.
by you saying "I guess." That's a red flag that you're waving. So look up at it.
I mean, again, it all started with, is the Earth round on one tab and is the Earth flat on the other tab? And I kept on going down
Yeah,
deeper
well,
and deeper.
why not go out into reality? Because they say Earth is ball. That's what they show on TV. Go see if that translate to reality. They show you blue marble, but the nature of water suggests that blue ball is impossible. Water lays flat at its surface. That's an impossibility if we're on a ball. So yeah, get out of your tabs.
That's where I go
Get out of your
deeper.
tabs and check it out in reality.
No, I understand that, but that's where we go deeper. Is like, the Earth is.
That's the beginning. That's not even deep at all.
Compared to our human
that's
bodies.
just on the right path. Because they have you in the wash right now.
Well, check out the side chat. It's a quick little frame from the live transmission they're doing of this fucking launch. Live from Texas.
Why don't you look at that? The Earth is round. I'm trolling. I'm really not, but I'm trolling.
Yeah, like the concept to troll something, you have to know what it is. You're not even over the target yet, dude.
Sorry, can you dumb that down?
Yeah, how are you gonna troll something if you can't? You don't even know what you're talking about yet. If you want,
I'm sorry, but you're all wrong.
Well, I'm not trolling something.
Is
I'm trolling you, really. That's a rectangle. What the fuck are you talking about?
How are you trolling? You don't even know what you're talking about.
Exactly. You've just admitted it, sir. You've done superficial stuff. D&D, you've just admitted all you've got is surface level information. You're just going along with the crowd.
I've been admitting that. Yes, I've said that about 10 minutes ago. Yeah.
Great. So how can someone with ignorance come in and and like, what nerve do you have?
You might be more knowledgeable than me about the Earth being fucking round. I came in here to troll originally, and then I really got into it. After like 2-3 minutes of being in here. So.
Yeah, homie, you're not even over the target yet. Your trolls aren't landing. You're off in the back 10.
I say landed successfully.
But wouldn't it make sense? Hold on, but for example, right? Imagine you want to troll. Okay, cool. So you want to troll some flat earthers. Wouldn't it make sense to go away and get some good material to get them with, right? Get some really good, because it's obviously the world's a ball, right? I mean, these guys are crazy, right?
Well. Here's the thing.
And then all you have to do, hold on. And then all you have to do is like find some material, like a really nice stick, to flog them with some, so-called evidence, so-called something to make them look real dumb, and then you can just bring it in here and just bowl them all down. You can bowl them all over with this bowling ball you're going to find.
No, I did, and the thing, and if I'm being honest, I forgot what his name was. It happened about a month or two ago. It was maybe 10-15 people in here, 10 maybe.
No, but what's that bowling ball? Go on.
No, and you know what I did? Again, I could care less if the Earth is flat, round, whatever. So what I did was I went on ChatGPT and I asked it. Anything he was asking me, I would search up why would that be true and why would it be false, and then I would just go down and challenge him with the questions and answers that ChatGPT was giving me. And I don't know where we got off to, but we got to a point where we were talking about putting a measuring tape over a basketball or something like that, and I'm not sure what I said or what he said, but it got to the point where I actually did somehow corner him. Maybe he wasn't as good as you as defending, his point, but I cornered him, and he actually, he proved my point. About
I don't think you could corner anybody with your level of knowledge, D&D. You couldn't corner.
No, it's not my level of knowledge. I was using ChatGPT. I was just searching up the questions and answers, and then I would just come back with the answer that ChatGPT gave me, and then give him that.
D&D,
it's not my knowledge.
The bottom line is, if you're gonna, the bottom line here is that if you want to troll somebody, at least get get onto a superior level before you troll them. In other words, have something in your hand. Don't just be holding it. Don't just stand there holding your dick. At least have some evidence of some kind or whatever.
No, what you're doing is coping.
I say I was successful just because I pissed you off, or pissed some people off in here. So I mean, that's just my way of trolling.
Hold on, but why would you want to troll some flat earthers in the first place? What? Because they're like crazy, right?
I don't know. I'm bored. It's 8:30 in the morning.
No, but why would it be funny? Hold on, but why is it funny? Because they're crazy, right?
No, it's just
for example, you're not going to go and troll some. For example, you're not going to go and troll some, I don't know, some Texans or some, I don't know, Californians or whatever. Whatever any other group of people you could think of. You're not going to. Why aren't you trolling them?
Well, what does that mean? What do you mean? Texans
Why are you deciding to choose? Why are you choosing to troll flat earthers? Because why? Why is that the group you choose to troll? Why?
Yeah, especially when the topic doesn't matter to you.
Because it's a stupid, in my opinion, it's a stupid thing to argue about. Even if I believe whether the Earth is round or flat, it's a stupid thing to argue about.
So therefore, if it's so stupid, then that bowling ball you're going to use to bowl them all over with will be easy to get and find.
No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that because there's the amount of research. Not
think
really.
About how bad you trolled yourself. You think you started off the conversation. It's stupid. Therefore, join the channel to discuss something stupid using Chat GPT.
Well, no. The thing is,
your own brain.
No,
you have
the thing is,
type it in, and you'll increase your carbon footprint.
And all kinds.
You have no idea how much environmental waste.
I guess again, me
AI,
and you, or anybody in here, I guess we have two different definitions of trolling because my goal was to come in here and just act stupid, which I did. The first 2-3 minutes was I not saying things like, "Well, the Earth is round because I said so," because it's a sphere, because it's a ball. That's me trolling.
That's my definition of trolling. The funny thing is, though, if your goal was to act stupid, how is it that 15 minutes into your call you said, "Well, maybe I'm retarded"?
Because it got to the point where I don't know. Somebody asked me. I couldn't remember.
It's like you transitioned. You're like a method actor. You became the retardation.
I mean,
you acknowledged.
I said that I was retarded. I guess I'm retarded.
And then we pulled you back from the ledge. We said, no, dude, you're not retarded. You're not retarded. And then you're like, so no, I came here and I was acting retarded. And then I had a realization that maybe I am retarded. That's weird. Yeah, you did troll yourself.
Not in general. I just said, I guess I'm retarded because I couldn't remember what I researched 2-3 years ago. That's why I said I guess I'm retarded.
You couldn't even remember the depths of your research.
You took the piss all yourself, dude.
No, not really.
Yeah, like really.
Yeah, really.
No.
For real.
These people's favorite thing to do is actively deny reality. Like, WTF. What the?
What?
Yes, he's employing some sort of defense mechanism. Once he found out,
I came in here just to piss people off. That's why I came in here saying
the
Earth is round
bro.
because I said so. And you guys sounded like you guys were getting on the edge.
Pity the fool.
I mean, it did. It sounded like it did, and it satisfied me. And you guys were raising your voice a little bit. I got server muted a couple times.
You turned people down. That's what happened.
I really didn't. It's just
you did.
I didn't.
You trolled yourself. Like so.
Now you're lying.
Is there a way to check that through the audit logs?
So you expected people would raise their voice, and to hard counter that, you turned them down. So you trolled yourself.
I said I turned you down, but I didn't turn you. Well, who did I turn down?
Definitely turned me down.
Somebody, I think it was Inversion. I think it was Inversion talking over me. I just said I turned him down to see if he would shut up.
It's a constant self-trolling that you're in right now.
I mean, again, me and you have two different definitions of trolling then, because I feel satisfied. I satisfied myself with the way that, the reaction that I got out of you guys. For saying
You're satisfied, bro. You sound real satisfied.
Can we just start over?
That's why I'm so surface level.
He wants to be honest now. He started off trolling. Now he wants to be honest. Let's start over.
Well, I mean, I know I might as well be honest before I leave, right? Or should I just leave leave you guys thinking,
We're not going to keep thinking about you. Do you want
The bottom line is
Yeah,
that
you aren't the first.
I don't know, because I'm pretty sure during that little argument, you guys were thinking about some guy.
Yeah, I'm
You
pretty
guys thought it was
sure he's
me,
gonna
something about an
actively
oil
ignore
field.
everything.
That wasn't
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
Relax, bro.
I mean, so you guys do remember people, so.
Yeah, it's you guys come in here
So
all
you want to
the
start
same
over?
stuff. It's like a
Yes, I
routine
am you
Groundhog
guys.
Day.
The people that you refer to as you guys, I am you guys. I don't come in here. I'm mainly in the politics
All right,
channel,
that's
so.
enough. This is just a child with child thoughts, bro. That's enough of this. He knows
I'm
nothing.
telling you, man.
He's
This
just
guy's a
here to
youngin,
troll.
man. This is a youngin. This
He
is a
doesn't want to
Right,
start
teenager.
over.
I
He
said
doesn't want to be
surface
fair.
level.
He doesn't want to be honest. He's just a
I
troll.
am being honest. I've been being honest for the past 5-10 minutes. I know nothing.
Okay, so you guys
I
are me
still
guys.
believe that
Me
the Earth
guys are
is
you
round.
guys. Let's just start over then. Let's just start over. Are you
There is no
coming
I
to
thought you
starting.
learn?
said it didn't
You have
matter.
some
No,
substance.
no. I didn't come
So
to learn. I
so
already
you're
told
just
you I
trolling
came to
then.
Just
troll.
trolling youngin.
Well, I just
That's
got
all it is.
here. I just recognize dishonesty when I see it. Are
Well,
you here
no.
to ask
I haven't
questions
been
then, or are you
dishonest the
still
whole
trolling?
entire
You're
time.
still trolling? So we're still trolling then.
No. I said I've been being honest for a couple minutes now.
Okay, so would you like to start over? Maybe you have some questions. Maybe you have some evidence to present.
No, because I've said again, you just got here, so I'm gonna say it again.
No, I've been here for a while. I just got to Discord, so I've been listening for a while. So yes.
Okay. Well, the thing that I was saying is I couldn't care less about the Earth being flat or round, but I'm still gonna believe it's round because I want to believe it's
So you
round.
decided to
So I'm not
troll the
really gonna care
subject
about
that you
asking
don't care
questions. I
So
about.
you're
just
here
came
for
here to
nothing
troll.
then. So you're just here for nothing then.
Quite literally, yes. My
Yeah, he's
whole goal
coping.
in here is
He's
to
Okay, so,
coping.
so
come
just
and
just
troll.
listen then. So just listen then.
That's me trolling.
All right, so just listen then.
Just sounds like you guys are taking it serious. So I mean,
No, I just got here. I just identified dishonesty. So are you going to listen? Or are you going to talk? Keep talking? Learn
what's
something?
dishonest about what I said?
You
I don't,
care less,
again, I don't
bro.
care
You
about
could care
learning.
less.
So
Yeah, exactly. You could care less. So why are you here?
I just said I came in here to just piss people
Yeah,
off
that
and
was
mess
the
Yeah, I
around. I
remember
said
that. I
the
past
remember
Earth
the
is
whole
Your troll
spiel.
okay. So then
failed.
why are you
Start
asking
it
me
over.
again?
We're
What are you
talking
So
talking
about
what's
about?
the
now.
new
I
goal?
was here. I was here. I heard. I'm talking
There
about
is no
right
new
now.
goal. I'm
New.
just
Okay,
talking to
so
you guys. You're asking me questions.
okay,
I'm
cool,
answering.
cool, lovely.
I answered. I mean, you asked me the same question twice. I
Yeah, I
answered.
said
I
cool,
came in
lovely.
here.
You just finally answered. Okay, cool, lovely, lovely.
Okay. So how was you guys there?
It just started. So you've successfully highlighted how they have all you simpletons corralled. Well done.
I don't know what that means, but yeah.
Well, they do sell dictionaries. You are highlighting how it is they have everyone wrapped up in this outer space ball fantasy.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe take a look at that. You're not the only one who's proud to be a 21st century simpleton just to hold on to this myth.
Again, I don't care if the Earth is. Listen. If they came out 5-10 years from now,
Who's
fucking government
they?
or whatever,
Who's they? Yeah,
government, big people, whatever. You
government.
know what I'm saying? It comes up on the news. Oh, the Earth is flat, and it's
Well,
this and
how
that.
about we are
I
the
still wouldn't
they?
care because
How
it
about
wouldn't
we
really
are the
change the way I
they?
live. So
YOLO.
I mean, you obviously care. You're here to troll. Not troll.
yes,
You're just here.
exactly.
You're just
So
here.
I don't care.
Obviously you care. Because you're here. So you obviously care.
All right, the reason he says he's like this is because this is a young'un, a really young, immature doofus, basically. That's why he sounds this stupid.
Yeah, I guess you could say
That's
that.
what's going on here. This is talking to a high schooler, for fuck's sake, probably.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Would you expect him to say, nothing? He's too young, mate. Where's the skateboard?
Nah, I don't think that's a thing.
Yeah, he interrupted you because he knew what you were going to say already.
I didn't interrupt him. He said I'm too young, even if I was 15, 16, 17, 18, whatever. I don't think being too young
The
is
point is, he didn't
has to do
complete
with
his
anything
sentence
about
before you
knowledge.
said it.
It's your naive little attitude.
I feel like that
No,
just goes for anything.
That's all I have to say. No, this is the reason why he sounds so mature and so naive and so ignorant, because of his age. At that age, you don't give a fuck about any of this
Again,
stuff. You just want to ride your skateboard, eat lollipops.
that's your assumption. That's what you think. Again, I could just be in here acting ignorant and stupid.
Oh, here we go. Hey, Cyclone, you want
I'm
to?
also being ignorant.
He seems to be simmering down. If you want to try to get back in here, Cyclone. He's admitted that he was here to troll, and now he's simmered down a little bit.
Yeah, he already said he was here to troll. I got that. I don't know.
I could think the guys in the politics channel, they gave me the idea.
Well, it was a very original thought.
So peer pressure. You're just led around.
It just entertains me, really.
Well, it's entertaining on this end as well.
Like there's a launch going on, and that's not entertaining. You have to.
No, it's not entertaining. I could care less about it. I couldn't care less about it. Sorry.
Yeah, we heard it.
It shows you who wins, the flat Earth or the globe Earth, in terms of entertainment value. Flat Earth has it in spades.
Here, let me go back to my beginning of where. Let me open the side chat. Where is it? We're gonna go click here.
I know a lot of childish 40-year-olds also, just for the record. Age doesn't matter.
Remember what you told us, remember what you told us earlier? You said that you did the research into flat Earth and globe Earth 1 to 2 years ago, but you don't remember what you saw, and you don't remember how deep your research went. Remember, that's what you told us.
Yes, I said that. And the reason why I said that was because I'm not interested in it, and
right.
2 to 3 years is enough time to forget about
So you
something you
didn't
don't care about.
research it, you watched the video, basically. So
Well, yeah, that's a really big video.
There's a difference between researching, looking into it,
what this guy said
What are you saying?
What I just said was or watching someone else talking about it, that's a big difference.
What were you saying, Grizzly?
I'm saying that those were your comments, that your direct quotes, what you told us earlier. That's one of the most, like, literally the most nonsensical things I've ever heard. And you said those things that you don't remember what you researched, and you don't remember how deep your research was, even whether it was surface level.
Specifically, I don't remember the questions.
Now he's interrupting.
Specifically, I don't remember the questions that I researched. If I researched any questions,
I
just know that I did research.
You don't remember where you went. You don't even remember how deep your research went. You don't even remember how many hours you spent on it. I know you've told us all this.
No, I don't. Yeah, and I completely agree. That's exactly what I said. And again, the reason why I said that was because 2 to 3 years is more than enough time to forget about something you don't really care about or have interest in.
Yeah. So you didn't care about it, started caring about it, did the research, and then stopped caring about it and forgot all about it. Right? That's convenient.
I never cared about it. Again, it was during COVID. Yeah. Everyone was inside. Yeah. I had nothing to do, and I just wanted to just randomly do that.
You should have taken up knitting.
Exactly.
That would have been more productive.
Even the story you're giving us is not only is it changing all the time, but it's also
it didn't change.
Sense.
No, I'm just going a little more in depth.
So you've got a story that's changing all the time and is nonsensical.
Well, what about my story changed? What are you talking about?
Everything you're telling us is just ridiculous. You expect us to believe that you forgot what you researched, how long you researched it for, and how deep the research was. You expect people to believe that shit when you say that out loud?
Absolutely,
I would believe it.
Yes.
He watched the video. He didn't research look into it. Actually, no. He watched the video. He didn't apply his critical thinking. He didn't use his brain at all. I'm positive he didn't.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna put that in that you don't know me, I don't know you.
No, it's just obvious.
Can't assume things. Okay, well, obvious to you, but again, I'm gonna say it one more time. 2 to 3 years is more than enough time to forget about something you don't care about or have interest in.
It's not.
I don't have interest in it. I researched it up anyway.
Like
What's not a good of? I don't have to give you an excuse anyway. That's fine, and that's completely fine if you think it. And that's completely
very stupid. Yes.
And that's okay. Right. And that's completely fine. You could think it's an excuse. You could think that it's this and that.
Joking.
That's just being ignorant. I'm being honest. I'm not sure how long you were in here for.
For people here who understand that you don't understand anything.
And because it's a young'un, man.
It's completely fine that you think that, but that's exactly what it is. And if you don't believe it, well, I guess I'm just an idiot and I forget things easily.
I'm glad you pointed it out for a second time that you have no understanding. That's the second time you pointed it out yourself.
No understanding.
All you've got is some hearsay. All you got is some hearsay you heard in a bit in science class and what you heard on TV. That's it.
He researched what someone else said. That's what happened. He researched what someone else said without thinking for himself. I'm pretty sure.
I remember. He also told us he's surface level, man. So that means when he did the research, it's basically a couple of videos, couple of little like, did you know? He even said, I clicked the did you know?
You because he's not listening.
Yeah, literally. Yes, on the did you know? Yeah.
Pain being manifested. He won't shut up while you're talking.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna lie. I've spoken 2 to 3 times, and I've tried to get a sentence out about me explaining on how I forgot over the span of 2 or 3 years, and you've cut me off multiple times.
Yeah, that was in the past.
I'm not purposely trying to cut Grizzly off, and I'm not trying to be rude.
I'm purposely cutting you off.
But yeah, exactly. So you can fuck off.
You don't know anything. Are you
I don't know anything, and I've said that.
Are you
But if
mad?
you're gonna come at me with the attitude while I'm being honest about how I forgot, well,
You're obviously dishonest. That's why I started talking.
I'm not dishonest.
You're obviously dishonest.
I have no reason to be dishonest. I don't care about the topic.
Yeah.
Bro, you are maintaining copium
I've
right
admitted
now.
to everything that I've admitted. Everything that I've admitted, I have no
I
reason
only
to
started
be
talking
dishonest.
because I spotted the dishonesty in your character. That's the only reason why I spoke up.
Wait, DMD, take that copium syringe out of your hand and do not mainline it into your main vein. Do not do that. Do not.
He doesn't know he's doing it. That's the problem. He doesn't know what he's doing right now. He's not
I
even
know exactly
thinking.
what I'm doing.
Autopilot.
DMD, wake up, man. Wake up, man. You're injecting copium. Look what you're doing.
What are you saying?
See it. He doesn't see it.
I've completely admitted everything. I mean, what?
Take off the shoes and put on someone else's shoes and see that he's acting like an asshole right now. No.
So as soon as I say that I'm trolling, everything goes downhill.
He couldn't care less that we're watching him choke.
I thought we were all here in agreement to what I said, and then all of a sudden,
D&D, hold on. Let me try to attempt to at least get us back on track. D&D.
Yes.
Remember when remember when you told us how fast the Earth was moving or whatever, and then D&D well, you were that's how the conversation began. Yeah, you didn't know. It turned out you didn't have a clue. No. And Grizzly was telling you, hold on. It sounds like you really don't care. Grizzly was telling you, well, there are spins, then it goes around the sun, and then the sun's
the 3 vectors
hurtling through outer space. Well, there was a moment where I heard it. You go, huh? Like something clicked there. That here we are, seemingly motionless, and we're hurtling through outer space. ChatGPT, why is it that I feel no motion yet I know that we're hurtling through outer space? So why not if you want to, why not go back to there?
See, well, that's something that I may want to search up now. But when I said that's where I searched up.
The whom thing is the whom was the delivery of the information.
Yes,
so that's all. I'm trying to say. If it's not interesting to you that we live our lives on the stationary Earth, yet they have us. Everything indicates that we're not moving. Yet they have this grand fabrication of layered story cake that we are moving. And here's all the reasons. ChatGPT. Why don't I feel the Earth moving? They have all these reasons for you. Well, that should be a moment where people, or whoever the fuck ChatGPT is representing, this is where they're attempting to keep you corralled and not to look further into it. It's a pretty simple subject.
We don't
feel speed,
Only when you apply logic and critical thinking. Only
see that came out of that guy's mouth, not me.
Only when you don't feel speed. Only.
Okay, that's fine, Brenda. Did you hear what D&D said? If you didn't, then don't worry about it. No need to reinterpret it. D&D had a moment of clarity, and then it passed. I was just asking if you wanted to go back to there. That's all.
Well, there's some people in here that I really don't. It's I would.
Okay, now you're making excuses.
No, I'm saying I would, but it's really not in the mood for it anymore.
Yeah, we pointed out your bullshit, and now you don't like that. Well, hell, you pointed it out for us.
What bullshit though?
We've been over it. That's enough. You weren't listening. You were actively.
Well, I want to hear to what he says because it just sounds like again you admitted that you were cutting me off on purpose.
Ignoring it. You were actively ignoring it. That's what happened.
So when I'm asked the question, I'm just, it's either I answer it or I'm just clueless.
I mean, you could care less either way, so yeah.
I couldn't care less. Correction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now look at you, D&D.
Yeah.
So
You gotta learn
D&D.
something.
Yeah, there you go. That's a tricky one. They've got everyone saying the wrong thing for some reason. I don't know.
You can get ChatGPT to say the Earth is flat, like super easy.
Well, that's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to do.
Ask it:
let me
is
see.
Earth flat at the poles?
Yes, yes.
I mean,
not specifically the poles, but I searched up: is the Earth rat? Let me just scroll all the way up. I asked it a bunch of other questions.
You can get it to say the Earth is flat like over and over again. It's
I don't try and break the system for others. Yeah, like I understand.
It's hilarious. Like I've got to say, like, hey, give me 10 reasons why someone would say the Earth is flat. And it's like, oh, the Earth is flat at the poles. Ancient cosmologies.
What did you want me to search up?
One thing it told me, it said, hey, why is there a flat Earth movement? What would you think? And it said, well, number one, it's like people going back to ancient cosmologies. And number two was the proliferation of misinformation on social media. And I'm like, can you try to square that? If flat Earth is going back to ancient cosmologies and also responsible because of modern day sharing of information, how do you square those two? And it's like, oh, wow, Crit, you got me in a contradiction. That would be illogical that ancient cosmologies could only be expressed through modern day social media. That would be a contradiction. That would be a temporal contradiction.
Makes sense. Well, what is it they wanted me to search up?
Hey, give me as many reasons as you can think of as why someone would say the Earth is flat. The horizon appears flat. From a distance, Earth's curvature is not visible. This would lead someone to believe that the Earth is flat. The lack of visible curvature. Due to Earth's immense size, the Earth actually appears as if it is flat. Photos and videos from airplanes argue that airplanes do not show the curvature, and this is due to the camera's angle, length, gravtation, or other atmospheric conditions. Water. The physics of water always appear flat. The majority of the surface of the Earth is water. Misrepresentation of scientific data. People could cherry pick specific scientific data, such as satellite imagery or GPS readings, to support their flat Earth. Conspiracy theories. Ultimately, some individuals could believe in theories surrounding the shape of the Earth, often fueled by misinformation given by government authorities. So yeah, it's easy. You can get ChatGPT to straw man flat Earth because it's an honest interlocutor. It's not dishonest. Where you got somebody coming in here who's like, there's no proof for the flat Earth. Then you give them proof and they tell you your proof is X. They add an adjective in front of the proof and suddenly the proof is not proof. See, they broke their worldview. Now they're contradictory. Because your proof is stupid proof. Is stupid proof still proof? They would say no. Well, that's contradictory because you identified the proof as proof and then adjudicated the proof as a certain type of proof. You picked the proof up, had it in your hand, and then dropped it in this bucket that you put other types of proof. So it's like it highlights the very deep-seated lack of critical thinking skills that someone can't even say, hey, why would someone say the Earth is flat?
Also honesty, Chris.
No honesty, that's right.
What is this person saying?
Just like you, D&D. Very little honesty.
See, I got another one too. I asked it, hey, can I use flat as a pronoun? And it's like, certainly, Crit, if you wanted to identify as flat or as a flat, that would make sense. The Earth itself could identify as a flat. All jokes aside, let's say you're at a job site. I was talking about workers. And one of the workers had asked you if the ground is leveled, meaning flat. You would say, yes, this pool will be built to specifications.
Interesting.
The flatness of the here it went on. It's indexed here. So the flatness of the ground or grade of the ground for which a pool is constructed. In this response to the specific question regarding the soil of the earth, in that answer, I would say definitely the earth is flat. Let's find another good one.
Just typing in my own stuff as well.
Gears.
You don't feel speed? And why is that?
Well, do you have evidence of motion in the first place?
No, it's not.
Yeah. I'm just asking. If you want to get down to it, do you have evidence that Earth is in motion in the first place?
Not me. No.
Okay. Well,
I'm just reading. I'm just reading what's going on in the side chat. They're saying. Let me scroll back up to it. We don't.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of excuses. Yeah, there's going to be all types of excuses. These are all. Whoever's typing in the side chat, I'm guessing it's Brenda. She's already put the cart before the horse and has the Earth already in motion. That's how this lie. This is how this lie carries on.
Somebody's looking for help.
Just believe consensus and
Here's one I
authority.
got too. The guy's old boy told me that believing flat Earth is a mental health issue. So I said, "Hey, ChatGPT, is there any conclusive evidence to suggest that flat Earth belief is a distinct mental health issue?" It says no. The scientific community has well-established beliefs. It went on to talk about like certain types of communal beliefs are unrelated to mental health issues.
As a psychologist, I would say it's the opposite because you have to actively ignore energy. Yeah, D&D. I know it's painful to listen to facts.
Why are you mentioning?
I know it's painful to listen to facts because you had to exhale through my sentence, interrupting me. Like a honest, like a good guy, guy.
Your prayers to Jesus are noted.
Here, this is a good one. I asked it, hey, what would be some of the problems or mental health issues that someone might display not understanding the word flat as an adjective? And it said, interesting question, Crit. Some of the mental health or other issues that someone would fail to understand the word flat as an adjective: lack of education, misinformation, cultural bias or religious bias, lack of skepticism or critical thinking, personal experience. So if they don't know that the word flat is an adjective, not a noun, so when they say flat earth, adjective, noun, they hear noun. Some of the problems there would be lack of education. Grammar school. They failed grammar school.
Maybe some etiquette, putting myself on mute while other people are talking, maybe.
Well, actually, I already posted the studies yesterday which show that flat earthers are not educated at all, so I'll take the W there quite easily.
Do you know is flat? What is flat? Is that an adjective or a noun?
Sorry?
Oh, some dude talked about some study he posted.
That was Speedmaster guy, the guy who probably doesn't have a degree.
Yeah, that's the guy whose best evidence
to figure it out, don't you?
Globe is that he believes they took a
by the way, flat earthers proved the Earth was rotating by using a gyroscope, which is kind of funny. So, if you want the answer, you can ask your colleagues. You prove the Earth rotates. You're very welcome. You failed.
Education.
Are you splurging again? I'll just filter you down.
Post your degree, Speedmaster guy.
Yeah, you can't turn people down, dude. You cannot do that. That's not an option.
Like he's a dumb shit. Like he came here to talk about stuff he knows nothing about.
Typical, very typical. Number one, flat earthers are uneducated, and flat earthers prove the globe. And he can't prove the globe, and he doesn't know what the word flat even means.
He actively ignored my first address of his fallacy. Flat earthers uneducated. What's your degree, sir?
Yeah, you don't have to compare degrees. It just highlights that inside 100%. Their worldview, they're telling you that the government has a superposition to do these great, amazing things for humanity. Number one is provide education, the Department of Education. And they've completely failed a subset of the populace. But it's okay because they don't know what the word flat means.
And what flat earthers saying about the surface of the earth?
Another guy coming in here just screaming nonsense during
What flat earthers saying about the surface of the earth?
It's flat. They're saying it's flat.
And what globe earth are saying about the surface of the earth?
That'd be curved.
And where is curved?
Hey, car room, you gotta turn your camera off. It limits the room.
Yo, guys, what's up?
Hey,
that means it is curved or it is flat. Something of that two
hold
choice.
on, Sasha. Hold on. Karoom, you gotta turn your camera off or I gotta disconnect you.
Oh yeah, I did that.
Yeah, turn your camera off. It limits.
Why?
You lock the room to 25 people, and it also legs some people out who are on mobile devices and whatnot.
So turn your camera off.
Bro, like what? All right, I did it, but why? Like, are you a moderator?
Yeah, you see, if you turn your camera on, it limits the room to 25. We want more than 25 people in here.
So you've got to be a good boy. You see, you've got to be a good boy, though.
Yeah, but I don't care.
Okay, that's
you've got to stop caring.
Like the mindset of these people, the audacity. You just point that out and just observe the downward spiral.
Yes, the I don't care club.
Wait a minute, they're rebellious, man. They're like rebels at a court.
That's two in the I don't care club, but they're here. Yeah.
Listen, this example. You go to the swimming pool, and there is written, it's forbidden to jump in the swimming pool, and you start to jumping in the swimming pool, and there come to guy and saying you, please don't jump, because if you're jumping, it's forbidden. But he said, I don't care. And the guy go away, and he's still jumping there, and nobody cares.
Yeah, there was just a case of this. If you look up in Florida, some guy was jumping in the lap pool, like kind of doing bobs and stuff. The manager told him, hey, get out of here. Like this is a pool for swimming laps, okay? You can't be like jumping and sloshing around. The guy basically said, hey, I'm going to do what I want. So they call the police, and the police show up with guns. And they're like, get out of the pool. Get out. They had a taser and everything. And
Such a Florida thing to do.
They dragged the guy kicking and screaming. And I'm like, okay, get wrecked, noob.
Wait, a taser? They had tasers pointed at him while he was in the water?
Oh yeah, they were all in, man. They busted.
Isn't that a bad thing?
Baton out. One police officer had a gun.
It'll be fine. Don't worry, sir. They know what they're doing. Don't worry, sir.
That's the government for you. That's what I mean. The government is psychopathic levels of violence without any sort of logic or reason behind it. He was told he was on private property. To use this property, you have to abide by these terms and conditions. The guy said, I don't care. So the police had to show up and remove him. That's the same thing you get here. Like, if you come in here and say, hey, we got rules that we follow, and you say, I don't care, you're just going to get bounced out of here. The same thing, too, if someone's belligerent at a nightclub, you got too much to drink, and you're just, like, completely incoherent. The bartender or the bouncer grabs you, takes you out.
Hurry the fuck out.
Well, first you try to order your 15th drink. They said you're cut off. You say I don't care, and then you get exited.
Yeah, so you're gonna have to start caring about calling a taxi like now, okay?
And then the next morning when you're hungover clinging to the toilet, you just mumble, "I don't care."
Why have I not heard about that? How long ago was this little pool incident?
The cure to the hangover, just wake up the next morning and say, "Hey, hangover, I don't care."
He's ignoring the point. They're actively ignoring their stupidity.
Yeah, and one of them is not even old enough to drink anyway, so I mean, let's not encourage him.
Precisely. I mean, simple honesty and etiquette will prove otherwise.
Well, it's like going to Chuck E. Cheese and bringing the skeet balls into the ball pit with the plastic balls, and they say, "Hey, those are for that," and you go, "I don't care." Well, you don't get to see the dancing mouse.
Yeah, I'm looking for the one I was talking about. Here's another one. Here's where police removed teenagers from a pool party. This happened like 2015. This is one too where the police officer tripped and he thought he got pushed. So then he grabbed his gun and was going to start shooting some kids. And people are like, dude, you tripped. No one pushed you. Then he did some sort of combat role.
You have a million of these examples.
Oh yeah, it's literally endless.
No, but for example, the best example I can think of is imagine if you're going to build a house. Imagine the D&D guy or the other guy. Imagine they want to build a house. You're not going to build it on an unlevel surface, on a bumpy, non-level surface. With crappy like soil. You're not going to do that. You're not going to like build it. The house will like collapse like a few days later, and you'll be like, "I don't care." No, you're going to say that then, are you? You're going to make sure it's properly done.
Who was that, Grizzly? Who was that? Grizzly, who used that example that day? Was that last week?
It's a very common example of house building because that's got to be done correctly with foundations. So it applies to a lot of different things.
1000%. I just remember the guy saying, no.
Yeah. Or when you put your shelves up,
very obvious.
When you're putting up your shelves and you're putting let's say the nails, like let's say you're doing a really shitty shelf, 2 nails, one to the left, one to the right. You're going to make sure they're at the same height to make sure the shelf is going to be flat on the nails. Right, you're gonna make sure it's not even a millimeter off, because otherwise things will roll off the bloody shelf. You're gonna care then.
That was the day we brought up the 100-mile long bridge, and they still couldn't put it together. They started panicking.
Yeah. They're awful. They're just so lazy thinkers.
No critical thought. No, it's just absent. It's absent.
But anyway, that man, D&D, he revealed to us one of his 2 reasons why he believes in a globe. It was consensus. He let it slip. It was because other people believed it, and it suits him to believe it as well. That was one of his reasons. He let that slip or something.
I was definitely listening, and I heard.
And of course, the other reason, the big daddy is authority, because all the authoritative professionals, experts,
they constantly appealed to it constantly.
That's the other.
It even went off people and went to Chat GPT. Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, it's okay though. That's why I tell them, if you're smart about it, you can get Chat GPT to pretty much say anything you want it to.
That's what I'm doing.
Not only that, you have to be honest with yourself first. Your reasons. If you're weighing both sides, that needs to be apparent. If you're trolling or just being an asshole, Agent Smith, it's obvious. So we point it out.
By the way, guys, on YouTube, there's a guy who made ChatGPT admit God exists. You can find that video on YouTube. So there's a video where he makes it say God exists.
It's the same logic. If you get it to say, "Hey, what is it? Is it possible for all the people to be in on it? Like, is all the religions, they're all wrong, or are they in on it? Is it a conspiracy theory?" And once you get it to say, like, "Oh yeah, it's not possible for," you can get it to admit that, yeah, Jesus exists, Santa Claus exists, the Easter Bunny. You can just have it's hilarious. Like, these large language models, they're not like it's not artificial intelligence. They call it that, but it's not actually thinking.
Not only that, in the first instance, Crit, we point out that it's a logical fallacy to even appeal to anything outside your own critical thought.
Yeah, it's just kind of a novelty item that is really kind of bad tech because it burns through so much power and uses so much electricity in water that people are like, hey, what good has it done?
Yeah,
It's confused a lot of people is what it's done.
It's like some sort of advanced Dewey Decimal System gone wild as they burn the library books. You know, the library shrinks, but the way to search it is more, they have a lot of people thinking, like you said, that it is some sort of AI. It's bizarre.
Yeah, going Blade Runner real fast, hey boys.
I find the meme too late. The guy who comes in here and said, "Oh, flat earthers failed high school." This is what I was looking for. I forgot why I saved it. Look at this tweet here. It's so perfect. Like website idea. You input the year you graduated, and the website generates a list of outdated facts and concepts that were taught to you that had since been disproven. I mean, one of the big ones for me was this thing called Manifest Destiny. I mean, they beat that drum. That was like a whole month-long thing about, God endowed the white man to control America coast to coast. I mean, just think of how bad government has been at education. If the case is the education system's a failure, because some people say it's not a failure. They're purposely keeping people dumb. That was the goal of the education program, was to keep people dumb so they can't object or revolt, but just smart enough where they can be good consumers and good factory workers. That was the goal, the perfect bar, the perfect line that keeps critical mass below revolt level. This is why, like in history, they saw the French Revolution. They saw a rapid increase in education, and then bang, complete new world order, violent and destructive, that took down all the nobles and replaced it with a democracy. They don't want to see that happen again. It has taken them about like 200 years or so to put the monarchy back in place.
They're saying that people that disagree with the government in today's day and age, they're labeling it as hate speech. What?
Yeah, they're talking about passing blue laws or blue light laws, where if you're critical of the government, that's hate speech.
It's the suede denim secret police that the dead Kennedys spoke of. Is it coincidence that in the French Revolution they had let them eat cake, and in 1984 they said, "Hey, have you heard they're increasing the chocolate rations?" Maybe I'm stretching for food references, but yeah.
Yeah, that was from Marie Antoinette because she was stunned. They're like, the people are hungry, they need bread. Why would they want bread when they can eat cake? Because she was so disjointed from what the average person's daily life was. She's like, who on earth, if you got your choice between bread or cake, why would anyone pick bread? Just eat more cake. Cake is good. Yeah, and they off with her head. Their lifestyle was so outside the norm that they literally had no idea what was about to happen.
Yeah, the generation of peace and love has really turned totalitarian as they reach the end. It's fascinating.
Yeah, they're losing control, and they see it.
Well, I guess it's Sunday. I had a friend tell me this about 15 years ago. 20 years ago. We were just having some conversation, after a few brews, and we were talking about the future and things like that. And he said, "Yeah, I think it'll all go mad once humans achieve immortality or are able to turn into cyborgs and have their essence transferred into some sort of immortal being." He says that's when society will go nuts. Well, I think what's happened is these people who believed so fully in science, they thought that bridge would have been built by now. And they don't like seeing the end of their own existences, but everyone gets aged out eventually. But I think they thought that there was going to be a vehicle for them to jump into. They're not aging gracefully. It's frightening how bad they are at it.
A TV show called Lex.
I've not seen it. Lex? No.
Yeah, it was one of the parts of the song that they're talking about, that how their society fell was that they couldn't remember anything anymore. Their brains were just too full. Like they would basically like forget. Like or all the stories would blend together. It became like this episodic memory where they would just talk to people. They'd be like, "I can't remember. Are you my uncle, my father, my son?" There's too many memories. There's too many things. They can't keep it all straight. So they kind of became lethargic. And there's another show called A Boy and His Dog, where that happened too. Or no, it was a Zardoz. I think it was Zardoz, where they go into these like underground facilities where people basically live forever because they were able to just constantly regenerate their physical body. And the people just became so lethargic. They've done everything twice. They've done everything 10 times. At some point, there just isn't anything left to do. There's everything is boring.
That gives new meaning to that Mellencamp song. Oh yeah, life goes on long after the thrill of living is gone. Yeah. But yeah, it's sort of in the same vein of Fahrenheit 451, if I remember correctly. Towards the end of that, all you had were people reciting these great novels to each other because the books were gone. So maybe they understood at that point what they had lost, and they were trying to. I know it's all.
I love the references, old house, but you got to get up with the times, man. You're showing your age. You got to break them out with some. I like to make myself believe that planet Earth turns.
Oh
yeah, some of that new stuff, man.
Yeah, that song Firefly, right?
Yep.
What the Nathan Fillion? That Firefly?
No, it's a song.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah, it's like I like to believe that. God, it's right on the tip of my tongue.
I like to make myself believe that planet Earth turns slowly. Yes.
Yeah, it turns slowly. Yeah, it's all about like it's like a grown man. Like the video is really cool too. He's like a grown man, like in a kid's room, looking at all the toys. It's kind of like that Puff the Magic Dragon sort of vibe, where like even like he's playing a song on the piano. It's like a kid-sized piano, and like a kid-sized stool he's sitting on, and there's like pictures of the globe and spaceships and robots and everything.
And dinosaurs and such.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, time to get your head out of the clouds, dude. You were not going to space. You're not going to be an astronaut. Like you're not going to be digging for dinosaur bones and finding, a new species of something or another.
Yeah, it's like that back. I'm going for another old reference, but when everyone was singing like Mike, if I could be like Mike, well, people gave up. A lot of people realize they're not going to reach 6'6" and play for the Bulls. But yeah, they're still hanging on to the ball like they are the Air Jordan dream.
1000%.
It was interesting. I saw this interview with him where he says, "Hey, what's one of the biggest things like your career in public life, baseball, basketball, acting, everything? What's one of the things you most enjoyed and least enjoyed?" And he straight up said that, hey, he wished he would have never took part in the war on drugs. Like all these commercials, like get help, don't do drugs, all that stuff. He said it advanced the police state. It advanced the abuse of minorities in the inner city, like the damage. Like they used his likeness to perpetuate bigotry and racial violence. And I'm paraphrasing. He didn't say it exactly. I mean, he said much more elegant and
That's interesting. Yeah, say what you want about Mike, but there's something honest about the guy.
He says anytime he sees these those clips on YouTube, he just can't. He's like he's horrified. He's like I mean, it's like the I just can't imagine if I knew now what I knew. If I knew then what I know now, I never would have partaked in this sort of propaganda.
That's funny because he kind of also, without him probably even realizing it, well, I doubt he's a member of the Discord, but the whole Space Jam thing, that sort of perpetuates the whole outer space solar system. Wow. Yeah. If you become, yeah, it's interesting because nowadays these, I don't know. I'm not going to go down that road. But nowadays the puppetry, these public figures, athletes that they get their hooks in, it's quite obvious that they're puppets. But I guess the message that those puppets are giving isn't for me. It's for, the younger generations. Yeah, they do sort of do the whole trickle down. They get someone who the masses of the youth can identify with, and then it's just as clear as day. Once you get out on the other side of the propaganda stream, it's clear, but wow.
And I just want to point out, because you brought up Space Jam, and that movie's got pretty much everything to do with, space, because it's called Space Jam. But notice that when that whole movie started, he never went up. Remember? He went into a hole, into the fucking ground. That golf hole.
Now that you mention it, I do remember that visual. I only saw it once upon a time. So yeah, maybe I should go back and then they did the reboot of it.
Space, Joe. He didn't even fucking go to space. He went in the ground.
That's funny. Yeah, it was like some black hole vortex or something. Maybe the Tasmanian devil did it. I don't know.
I don't know, but I agree with whoever said it before. You can say what you want about Mike, but he's probably definitely one of the more honest people out there. You don't see him anymore, right? He's not out there showing off, being in the public. He's probably out trying to live his best him after all the fucking bullshit he's probably had to go through over the years.
He's certainly not on Instagram.
Yeah, and I figure I might as well get it out of the way. But fuck you, Crit.
I was waiting for it.
Just so you know, I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but after the 6-year-long journey, I'm no longer with Bev and crew.
Yeah, I heard what people were talking about some of the stuff that happened, and I'm like, yeah. I see it. I see it slowly kind of unraveling. It's like
I kept trying to fucking get them to take the server in a different fucking direction, other than the last 2 years. You guys have literally talked about nothing but fucking straight lines. Bev, you wonder why no one's fucking coming in? Because this shit's fucking boring. Switch this shit up. And then they start attacking me at the end, and I'm like, fuck you guys. You're all a bunch of fucking goofs. Hate all of you.
We love
Try
you
to
too.
fucking build this fucking place. Literally built that fucking place. Then they shun me like that. They can all go fuck off. All I was trying to do was help them. It's like, how long can you talk about how straight a fucking straight line is? Bro, you are so past beating a dead horse, it's pathetic. I had to get out of there. So now I'm over here.
Yeah, it's so weird too. Like they'll tell you, "Oh, you're not banned," and they give you some weird role where you can't post, you can't join any VCs. There's just one channel that you can see that just has a pinned comment: "The Earth is not flat." Like, dude, you're banned at that point. Okay, you can't do anything on the server. What are you talking about?
They didn't ban me. I left on my own accord because.
Yeah, you saw it going that way, huh?
Even of all the fucking people, of all the people that I didn't think that was gonna come at me, and Emma came at me, and I was fucking done right there. Can't believe that Emma fucking come at me. Of all the fucking people. So I said, fuck them. I think it's been a long time coming anyway. Me and Bev have been hitting heads quite a lot. He doesn't like, oh man, he definitely doesn't like being called, not that I think that they are, but he definitely doesn't like being called a cult leader. It's like, Bev, I hate to fucking say it to you, man, but you're a fucking cult leader. There's no fucking way around it, okay? You say that there's certain people that can and can't say certain things. There's topics that you, for Christ's sake, if you type the word flat in that fucking server, you're gonna get fucking pinged. Like, it's just a word, guys.
Yeah, even like in a different context, you could be like, "Hey, I had a bottle of soda in the fridge, and now it's flat." And then,
Yep.
yeah,
And you get fucking dinged for that. Yeah, I don't know. And then he went on a fucking tirade about fucking Nathan Oakley. And then Nathan Oakley's doing fucking Omegle and fucking talking to Loki. It's like, guys, you're fucking entering a realm that's probably not fucking good for you. You guys should walk away. And they just didn't. And now they look like a bunch of idiots. I did a lot for that server.
At some point, it comes to where you guys say, "Hey, walking away is sometimes the best option."
Yeah.
Instead of like keep on trying to get like a sunken cost. Like if it's just not going the right way, just hey, bye.
Yeah. I mean, my life is kind of different now than it was. The big change is I have a car. So I'm driving now. That's
good news.
pretty huge.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's huge.
And I've been working now for 5 months, which has been kind of fucking hard dealing with that since I'm in a meat department. Imagine how many fucking jokes they went at me with that shit. They're just I think to sum it all up, Crit, after being with them for so fucking long, I think I started realizing just how fucking immature they all are.
I think
just immature.
My take is that he got trolled pretty spectacularly. Like Bev got just owned on social media. Instead of trying to reform his message, he went on this kind of like warfare
attack.
Yeah.
Yes. And it didn't matter who it was. Like, fucking Buddy was fighting his own guys. You can't do that, man. Especially if you're trying to fucking stand for something. I don't know. All I know is I've cut a lot of shit out of my life. I started taking the fucking notion of if it doesn't do anything for you, get rid of it. Seems to be working alright. I got rid of so much shit. Fuck. The only other thing that I can't seem to get rid of are these Glober fuckers. Surrounded by them at work. It's so painful. Hey, did anybody see those fucking Northern Lights the other night?
Oh yeah, I the first round, I guess it was too much overcast or something, but the second day it was really cool. I saw it really well.
Okay, so I was in Earth Awakenings last night listening to Geo talk. He put some shit in the live chat. Now, when I was out west, I got a chance to go up to Fort McMurray, which is pretty well the farthest north that you can go without leaving Alberta into the Northwest Territories. And I remember seeing the Northern Lights up there. They were ridiculously prominent. Like, fucking, you could definitely tell that those things weren't anything but the Northern Lights. That's how clear they were. Here, where I'm living, when you see them, it's not like you can't see them, but they're kind of faded normally. But the other night, they were the most prominent that I've ever fucking seen in my entire life, and it was dominated. Normally it's just the green, but that night there was a couple other things too. But that night the sky was dominated by red. I don't know what was going on. And then I noticed all the stars were extremely fucking bright, and that moon, it was only at half, but that fucker was shining like it was full. It was bright as fuck.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I don't know if all of that has any correlation, but I'll tell you, there's something definitely going on with those lights, because I'm 35 and I've never seen them that fucking prominent this far south. And then Geo said the Northern Lights, when you look at them, and it does kind of make sense, when you look at them, it kind of looks like the northern lights are coming out of a certain point. Not that you can, differentiate the point, but they're coming from a certain direction. The ones in the south, they look like straight up parallel lines coming out of the ground, almost like they're pressed up against something, like a wall. I'm not saying that there is. I'm just saying that's what it fucking looks like. I just find it really convenient that if that's the way that it is, that's a fucking Taurus field.
Oh yeah, it's a good day to talk about it for speculation. But we do speculation Sunday.
Oh, right on. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been here, so I don't even know what your days are. Yeah, I don't know. But it was fucking cool. I had my buddy with him, and he's only seen them twice in his life. So he was freaking the fuck out. Like, bro, they're just the Northern Lights. He's like, yeah, but man, this is so cool. I'm like, they're just lights. But some people, and I also said this too in the chat. I don't know if it's too far fetched, but I mean, like, can we even really fucking go there in this place? Is there anything too far fetched? On the lines of the Northern Lights, I noticed that I know quite a lot of people that have said that they've never, ever in their life seen the Northern Lights. And I kind of suggested maybe is that because only certain people can see them? I have no idea. That was just a notion I put forward. Like true spiritual beings can only see them? I don't fucking know. Purely speculation.
So, flat Earth?
Well,
I don't know if the world's flat, but I met grown-ass people in their 50s, grown-ass black guys in their 50s who say the world is flat. I don't know who to believe anymore. Do I believe in the technocracy that is NASA, or do I believe something else?
Well, you'd have to grown-ass men in their 50s. It's also NASA. I mean, NASA's sort of heteronormative white Christian male.
No, I'm sure about that, but I don't know how I'm supposed to argue with someone who's 25 years older than me, who unironically believes the world is flat. Like, what am I supposed to say?
It's the same. You got the same condition on the globe side, who unironically are 25 years older than you, who believe the Earth is a globe. So how are you going to adjudicate which old person to listen to when you've got the same demographic on both sides? Maybe take identity politics out of it and just listen, and compare the facts instead of the speaker.
And think about the fact that there's not just flat and globe. There's hollow. There's convex. There's
aliens.
How come none of those get called out? It's just
Minecraft world, the overworld theory, where it's a cube.
Right. The list goes on.
He interrupted you while you were speaking. He didn't hear you.
You didn't hear me? Sorry.
No, you didn't hear him. You interrupted him while he was speaking.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good. It's all good. I just think that it's funny, that there's the flat, there's the globe, and like, unless you go and look for it, and like, who the fuck has time to do that shit? You're not gonna know that there's. What do you mean? There's other world views. There's not just these two. How come these aren't getting talked about? They don't even get a chance. That seems a little fucking biased, don't you think? At least give them a chance. At least let us decide if they're fucking stupid or not. Or just present that they're stupid. That right there is not teaching. That is just pouring knowledge. And that shit needs to cut out. The point of doing something is to experience all aspects of it. And most importantly is the fuck up. The fuck up is where you learn. Like, I hate it when people are like, I made a mistake. I just hate making mistakes. Like, well, get used to it. You have to make mistakes in order to progress. That's the way it works. Nobody ever just succeeds. And if they do, then they're not human. Right? Take a look at the moon landing, for example. We as a human race have done so much shit over the years. And it took us fucking time. They did that in one shot. No problems. I call bullshit.
Yeah, it's just like when you debate somebody who denies all the Apollo shit, and like, what do you say to them? Your empirical worldview.
The globe side, the last director of Russian space agency, Dmitry Rosen or whatever, he said that there's no proof that America landed on the moon. They asked him when he was retiring from Roscosmos, what is one thing you want to tell the younger generation about your experiences as a head of the Russian space program? He's like, number one thing I want you guys to know, America lied about it. They did not go to the moon. And the proof they presented is wholly inaccurate, easily debunked. Just mere propaganda brought to you by Nixon. Like, he was not apologetic about it at all. And if you ask other people, like 25% of Europeans believe that America faked it. Even during at the time it was happening, the American Atheist Foundation repeatedly took NASA to court saying, prove it. You got, George Carlin and whatnot. These are all people who think the Earth is a globe. They know it's a globe, and they know the Apollo program was a complete fabrication by the United States government in the 1960s. So you don't
the biggest contradiction of life.
The Apollo program. It'd be better off not to talk to us, because I would say it's not even possible to go to space. But you could talk to people who think it is possible to go to space, but they also would disagree with you that you think somehow Nixon landed on the moon for the betterment of all humanity, as he systematically carpet bombed Cambodia because he was at war with Vietnam. See, George Carlin and Carl Sagan called it ironic, the most ironic token of all of human history. You take all 12,000 years of human history. He could not find one better example of pure irony than the Apollo program.
So was it all just done for American prestige and saying, haha, we're the superpower? Or was there some scientific indicament to it where there was something?
Well, what scientific indicament did you think comes from it?
Well, first, the possibility that humanity can have low orbiting spacecraft and moon samples. I don't know what they discovered with those moon samples, or if they discovered a pyramid on the moon. I don't know about that. But
okay, what do you get? What do you think you get out of going to the moon? What scientific endeavor?
The Apollo program, it shows that you can use rocketry. It allows you to further amplify these experiences to launch a Mars program, which humanity has not done yet. So I don't know.
So nothing.
I wouldn't say nothing. I'm not a scientist. My background's in business.
Like, if you were to go to the moon, what scientific endeavor would you get from that? I can give you the answer if you.
Okay, give me the answer, because I really don't know. Like a bunch of moon rocks.
It's called the overview effect. Is what you get from that. This idea that all humans are connected on Spaceship Earth, and it caused something, like the EPA, Earth Day, things like that. They think this was what caused it. But what's interesting about it is Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14, spoke for decades afterwards. He said, hey, it's important that people embrace the Apollo program because it shows the interconnected storytelling of all people. All of humanity is interconnected with each other. He leveled up the concept in the Bible about treating your neighbor like you want to be treated. He said it actually is treat your neighbor how you would treat yourself, because that's exactly what you're doing. How you treat someone else, you're connected. You're so deeply connected that when you do something to somebody else, you're actually doing it to yourself. And then he said, hey, no one in politics listened. They kept a perpetual endless warfare, ramping up the domestic war on drugs, domestic surveillance. So he said, I want to grab politicians by the scruff of their neck and drag them out into space and say, look at the Earth, you son of a bitch. And even then, they refused to listen to him. So finally, this is Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14, is also the guy who wrote the code that saved Apollo 13. He said the only logical conclusion is that these people have been replaced by shape-shifting reptiles from outer space.
Mm-hmm.
That's where that theory of reptiles in the government comes from.
Wait, so did you say that was from the government, or did you say it was from the scientists who got the reptiles?
Yeah, the government, people in government.
The government, right?
Yeah, so that quote unquote conspiracy theory, where reptiles in government, that comes from the Apollo program. Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14.
And I just want to point this out, because I don't know if anybody notices this, but if you spell the word alien, just spell it backwards. Leave the A by itself.
N-I-E... I'm dumb.
Yeah, no, if you say...
I can't say it.
No, it's like Neil Armstrong backwards is Gort's Mr. Alien.
Subliminal
messaging. The deep state.
Yeah, the word alien is Neil A backwards, which is Neil Armstrong.
This is like listening to Minions, a Minion song. The song is like "Kill Your Parents."
You couldn't possibly, not even a mentally ill patient in his room for fucking his whole life could come up with this fucking shit. Like, you couldn't even make this shit up. That's how fucking scary it is.
If you point out someone lied to you one time, do you keep believing them?
Fuck yes.
If they're not being manipulative or facetious or whatever, why not? If they're not doing it in bad faith, like they're trying to fuck you over, I guess it's fine.
Stipulations.
Like they're proven to have done in all aspects of government, authority, education, pharmacy, in all aspects of your everyday life, they've proven to lie to you and you still believe them.
Literally have said to you, we have your best interest at heart.
And he sucked it up and believed it. Wow.
The 9 most terrifying words in the English language. I'm from the government, and I'm here to help.
Whenever you're in danger, go to a policeman, a fireman, or a politician. They'll protect you.
When you watch The Matrix, are you rooting for Neo or the lady in the red dress?
Agent Smith.
100%, I'm sure.
Go straight for Smith.
Very honest answer.
Oh, fuck. Fuck it, I want to be Morpheus.
If redacted information exists, and why would they lie?
Precisely.
Why is Area 51 closed up? We should try and touch the government in its special area.
We should try
Okay,
to go.
honestly, I have a theory on that. I honestly 100% think Area 51 is so fucking such a big deal, and why it's like almost a military fucking strategy to keep people out of there. I think that's where they filmed the fucking moon landing.
Really? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Because like, doesn't NASA have its own sets like they used to like for practice for the astronauts and training?
There's
like,
an overworld recreation of a part of the moon where they just dropped a bunch of bombs and blew the shit out of it in order to recreate the surface of it. Happens to be the exact area that they landed.
Dude, my great grandma died like 5 years ago, right? And I remember talking to her, and she told me that the moon landings were fake and they were filmed in the Landers Desert in California.
See? I bet you. I fucking bet you. Bet you that's where they filmed it. That's why they can't let anybody in there, because if one motherfucker sees any of that shit in there, they're fucking cooked.
So, at the NTC, the National Training Center, in the Army where we have to go in California, there's a whole off-limit, top-secret section that you can't go to in California at the NTC, National Training Center. Yes. It's possible.
Hey, I can't prove it. But I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's possible. There is an off-limit, top-secret area, and it's huge, and you can't go there. At the National Training Center in California. Yes, I've been there.
People have overlapped real-world locations with the moon landing, and they've done the same thing for the Mars rover bullshit.
Wait,
yeah, that shit's up in fucking Devon
Island. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, dude, you can fucking zoom in and see them on there. Like, they have fucking NASA on the side of the van, dude. Come on.
And here's another thing. I don't know if this is too far-fetched. Again, is there anything too far-fetched? But what if all of that shit from Antarctica, quotation marks, Antarctica, is actually from the fucking North Pole? Yeah, I know, right? That would suck.
I don't know about that one, but I do know that all the official stories that they released to everybody, those are cut and cropped and published. Most of it's done on a set. Voiceover, we got the narrator's voiceover, your cartoon ball, like bumper pieces. It's all bullshit, and it always has been. In fact, I suggest if you can find any videos on Admiral Byrd, watch them, and then you'll see what the hell they actually said about all that stuff instead of some third-party thing where, yeah, he said that. Watch what he said. Listen to the dude.
Well, you have them landing on the moon in '69. and that was supposed to be the first time ever for humans to be able to go far enough away to actually know what the shape of this place, if that's what they were doing, is. So that's in 69. And they said, okay, it's a round ball. Yet that same image just happens to be the same image used by Universal, which was introduced in 1939.
Exactly.
So how the fuck did they get that picture? 69 was the first time they went high enough.
Let's point out the timeline. They have Admiral Byrd saying that you can't get to the moon and that there's more lands beyond Antarctica. And you have, what's the other guy's name who said you can't land on the moon because it's plasma? What's his name?
Oh, yeah, that old guy. Yeah.
Now you have the moon landing happening, and you never hear about those guys, and you appeal to the people who come, like, it's obvious, like, what's happening.
One thing I'd like to point out, though, is he says that Antarctica is 1.5 the size of the North American continent, and most of the things where people like auto-globers talk about it, they'll just overlap Antarctica over the continental U.S. They don't show anything else. They don't consider Canada, or it's just that. They make Antarctica look so damn small when that's not even what Byrd said.
Yeah, and he also did make a pretty big difference from the north and the south. He said that the north was 10,000 feet deep and the south was 10,000 feet high. Isn't that a slope?
Bro, the only reason I'm saying this is there's a lot of people talking about, Admiral Byrd said this, and they've never watched the videos, so they're regurgitating nonsense, and all I'm saying is actually watch it, listen to what he said, because some people are taking it out of context or even lying about what he said, and it makes more sense to actually get the accurate info. And I'm talking about both flat earthers and globers taking them out of context. It's not good, so people should actually listen to what he said first. I'm not trying to derail or anything. It's just something that I've noticed.
I missed that. What'd you say, Ethergrass?
A lot of people start speculating about Admiral Byrd, and they'll say things about him, what they're quoting somebody else who took it out of context. And I'm just suggesting that if anybody wants to say anything on it, they should probably watch his videos, like the different missions he went on, because a lot of the stuff that's said is not at all what he actually said. It's best for everybody to actually listen to the man instead of saying, "Oh yeah, so and so said he said this." I'm just trying to help.
Which part
Give a better understanding. What was that?
Which part specifically?
What's there, the shape of it, the size, all that stuff, all that data is taken out of context usually by everyone. I was just pointing out something auto-globers do. They don't even know the size of it. They're not accurately putting it on their cartoon ball.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And then some of the speculation, it ends up being taking something out of context that somebody said instead of what Byrd actually said. I'm just saying that it's best to actually take the man for his word, literally directly from the horse's mouth, rather than go to somebody else.
The part about having more lands beyond the pole?
Well, he definitely says that it's larger than what the official narrative that people think it is because he's saying it's 1.5 the size of the North American continent. So he's not claiming it be the size of just the U.S. Most of the pictures you see have the tiny Antarctica, and that's never been.
I thought you were talking about what I said.
Yeah, no, I'm just pointing out that most of the stuff that they say, like, they'll take it out of context about things. Another one would be a tropical thing, like act like there's tropical land down there, but he actually is speculating that at one point there was, and then he goes back to ice mode, like talking about ice.
Yeah, I saw the whole
He's explaining the origin of the coal there and shit.
So, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
But I've heard people say, what if there's tropical land down there? And then they'll cite Admiral Byrd, and I'm like, that's not what he said. But anyway,
I don't know, bro. I heard there's dinosaurs down there. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, it's when the speculation gets outside of the realm of possibility and people start adding to what somebody said, that's when I got a problem with it, because it's like, that's not actually what the dude said. And that's not real speculation. It gets into fantasy.
Well, one thing is interesting. The mission, one of the missions, I can't remember which one, I think it was the 39. He took all that equipment and all them fucking men and the jets and all that shit, and they were supposed to be down there for a lot of time, and they were back in definitely not that time, and they were completely defeated, apparently. I mean, guys, something fucking happened down there.
I mean, he
Yeah, I
has
don't
facts
deny
in
that.
his book. He's written books. There are facts in the book. What he's saying is there are facts in the books, and there's speculation that people keep coming up with. So I agree with what he's saying because I've read the book. So he's right.
That's also from a time where I wasn't even alive, so I gotta fucking do that bullshit, take people's word for it. And that's just not good for anybody.
I agree.
That's true too.
So now you're left in this limbo.
To me, it looks like a lot of that Disney Adventureland stuff, where people can't go somewhere to look at it, so they give them a cut and cropped final product so they can watch it and say, "See, this is Antarctica." They have no idea what the hell they're looking at. It's just a product.
Yeah.
It's all a show, and it always has been.
You give somebody a story and a fucking image, they'll be sold.
Yeah. Whether it's politics or history, it's all showbiz.
Yeah. I mean, the biggest one we got is fucking Santa Claus. You got a picture of a fucking old guy in a suit, and he apparently lives at the North Pole with his elves.
If anyone does not believe in gnomes, look up the gnome playlist for Gnomias only on YouTube. There is video evidence of real life gnomes that live in trees.
Jesus.
Awesome.
If enough people believe in a bullshit idea, it becomes true in a way. Like just what Joe Rogan said. Like with the whole Bigfoot thing. Enough people believe Bigfoot is, so in a sense he is sort of alive. You know? Sure, he goes on YouTube comments and stuff like that, but if enough people believe in Bigfoot, he's basically a real thing. Same thing.
Is that why space is a thing?
Space is a thing. Yeah. Yeah. It's just the idea of like an idea being permeated within a culture, whether it's like influential or some other shit.
You're basically saying if enough people lie, then the lie becomes the
basically it does come true. Yeah, like there's enough idiots who believe the Loch Ness monster is still up there in Scotland. I've not seen him whenever I went to Scotland. But
if enough people
it might be around.
wrong,
It might be in Edinburgh. It might
if
just
enough
be a
people are wrong, they're still all wrong. Being like a large quantity of wrong doesn't make it right.
That is true. I mean, idiocracy will unfortunately predict the future. It will predict the future. Terry Crews will be president, and everything in America will go swell.
What?
That's what happens in their movies. I think it's Terry Crews.
That's what's happening now. It's Terry Crews.
Oh, you're talking about a movie.
Idiocracy, yeah. It's like people become so stupid. Like it's like some psychopath level shit where a man's getting beaten to death in front of you, and you pull out your.
I don't even listen to the news that much, but Terry Crews is going to be president? What the fuck is happening?
This was in a movie. This was in a movie. He was called President Camacho. It's like some really weird name. He dresses in like a woman's outfit. He's not trans.
Oh wow! Yeah. I'll be back. We got plenty of mods here. I'll be back in a minute. He'll stay blessed.
I need a moderator. Someone just said penis.
Hey, Hollow. The president is a celebrity, and people are absent of critical thought in that movie. That's
I mean, just give enough generation of iPad kids will create again. I think it's just we humans have gotten complacent. We have everything given to us in a silver spoon. Why is a kid gonna learn how to trap, how to hunt, or do anything useful when everything is in front of an iPhone? It might be the downfall of civilization, just all these technological comforts that have made people soft and babied to the point where they can't even think for themselves. We could have like AI nannies taking over us and have a custodianship over us. It's a possible scientific theory.
Yeah, that's the parallel. That's all happening right now.
Called your smartphone and YouTube. What the kids watch all day long.
I know, right? I don't even have kids of my own. Skippity Gatto Higher Rizla, I know all of it.
AIR.
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 E5 for fun.
Autonomous internal the air.
Anyone else want to debate anything? Other than flat Earth, maybe?
What? Yeah, I'm here. That was weird. What is happening? Discord dropped the gavel.
Or the ball.
Did your Discord crash?
Yep.
Must
So,
that
like,
take over?
the entirety of this whole server crashed. Same instances. Very interesting. Somebody must have broke through. Let's see where this goes.
Be gone, say demon.
We're in. Okay. Everything's functioning normally for you guys?
Roger, Roger.
Like your Discord in this server is working as is?
Can
it
you
was
hear me?
before?
So far, so good.
Ah. Nice, nice.
Hello?
Good to know, good to know.
Well, that was weird.
How you doing?
Doing all right. How about you?
Debating on whether to go to sleep or
I think we just
what to do.
exercised the demon. We just exorcised the demon.
Not really.
No idea. All right, AJ.
Yeah.
Tickety boo. How are you?
Oh, Mr. Apple came and left.
Yeah, there's something happened to the server there now. The server says no.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna try to start the day. Be good, guys.
Good luck. Good luck.
All right. Have a good one. I wonder how he's gonna start this. Is he gonna be like he's gonna use like jump leads or what? What are you gonna do to start the day? Actually, no idea. I normally just jump out of bed and throw something on and get in the car and go.
go anywhere. Doesn't matter. Just I can go.
Go get a coffee.
Yeah, that sounds like a good start. What time of day is it there now? What are you at? Near midnight or something?
It'll be 1 or 2 in the morning.
Oh.
1:20.
So your day started early, eh?
Still the same day. It's not the new day until you go to sleep. What is it over there? Sunday morning in the US, is it?
Oh, Ireland, 3:15 in the afternoon. They sound fucking American to you, AJ.
No, not you. I was just wondering what it is in the US.
Oh yeah, well, definitely not 3:20 in the US anyway. So they're 6 hours behind. So it's like 9 o'clock on the East Coast, 9:20 on the East Coast, or something like that. Are you?
Yeah, something like 9 or 10 a.m. Sunday. Yeah. That's why no one's in here. They're all out with their families on Sunday.
Yeah, you know what they like to say in America at the start of a new day? You won't believe it. Another day, another dollar.
Yep.
Another day, another $100 to fill my gas tank. More cider required. Back in a bit.
Yeah, no worries.
watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Don't know, man.
What's They up like with the acquiring something about getting masonry for free. I don't know.
So you guys have like pretty fringe ideas, and you guys talk about a lot of conspiracy.
I wouldn't say so, because when you got PDFs from NASA themselves that treat the Earth as it's a flat and stationary, non-rotating plane for flight dynamics, I'm like, okay, that's interesting.
Other people. I'm talking about fringe to like the majority of people. You would agree with that, right? If you go to the average person, you say the world is flat, they're gonna look at you weird, right?
Right, but the average person doesn't know much at all about the globe model. They don't even know the basic claims of it in general. They've never tested it, and they've never really heard any alternative options, and they have a misconception of flat Earth.
Yeah, so back to my other point about fringe theories and stuff like that.
Well, real quick,
conspiracy.
I want to point out that this has nothing to do with a belief. It's more like the globe is the claim, and we don't believe the official story. So we want proof. We want something measurable, testable, repeatable.
Yeah, but
can anyone back their blow? Anyone at all?
Somebody pointed out the Freemasonry, and that's a conspiracy because there's multiple people involved trying to lie and yada yada. So then my question is, if you guys believe in that conspiracy, do you guys also believe in the Jewish conspiracies?
We just talk about the shape of the world in this one, mate.
Yeah, Freemasonry is not a conspiracy. I don't know where you got that from.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but don't you guys? But you believe they're colluding, right? As I
nobody made claims about that.
Somebody said Freemasonry. So
yeah. So just because I mentioned, one second, Bloods. Just because I mentioned that most of the astronauts were 33 degree, like high-ranking Freemason, you didn't make any further claims. You just kind of like added that in.
Stuck it on there.
But again, like the common idea of Freemasonry to the average person is that it's a conspiracy.
What's the conspiracy? Most people like think it doesn't exist, or what? Because there's a Freemason lodge in just about every town in most of the world.
Yeah, I just drove past one like 2 days ago. But the idea of Freemasonry being a conspiracy is that you have a tight-knit group of people that are closed off and they're coordinating world events. You would agree on that, right?
No, I'm not a Freemason. He's not. You can become a Freemason if you want to.
I'm talking about, like, again, the high-end Freemason people, like these 33 whatever degrees, and it's like multiple degrees of Freemasonry. And at the top, there's like these high-end people, and you would agree that they're like coordinating some way and orchestrating certain events. You would agree on that,
right? I wouldn't know what they're doing. I wouldn't have a clue what they're doing myself, personally.
Yeah, but you just you guess, you speculate.
Yeah, you can speculate and listen to other stories and that, and make up your own stories if you want.
Yeah. So you would agree on that it's like there's some conspiracy going on with the Freemasonry.
The term conspiracy theory is a slur word used to discredit people who question the JFK assassination.
I'm talking about the word conspiracy, not conspiracy theory.
I'm just saying that that's what the term has been weaponized for. People conspire. People do agree. They come into agreement and they set their minds to accomplishing goals. So people conspire. The idea that nobody ever conspires is silly.
Yeah, and I was just saying, don't you guys agree that the Freemasons they're a conspiracy?
I would not say everybody's in on it. It's more like friends help friends do things.
But the high end people, the high end people of Freemasonry, not like the average simple law.
Well, we can only speculate, yeah, which is what you're doing, and we don't really want to speculate in regards to Freemasonry, yeah. We want to.
So why would you make the point of that about like the majority of people who ever left the upper atmosphere are majority Freemasonry?
It's just
That's
a
mute point.
It's just a point made. It's not something that really needs to be discussed further.
Oh, that's just a mute point then. Okay.
So what's your thoughts on the overall shape of the world?
What's up?
What's your thoughts on the overall shape of the world? Does it have a shape?
It's based on, I think it's like round world, to be honest. I just don't think that, I think it's round. I think the world is a ball. I think it's a globe.
Why do you think that?
Because, there's a lot of instruments to measure that. It's a logical conclusion just looking over a horizon.
What's logical about it? If you look at the horizon, what's telling you about the horizon? You're standing on a massive ball flying around the sun.
Well, if I just go like 20 miles above like where I'm standing right now, and I get a laser pointer that can see through atmosphere, and I point
laser pointer that can see through the atmosphere.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like hypothetically, I should be able to.
So when you describe the horizon, when you look at the horizon, describe it for us. What is it? What's the horizon?
Well, it's a flat plane with the curvature at the end.
So it's a straight line. It's what? Sorry.
Yeah, it's a plane. Straight line. Yeah, because at a certain miles. Yeah, because that like
a straight line.
Yeah.
So it's a straight line.
Yeah.
Where the sky and the earth seem to meet.
On the x-axis, it's a straight line, but on the y-axis,
straight line.
It's objective.
At what point do you measure curvature?
What's up?
At what point is curvature measured?
Because when I'm standing at point 1 on y, and I look at point 2 on y, I see that point 2 is objectively, like, metrically smaller. A tree at 1 meter versus a tree at 30 miles is way smaller.
So I can look across the yard, and I can put my face up at a tree that I'm looking at now, and I won't see anything but that tree. But when I step back, I can look at the tree for what it is, and it's much smaller. But it has not disappeared over curvature. It's still there, level with me.
Yeah, and if there's a tree at the same two distance of x, at y and y, but they're apart from
things
x
get smaller the further you get away from them. So that's not a very good argument, because things do get smaller the further you get away from them.
The horizon is a straight line, horizontal. So that doesn't tell you that you're standing on a ball, does it?
Yeah.
You got. So is there anything in reality that you could show someone that tells them that they're standing on a ball?
A 3D plane. If they understand the basics of like 6th grade math, they can comprehend.
In reality, you're trying to show someone. You want to demonstrate to someone, right? You're telling them they're standing on top of a big ball, right?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? Demonstrate that.
I'm gonna take them on a flight. I'm gonna take them on a flight where there's not a lot of clutter on the ground, that we can see an objective curvature, and then we're gonna notice at X1 and X2 is still gonna be the same distance.
You won't, because, and I'll tell you why. Felix Baumgartner at the Red Bull space jump, he went at a higher altitude than commercial flight will ever reach, and there was no curvature at that altitude, so you're not going to see curvature from a commercial flight ever.
There's a curvature on Y1, Y2.
And the reason, all right, let me ask you a question, Brill. Is the horizon optical or physical?
Say it again?
Is the horizon optical phenomenon, or is it a physical object that you can go out and measure?
It's a physical object that you can go out and measure, and it's an optical object.
So at what distance does it start to drop? Does that curvature that you're talking about begin?
Well, if you're standing at like ground level, it's at like, what is it, like 30 miles? I don't know, somewhere around that ballpark. If you're standing at like 30,000 miles, it's like 120 or 30, I don't know. Somewhere around
You're
that.
just off by 20. You're just off by 27 miles, right?
Yeah, not
so
too
it's
long.
three. It's 3 miles according to if you're a 6-foot observer from sea level.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just using Pythagorean theorem. Yeah, yada at a certain height, you can use that to calculate on the X platform.
Yeah, so it's
using
3 miles, not 30
using Z
miles.
as depth.
And you do realize that spheres curve equally in all directions, just on the x-axis.
I disagree on that. I guess there's like a minor curvature on the x-axis, but it's just hard to perceive. It's harder to perceive and like convince somebody than on the x-axis. That's why again I pointed out the distance of seeing trees at 1 mile versus like 1 meter.
Things getting smaller in the distance.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So if you have a geometric horizon at 3 miles,
yeah,
you can see a flat horizon like 20-30 miles left to right. Why is there no curvature? Why is it still a straight line?
Because that's how there is a curvature. It's just that you're not perceiving because you're trying to see a curvature on the x-axis when the curvature is on the y-axis.
Do you realize that a sphere curves equally in all directions?
That's not how it works.
Yes, it is exactly how it works. You don't live on a paper towel world.
You live on a plane, and planes have horizons. If I go to the moon, I'm going to see the exact same thing.
Have curvature. Plane doesn't have curvature.
If you look at an eclipse, right? Y1, Y2, something is going to be the same size. But at X1, I got those confused. At X1 and X2, they're going to be the same size. At Y2 and Y1, they're going to be completely different sizes. Something at like the equator versus the pole of the moon, looking at a horizon, are going to be two different sizes. Why? Because like the radius of the moon bulges out versus the radius and the diameter of the moon doesn't on the x-axis. Simple as that.
Just a circle. The moon's just a circle in the sky. What are you on about?
Okay. The moon's a circle in the sky?
So is there anything of reality that you could point to someone, right? Point to it and show someone that they're standing on a massive ball?
Yeah, just get a telescope and look at Mars and the moon's rotation.
So look up at objects in the sky. Looking at the lights in the sky.
Yeah.
So we've got nothing then. Cheers, buddy.
Yeah, because it's a crazy thing. If you can get a telescope and look at other objects in the solar system.
I've got a telescope, so I look at all sorts in the sky. That doesn't tell me what the ground is, buddy. Sorry.
Okay, so what makes Earth different than like Saturn?
Earth is the ground. It literally means ground. Yeah.
Okay,
all your wandering stars, planets,
but if I'm on Titan,
they're all in the sky. All the pretty things in the sky are all moving, and we're down here on the ground. Yeah.
Just like if
so
I'm on
asking
Titan,
you what in reality down here on the ground tells you that you're standing on top of a massive ball, and you've got pointing the telescope that lights in the sky.
I can look at again.
So
if
it's
I'm on
clear
Titan,
that you have nothing to back up your claims. So that's where the conversation kind of stops for me.
Again, if I'm on Titan, it's the ground. And if I'm on the spaceship and there's a ground and there's a gravity,
hold on a second. Look, just think about it logically, right? So just say you have some spherical lights on your ceiling. Does that also mean that your floor is a sphere?
Say that again?
So if you have some spherical lights on your ceiling, does that therefore mean that your floor is also one of those? That you're also standing on one of those? Or is your floor completely different to the lights on the ceiling?
No, because those are two man-made objects designed in a certain shape.
How do you know what you're looking at in the sky? How did you validate that?
Because we didn't make Earth. Nobody.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you made them or not. Just you see some spheres on the roof, right? Also assume that the ground is spheres. That's all you're doing.
Yeah, it's the logical conclusion that once you observe every single other celestial object that is larger than size,
all notice when he says every other
objects.
And you don't have that other. You just have the ground, and then you have the lights in the sky. It's where he says, every other.
Yeah, so Mars
but nothing in the sky is the same as the ground, is it?
Okay, does Mars not exist? Yeah, does Mars not exist? Does the sun not exist? Does the moon not exist? There's
You
like
don't know
60.
what they are. You don't know
Okay,
what they are.
You're kind of spiraling now. It's really strange.
We know
So
they're
what are they? I
objects
mean, if you don't
because
know what
the
they are-
Earth casts a shadow on the moon.
Earth
why don't you know what
cast a shadow on the moon?
Yeah, every time the sun is behind the Earth and the moon is
Talking
on the
about an
other end,
eclipse? Are you talking
we
about
see
an
that
eclipse?
the Earth casts
No,
a
it's
shadow
not.
on the moon.
There's nothing off the ground that you could point to it and say to someone, look, you're on a massive ball because of that there, no? There's nothing like that in reality.
Yeah, it's called basic math.
So nothing you could point to in reality.
Yeah, I just
literally
use
nothing
basic
at all. You just go, oh, just basic math, buddy. There you go.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
Wait,
That's
did you ever
strange,
take a
isn't it?
math
If
class?
you're meant to be on this massive ball, right, you should be able to prove it. You should be able to prove it to yourself or demonstrate it. But no one can. It's really strange.
Yeah. Yeah, so what level of math did you finish in school?
You got the horizon, which is a horizontal.
Why are you
You know that
dodging my
all
question?
horizontals are
What
parallel
level of
to
math?
it.
What level of math have you completed at school?
So you already said the horizon is
There we go.
horizontal.
There we go. He's not answering it.
What math are you talking about specifically?
Calculus. Let's say calculus and geometry.
What does that
But
have
mostly
to do?
calculus.
What does that have to do with eclipse?
Because I was just explaining this whole time.
Or the ground being a ball. All right,
Yeah,
demonstrate the ground
what's
being a
math?
ball with calculus. Go on.
There was a study done, and the average IQ is
Hold on a second.
82.
You guys are
for
talking
flat
over each
earthers.
other. Let's
Go on, demonstrate the
80
ground being a ball with calculus. Go on.
I just used it. X-axis.
When you're ready.
Y-axis. Just compare the two.
What does that have to do with anything? Axes.
Yeah.
Go on, where's your measurements and all that?
What?
Where's your
You
measurement of
prove-
curvature?
What's my major?
You're trying to prove Earth is a massive ball.
Yeah, where's
With
your
the calculus
measurement
as well.
of Earth curvature? Saying x-axis and y-axis isn't a measurement of Earth being a globe.
Get on a tower that's very tall and very high. Get two very similar objects. Get a laser pointer. Get one at the x-axis. Get one at the another. Let's say x1 and x2, right? And x1 and x2, they're going to be approximately, let's say, 20 miles apart from each other. And you're standing at about 1 mile in the sky on a random platform. So then let's say that these two objects are about, let's make it simple. Let's say about 100 feet, and you have a magical laser pointer. So both these objects are 100 feet at x1, x2, right? And then now you have y1, y2. Y1 is going to be about, let's say, 500 meters, and y2 is going to be about at the very edge. Let's say the edge of the horizon is going to be maybe 40 miles, right? So then we can see.
I can save you some. I can save you some time here.
I'm not done yet.
Actually, it doesn't.
I'm
matter.
not done yet.
No,
I'm
it
not
doesn't
done. Why
matter.
aren't you-
It
you
doesn't
asked me a
matter if you're
question. You asked
done
me to explain it.
because you're just
You
going
asked
through
me-
a hypothetical right now, right?
Yeah.
You're just going through.
Okay.
Nobody's ever done this to
Yeah,
validate
'cause that's
that
how
it
math
actually
works. That's
matches
how math
reality.
works. That's
Yeah,
how math
math
works.
needs
Wait, are you
magical
gonna let me?
lasers.
You're gonna let me explain it? Are you gonna let me explain it?
Okay.
No, we're not.
There we
going to
go. Okay,
explain
because you
it.
guys don't want to ask
Literally-
your math
Because
you
it's
can't
just a
comprehend math.
hypothetical.
No,
It's
yeah,
just
that's
a
how math works, retard.
Nobody. No, it's not how
Oh,
math works.
retard. Lovely. Here we go.
Yeah.
The add-ons are coming out now. So
How
literally
do you know
nothing
your
in
math?
reality that you could point to.
Yeah, math is reality. It's the objective truth of the
Math
world.
is reality, is it?
Yes, yes. 1 + 1 = 2.
Not in synergy. It's a work of
So
three.
if I'm trying to explain something to you in the most universal language possible, which is math, that you cannot deny, and yet you don't want to hear it, it's just proof that you're just like,
And not
that you're
deny.
insecure. Yeah.
Claim
Wow.
that certain math matches reality. You need to be able to validate it in reality.
Okay, if I
Right?
get one
Otherwise,
finger,
math
What
if
kind
I
of
get one finger,
counting
I get
up?
wrong.
I get my
Look,
other
let
finger.
TJ finish saying what he's saying, man.
Again, if I have one finger, I have two fingers. I put
No,
them
Drew,
together.
can you let TJ finish saying what he's trying to say to you, dude?
What's that?
All right, I got one for you. They have the mathematical equation for how hard Superman has to slap a chicken in order for it to be fully cooked. That doesn't mean there's a Superman.
Okay, how's that math? Not
Hey,
mathematical.
you
The
could
math
prove,
exists.
right?
How's it not math?
That's not a mathematical equation.
mathematical
You want me to
equation.
link you to the whole meme thing? It was a whole deal on the internet for a while. Everybody was joking about it.
Yeah. You could prove
to-
you could prove an
trying to
elephant
tie
dangling off a cliff with its
event.
tail tied to a daisy with math. No,
You're trying to tie an external event.
Listen, Vril.
Now,
Listen
that's
for a
not how it
second.
works.
If I say, listen, if I
You have
say
to
I
use
have
physics
6
for
fingers
that.
on my listen for a second.
What's
If I
up?
say I have six fingers on my right hand and 6 fingers
Yeah.
on my left hand, I therefore have 6 plus 6, it equals 12 fingers, right? Is that correct?
I guess so.
Really? So I don't. You
If
don't
you have-
care
wait, did you
because
say you
the
have
math
6
works. Math is reality, is it? Do I really
Yeah.
have 6 fingers on each hand in reality?
I mean, who knows? Maybe you have a genetic anomaly. I don't know. I'm assuming so because you're just saying it right
You would
now.
just believe the math because the 6 plus 6 equals 12. Therefore, I have 12 fingers.
I'm
Math
assuming
checks
you're
out.
not lying because I'm
Math
assuming
is
you're
reality.
not lying. Yeah, because I'm assuming you're not lying to me because you're giving me the information and it's just not out there.
You just trust the math blindly, do you?
I mean, when it comes to math that you're giving me, like, hey, I have XXX. Well, you're telling me that you have XXX. Maybe I should go there and physically count it myself. And then if I found out that they're lying to me, it's not that the math is wrong. It's that you are wrong. Simple as that.
So what's the circumference of your Earth?
Because math can't be wrong. It can never be wrong.
Dude,
Yeah,
what's the
math can be
circumference
wrong.
of your Earth?
Like what? Tell me when math is wrong.
Do you know what
1
the
plus 1
circumference
equals
of your
3.
Earth is?
Wait, tell me when math is wrong.
1 plus 1 equals 3. That's an incorrect math equation.
Yeah, that's you. You are wrong. The external user is wrong. The human is wrong. Human error makes math wrong.
The
Simple as
math
that.
is wrong. Right? So
You
6
are
fingers
wrong.
plus 6
1 plus 1
fingers.
equals 2.
I don't
That is
have
objectively true.
6 fingers on each hand, so
You
the
are
math
wrong.
is wrong.
You lied to me. You lied to me. You do not have 6 fingers then. If I
Right,
go
and
up
the
there and I
globe,
count, I found out.
listen, the globe doesn't have a radius of 3,959 miles because it doesn't match reality when we go out and test it. We're talking over everyone.
Did you test it?
Yes.
Did you
Would
test
you like
it?
to see?
Oh, really?
Would you like
How
to
did you
see it?
test it?
Okay,
Well, I
so
mean,
you
I'm
can
walking right now. I don't want to see it. I just want to hear what's your how's your experiment? Like, how'd that go? And what was the measurement of the radius?
All right, listen, I'm explaining it to you. So if the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, it's very easy to do the math. Over large bodies of water, there should be a specific rate of curvature, and the geometric horizon should be at a specific location. So you can go to these large bodies of water, and you can use different methods to try to test for the curvature. It just so happens when we go out to these large bodies of water, there is no curvature detected.
Okay. And how'd you detect it? Like, what instrument did you use?
Okay, so just for example, if you're at a 10-mile lake, there should be 66 foot of drop over 10 miles. So you could set up a camera 1 foot above the surface of the water and set up a target 1 foot off the surface of the water on the other side of the lake. It should be hidden by 66 foot of earth, right? Between you and the target. So when we go out and we do these observations, we can zoom in and we can see the target across the lake. Or we can use a $30,000 laser or different types of high-powered laser pointers, which we've used, and we can shoot across 10, 20, 30-mile lakes, hit the target on the other shoreline. Impossible on a globe.
What's the accuracy on the laser? And what's like the atmospheric distance?
The accuracy on the laser is it's a $30,000 laser and a team of field engineers. You can have a look through that experiment if you want. They did 17 different tests in different locations and they hit the target every time.
Because here's the error. Here's like the human error that could come from this experiment, right? At a short range, a laser is going to have a far bit more dispersion. That's why you need to have a longer range, so there's going to be less dispersion on the laser. Then on top of that, you're going to need to have better atmospheric conditions, and then on top of that, you would have to have like a
These are being done in different locations. There's frozen lakes, salt lakes, all sorts of different flat surfaces, right? And they're hitting the target every time.
Yeah, and it's the laser after all, at a certain range.
Right. So you think the laser's bending around the Earth 66 foot and hitting the target?
No, I don't think that. I think that the laser.
How is the laser hitting the target then? How is the laser hitting the target?
It's not at a short range. It's mostly not. And I want to know who did this.
It is hitting the target. You haven't even looked. You're just saying the laser is not hitting the target, but in the experiments, it shows the laser hitting the target.
So send me the experiment back. I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah, I can send you a bunch of those. And also observations. You agreed before that the horizon is a geometric location, right? You can calculate the distance to the horizon. So just say you have a camera set up on that same 10-mile lake. It's just 1 foot off the surface. The geometric horizon should be at 1.22 miles.
Yeah.
So everything beyond that 1.22 mile horizon would start to be hidden by a certain distance, depending on how far, right? But we can see the horizon 10, 15 miles away, where the horizon should be at 1.2 miles, but we can see the horizon over 10 miles away. Constantly. Impossible on a globe.
Yeah. So then you have to factor in another problem, though, right? It'd be like human error and setting up the tripod and setting up all these other intricate things.
Look, dude, you're setting up a camera at 1 foot above the surface of the water. Anyone could do that. Just set up the tripod, you measure 1 foot, right?
Yeah. Okay, well, if the tripod is like half a millimeter off, let's say the tripod's like half a millimeter off on the back left leg, right? And because of that, at a 1 mile, that's going to be like maybe a 10 feet offset. So then
Right. So even if they look, we can see over 2,000% further when we do these observations.
Yeah.
So even if you set up the tripod at 10 feet instead of 1 feet, right? It still crushes the globe model.
Yeah. Do you know why?
It doesn't matter about a small amount of.
Back to my analogy when I said we're going to measure the x1, x2, and then y2, y1. And the reason why I said hypothetical is because I know in reality you can never ever set up a laser rangefinder plus tripod to have enough stability to the point that it's going to accurately calculate the ranges. Because I know there's going to be a huge amount of dispersion because of it. And that would be due to human error. That would just be due to seismic region. So I set a magical platform in the sky.
I don't want to talk about magical platforms in the sky. This is a team of field engineers with a $30,000 laser, right? They're accounting for all the variables and they're shooting it across huge bodies of water where there should be hundreds and hundreds of feet curvature.
Again, how are they going to calculate for atmospheric dispersion?
And have a look at the experiment. They've calculated for all of that.
Even
you just agreed. You just agreed that there needs to be a geometric horizon at a specific distance.
Yeah.
Right, so that's never been detected by anyone at the correct distance. We can constantly detect the horizon 10, 20 times further than it should be. It's impossible on a globe.
Yeah, that just makes no sense.
Makes no sense on a globe Earth.
I mean,
makes perfect sense on a flat Earth.
Not really. Think about it.
Really? Why would that?
Yeah, there's a bunch of dogs barking. Might get my ass beaten. But if you really, when I'm thinking about this, right, and I'm going back to the hypothetical of the multiple distance on the x and y axis, right, and I'm using all these. I'm accounting for all these conditions that could affect it. So I said a hypothetical, right? I'm trying to make it as accurate as humanly possible. And then when you come out and you tell me that these studies are, damn, there's a lot of dogs barking. All right, but I might get my ass again. Let me just walk out here real quick. Let's go. All right. The dog is God dang. You still there?
Yeah.
Yeah, just keep shooting in my ear while I'm trying to like avoid these dogs.
Okay. Right, so I just posted in the side chat a GIF, and this is out of a full length video, right? And I don't know if you can see it. Are you able to have a look at the side chat like while you're walking?
No, I can't. I can't walk right now. Okay.
I mean, you kind of have to have a look at it. It would only take you a
I'm
second.
gonna take your words for it. I'm gonna take your words for it. Okay. But another point of contention I have is I can understand how a GPS can work in a flat Earth scenario, but then what puzzles me is this, right? When you see all these satellites that are like physically viewable from the ground at night, so I just want to know, like, how do you guys justify that?
Well, if you're talking about being able to see a little light in the sky.
Yeah, I'm talking about you get a telescope, you look through it, and you can obviously see that's like the ISS. Or you can see a bunch of constellations.
Talking about the ISS. If you have a look into the... Well, why are they faking so much footage from the ISS? Like, they get caught using green screens, harnesses, zero-G flights, all sorts of different ways they've been caught. There's huge compilations of them faking footage.
Yeah. God damn, I fucking hate this place. I'm gonna get a gun, honestly. Next time I see a dog in the motherfucker park something, I'm shooting him.
We carry
pepper spray doesn't work. No, I'm getting a gun. Nah, fuck this place. I live in America. Yeah.
It's also ill-advised to fire off a gun within the city or town limits. Don't do that.
No, it's self-defense.
Walk tall and carry a big stick. It's easier and quieter.
Bro, that's a fucking pit bull that just barked at me.
Anyway, once you get somewhere safe, we can continue the conversation. That way you're not distracted. You can focus.
Yeah, I'm walking the other way, so I'm fine now. Oh, that's good. I'm walking the other way. We can continue again. I'm safer. But yeah, I'm definitely getting. I'm just gonna conceal carry in this place. Trying to have a nice day. Motherfucker, these dogs loose. Especially for the shit. Well, I think we should kill all the pit bulls, but yeah, let's continue.
Well, DJ, you guys were saying something before the dogs interrupted.
Right. Yeah. So in this observation, the camera is placed 8 foot above the surface of the water, and he's zooming out into the ocean. So if you do the math on a globe Earth, the geometric horizon should be at 3.46 miles. Okay? So in the observation, you can see some oil rigs out in the ocean. And then when you check the distance of those oil rigs from the shoreline, one of them's 10 miles away.
Yeah.
Okay? So behind the oil rigs, you can see the horizon, like way beyond the oil rigs.
Yeah.
So the horizon is about 10 times further than it should be on a globe Earth.
Okay. So let's do this, right? I take your word for it, and the world is flat, right? Then the next question would be this: why would people lie about the world not being round?
Well, who are you talking about in particular that would be lying?
Like just every single institution, pretty much out there in the world. That isn't flat Earth.
Well, the teachers aren't lying to people when they're teaching people about the globe Earth. I mean, they're just teaching people the mainstream textbooks. Like, they become teachers because they're the best at regurgitating, the textbooks to the students.
I'm talking about like the people who are very high up, like people who are in these agencies, people who are in government, people who work in places that could observe the truth.
Like who, for example? Like get somewhat specific.
Like, let's say, I don't know, like someone high in the U.S. government, like maybe someone who works in the DOD.
Why, like Joe Biden?
Yeah, like why would like the Pentagon?
How would Joe Biden? How would Joe Biden know?
I said someone in the Pentagon, like not Joe Biden. Let's be real, the man's not real. So let's say, like, I don't know, like let's say like a 3-star general who works in missile defense, or like a 2-star general who works in like space command. And let's say like all these other retired people who used to work in like all these programs that would have some form of interaction with upper atmosphere stuff. And I'll say the same thing across the globe.
There's literally, okay, so how about a retired Polish astronaut? Was the first Polish person in space, apparently. He said the Earth's flat.
Yeah.
I mean, there's another Soviet astronaut that said the Earth is flat. There's a bunch of like whistleblowers. They're not going to put that on the mainstream news, though, are they? It's the most censored topics that there is.
But why? Like, why would they lie about that, though?
Most people aren't lying, right? This was a lie that was created 500 plus years ago by a bunch of Jesuits.
Okay,
and it was incorporated. Just hold on. It was incorporated into the mainstream education system and taught for years and years and years. Right? It's these governments rely on the people, the general population, trusting them. So if they go ahead and come out and say, "Oh, we've been lying to you about everything this whole time," that's not going to work well in their favor. Don't you think it would be more favorable for modern governments to continue the lie? Push the lie.
Not really, because of like what the fuck was I saying? Warfare implications, if you think about it. Because now we live in the age of rockets and high-end missile defense, ABM systems, ballistic missiles, yada yada. So then, if we look at like what happened in Israel, right? You see these Iranian rockets that are some of them are getting blown up in the sky, and you see that they're getting blown up in the upper atmosphere. And then you have to think about it for a second, right? Okay, if all this stuff is fake, how does their guidance system work? Why are they going so high up? What are the calculations? And then on top of it, why would like Iran and Israel both coordinate?
If you look into most of these industries, they treat the Earth as a flat stationary plane, right? Pilots are trained to treat the Earth as flat and stationary. All they're doing, right, is just calculating how much force they're going to, put behind the missile and where it's going to hit. I mean, it doesn't need to be a globe. It would work perfectly on a flat surface as well.
I mean, it's like the navigation systems. Like, what type of systems are they using? Are they using inert systems? Are they using inertial navigation? Are they using GPS? So, how does that work?
I don't think either of us, know exactly how those systems work, to be honest.
I mean, GPS, inert systems are pretty easy to understand. And then there's sextant-based navigation where you use the sky.
Yeah, so with the sextant-based navigation, that works using a flat Earth angle, right?
Okay, so let's say that there's like a missile, right, from the U.S. that uses sextant-based navigation, and it's a ICBM, right? So it's going to be traveling across multiple continents. It's going to travel across the entire world, and let's say in rotation. So let's say this missile has the range to hit Australia, right? But it's going to it's going to launch from like Wyoming, but the trajectory is not going to go to the North Pole. It's going to go to like across the Pacific Ocean. So if it's going to travel across the Pacific Ocean, that means there's going to be a whole new set of stars, right? So then how would that work?
Well,
where are the new set of stars? I mean, where are the new set of stars?
Like in reality, all the stars just rotate around the North Star, right? And they all rotate east to west, and they reset into the same positions each year.
Okay,
Looks the same.
So when we say we're on a flat Earth, right? And if you look at the so when it's like a flat Earth, wouldn't it be that the southern hemisphere is like way, 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 way larger than the northern hemisphere in terms of like landmass? Yeah.
Well, not in terms of landmass, in terms of more ocean area.
Okay, so we look at so that'd be like some country like South Africa would be like 20 times larger than like Europe or some crazy shit like that.
Why would that be?
Because, like, if you look at a disc, right? If you look at a disc, the other end of the disc is going to be way larger. The end of the disc is going to be way larger than the interior of the disc. You would agree on that, right?
No, just picture it like this. Just picture it like a big lake, right? And you've got islands coming up out of the water within that lake. The continents, they don't have to be bigger or smaller. They can just be however big that particular landmass is coming out of the water.
Okay, so then that would mean like the Indian Ocean from Cape Town to like Tasmania would be like some crazy ass 200,000 mile distance.
No, I don't think it would be that big of a distance.
Oh, I mean, you would. Okay,
Earth
so that
is what
means
it is. Nothing would be. It already is what it is.
Yeah, you can basically get an indication. You know, you can fly a plane across any of these continents and work out, okay, I was flying at 500 miles an hour and it took this amount of time. So, you know, you can going to be.
Okay, so there's like some reality bending going on because something has to be way larger at the other end of the Earth than there would be in the interior. Like the southern hemisphere would have to just be way larger. That again? I think you cut off.
Yeah. Look, I mean, you can estimate the distances, you know, based on how long it takes to fly from one place to another.
Yeah.
It's not exclusive to a globe.
And then what about fuel usage? Because like that means like a Boeing, not like let's say an Airbus A380. That means there was just need like 10 times the fuel, 10 times the flight hour to get from again like Cape Town to what's like the other side of Australia? What's like a city there? Gold Coast or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, Perth.
Yeah, Perth. So that'll take 10 times and the fuel, that'll take 10 times the time. Then like a flight from Norway to Toronto.
Norway to Toronto. I mean, you would just have to look at the flight paths. I mean, they work out just fine.
Yeah, but then, okay, so then how does a disk model work?
Okay, so we don't claim the Earth is a disk in space.
So what? Oh, so what's the? How's? It's like it's a flat Earth, right? I mean, what?
Yeah, flat. When we're talking about flat Earth, we're not talking about a disk in space. Flat isn't a shape. We don't know the shape of Earth.
Okay. So there's like
when
reality.
We're talking like right. So if you like look up flat Earth and hit images on Google or something like that, or on YouTube, you'll see a whole bunch of these disks floating in space, like a disk floating in the globe Earth version of space. That's just propaganda made by the media, to turn people away from flat Earth. They hide the true flat Earth information. Like they even had a meeting in Congress with YouTube saying that they're going to censor flat Earth and they're going to replace the proper flat Earth videos with propaganda. Basically, that's what they've done.
Okay.
You could type in like a proper flat Earth video, word for word, and it'll come up with a playlist of propaganda that's going to show you a bunch of disks in space. So we don't claim to know the shape of Earth. When we're talking about flat isn't a shape. It's the measurement of a surface. And what we're talking about mostly is large bodies of water at rest, laying flat on the surface.
Okay. So then again, like that just goes to the southern hemisphere part, right? That means that there'd have to be like some weird reality bending for every single entity / thing in the southern hemisphere for distances not to explode. You get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I hear where you're coming from, but what in particular are you talking about? Because I mean, there's a flight from, a direct flight from Santiago, Chile, to Perth, Australia.
That's far.
Yeah, so for that flight, they take a jet stream, right? The jet streams are also way stronger in the southern hemisphere. They use a special plane Like it's not just like a regular Airbus. They use a special plane, has to be flown by a particular trained pilot, and it goes much faster than the regular planes. And the distances and speed match up perfectly.
So let's say
how it would be on a flat Earth.
Let's say that like it's about 10 times the size, right? Let's say that, right? So let's say the Airbus flies at about 600 miles per hour. Let's say that. And that would be 10 times 6. So it'd have to be going almost hypersonic, basically. A passenger plane cannot go hypersonic. So the reason why
passenger planes have been logged doing over 1,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, but hypersonic is like Mach 8. I'm saying it's almost hypersonic when it's going like Mach 6. And then when it's going Mach 6, like the reason why it can't go Mach 6 is because the atmospheric pressures, right? Like even at a very, very high altitude, like 70,000 feet, a passenger plane still can't go hypersonic. So it'd have to be like upper
it
orbit.
wouldn't have to go. It wouldn't have to go hypersonic. If you actually like map it out and work out how fast it would have to go, it's not that fast. It's nothing like that. Like this has all been done. There's videos explaining it. How it would work just fine. It would just have to go like around 1,000 miles per hour or something like that.
Okay. Let's say.
And they're using a special type of plane. I forget the exact model, but it has like 6 layers of heat protective paint, and it has to be flown by a specific trained pilot for that particular plane. So they're not just using a regular plane for that.
Yeah, the wings would just literally tear off. Yeah, right.
No. It's not going the speeds. It wouldn't have to go the speeds that you're suggesting.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like even at 1,000 miles per hour, it'd tear off due to overspeeding.
Oh no, planes have been logged going like 1,200 miles per hour because what happens is they catch jet streams, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, those planes can easily go 1,000 plus miles per hour without any problems.
Yeah, planes are not designed to go hypersonic. I mean, not hypersonic. Supersonic. Supersonic is like 866 miles, I think. So if you're going,
planes have been logged to be going over 1,200 miles per hour with problem.
Yeah, there's an immense strain on that. So then, if there's an immense strain on that, it's just going to be tearing up itself. That's why like biplanes can't go like 600 miles per hour.
That's why. Well, that's interesting. Interesting for that particular Sydney to Santiago flight. They're using a special type of plane. It has 6 layers of heat protective paint. It's a special model. Obviously it can go faster. It's a special pilot. All that sort of things. Obviously, there are different types of planes. You've got the SR-71 that goes like what Mach 4.
Yeah, and it's made out of titanium, and it uses a certain type of fuel. So then, like every single flight per person would be like $7,000. Economy like 6 months in advance, 3 months in advance. It's like the economical implications. Insane. You think about it. Outside of like the physical, just like not even the physical. Yeah, let's say physical. On the physical side, that's practically impossible. The materials we have right now, just because titanium cannot withstand that much weight and that much pressure and that much heat. It would just tear up itself. And then the paint would have added weight. Glass would shatter. So then you would have to use extremely thick glass, which would be more heavier. Oh god dang. Can't escape these niggas, man. I mean people. I can say it here. Yeah, but you understand where I'm coming from when I say it's like this aircraft itself would just be physically and economically impossible to make. And there's a bunch of technological limitations of building this plane. And then like how would you
so the speeds that it needs to go is perfectly fine with the it's not a huge speed like you're talking.
So
also if they're traveling in a jet stream, right?
Yeah.
They're moving with the it's not as much friction. They're moving with the air.
Yeah, so let's say that there's like minor turbulence, because you know how turbulence works. It's due to like pressure differential, which would happen in a jet stream, right? If there's minor turbulence at that speed, those wings are going to fly off. And then you have
you
to
seen
ask,
the space shuttle? Think about this. Have you seen the space shuttle?
Yeah,
it's
and
the
then
most non-aerodynamic craft you could ever see, and it's claimed to go Mach 23.
Yeah, because it's not designed to fly like that. It's using sheer power.
But it's going Mach 23, dude. It's not going 800 miles per hour like the Sydney to Santiago plane will have to be flying. It's going Mach 23. And it's the most
it's not gliding. It's not meant to glide. And then
it's going through the air. It's going through the air.
Yeah, and this has a bunch of the weight itself. The weight distribution is a big thing. The materials used, the tiling used, the structure itself, because it has a very low wing to length ratio. The reason why it has it is because, again, if it was aerodynamic, the wings would just tear off. That's why if you look at like a fighter jet, let's say, let's look at the U-2 spy plane versus like the MiG-21, right? So the U-2 spy plane has a crazy wing length, and the MiG-21 has a short wing length for a reason. Because the faster you go, the more strain you're going to have on your wings. And it decreases speed. And speed is the key when you do have shitty aerodynamics. That's just the basic of engineering.
And the space shuttle has wings, right? Have a look in the side chat at the space shuttle. And that thing's going 17,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, in space, where there isn't any air.
No. It has to go through the air to get up into the so-called space.
Yeah, at escape velocity would be like a couple thousand, like tens of thousands of miles per hour. I understand that part. But then again, the higher you go, the weaker air resistance is, the less that it can cause any disturbance, the less heat that you'd have to deal with. So once you see that all these the boosters come off, the external fuel tanks come off, makes complete logical sense.
Okay, so what doesn't make logical sense is outer space, as described in the globe model.
Well, yeah, I'm not talking about outer space. I'm just talking about the aerodynamics of these passenger aircraft that you're talking about, which, again, are physically impossible, mathematically
No.
impossible.
You're saying it's impossible for a commercial airline to go 800 miles per hour, but you're perfectly happy with this spaceship, with this space shuttle going 17,000 miles.
Because it is not gliding. It is just using straight up thrust.
But it doesn't make a difference. It's still pushing through the atmosphere. It still has the friction that will cause the damage.
Because, again, one is also air breathing, the other is not. On top of that, one has a negative thrust to weight ratio. The thrust to weight ratio on like a passenger aircraft is like 0.6. The thrust to weight ratio on like a space shuttle ascending is like 7. It's like uncomparable. Like a bare bones F-15 is like a thrust to weight ratio of like 1.9, and that's crazy. So you're comparing 1.9 to 7 thrust to weight ratio.
Yeah, but you're comparing 800 miles an hour to 17,000, right? And something that's not aerodynamic at all.
Yeah, the less.
But even if you look at a SR-71 Blackbird, it's like a thin, the most aerodynamic thing that you could see. Look at it front on. Yes, it is, man. Have a look.
It's way more aerodynamic than that. A paper plane a kid can make. Why? Because it's lighter. It's not going fast.
But it's made of paper, though.
Yeah, exactly. And it respects the principles of aerodynamics.
And can you see? Just have a look at the side chat, man, and just have a look at what Blood's Thicker just posted. Look at how aerodynamic the SR-71 has to be just to go 2,300 miles per hour.
Yeah. I mean, those big ass
and the space
engines. Yeah, those engines are not very aerodynamic either.
The space shuttle is not aerodynamic. Plus, at the launch, it is attached to that huge orange rocket by a bolt, by a wooden bolt in the front.
Yeah. Do you want to know the most aerodynamic thing you could possibly think of? Like a circular piece of paper. That's like probably the most aerodynamic thing to think of. And plus, like the SR-71 cannot be used as a commercial aircraft. In matter of fact, like this, like the maintenance of it alone is crazy. It uses titanium as like a structure and as panels, and then it needs to be replaced practically every single flight. So, and then it uses like special fuel. It has extremely high it has a low bypass on its engines, which can be used on commercial aircraft. So again, like every single flight, like the cheapest flight imaginable would be like $7,000. That would be like 3 months ahead of time at the worst season imaginable. In order for a flight from Santiago to Sydney or Perth. Or you could just use a Boeing like 737 or like 747, 777, or like an Airbus A380, which has a low thrust to weight ratio that uses conventional technology, conventional build quality, conventional engines, conventional fuel, and it simply just glides across the Pacific.
So, just a question. I might be a little bit confused, but basically you're stating that the Earth can't be flat due to the fact of the Sydney to Santiago Chile flight. It wouldn't work.
No. I was talking to the other guy. He said that because we're trying to explain why and how these flights from Santiago to Perth can work. And I wasn't talking about a flat Earth. I was talking about whatever type of Earth he was talking about, because he doesn't even believe the world is flat. He thinks it's like some weird shape that we don't know about. So then, at that point, if I was saying that,
Hold on a second. I was explaining to you that we don't know the shape of the Earth, right? And that no flat earthers are claiming a shape.
Yeah.
I didn't say it's some weird shape. I said we don't know the overall shape of the Earth. Nobody does.
Yeah, so it's like mysterious. Okay, I'm gonna go with his words. So then,
here's an example. You know how the human heart is not shaped like the little heart emoji that you can post on your phone?
Yeah.
Earth is Earth shaped. It's not a cartoon ball. And flat's not a shape. It's a property that shapes may or may not have.
Okay. Yeah, so I was just explaining about the feasibility of this flight that he was talking about and the aircraft he used and I was just saying how it's like flat out impossible under whatever model.
I don't believe that DJ brought up a flight path from Australia to Santiago, did he?
Yeah, he just said it. He was just talking about.
Well, you were talking about flights from South Africa to Australia, and you were saying they would have to be 200,000 miles or something like that. So I mentioned flight path that does exist, which is Perth to Santiago.
Yeah.
And you're saying that it wouldn't work, but you don't know the speeds that the plane would have to travel. You haven't done any of that math. You're just assuming.
So what do you think is the distance from Santiago to Chile?
Hang on.
From Santiago
I'd like to ask why it wouldn't work. If there is a flight route that's taken, or a flight between those destinations, why wouldn't it work?
So let's say Norway to Toronto is let's say that's about 2,000 miles, right? And let's say that there's like a flat Earth, hypothetically. Let's say that the world is flat, and then let's say that the center is the North Pole. So the closer you get to the North Pole, the shorter the world gets, right? The distance. So then let's say Norway, Toronto is about 2,500 miles. So then there isn't a South Pole, so it'd be like there would be an ice wall or whatever. And then let's look at the distance from like South Africa to Australia. That would have to make it like, I don't know, 10 times larger. So a like 3,000 mile, let's say it's about 2,000 miles from South Africa to Perth. I think it's like 4,000 miles, but let's say 2,000 miles. And let's say that let's multiply it by about 10, right? Because it's a flat Earth, and you know, the farther you get away from the centerpiece, the center radius, the larger distances it would get. So let's say that the distance from South Africa, Cape Town to Perth is about 20,000 miles, right?
I'll just stop you there for 1 second, quickly.
Yeah.
So you're describing these distances on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
You're trying to say they don't work. So what map projection are you using here?
I'm saying flat Earth. I'm just using flat Earth, and I'm using the North Pole as the center.
Yeah, but you'd need to have some sort of map or something to compare this to. It can't be just something that you've imagined what the flat Earth may be in your own mind.
I'm actually lowballing it drastically. So I'm giving you guys the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, but why would we want to discuss or debate something that you've thought about in your mind that doesn't exist in reality? Yeah, you're just giving what you believe.
I'm talking about
flat Earth.
So what is the world?
You're just giving us what you believe the flat Earth would be and how it would be laid out and how it would look. And I'm asking, is there any type of map that you're using for this?
If the world is not a globe, what is it? What is the world shape? I'm asking you personally.
Well, if it's not curving, it must be flat.
Okay, it must be flat, right? So then what is the end of the Earth and what is the center of it then?
I don't know. How would I be able to verify any of that information?
Okay, so do you want to? Okay, let's assume one point in the world is the centerpiece. Like, what point do you want?
We don't want to assume, because otherwise we're just speaking about assumptions. Yeah, we're not speaking about anything that's occurring in reality. We've got nothing to compare it to. We're just imagining something.
So the world's not flat.
Well,
like, do you just not believe in that? Okay, then it's flat. Then what is the shape of it?
Well, again, I don't know, because it's not something that I can verify. I can't get to the extremities. You can't get to the extremities. Yeah.
So do you think it's like shaped as a disc or something, or is it like shaped like a square, or is it shaped like a jigsaw, or is it shaped like a Minecraft block? What is it?
How am I meant to know? How am I meant to confirm any of this?
Right.
Yeah. What we're doing again is just giving a description of the surface that measures to be flat. Beyond that,
Okay, so if it's a flat, right? So if it's a flat world, is it like 1-to-1 in every single point of the world? And if that's the case, then there's some like reality bending shit going on.
What do you mean by 1-to-1?
Well, again, let's say that the world doesn't have an exact point, and let's say that every point from again, Norway to Toronto would be like 2,500 mile flight, and then let's say that like Perth to South Africa would be like a 4,000 mile flight. Like the current world
again,
because that's what the world
is
like.
What are we just assuming and imagining for?
Because in the real world, that's how we think. We think that those are the real distances. So I'm going with like what the real world people think. So let's assume that's like.
So now then, how do you compare that? How do you compare that to what map? To what standard? I mean, again,
and then now I'm comparing that. Yeah, I'm talking.
You're just imagining
that to the flat Earth. So if you have a flat Earth,
hang on.
Let's say that.
Hang on. Flat Earth is just giving a description of the surface. It has nothing to do with the layout of the countries, the continents, the shape,
the distance between the countries, the distance
of this information. Yeah.
Yeah. So how does the map of the world look like to you? So if I take it high up in the sky where you can see the world as it is, how does the world look like?
Why are we imagining again? If I could take you up into the sky and you could look down and you could, again, I'm not going to imagine what something could be and propose it as some type of map or model, because it's not something that I can verify. Again, what I can verify is the surface properties measure flat.
Right. So then So then the real question is this, right? Why is it that let's because this is weird to think about. If that's the case, and everything is the current estimates that we do have, like again, a flight to Norway to Toronto is like 2,000, and the other side of the world, Perth to South Africa, is 4,000, right? And if we had any other model, like a flat Earth, let's say that the world was flat, or the world wasn't flat, and there was an exact point. So if the world was flat and there was a point, then let's say that the point was based off of the North Pole. That means Norway. Let's use Norway, Toronto as the exact points, right? Those are the exact distances. Therefore, there would be a huge multiplier in the southern hemisphere. So it'd be like 20,000 miles. It may be 200,000 miles, right? And let's say that there isn't an exact point.
How did you
right?
verify any of that?
I'm not. I'm just saying that.
Well, we can't
I'm saying
see.
it's a logical. I'm making a logical.
We're off
I'm
in
making a
Narnia, yeah?
logical. I'm making a logical argument. Can you hear me out
I don't-
to the next point?
Well, it's not really.
So
it's not really logical, yeah, because it's just
okay, you're
based
not
on
hearing me out.
assumption.
Yeah, because you're not hearing my next point of the argument. You're not even letting me finish it. So then the next point of the argument is, okay, well, there isn't an exact finished point. Right? So then there isn't an exact finished point. Right?
Real, let me give you an analogy that might make sense to you. Okay, so
Yeah.
just say you have a big lake.
Yeah.
And you have a big magnet in the center of the lake.
Yeah.
Right, and in that lake, sorry, you have little islands in the lake.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you want to fly a model, just say you're on one of the islands and you want to fly a model plane over to one of the other islands in the lake.
Yeah.
What's the problem? It works fine.
Because the problem is this, right? When you try to get to the other point of the lakes, like let's say I want to get to, let's say that the world is a lake, right? And let's use the basic map that we look at Google Maps on our phone. Let's say that that's how it is. That's how it looks like top down, right? So if I'm trying to get to Australia and I want to get to Siberia, right? That means I would have to travel across
What map
the
are you
entire
talking
world.
about? Are you talking about an AE projection map?
He's
Yes,
talking
that's what
about
you see on your
Google,
phone.
he said Google Map, the map that contains the same sized Africa as
A flat
Greenland.
map. Yeah, a flat map. I would
But
even
it's
say
different
like,
if you're talking about a Mercator projection.
yeah, not a Mercator map. Let's say a Mercator
talking-
map. Let's say not a Mercator map. But let's say like the multiple X-shaped maps. I don't know how you say that one, right? And let's say that there's like a cutoff if the world isn't a globe, right? Because if the world is a globe, instead of flying from like, what's the other side of the world like? Instead of flying from I don't know Alaska to Siberia, I wouldn't have to fly across all of North Europe and all of the North Atlantic and all of the Arctic Ocean. I would simply just fly across the Arctic Ocean one way. And now I'll just simplify everything, and I'll just save like 40,000 miles or something. So
it would look. There's no. Some things you'll find work fine on either a globe or a flat Earth. Just flying from one destination to the other.
Okay. So
like
all
we know is that. Sorry.
Let's use the equator, right? Let's say Ecuador, and let's say a country on the other side, which would be like Somalia, right? They're both on the equator. If I'm going to take a flight to Ecuador and Somalia, how would I go? Like, would I go east or would I go west from Ecuador to Somalia?
Well, it would depend on the jet streams, wouldn't it? I'm sure they have kind of like lanes, like highways basically in the sky that they use for particular routes, and they also take advantage of the jet stream.
Okay.
They would go whatever way was the most convenient.
Yeah, let's use a real world example, right?
First of all, I just want to point out that what we're discussing here realistically is logical fallacies. Yeah, you've just presented two in what we're discussing, because it's just a hasty generalization, right? You have no concrete evidence or reliable map to rely on to point any of this out. Yeah, and secondly, you're just appealing to imagination constantly. Imagine it was this, imagine it was that, imagine if we went up high enough, and if this distance was this and this distance was that. We're just discussing
because I'm not using evidence-based arguments. I'm using a logical-based argument that I could explain in
Well, they're
further
not
details.
logical. I just said
That's
that
how I'm going
they
to be
would
talking.
that would be fallacious reasoning. So that would
It's coming up. The hypothetical.
logical, yeah,
Yeah. So let's say
not logic.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Are you talking about semantics, or are we talking about flat Earth? Let's
No,
look at
we're talking
an
about what you
equatorial.
presented being a
Okay.
logical fallacy. So not logical.
Okay, whatever. So you look at Ecuador, you look at Venezuela, you look at Colombia. These are equatorial
Wow.
on the western hemisphere. And let's look at something on the eastern hemisphere that's on the equator. That'd be like India. That'd be like Ethiopia. That'd be those countries, right? So then the flight paths for all of them constantly go from South America. They fly eastward, right? Rather than westwards. Why do they fly eastwards rather than westwards?
Are you referring back to the AE map for these paths?
I'm just referring to basic flight maps and just like why
So
companies fly
to
that
these
way.
flat maps, yeah? Because I did
What's
see
up?
you mentioned AE map just previously that when DJ asked you. So are we referring to the AE map, or are we referring to what are we referring to here?
I'm just referring to like general flight paths and why companies pick this way.
Which would be what maps used? Yeah, let's make it a little bit more specific than just general flight paths. Like, what map are you presenting for the flat Earth? This is
I'm
not
not.
going to
I'm
work.
not presenting. I'm not using any maps. I'm saying why companies would choose the route of flying eastwards rather than westwards when they're flying from like South America, the equatorial area, to like East Africa or India on the equatorial plane.
Well, they have a direct flight path marked out, and it would be due to weather factors, fuel, wind, etc. And then they have a flight path mapped out. So, how does this have anything to do with flat Earth and globe Earth? What's this showing?
So you would agree it's cheaper though, right, for these companies?
Cheaper. It didn't take consideration of the jet stream.
money,
If they are following the jet stream will make the flight cheaper. Even if you are taking the longer path, for example.
Yeah.
Following the jet stream, making the wind just push you in the air, and just following that high speed wind, it will make the flight cheaper. But what I can tell you, what I can tell you, because you know about the planes, it seems to all planes are flying above a level surface. Planes are flying through air above a plane. That's why it's called an airplane, not a spherical earth plane. It's an airplane dragging through the air above a plane using a gyroscope, a thing that holds its direction in space no matter what. So if the plane is going around the curvature, the gyroscope will maintain its horizontal direction, leaving the plane just following that curvature and dropping from the horizontal. So the plane will point a different direction than the gyroscope. Things that we don't see because the gyroscope just establish level and show us that the plane is just going in a level line, non-deviating line, a flat line from point to point. Means that you're not following a curvature. If you have a struggle with maps, you need to study maps and verify them, and to understand that maps are just projection.
Okay,
and
so back to one of your points,
representing
right?
reality with how it the way it is.
Hold on, back to your point, right, about jet streams. So in these aircrafts, they catch jet streams. How fast are they going on average?
No, go check. I'm not Google. I'm not a mother bird to spoon feed you every information.
Because the other guy, when I was talking about the Perth to South Africa, South Africa flight, the Perth to Santiago, he was saying that these planes were going above like 1,200 miles per hour, which would be like 2 times the average speed of these aircrafts that they can operationally fly at, right?
Okay.
So then I was just wondering, if we're on a flat Earth, and there was a singular point, like let's say the North Pole, like hypothetically, let's say that, right? That means like a
What
flat.
if?
Yeah, because then if we're on a flat Earth, like of course there's going to be a point, like a singular point, where it's all just like
Yeah, like
meets
I
together.
told you, we are on a flat Earth. You're flying the plane over a flat Earth. You're using the level tool, which is the gyroscope, to verify that you are flying above a flat plane.
Yeah. So what are the ends? Like, where's the cutoff? Like, where's the end of the Earth?
Where is the end of space? Where's the edge
No, I'm
of
asking you.
space?
I'm asking you a question.
I'm asking you because you're asking something that you never verified. No one could go on to verify, so you're trying to have an assumption. Tell me, because you love assumptions. Tell me, what is the edge of space? Where is the edge of
I don't know.
space? How can I
don't know. Because there's not a way to perceive the end of it.
Don't ask those stupid questions. If you understand that you have some assumptions that you can never just give a response to or explain. So don't try to.
Can I fly to space? Can I fly to space?
No, you can't.
Okay, but I can fly on Earth, right? I can fly on a plane.
You can use the normal vehicles that use the friction and you can push against something to move. And then you can't use those things that doesn't exist. That's transportation that never exists and that can't exist. That moves without using any push against anything. Your feet are pushing against the floor. A boat is just taking water and pushing it against the rest of the volume of water around it, so it moves. The helicopter the helicopter is taking wind. It's taking wind from a side and pushing it against the air in the other side, so it makes that thrust, so it can lift itself and fly. The airplane do the same shit. The boat, the submarine, the car, the motorcycle, all those vehicles are doing friction, so they push against something. While you are just believing that you can have a transportation that doesn't use that, it doesn't push against any. I'm not done. When I will be done, I will shut up. Why are you asking me? Am I done while I'm talking? Are you talking? I want to understand. Are you a brick so you don't understand someone when he's done and he's stopped talking, and someone who is still talking and in the middle of his sentence, so you couldn't even just process the information in your brain?
Are you done now? Are you done crashing out?
Your brain can't tell you that the sentence is not finished. So you were not processing the information that I was saying. That means that it is just there is no reason to talk to you. If you don't analyze the informations that I am saying and you are just trying to talk in the middle of my sentences, asking if I'm done, just showing me that you are not processing the information. You don't even know if I'm done.
That's not pertaining to the question, because I asked you, how can you measure the end of the Earth? And then you answered, how can you measure the end of space? So
yeah, exactly. I told you, no one can measure it. No one can.
Necros and Vril, just let me jump in for 1 second. Okay, so Vril, you're saying you can't go to space, right? So you can't do what Necros asked of you. But on Earth, you need to realize that you're not allowed to freely travel past the 60th degree south parallel without a special permit that's near impossible to get. You can't freely explore the outer lands of Earth, basically. You're not allowed to do it since the Antarctic Treaty was created.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, thanks for actually answering my question rather than this guy. So then when you say that there's a permit that you can't give, the problem is this, right? Who's going to enforce it, and how are they going to enforce it? Are they going to shoot you down? With what basis? What country?
Yeah, right. So it's a long distance, right? And they have amazing technology in regards to radar. There's a lot of islands that have military bases all the way, around that area. So basically, anyone that has tried or has accidentally passed the 60th degree south, they've been turned around by the military. There's videos of it, and there's actually an explorer, I forget exactly which country he's from, but he's tried 5 times, ended up having his ship sunk, and he got thrown in jail.
What's his name?
I forget his name exactly. If anyone else can remember his name, because it's like a European name.
You know what? And this is what this is some of the considerations that are also taken into flight paths. Yeah, geopolitical factors, restricted airspace, international regulations over airspace. You know, there could be wars in certain countries, etc. Military zones, political tensions in the area.
Yeah.
So, you know, Antarctica is one of these locations, and so's the North, actually.
So you're not going to be able to find one person since the Antarctic Treaty was created that was able to freely explore Antarctica, right? Like there's videos of people, like there's videos, I saw a video of a New Zealand fishing boat that accidentally crossed over. Big giant warship turned up, sent a drone over to them, basically yelled at them to turn around right away.
You cannot cross the 60th parallel.
Yeah, I think the logical reason why. I mean, first off, let's talk about the logical reason why passenger planes don't fly over there, and then let's talk about why.
Well, it's got nothing to do with passenger planes not flying over there, because obviously there's bad cold weather, etc. We all understand that, but the fact of the matter is, they can't fly over due to the treaty that's in place. No one can freely explore due to the treaty that's in place. Yeah.
Yeah, there's bad weather in the North Pole, and people still fly over there constantly. If I'm going to fly from New York to Japan, I'm going to fly over the North Pole, right?
You're not allowed to fly over the North Pole. It's also a restricted area. Somewhere around the 60-degree mark, it's monitored, and you're not allowed to cross directly over the North Pole.
Yeah, and typically why a lot of planes don't like to fly over the North Pole, despite it being a better route, because it's faster and cheaper for these airlines, is that, let's say that there's an issue, right? Let's say that they need to do an emergency landing. How are they going to do an emergency? It's better to do an emergency landing in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, where there's a bunch of trading ships, where there's a bunch of military ships, where there is small minor oceans where they can sustain life for like a couple of days, rather than just fly out to like Antarctica, where the logistics of rescuing 200 people are way harder, or flying out into like Antarctica and doing the exact same thing. So it's also from a safety standpoint. But then
you're also not allowed to as well. Whatever the reason may be, you're not allowed to do it. So it's off limits.
Yeah, and then to my next point about the 60th parallel treaty, or like any other restrictions that would warrant any military action. Okay, the logistics of maintaining a military presence in the southern parallel or the northern parallel is just extremely hard. That's why the military presence that you do see in the northern parallels, more than 60th parallel, are radar stations, which are sparsely populated by like Americans in Canada or Americans in Greenland, or like Russians in.
Well, you don't know that, yeah.
Siberia.
You're just basing this again off your assumptions, and the fact is that the North Pole itself is a restricted military airspace. So if you fly into a restricted military airspace, you're going to get turned around.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can hide missile defenses. You can sustain it, and logistically too, easier in the northern hemisphere than in the southern hemisphere. And then, why would you stick a Patriot battery to cover all of the area? Like, let's say you have one Patriot battery, right, that has the range of about, at the best performance, of like 200 miles. You would have to have like 10 of these bases at the very least in order to cover Antarctica.
Can you verify what's there?
What's up? Say that again.
Can you verify what is there or what is not there?
Yeah, it's pretty hard to verify, but I'm just using just basic logistics. If I was like any military person, you can't really justify that cost for just no reason. And Patriot batteries cost like $4 billion each. So let's say you have an entire Patriot system, would be like almost $100 billion. You would need like 10 of them, so that'd be at least $1 trillion. Then you need to sustain them with contractors, which are civilians, hundreds of them per battery, multiple times. And then you have to feed the troops, supply them, yada yada. You
Okay,
can
so
just see
there's
the
logistics
logistical process.
involved, etc. But at the end of the day,
Yeah.
there's no way of verifying any of this information. All we know is that we can't travel through that area. And secondly, you're begging the question in the first instance when you start talking about hemispheres, because it's the shape of the Earth that's in contention here. This is what we're discussing, and you're putting it forward as part of your evidence, yeah?
Yeah. Well, I mean, also, let's say that you don't take a plane. Let's say you sail out there, and somehow you're able to travel across Antarctica. Then
But
what?
again,
Because
this is
who's going to
all
stop?
hypotheticals. This is all hypotheticals.
Yeah,
What
because
if we
nobody
could?
tried
What
it.
if we did? What if we believed to? Yeah, people have tried to cross, and DJ just said that he's seen videos of people in fishing boats from New Zealand who have crossed over and been turned around and had drones, etc., sent out. So, but regardless of that, my question to you is: who's ever measured direct curvature of the Earth, measuring drop over distance from horizontal? Where is this and how is this, or who has done this, yeah, to show that we're living on this globe in the first instance? All these things we're discussing about flights and distances, etc., none of these things can be verified, the north, the south, yeah? And
Yeah.
realistically, it's just, it may be a correlation.
Other guy,
but we
can you
don't.
send me the information about the people who try to get to Antarctica?
You can just go and have a look it up for yourself, yeah? Have a look, read of the Antarctic Treaty.
No, I was just looking at the cases that he was talking about because I actually want to read them.
Yeah, I don't know if he's here right now, but maybe give it a quick Google. Just fisherman pulled over too far south or turned back too far south or something, or cross 60th south parallel. You might find it. But regardless of this, none of this proves the shape of the Earth, yeah? And that's why I'm asking you the question. In the first instance, we're supposed to have curvature under our feet, yeah? The ocean should be all curving away from us in every direction from where we're standing. So who's ever measured directly this drop over distance, showing that we're on a sphere to begin with?
Yeah. Honestly, that's nice to talk to you guys. I'm gonna look into the South Pole stuff.
Yeah, I'll post a video in the chat. It's called "Sorry, Antarctica is Closed," and it goes over like the treaty. It goes over all of the stuff that we were just talking about. It's pretty good video.
Yeah, because I believe some of the stuff about Antarctica, but I just don't believe that's about like flat Earth.
Well, again, we've answered plenty of your questions here tonight. We've discussed your plane flights. We've discussed all sorts of different topics here. I'm just asking the one simple question that's going to put it all to bed. Yeah, put it all to rest. Who's ever measured directly any drop over distance? Should be something really simple. We're living on a globe with a known radius.
Damn, I gotta go to Antarctica one day.
The thing is, you can test it out over large bodies of water anywhere. The same rate of curvature should apply anywhere. So that's what we're asking. Like, the globe model is something that everyone's taught from a young age. It's a theoretical, mathematical model, right? But when we go out and actually check if the math in the model matches reality, it doesn't. There has to be a specific rate of curvature.
I mean, there's like a bunch of error that can come from that, but then the other problem I have is just like a conspiracy of multiple governments, multiple agencies, multiple institutions all coordinating across the world at the same time to lie about this, despite not having the feared experiences.
But if you can go outside and physically measure the surface as flat and not curving, why does it matter? Why? No, they did, yeah? So we can actually go and do this for ourselves, and we can see that there is no physical curvature where it actually should be, as per the globe claim. So, I mean, to me, I don't know why they lied. Yeah, liars lie for all different types of reasons, but at the end of the day, I know that the Earth measures as flat. There is no measured drop over distance. There is no one who has measured this, yeah?
I mean, I'm a big conspiracy theorist, but like, come on, man, like.
But that's not a conspiracy theory. That's just a fact, dude. That's just a plain, straight out fact, yeah? And if you want to start at a very basic level, you can just start with water. So water will always seek a flat, level surface, horizontal, right? Unless it's acted upon by another force. This is just basic physics. This is due to pressure. So we've got 72% of the Earth as water that, when not acted upon by another force such as wind, forms a flat, level, horizontal surface. Water runs downhill and finds its level. We've been using water to level for thousands of years. There is no curving water. Cannot be demonstrated in reality. You pour your glass of water, the top's level, flat. Your bathtub, your swimming pool, the lake.
Yeah. But I saw this, when it comes to this Antarctica shit, I saw this one guy. He was like some French explorer. His name was like Mike Horn. He went there.
You can go with tours, you can go to the edge, you can go to certain arranged locations. You can't travel or explore freely or across Antarctica.
No, he freely went there. He has his own vessel that he made himself.
You have to make applications. And if he got through and got out, well, good on him. But you can go and read the Antarctic Treaty yourself. Anti-globalist DJ just posted something for you anyway on that.
I mean,
I feel like you're trying to, I don't know whether it's called dis and your brain's just not functioning, but you seem to be trying to go back to this Antarctica thing and not actually acknowledge the fact that water's flat and level, yeah?
Yeah, because the Antarctican thing is interesting, and I actually believe in some of it. So
let me mention something quickly to you, Vril, about Antarctica. So it's claimed to be around 12,000 miles all around. Like if you go around Antarctica, it's about 12,000 miles, right? So before the Antarctic Treaty happened, Captain Cook tried to circumnavigate around Antarctica. It should have only taken him, a short amount of time to go that 12,000 miles around and come back. But what happened is he actually traveled 63,000 miles or something like that, some ridiculous distance. And he said all he ever was able to find was a big giant coastline of ice, right? And it took him 3 years and 63,000 miles.
Right.
That doesn't match the globe model.
Okay.
It's another interesting thing to add.
Okay. So if I make a boat, if I make a boat, right? How would they even detect me?
Radar. I mean, like they have those like floating tracking stations, right? It's just like a big giant buoy out in the ocean. A whole bunch of
like sonars.
I don't know. I've seen those big giant floating things out in the ocean, and they got like all the antennas and stuff on them. Not hard for them to
those are
monitor.
Buoys. They don't have radar thing.
Yeah, but there is all different types of them. We don't know what they have out there, but we know that a New Zealand fishing boat accidentally crossed the 60th degree south. A big warship turned up straight away and sent a drone over and told them to turn around. I mean, you don't think they have...
I can't find that
Necros
story.
just dropped it in the chat for you. Norwegian arrested after Antarctic voyage.
Oh yeah, there's the guy's name.
Okay.
And there's something else he dropped separate under that.
Yeah, I'm gonna read up on this guy's name. I'm gonna see what's up with this Antarctica shit.
He didn't really want to address water or surface measurements, did he?
No, he tried to avoid that.
He just went dead silent. It's like his brain just sort of crashed.
I tried going over some long distance observations and stuff, and he wasn't into it. When we asked him how far away is the horizon, he said, "Oh, from someone observing it from ground level," he said it's 30 miles away. To correct him that it's only claimed to be 3 miles away. I think that's why he didn't really want to touch on that much about it. He mostly wanted to talk about space and Antarctica.
Yeah, stay away from anything that can really show that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, the places we can't get to check, I think.
Yeah, it seemed like he was only here for imagination land and speculation. Anytime anybody asked for measurements or any data, he tried to deviate instantly.
Yeah, I was just sitting here debating to myself whether I pull him on track and get it cracking, but I think he just would have jumped out of the call like he did anyway. So
Well, I hope he comes back. That was just Cogdis messing with his head, so maybe he'll return. At least he was open to listening a little bit. You could tell everything was like, no, it can't be true. And he was clinging to something else.
yeah,
he was a lot better to talk to than 90% of the people that come through here, unfortunately.
I think politics is worse for that sometimes. So
Oh, it's crazy over there.
Normally I find it's not too bad here. If I just want a bit more of a chilled out talk, I normally jump over here.
Yes,
But
a lot of toxicity over in the main politics server.
Yeah, it has quietened down a little bit since they started their Globe Gangsters. I will say that they're all hanging out over there in their echo chamber.
Globe Gangsters. Doesn't get much more cringe than that.
Have you seen the logo for it?
Oh, they have a logo. Oh, no, I haven't seen
Oh
it.
yeah, someone Matrix posted it today somewhere. Oh man, it was funny as.
That's good. I mean, we really don't want those obsessed anti-flat earthers in these rooms anyway. We want people to come in that, have questions, genuine questions. And those people, it doesn't matter if you give them some factual information, they just ignore it basically and lie their way out of it. Try to reverse the burden of proof and use 100 different other fallacies.
Yeah, I used to come in sometimes and I'd see some of the regulars in here having the same argument. talking about the Globers, and just jump out. Yeah, I'm just like, not again.
Yeah, because it doesn't matter if you can defeat their position, with factual information or legitimate citations or demonstrations. They just can't admit it. They can't admit that they were wrong ever.
Yeah, correct.
Even some of the more polite ones are still pain in the asses, like Matthew Learns, or whatever his name is. He just comes back, NPC resets, and comes back with the exact same talking points every single time.
Yeah, he asked if he could be unbanned from the politics server today. I think he's got a permanent ban there. No, it is good. I like when new people come in. I always like having a discussion with someone new and asking them questions, seeing what they know, what they think. Gimmick just comes in and goes for the throat.
Yep. Indeed.
There you go, DJ. I just posted it for you in the chat.
Oh.
Coolest Globers in town.
Wow. Here we go, AJ. I've made them a more fitting one.
That's more like it.
I wish I was some sort of hacker. I'd go in there and post it up there as the new banner. Flat out operating Discord. Huey went in there today.
Into politics or into Globe Gangsters?
Globe Gangsters.
Oh, God. How did that go?
He opened
Not
his
well.
mouth and said one word and he was booted.
No way. They didn't even talk to him?
No, because McToon was in there and I think he came in and straight up said, called him McBooger Eater. And
okay.
he got booted instantly. I didn't see it, but yeah, I got told about it. I'm just reading the chat now. I just actually joined it so I can get that photo and post it, but I'm reading the chat of what happened. Yeah, I'm going to sleep, guys.
Stay blessed, AJ.
All right. Talk to you next time, brother.
No, I see you guys. Thanks.
Hey, take care, AJ.
Welcome, Cheeky Ninja Cat.
start applying it awkwardly and showing the inconsistencies, all of a sudden they divert into a topic that's a little less lighthearted.
Yeah.
Sounds
That's
so
really
familiar.
weird. It's so
unfortunate,
weird.
but it's
I know,
that the globe side doesn't really give them much ammo to shoot with, you know.
It's actually one of the weirdest things that happen most of the time regarding globe earthers. It's just, I don't know, it's just such a weird feature of
Oh
our
no, but
society
be
these days.
comfortable with that because this is a familiar thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not here for a long time, but I've seen it a lot, like literally a lot. But the worst are actually the ones that start laughing and mocking and think that they're smarter, even though
like saying
that means they're on the road.
Like saying you don't understand those papers. Do you really understand those papers?
Yeah, right.
Something like that.
Like a Professor Dave type of way, talking down at you like you're a little infantile child.
Those aren't real people. Sorry, not sorry. I mean,
yeah, it's just, you know.
I mean, if you're not willing to honestly accept new information after more than a couple months, and then some people come in here and say, "Oh, I've been looking into flat Earth for a year."
That they are gas giants. You think that you can have gas pressure in a vacuum, yet no science supports that ever, anywhere, ever.
Okay, well, so let's say that's true, right? I haven't seen any.
Let's say it's scientifically validated.
Okay, let's say it's scientifically validated. I don't think I've ever seen any kind of proof of what you're talking about. I've never heard of what you're talking about, but up until now, I've never once in my life ever heard of what you're talking about. Maybe that's because the government so-called censors all this information that you've taken off the internet, which is apparently censored.
The government censored it when you were in school at the point of delivery. You weren't told alternative arguments, so you didn't know that they existed until you got to 25, 35, 45 years old. Now you find that there's an alternative explanation. You wonder why it's conspiratorial, and the answer is because you weren't told about it when you were a child in school. That's the answer. It was censored from you.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure how all this is censored. I'm not sure how you're claiming all this is censored now when you're sending me so many different websites and YouTube videos and Google documents and all this stuff, but that's besides the point.
I've just told you how it's censored. You were lied to by omission in school when you were not told that there were equal and opposite alternative explanations for why we stick to the Earth's surface or for why we breathe. You weren't told any of that. You were lied to by omission in school. That is how.
Okay, hold on. Someone just said in this chat, have you ever heard about curved water? I'm a bit confused because this river is not even. I mean, it's not even wrong. Like, if this Earth can shape the water into this curved river, I don't get what's stopping. I don't get what's stopping this. Like the Earth, the whatever you want to call it, the field of gravity, the force of gravity. If you call it a fallacy, that's fine. I don't get what's stopping that from shaping water into curvature as well.
I don't even understand the point you're trying to make here.
Okay, well, is water matter? Just answer this question. Is water matter?
Yes, of course. It's a liquid, isn't it?
Yes. So, what is stopping gravitational fields / forces / whatever you want to call it? Because clearly you're pretty upset about the idea of gravity. Clearly you don't want to call it that, right? What is, but it still exists. It's still there. It's still doing something. I mean, there's a reason that things fall, because if we're in a contained environment and there is no such thing as gravity, why do things go down to the surface?
They don't go down to the surface.
Why?
This is your perception based on being a human, and your orientation is vertical from your perspective. If there's no human there, the apple doesn't have any direction to fall. The only direction that the apple falls is towards or away from its point of equilibrium. So in the context of an apple in air, there's massive disequilibrium there. so it will fall towards its equilibrium. In the example of a helium balloon in air, that will fall towards its equilibrium, but both those directions are opposite. From the human's perspective, they're opposite. But relative to the medium, they are the same. They're searching out their level of equilibrium, and they're both at the opposite ends of the scale. In other words, what I'm saying is the direction comes from the human.
Also, there's no downward bias, then.
There's no such thing as down. So I ask you,
only from the context of the human.
Okay, so I have another question for you. If we live in a flat world, right? Because if it's an infinite or finite or whatever flat plane, I'm actually confused as to where the bottom is. Like, because we have proven. I mean, again, I'm not sure if you want to not consider this science or if you want to consider this a fallacy by the government. But if you believe that it is true that we have drilled down 12 kilometers into the Earth's crust, where does it stop?
They were unable to drill beyond a certain point because it kept blunting the drills. That is the answer to the question of where does it stop? They could not go any further. Now, is there more matter beyond that? There is. They couldn't get beyond it. So that's the deepest point that we have. It is the furthest away point that we have. But does that mean that that's the limit? No, because there's clearly something stopping it. What's beyond that? God only knows. We don't know. We haven't been that far. We're unable to go beyond that point. But that doesn't mean that point is towards the center of a sphere. It just means it's the point that we can go no further than so far.
Right. Okay. I mean that I can accept that. I can accept that explanation because I can respect a logical argument. But I don't understand. I still not understanding this thing with gravity.
I know, because you weren't taught in school that gravity has got an equal and an opposite alternative. You were taught that it was a force, and because you weren't taught that it was not a force, because you weren't taught the current science, you believe that gravity is a thing. Well, the current science position doesn't even say that gravity is a force, even though you don't accept it or understand it. But even if gravity wasn't a force, and it was as per Einstein, there is an equal and alternative explanation that is not involving Einstein that makes it a trichotomy, not a dichotomy. So now we have 3 explanations. One that you were taught in school, one that you weren't taught in school, and a third one that's scientifically validatable and repeatable and you can do it yourself. So where do we go from here? Well, what we can say for certain is that gravity is not a force, because current science doesn't even say that it's a force. But when we come and apply that to how we're breathing in a vacuum, there is no explanation.
Balloon, evaporation, nitrogen, hydrogen, hot air, downward bias debunked. Again.
And how we realized what is 3,900 miles under the ground?
Due to it's again, we don't have, it's a theory. We don't have empirical evidence of what's 3,900 kilometers under the ground.
They are saying it's more than iron core for sure. I was studying that in the school.
Well, I mean, again, I think we've covered this before, but whatever is the most leading theory.
Yeah, but kids still studying that in school. Why?
Yeah, whatever the leading theory in science is usually taught in school, and that I'm not doubting that as a fact.
But how they realize that is their molten iron core?
They don't know, but they presume that it's there from the amount of heat that's generated from below the surface.
That could be milk also, that mean?
It could be anything, but it's presumed from the facts that we already have that there is molten iron.
That means that it's some astronomer says or some scientist says that, but not Baker. If Baker said it could be milk, but it's no sense because that scientist says that it's molten iron core, and then we now need to believe.
I would say that a scientist has better grip on. I mean, especially someone who's
okay. How scientists have better perception to go inside of Earth than me?
Mainly because they've studied it their whole life and they know a lot of information that you don't.
Yeah, but how I can study all my life, the earth and ground. How I can realize what is 3,900 miles?
Yeah, I mean, you do calculations. You take evidence.
You
Again,
do
we don't know.
calculations.
I've never said that anyone knows what's. I've never said that anyone knows what's under there. We're just
Okay, I have
presuming.
I have a apple. I have an apple. Can you make me calculation that it's maybe warm inside?
No.
No. How you can make calculation that it's something in the center of the earth if you don't know?
If because there is already magma. I mean, how else would you explain volcanoes? You know, magma activity.
Volcanoes and magma. The Sleeping Warrior told you that it's 9 miles whole. That means it's missing 3,900 miles to understand that all down it's that, you know.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that I know that. I'm just saying that from the calculations scientists have done, you know, from the it's just what we're presuming is there due to the evidence that we already have. But you know, I have no doubt that if it was discovered that there was water under there, or if there was milk under there, like you said, you know, I'm fairly sure science would change its perspective and try to explain why. I really don't think that, you know.
Change perspective, like with the gravity. Till 1916 or 6, we will learn that mass attracts mass. Then somebody said, "Oh, listen, this was not happening all these billions of years. Now the space-time bending, that's happening all these years."
Yep.
Oh, yep. That means that in 20 or 100 years, maybe it will be that even that was not the case. That means something else was happening.
Okay, well, yes, maybe that is the case. And again, I've always been open-minded.
That means that gravity can change by the time, like what we assume. Yes. Oh, great!
Yes.
That means that I can be scientist. That means that I can decide tomorrow that it's not molten iron core, that it's milk inside, because my calculation is giving that it's milk, because it's so many cows, and
because
why not?
You don't have the qualification, and you have not.
I don't have qualification.
I'm fairly sure there is no mathematically correct calculation that you could do anyway.
Can you tell me which qualification will make? Then which qualification? Which qualification I need to study that will make curve in the reality? Then
I don't understand.
That means I will finish now, I don't know, atomic science, you know, I will study for 20 years. I will the most intelligent guy in the world. I was studying 20 years about nuclear energy, everything, science, rocket science, everything. But now my question is, how I will form the curvature in reality?
I don't get it. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
I finish all schools, man, you know. Then I go in reality to check if the Earth is a globe, you know. And then I realize there is no curvature reality. But I finish all schools. I have all degrees. But still water there is not curving. What shall I do now? Shall I study more?
No, I believe that if that's your belief, if that's what you think is the case.
No, it's not my belief. How you call something what is measured flat?
What?
How you call something what is measured flat?
I'm sorry. I'm having trouble understanding.
How you call if you have distance from A to B and if it's flat? How you call that?
Line.
Flat line or curving line?
Depends.
Depends of what?
Whether the line is flat or curved?
Oh, okay. That's the point. The line is straight and is not curving.
Okay, well then it's a straight line.
Yeah, that I'm telling you. That in reality there is no curvature. That means I can finish all schools whatever, you know. I can be Einstein. But water will not curve in reality. What shall I do?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure what you should do.
Shall I trust then my studies, or I shall go and see if is that water really curving or not?
I mean, you're free to do whatever you want in your free time. You know, if you want to see if it's curvy water, then go ahead. I'm not trying to stop you from doing that.
Yeah, but does water curve or not?
Does water curve? Yes.
Where?
Have you heard of waves?
I'm telling you, does water making spherical shape?
In space, yes, it does. With zero gravity, then yes.
Where?
In a vacuum. A water literally defaults to a spherical
where precisely is curving? Can you show me one beach and say there is the curving? You know, here is UK, here is USA. I'm in South.
I can show you footage from the International Space Station.
No, you can show me the footage, but listen, this I cannot go there. I can go on the beach because you send me the footage now, and there is curving Earth. Okay, that's cool. Now let's check that it's with that real thing. Let's check that in reality with the Earth itself.
What do you mean by this?
I mean that Earth has dimensions.
Yes.
And that mean what?
So, well, I mean, okay, I'm not able to put pictures in this. I'm not able to put pictures into this.
Can you tell me something like does on distance should to be some drop or not?
I mean, sorry, say that again.
Does if you are on the Earth, whatever, on the beach, point A, on point B, somewhere in the distance, that should to curve or it's straight flat line?
From point A to point B, the shortest distance is a straight line.
Okay, let's say the distance is 10 miles.
Yep.
How much drop should to be on 10 miles? Do you know that?
How much what?
How much of curvature should be on 10 miles?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
66 foot. I will help you. 66 foot. Does we have that in reality?
66 feet from 10 miles.
Yeah, on the 1 foot height.
Well, that's not what I was shown earlier. Because 66 feet is... I mean, I was told earlier it was 660 feet, so... Yeah.
66 feet on 10 miles with the height of 1 foot.
Okay. Well, I mean, going back to the... I'm not sure. Can someone send that picture with the 2 oil rigs?
Yeah, that's one.
Yeah.
Yes, it's got 2 oil rigs from 10 kilometers away, I believe, from 1 foot elevation. Is that right?
Yeah, it should be 66.
Okay, so if I look up a platform habitat.
If you look horizon, it should to be on 1.22 miles.
The height of platform habitat is 90 feet.
Listen, if you look the horizon, it should to be 1.22 miles.
The height of the height of the platform.
Yeah, but listen, platform is distance. Platform habitat is distance. You know, doesn't have anything with the argument.
Okay,
from an observer height of 1 foot, the horizon is 1.2 miles away. But in real world, it's more than 10 times further than that, and we want to know how.
But I was just told that it was 10 miles, not 1 mile, or not.
No, it's 1.2 miles, geometrically speaking.
Can you send me a diagram showing that or something like that? Because I want to see that for myself.
Yeah.
Bear with me, I'll do it for you.
Because if you can just listen to my argument, what I'm saying, platform habitat is 10 miles away. I just looked it up now. Platform habitat is 90 feet tall. If there are only 66 feet of curvature in 10 miles of Earth, then, and 66 minus, and then 90 minus 66 is not zero, it's well above zero. So I would be able to see it from 10 miles away. So your argument just crumbled there. I mean, I'm not sure.
No, it's about the geometric horizon. I want to send you an Earth curve calculator right now.
Would you be able to see the bottom of the habitat if there was curvature?
Well, I don't believe you can see the bottom of the habitat on this.
Shalom, guys.
The legs, you can see the legs of it.
Yeah.
The bottom.
Yeah, you can see the legs, but
the horizon's behind them.
Right, there you go, my mate. Can you see? I put it in chat there. Can you see? I put my name to it. the Earth curve calculator. Viewer height in feet is 1 foot. Distance in miles that we can clearly see is beyond 10 miles, but the observer height in feet is 1 foot. And I've highlighted it in red for you so you can see it. The geometric horizon is 1.22 miles away, and with your 7/6R standard refraction, it only rises to 1.32 miles away, a tenth of 1 mile. Yet we see further than 10 miles in the evidence that you presented with. Can you explain that, please?
Hold on, let me. But I was just told there were only 66 feet of curvature, which would then.
No, we're talking about the distance to the horizon.
The distance to the horizon, please. We see it's more than 10 miles away. Can you explain that, please?
Nope.
We can. It debunks the claim that we live on a sphere of a radius 3959.
Amen.
Yeah.
There's no curvature.
Didn't you already say the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
Danny Faulkner.
Didn't he fuck?
So yeah, no curvature, Earth is flat, ergo everything else is obsolete to talk about regarding.
Hold on.
Yeah, because gravity's.
That guy is very tall.
Yeah, he is.
What guy?
Gravity's based on the radius.
Look at the thing that Clay Underseal just sent. That guy is way too tall.
Hey,
He is very tall.
The camera on the picture that we showed you with the oil rigs is only less than 1 foot high, but we give it to 1 foot because it's exaggerated for the purpose, but it's less than 1 foot off the surface. So regardless of how tall that guy is in the picture, the real world example is 10 times at least further than the horizon should be on your geometric sphere.
I mean, it's not a comic, man. It's not a real picture.
Yeah.
Can you send me other? I mean, I mean, sure, I'll listen, but can you send me another? Just to, I guess, solidify this evidence with more proof.
Sure.
Can you send me another?
What more evidence would you need? We know the distance to the horizon on your model. We know the distance is 10 times further.
But it's one picture.
No, but it's so you're saying that you're not happy with that one. So if you accept, would you accept it if we showed you another time or another? How many times would you accept before you accept that it's real world?
8 or 9.
We can send you a few of them. We can send you the Chicago skyline.
Oh yeah.
50 miles.
Here you go. 1 second.
Observation.
Just put a
Here
bunch.
you go. Chicago. There you go. And by the way, there you have what a real mirage. Above is a real mirage. Below is the reality of a flat stationary rim.
Hold on. So what? How far away? How far away is that Chicago skyline?
50 miles, I think.
Yeah.
50 miles.
50, not 15. 50, right?
Okay. 50. What's the height of the elevation here?
From this picture, I don't know, but there are there are other videos where they show you what height you're standing on and so forth, But regardless
Do you have the Earth curve calculator handy?
Regardless of the height, you would not supposed to see anything of that
Whatever
skyline.
height you want, it's going to be curvature that's missing.
Yeah. So doesn't matter actually.
Yeah, Willis Tower is.
I posted a link for the Chicago skyline. Everything you need to know about it is there.
Oh, thank you for that.
Okay. Let's see. 6 foot Lake Michigan, Chicago skyline, 250. Okay. So Lake Michigan, apparently, so it's 60 miles, not 50, apparently. So you should be able to. So you shouldn't be able to see it because what?
The curve.
Another thing is, so
the Earth should be curving, which would hide all the buildings, but it doesn't.
All of those buildings should be behind a bulge of Earth between us and the target, hundreds of feet high. All of the buildings pretty much should be wiped out by the tippy tops of a couple of them.
Right. And another thing is, what I love the most about the sea, since water is flat, right? You can do an experiment. Can do an experiment on a flat surface that is reflecting light, as seen in the little meme I posted, and a curved surface. A curved surface will never give you a straight light path that goes back to the light source, which in this case is the sun, which disproves the water curving at all. Because otherwise you wouldn't have that straight line going onto the shore. You know, when you see the sun going away, or so-called sunset, you will often see on the sea that you have this straight line of reflected water by the light source. But actually, that is only possible because the water is flat all the way to the point from where the light emerges. Oh, I'm sorry.
I have a it's not really a. I mean, I'm thinking, would it be possible? I mean, okay, with all the proofs that you've seen of a curved Earth are all false, right? You're very solid in your belief, right?
I haven't seen any proof.
Well, I just
delete. 1 second. Delete that word, belief. I do not believe anything. I can only accept what is true to reality, which is that the Earth is measuring flat. I will not believe anything. Everything is assumptions. And
let's
I have a question.
1 second, Lexi. Let's focus on that, right? So when you measure your foot, do you believe its measurements or do you actually know it?
I know it.
Okay, so that is the whole point, then, right? Belief.
Okay. So, would it be possible to use lasers to completely rule out the Earth being round or flat?
Yeah, and that's been done multiple times.
You don't need to completely do it, right? You can just get their numbers, their math, and you're just gonna show that their math is not adding up with what they're telling us. Ergo, if they say that it's supposed to be a certain type of curvature, right, and you don't find it, you will not find it anywhere else the same. So you will not find the curvature anywhere else too. So I mean, can't be a sphere and a part of it is flat, right? That would be stupid.
What if only some parts of the Earth are flat?
That's stupid, man. Come on. Why?
So it's a disco ball Earth? 1 second. Disco ball Earth, Lexi.
Yeah.
So all that pictures we got from NASA showing that perfect sphere are all false then?
Yes.
Okay.
Before you go into that, we're measuring flatness. We're not seeing any curves, so we're measuring flat. We're not measuring other than flat, just flat.
Right. And
so
I'm not.
Yeah. So what could it be?
1 second, right? So I made a ridiculous statement, right? Disco ball Earth. And you said yes. What do you think about your statement now, right? Yes, disco ball Earth. Is that something you would stand by?
Why not? Because
you would go against what they show you on TV, right? They don't show you disco ball Earth on TV.
No, but
no. So disco ball Earth is out of the picture. So disco ball Earth
round is not quite flat.
Right. So, but all the images we get is a perfect sphere, right? Not a disco ball Earth. So no, it cannot be a disco ball Earth, and they show you perfect spheres on TV. That cannot be.
Let me tell you this: when it comes to truth and facts, it's either yes or no. There is no middle. You know, there is no middle ground. And I know that we live in a society today where everything wants to be squished in something, where you find a middle ground of everything. Like, you know, we do not really know if there's man or woman, or we don't really know blah blah. It's all about making truth distorted. But actually, truth is either yes or no. So to simplify it, the Earth is either flat or round. We measure it flat, we observe it flat, we feel it stationary, so it is what it is, and it's actually adding up to everything else which was known and back in the history of ancient times and so forth, which everyone else before has already figured out. We just, you know, we just got programmed.
What about drones?
Okay. What about drones?
Well, you can commercially availably buy a drone. A drone from a store, and a pretty good one. Would it not be possible to?
That doesn't prove a globe.
Well, would it be possible to use one to aid your measurements?
No.
What? You can get pretty high up with a drone.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, but we already showed you that it's flat with multiple measurements. So
you don't need to get high to understand what the ground is, right? So if you want to measure,
but none of these. I'm just a bit.
Do you measure the ceiling to know what the ground is? No, right?
I'd like to ask you for. Can you?
You want like high altitude footage?
Yeah, I want some evidence that you have that is not of like.
Oh, that's all fine, right? But we have Neil deGrasse. One second.
We need context here. We need context. We have. You're saying that a drone, right? We have the highest known parachute jump, and it's one of the highest observer heights that anybody ever on the Earth has ever got to, and it's the Felix Baumgartner Red Bull stratospheric jump, or whatever you want to call it. Neil deGrasse Tyson says that guy, even though he got to, I think it was it. I can't remember the exact height, but I think it was about 120,000 feet or something like that. He said that you can't see the curvature of Earth from that height because he's only like a millimeter off the surface of the ball.
28 was it? 128. I'll continue.
So when it comes to your request about the drone, given that Neil deGrasse Tyson says that Felix couldn't see the curvature of Earth, I think that your request of a drone is also not going to see the curvature of Earth because it can't get anywhere near high enough. Would you accept that if Felix can't see it, the drone can't see it either?
Yeah. Oh, okay. What's this? 240,000 feet and no curvature. What is this? Because
I have a question on the Baumgartner jump. He was jumping from a capsule, right? How is that capsule just floating in the air? Do you remember?
Wasn't it attached to a balloon?
Was it attached to a balloon? I don't know.
I think so.
Yeah, it was attached to a balloon.
But there's like two different capsules.
It was hanging from a helium balloon then, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
27,000 feet.
Yeah, and Neil deGrasse Tyson even doubled down, right? Because then Bezos went with his phallus rocket. They claim was space. Then he said, no, that's not space. But he said nobody sees curvature from 60 miles up. So he doubled down on that. It wasn't just once when he said that.
Can we go back to the apples and gravity point? Because we almost got closure on it, but then we lost it.
Well,
I just want to it for a minute.
It's really simple. If the Earth isn't curving, then you don't have gravity.
Well, even if it was,
everything gets obsolete. Sorry.
Even if it was curving, and we might have gravity. We were talking about how if apples fall in water, they fall in a different direction to what they do if they fall in air. And then we got onto the bit where I really wanted to nail down. When we show the blue marble in the vacuum of space, and we have that little blue hue around the edge that is sticky gas that we breathe, how, regardless of whether you call it a field or a medium, can you explain how we breathe, given your understanding of gravity or the current science understanding of gravity? What stops the gas from pressing into the vacuum, given the field or the whatever it is that you want to explain it? For gravity, what stops the gas from pressing into the vacuum of space?
The invisible wall.
What?
I'll take that as a concession.
No, I just Dennis wasn't listening. Right? Sorry.
He's basically asking you. It's like, can you have pressurized air around like a rim without a tire?
Even if no matter how you accept or describe gravity, right? No matter how you describe it, what stops it from pressing into space?
I mean, I can
know
just
the
Google
gravity
this.
is not a force.
What keeps air on Earth?
Yeah, it's going to say gravity is a force. No, gravity is not a force. Einstein said so.
They're going to tell you
Googling.
They're going to say some of the gas leaks out into space.
Oh.
And then gravity.
Then the question is, why doesn't all of it? And what's the distinguishing line? What makes stuff stay compared to stuff that goes?
Don't you know, guys? I can fill up the Russian gas that I get by just putting it in a bowl without closing any lid. I can just carry my gas for my grill at home. Just put a little bit of gas in a boat or on a anyways, we need containment. Sorry, I stopped doing that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean it's logical, right? So if you when you buy a Coke of a can of Coke, you need it needs to be contained, and when you open it, it equalizes. That's the we all
because the thing has higher pressure,
right? And actually, if you think about it, what weirds me out is if you look at every experiment of a pressurized system in a vacuum, it always tends to explode, right? So you have a ISS that for some reason already had multiple holes, one hole as thick as a finger or something, and they actually said that they temporarily filled it with a finger, I think.
I love the ISS.
Yeah, I can imagine. I loved it too, man. Trust me, I was such a big fan of it when I was 13, 14. I loved everything about space. Funny enough,
he hasn't seen the harnesses in the ISS yet. Is he?
Oh man, that's amazing.
I don't think he's seen that yet.
Oh my god!
What? You know the ISS is all fake, right? They're just on wires, like in a studio.
Mm-hmm. It's very cool, man. I wish I really want to do that. Find some special effect guys or something and get me on these wires, because that must be very cool. Just jump around like Superman. I really want to try that out. Let me send you a video so you get an idea of it, how this stuff looks like. I'm sending you a video not of the ISS, but the videos where, an astronaut grabs a wire of the other astronaut, and then the astronaut where he grabs the wire from, he looks straight in the camera and is like, oh no, this didn't happen. The weird thing is, I would be a better actor than them because they can't keep their face cool. It's if like they have the worst actors for something that is so important because they don't care about slips, Like I've seen so much better acting than this. He's like literally showing you in his facial expression that they messed up. Yeah, look at that video. I hope the face of the other astronaut is in there. Oh no, unfortunately not. But I mean, you can even see him looking. You can even see him reacting to him grabbing the invisible wire, right? So how much more proof do we need? I mean, lie once, right? Lie to me once, shame on you. Lie to me twice, shame on me, right? So if I would, after seeing this, I would still believe what they're showing me in the ISS to be real, then I'm just a fool, Like there is no explanation to what he's grabbing. It's just an invisible wire.
So he's got like a green harness on him.
No, it doesn't need to be green. Let me show you something. Give me a quick second.
Editing out like a wire.
Give me 1 second.
Is Lexi the new guy?
Yes. He just earned the Google. He just earned the Google Earther role, Godric.
Thank you. I want to commend you, Lexi, for being level-headed, open-minded, respectful.
Look at this video.
Seem to be listening, and you're going to be welcome back here, bro.
Look at this video and look how easy it is even to make it without a huge setup. I mean, okay, this is a pretty huge setup, but these people are probably not having the budget that NASA has and not really using a studio, doing it on an open field, right? And just look how marvelous it looks. These people look like they're floating, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how they do it.
But it's like pretty easy to edit out a wire.
Yeah, it is. This is, by the way, the original, like the original video. It's insane what you can do, and then we're not even talking about the artificial intelligence or the not artificial, the CGI, real-time CGI that they're using, like that they have like some kind of lenses or screens in front of them where they can see what they're interacting with. It's pretty insane, actually. I'm pretty sure they use some techniques that are not yet commonly available for the public, like some kind of maybe eye lenses or something to see what they're actually grabbing.
Okay.
But on the other hand, I sometimes also struggle with thinking if even the whole body is even real. Like if maybe the whole other lower part of the body is just also computer animated.
Hey, to whoever's talking, sorry to interrupt you, but along the lines of like the deep fake videos, I saw somebody talking, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, how, and you probably have too, through CGI, they can make a whole person and make a video of it and put it on YouTube, and people can't tell the difference, allegedly. So they can do that with half of a body.
Yep.
Look at Paul Walker from the franchise of Fast and Furious. Obviously, he died halfway filming that last episode. But they used stunt doubles, they used CGI, they used all sorts of techniques to put him back in it as though he was really in it. And he wasn't. You can see the point where he died. It's known, but he's still there as though he was there. So if they can do that with Paul Walker on an action thriller like Fast and the Furious, don't you think it's possible that NASA could also do something very similar?
And they're also not hiding it. Like, for example, that video with the woman and that goofball in the hand, they're actually showing you with these special effects that they can manipulate the image.
They want to know. Sorry, they want to know. They put that out there on purpose, in my opinion, because they want to know who can see and who can't. They need to know that. Yes. Thank you for letting me interject. Go ahead, please.
When can I start making money off this stuff?
Yeah, it's just you need to, and it also to quickly let me add something here. It's also because of their moral system in Freemasonry, their dogma or their karma system. They need to show you that they're lying in order for them that they don't have that they're not guilty of lying to you, because they have showed you that they're actually lying to you. Okay, you know what I mean? Like, they show you the magic trick, but if you do not look carefully, you don't see how the magic trick works.
When can I? Okay, so now I've been well versed in the information and stuff like that. Well, when can I start making money off it?
What do you mean?
Do you still believe in the stories?
Well, I'm just wondering when I can.
Or do you need more?
What are you talking about?
You haven't conceded yet.
No, I'm just wondering. Well, now that I'm like fully converted, you know what? Like, I'm wondering when I can start making money off this.
Making money off what?
What makes you think it's about money?
Yeah,
why is it not about education?
Wait, what are you talking about?
I just want free money as well. I just want
free money from what? What are you saying?
From spreading the truth. Getting.
Why is it not about education?
How is it? How is that free money? How is that free money?
Well, I mean,
Are you a Mormon, or what is this money thing now?
I was just thinking I was going to get in here and make some cash, but.
What the fuck are you talking, man? Hey?
Are you spiraling?
You want to make cash?
Is this cognitive dissonance?
No, I'm with you now. I'm fully with you.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Wait a second, guys. This is cognitive dissonance, right? This is not a normal.
No. That's not what this is. I'm about ready to do something. That's what this is.
I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, you've told me, like.
Come on, dude.
I don't get what you told me that the world is flat, and like I believe you, like I get it. You showed me the evidence, but
believe.
I'm just a bit
Jesus Christ
confused as to what I'm supposed to do with it.
This voice sounds really familiar. I'm just gonna say this voice is starting to sound familiar, but I could be wrong. I think we have better things to talk about than entertain this. I mean, unless you guys want to, I'm game, but I don't think it's necessary.
What I don't get is, like, why is he not giving us an answer like, wow, this is actually crazy. They're obviously using wire, and they're obviously just using a Hollywood set, man. I really want to know more about this, because obviously I've been lied to my whole life. Why not be honest to yourself instead of now going into something that just weirds the whole conversation out? That's just weird, and you know that it's weird because somehow you're trying to go away from something right now.
No, I'm just thinking.
Yeah, but why do you come up with money? Who wants to
don't worry about it. It's not. Don't worry about it. He's just trying to have an interesting conversation for himself. I mean,
No,
are you trying to take a stab at people on YouTube? Is that what this is about? I mean, let's
I'm not.
stick to the conversation and not talk about silly things, shall we?
Okay.
And that's to Lexi. Come on, dude.
So
if you want to stay, you got to play right.
So what do you think about the fact that they're using wire? We have obviously enough footage of showing you as a proof that they are using some kind of Hollywood effect.
I mean, I knew to an extent they were lying, but I mean, I didn't know it was this crazy.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear.
Well, I mean, personally, I want to do this. I want to do this kind of thing myself because it would look really cool to take films of myself flying around the land. But,
yeah, I mean that's okay. I mean, if you're not trying to deceive people, I personally would also wanted to try out this wire stuff, but I would never do anything to deceive people, lie to them.
I'm not gonna lie to anyone. I don't think,
and also not make money out of it. I don't need to make money.
The reason I want to make money is because, I mean, I haven't had that. I've had a few financial failures lately, and I've been looking for any way to support myself.
Yeah, but this is not a Discord
flat
about.
Earth isn't the way to do that.
Yeah,
you're not going to make money off flat Earth.
You can. I can tell you how you make money if you.
They demonetize it. They don't want you to. They don't want this getting out, basically.
Right.
If you're going to talk about flat Earth on YouTube or something, they're going to demonetize all your videos.
Okay.
Yeah. The best thing you can do is call yourself a professor or doctor professor, silly man, for example, and start shoving stupid ideas about flat Earth into people's brains.
So why don't we stop talking about it? That'd be great.
Yeah. Maybe get a good contract. Some soul-selling Freemasonry contract.
Okay.
No, I'm just joking. Don't do that, okay?
I'm also thinking, is there a way to infiltrate NASA, infiltrate...
No.
Well, you probably wouldn't want to talk about it here if you wanted to do that.
No, I'm just thinking, I'm just considering, is there any time that anyone... I mean, is there...
Well, you're going to spend a lot of time getting ready and, acting like you're being indoctrinated, for one.
Right.
You think you can just knock on the door?
Okay. I've got an idea for you guys, okay? I'm gonna spend the next 10, 20 years of my life or so trying to get into NASA, into the organization.
Okay, I'll see you later. Don't forget to write.
And you don't need to do that. We have already people that are flat earthers that have been also working on in the Antarctic and so forth. Type in on YouTube, I think his name is Jesus Computer Freak or Computer Freak, Jesus or what, I don't know what exactly the name is, Jesus Computer Freak. This guy, he actually was a NASA employee, and he worked on certain projects, such as I think making internet available in the Antarctic spacemen or something, and Jesus Freak, Computer Freak, I think that's his channel. Yeah, he talks a lot about what he did for NASA and stuff, and he's a flat earther, my friend. So you don't need to infiltrate it.
Oh wait.
Wow.
We can.
I want to see some of this stuff for myself, this.
Well, you can watch the documentary called "Flatten the Curve." That is testimony of former military people talking about their experience and how they see too far, and then they do the math, and then the math doesn't lie, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. Well, I mean, I just think it would be. I mean,
no,
I could tie this back into the money thing as well if I.
No, we're not. No, we're not. And you're going to get muted if you keep talking about that. I'm just going to tell you right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, let's get back to
be sorry, but I tried to be kind of nonchalant earlier, and you didn't get it. So sorry.
Okay. Well,
cool. Let's just stick to flat earth talk and not about that. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
You think there's some easy way to make money off this, but it's there isn't. Just get a job if you want money.
I can't do that.
So I highly recommend this video.
You wouldn't be able to come on here no more. Yeah.
So in this video, there are former NASA employees discussing the lies I mean, you can read the title for yourself. But you can watch that, for example. Great people.
Okay. Well, I mean, I still think it's a good idea. I still think I'm gonna, I'm gonna give it a shot, trying to infiltrate the system, from now on.
Yeah,
I know people who work for NASA, and they just have they just weld stuff. Like they're just like welders. They're not like lying about shit and getting free money.
Yeah, it's called compartmentalization. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't.
So when you buy,
So you're gonna.
Sorry, one second.
I feel like I can do a bit better than a welder.
When you go to the Airbus Construction Center, for example, or Boeing Construction Center, and you ask the guy who only makes, let's say, the wings, he will not. He can't tell you how they make the inside of the fuselage because he has that certain specific thing that he was, trained to do, and everything else. Yeah, specialized in, and everything else is maybe just things he picks up in the breaks when he's talking to his other colleague, but he will never have the specialization as the colleague that does another part of the systems of the aircraft or whatever. That's the same way as NASA works. Okay. So there are just maybe a little few people that know the whole spectrum of things, if that's even the case.
Well, I mean, I was...
And you still don't know if these NASA believes at the end of the day are just hypnotized people. Like all these people that are on wires and in the ISS, they could be willing to have a contract where they get hypnotized and the rest of the day when they're over, they just gonna forget everything they did.
Or
so they believe that they themselves are in.
It's just a hypothesis. Don't take this for granted. I'm just.
So they're not actually the evil ones. The astronauts are just like.
Who knows? You can manipulate and hypnotize people in a way that they will punch themselves until death. Okay, that's what you can do with hypnosis.
I mean, yeah, but the astronauts are probably lying though.
Yeah, the ones you see on TV, I don't see how they could not be lying. So.
No, it's
right. Otherwise, it would be very complicated because you need to specialize them on lying, even though they're pretty bad at facial expressions when it comes to acting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Body language can very easily give you away if you know what you're looking for. I mean, there's military personnel that are experts in that, and yeah.
And I mean, going as far as faking a moon landing, it's just.
I mean, moon landing is just trash, right?
That's old news, dude. Everybody knows that now. There's a lot of people that don't believe in flat Earth, but they don't believe, or they have suspicions that we did not go to the moon. So I can't wait for those people to, have their seed planted and boom, they know it's not a globe anymore.
I still think it's a good idea to get into NASA. I can talk to this, Jesus computer guy.
Yeah, talk to him, man.
Get back to us.
Yeah, call him up.
Yeah, record it. Make sure you record it. You'd make all kinds of money then if you did that. That'd be great.
Maybe before you do it, you watch all of his videos where he talks about what he did for NASA. Maybe then it would change your mind.
Well, I think, well, if I get into NASA, then I can pretend that I'm with them, and then I can
Yeah, okay, we already had this topic, and we know why you're talking about this, but maybe you want to learn something more about flat Earth instead.
Nah.
I mean, I can feel like that you're doing this because of a specific reason. I wish I could, because I'm not natively English. I wish I could use the the right terms to explain what you're doing here, but I don't have the capabilities of that type of language, so I can't really say it the way I would want to say it. Why you do this?
You're pretty verbose. I wouldn't.
Yeah, thank you, but it's just I know that there's a reason why you still keep on saying this stuff. Like I want to infiltrate, and I just can't make it into words to explain why you do this.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know.
It's because it's a little bit like you're not taking it 100% seriously, if that makes sense.
No. I'm taking this seriously. I mean, I've just had my whole sort of concept of reality altered, and it's crazy. I'm just having a lot of trouble coming to terms with it. I mean, I just want to find some way to help. Maybe by getting into NASA, then I can see what's going on and then report it back to groups of people like this. I'm just really,
Report what back?
Well, what I find, what I see.
Well, I mean, we already know what they're doing. Though. Yeah.
Well, maybe. What if I get high enough in this to become an astronaut, like a liar of an actor on an astronaut team? Well, what could stop me from doing that? I mean, if all I have to do,
you on video on a live stream saying what you're saying right now.
Well, they won't know it's me. They won't know it's me.
Okay.
No, I'll tell you how they won't know it's me. Because I have a plan for that. So I'm gonna take estrogen and then transition into a woman and then
be the first trans astronaut.
Well, they won't know it's me.
I mean, he wouldn't be the first. I think.
Yeah.
My voice.
I bet he wouldn't be the first.
My voice. My voice won't change, but I can change it myself. Because listen to this, okay? Hello. I'd like to apply for a job with NASA.
I mean, you just exposed your plan, though. Now they're gonna know.
Well, they won't, because my voice will sound better than that at that point.
Okay.
So I hope Danny's enjoying or listening to this as well.
Who?
Danny Faulkner.
Who's that?
The astrophysicist.
Danny Faulkner is a guy that wrote a book claiming to refute the claims of the flat earthers. And in his book, when it's in the topic or in the heading of gravity, he failed to mention the current position on gravity at all. And he only referenced the Newtonian position, which has been superseded, replaced, and debunked by Einstein. Yet somehow claims that somehow refutes the claims of the flat earthers. I've never seen any flat earther claim Newtonian physics. And even ball earthers, even those that do claim Newtonian physics, when they're corrected and told that it's no longer Newtonian, it's Einsteinian, to write a book on that and fail to mention Einstein would be a complete and utter fail. That's who Danny Faulkner is.
Okay, so Danny Faulkner, he's a fool. He's a clown.
Uh-oh, come on now. All right, let's keep it intellectual. We don't need to throw insults. We got plenty of facts.
Okay. I won't.
Thank you.
He's the author of a book claiming to refute the claims of a flat Earth and fails to mention the current position in science while he writes his book.
Okay. So he's a misinformed author. That's all I'll say. So
I wouldn't say misinformed is the correct adjective.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't.
He's basically you 30 minutes ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, personally, I think when I do this thing, I don't think they're gonna be watching this. I don't think they're not gonna be watching. They're gonna be thinking, they're gonna be hoping that they're gonna be scared of me. Trust me.
Okay, regardless of you being the next Professor Dave, what else are you interested in on Flat Earth?
What?
What else are you interested in of understanding or learning about Flat Earth?
He's not.
About the creation that you're living upon. Is there anything further you want to know?
Can I steal your crosshair?
What?
He's trying to tell you the answer is no.
Your crosshair. What did you see?
Sorry, I'm not. I'm talking to someone else. Yes, I am interested.
Oh man, come on now. Oh man. Okay, that's solidified right there. That's it.
What?
Yeah.
No. I was playing a game. Counter-Strike.
No, it's all good. It's all good. No, it's all good.
I was playing Counter-Strike and I was can I stay across there like a?
All right. So what?
And there are plenty of crosshairs that you can get as a template on the internet.
Well, actually,
I don't know how to copy someone's.
There are plenty of workshop maps where you can go onto and copy these
okay,
things.
Lexi likes to play games. I got an idea. Why doesn't Lexi try to convince us that it is really, truly, in fact, a ball? Go.
Well, I mean, because I looked on YouTube, and there was this channel. It was called like, Kurzgesagt, and it had like a round Earth, and it looked nice. So I thought, you know what? I'm gonna give up on this, trying to find the truth, and I think it's time to give up and listen to the propaganda.
You didn't hear the game. The game is you're gonna tell us and try and convince us that it is in fact a sphere.
I'm gonna try to convince you that it is a sphere.
Yeah, why else are you here? I mean, do you want to know about flat Earth and genuinely accept the information? I mean, state your purpose, dude.
State my purpose?
Yeah. Why do you want to be here?
I think he's a flat earther now.
I don't know.
Wait.
Well, I guess time will tell.
Well, yeah.
Do you still believe the globe?
If you were
I
playing
still believe the globe.
Oh wow!
If you were playing Counter-Strike, what was the motivation or what dots happened for you to end up in here today? Did you fall into here from a CS:GO server, or did someone send you?
No, I've just been playing CS because it's fun today.
Yeah, but how did you get from CS to here?
I joined this call like 3 hours ago.
Oh!
You said it again, didn't you? Did you say cold?
No, I didn't say cold. I said coal, bro. I'm not. If I said cult, I would say cult. I don't think this is a cult. I don't.
He said core, I think.
Okay.
Explain to me how you went from playing Counter-Strike to ending up in here. What was the dots that got you into here?
Do you really want to know that? Like, actually?
Yeah, we ask it all the time.
Do you really want to know that? Do you really? Okay.
Be honest.
Do you want me to be 100% honest?
Yes.
As honest as you can be before snipping your toe.
100%?
Yeah.
Just straight up right now.
You're not going to hurt our feelings.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I was looking for a girlfriend.
How did that get into here?
Well, I was joining random Discord servers, and then
what kind of nonsense did I just walk into?
So,
dude, you'll just listen intensely. You'll figure it out in a minute or two. Yes.
I'm already good.
Oh yeah. So
I've heard enough already. I've been in 2 minutes.
Yeah. Well, this has been going on for about 20 minutes now, and I mean, I guess some of you are interested in entertaining this, but I don't know if we should too much longer. But anyway.
I just wanted to say a quick tip, maybe serious. To find a girlfriend, the best way is to not play Counter-Strike and maybe go out into real world. Just meet people.
I don't guess that you were looking for a girlfriend and then in here.
What?
Do any of you guys want to play with me?
No.
I don't think so.
I haven't played this for like I don't know how many years.
Well, I mean, that's understandable. This game's not for everyone.
Kids now are
played it for 1,000.
They don't go into the real world. They don't live in reality.
I played for 1,600 hours.
In Counter-Strike, do you have to account for the Earth or like the ground rotating?
Yeah. Well.
Oh, you do?
No, you're not.
No, because in most video games, they run on a smaller, like a very small kind of, I guess,
stationary plane.
Yeah, they run on a flat stationary plane because they have smaller maps, and in a map size that small, the curvature of the Earth is very, I guess, is very negligible compared to on larger scales.
The curvature of the Earth is negligible in Counter-Strike maps. Is the curvature of the Earth negligible on the Earth?
No, it's
because it's not there.
No, it's there.
Curvature.
It's there. It's no. It's there. It's
Oh, did you prove that? Did I walk in late? Did you prove that already?
I just believe that it's there. So
could you prove it again?
Well, okay. So, you know that the Golden Break gauge is curved?
Right. Golden Great Gauge. Just try to calm down. I'm sure you're trying to say the Golden Gate Bridge. Right?
The Golden Gate Bridge. It's curved. You know that?
That's great. What about the Earth?
Well, why would it be curved if the Earth isn't curved?
Thanks.
Ryan, why are you doing this?
Are you out of your mind? Are you alright?
No, 1 second. Why is he degenerating? What was the right term? He's like going back right now. Like he already has established understanding about that he has been lied to about a lot of stuff, and now he's like hiding behind. You think he didn't?
No, he didn't.
But otherwise,
I made my mind up quite a while ago.
If you wouldn't had this subconsciously, you wouldn't have this defense mechanism where he starts drawing out the stupid arguments. Or it's just because he has no other arguments. Maybe you have no other arguments. That's why you start saying nonsense now, which is just making yourself even more stupid. Sounding stupid.
Understandable. It's understandable that you don't have any argument for the globe, because the globe doesn't have an argument for the globe.
Exactly. But you don't make yourself and the globe religious people a favor of, always underlining what we have already seen here multiple times, that people, once we have established or debunked everything they seriously claimed, they start coming up with these nonsensical sentences and just don't even realize that they make themselves look like fools. I mean, I'm just saying this to protect you right now, because otherwise you will just spiral down and it's just recorded, and it's just, I don't know, maybe you want to slightly go back and really learn about the world that you live in the hopes of, maybe waking up to other stuff, because trust me, this world is not getting better.
Okay.
And not to see through the lies is really, really bad.
Well, yeah. Yeah, okay.
I mean, on the other hand, if you just like to do everything that you have been taught and believe it, I mean, it's okay. I mean, some people love to be deceived. It's okay. It's not.
But we already showed this guy like everything, and he's just kind of denying it. It's really weird.
Yeah, because he has maybe he has. The thing is, there are people that have pleasure in unrighteousness. They disregard the truth, and because if they do not disregard the truth, they cannot stick to the lies, right? They cannot stick to the indoctrinative programming.
Yeah.
Because you need to make a decision, right? Either you believe something or you know something to be true.
Yeah,
but if you have been taught a belief system, you need to stick to the belief system, and that only works when you disregard reality that you're living in. So that's why we are at this point that we are right now, where you just start making these stupid claims until you get bored and tell yourself, okay, I'm just gonna head out and stick to my belief, instead of maybe just stopping right here and start learning seriously, because there are a lot of people that have a lot of interest, and actually, if you would be sincere to teach you something, which is very, very eye-opening, but I mean, it's a decision, man. You can decide.
I agree. I think,
But since you're already playing Counter-Strike while you have this conversation, I think there's no hope right now in you being interested or able to divert back and maybe learn something about this obvious thing.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's a decision, man. I'm just saying this out of love, okay? Because I care about you, and I know some people would not like to mention it this way, but I just can only say it like this way because I love you. I want to show you what truth is, But if you do not want to have any truth and you don't care, it's your problem, man. It's your thing. But trust me, truth will always lead you to something bigger. Okay, which in the end is the one who made you. To be honest, but that's another whole topic for itself. First of all, you need to establish a certain fundamental understanding of the realm you're living.
I think you're right in that regard.
Yeah, man. The thing is, I'm pretty sure no one here would have tried to tell you certain things if they would not be loving truth or would not be caring about their fellow human beings, right? If we would, like, some people really in here are using a lot of time to, make people understand certain things, and then they just get, pissed off, so to say, by people that then suddenly start making fun about it, what they just, teach them over 2 hours. So, it's better to
that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. So no one here is like, going to laugh about you if you just accept that you maybe are now at the point where you don't know much more.
Yeah.
We will welcome you to learn more, and we would also welcome you to change your mind. Like if you tomorrow come back and say, okay, you know what, guys, I thought about it and I realized these and that, these things, I'm more interested now because I feel like maybe I should not be so ignorant of my reality. I'm not saying that you're an ignorant person, I'm just saying maybe in this type of topic. And maybe, I can learn more from these guys, and no one will say, see, I told you, blah, blah, blah. No one will be ridiculing you. Actually, it's the opposite. We will be welcome, to just be honest. That's all.
That sounds lovely.
Yeah.
It really does, and I'm really trying hard not to be sarcastic in a response. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I appreciate you, Clay Underseal. I appreciate you, bro. Fist bump.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate you too, guys.
This guy's fundamentally a liar, so I think we should just make fun of him because
How about if we just correct the conversation for the purposes of the listening audience?
Right.
So, yeah, that's the only thing we can do. Because it's not, we're not throwing daggers at each other. we're cool. But we definitely need to help each other to keep it on where we need it to be.
But he's not gonna.
No.
Yeah. So we should just laugh at his delusion because I think that's the only thing that you can do, really. Well,
no, that's not a good example of what we want to put ourselves out. And that's in my opinion. There's other sectors of the internet where that's free game, but that's not here,
Yeah, because then we would use the same weapon as them always laughing about something they do not understand, right?
Well, no. Some people are attracted to different types of conversation where it's a little more heightened or aggressive, shall you say, like more of a debate style. And, so a slight comment, a personal attack is easily corrected in a debate, or it's just rolled off the back and back to the topic. But for here, when we have new people who've never heard of this topic before, they don't want to listen to that BS. So we want to keep it kind of clean of that type of thing.
Yeah, I fixed the problem.
Because somebody's going to hear us call, sorry to put Danny on the spot, but call him a clown. That is not the type of impression we want to give people because they're not going to listen to us.
Nobody called him a clown. The ball earther called him a clown.
Earlier they did. Somebody did.
No. The ball earther called him a clown and he was corrected. Nobody on our side called him a clown.
Dude, I didn't mention your name. Calm down. I didn't mention any names. When I talk about stuff like this, I usually don't point fingers. I don't point fingers.
You said that he was referred to as a clown, but nobody on our side called him a clown.
Oh, yeah. Well, I heard this guy's a clown.
Alexis said that. None of us.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Appreciate the correction. But it has happened where people from here have said that about other people they're frustrated with, and I mean, we have a listening audience besides who's here.
Well, to be honest, my own personal opinion is that he is a clown, but nobody
That's
said
fine. You can hold that opinion.
I concur.
Well, that's unfortunate, everyone.
You can be called worse.
The problem is that you don't need to be a clown to say clown shit, right? So when you say clown shit, like, oh, I have all the answers, flat Earth. You guys, you don't have the answer. I have the answers. Right?
Yeah, that is pretty
But
clown.
that's not calling some a clown. That's saying they're saying
that's
some
clown shit.
shit. That's better.
Yeah. I mean, I can distinguish, but you know, clown shit doesn't necessarily make somebody a clown, but you know, he just might be. I'll leave that to the audience.
Honk, honk.
Exactly. What's up, guys? What's up, Sleepy Warrior? Good to hear you here, man.
If you honk like a clown. Yes, level.
Like an hour before you joined, I was like back and forth with this guy, and I was trying to get him to explain how sticky gas works, because like we were talking about gravity, and I was correcting him that Newtonian gravity is only taught to you in high school, and if you go beyond that, you realise that gravity is not a force, but we don't go beyond that in school. So most people think that gravity is a force, but then when you find out it's not a force, it's a field, and then when you start talking about fields, that then doesn't work for explaining how sticky gas works. And I was trying to get him to apply that sticky gas notion to Einstein's field equivalence, and it doesn't work. He didn't see that it didn't work. But
I love it, sticky gas.
Yes,
I love that shit. So that's what it was. That's why he was babbling nonsense about Counter-Strike and finding a girl when I came in here, because it was serious beforehand, but it got too serious for him apparently. So he reverted to that. That's what you're saying.
It gets fast when you start like applying it. So when you start applying it awkwardly and showing the inconsistencies, all of a sudden they divert into a topic that's less hard.
Yeah.
Sounds
That's
so
really
good.
weird. It's
so unfortunate, but it's that the globe side doesn't really give them much ammo to shoot with. You know,
it's actually one of the weirdest things that happen most of the time regarding globe earthers. It's just, I don't know. It's just such a weird feature of
Oh no, but be comfortable with that, because this is a familiar thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not here for a long time, but I've seen it a lot, like literally a lot. But the worst are actually the ones that start laughing and mocking and think that they're smarter, even though
like saying
that means they're on the road.
Like saying you don't understand those papers. Do you really understand those papers?
Yeah, right.
Something like that.
Like a Professor Dave type of way, talking down at you like you're a little infantile child.
Those aren't real people. Sorry, not sorry. I mean,
yeah, it's just,
I mean, if you're not willing to honestly accept new information after more than a couple months, and then some people come in here and say, oh, I've been looking into flat Earth for a year, you just shot yourself in the foot right there.
Right. Is it also raining for you, Jenny? Where you live?
It is.
You live in the US, right?
Yeah. I live in Missouri.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's also raining here right now in Germany. Very heavy rain, actually.
It is. Where I live is beautiful.
The funny thing is, the weathercast was sun for today, but then I looked outside and I took pictures. We had weird planes doing circles of chemtrails. Like, let me just send you this picture. It's crazy.
Well, my area is really interesting because there's a certain place that puts out a lot of moisture into the air. Mm-hmm. And even a lot of the townies say it creates a little bit of a bubble for us sometimes. So it's pretty awesome.
It's also raining in the Netherlands, Clay. It's also raining here. I don't know how it is in the UK, but it's also raining here.
Yeah, but the weird thing is that we had blue sky in the morning today. Like, literally, I thought it would be a great sunny day. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, these weird planes, high altitude, just doing these circles. And now then, 2 hours later, rain. It's crazy how fast they can change it. It's absolutely
make
crazy.
a diary of that and write down and see if you can find a true coincidence.
Right.
You know?
Man, but today that was the weirdest I ever seen. Like they didn't even try to hide it. Like I said to my colleagues in school, man, these must be drunk pilots, you know, as a joke. Because I talk about these things, right? I don't care. Like I will openly admit that's chemtrails, and you know most people don't even understand what I'm saying. So
yeah, I mean, I think the chemtrail is just a sign along the road of you figuring out where the fuck you are. You know what I mean?
It's a sign. It's the sign of the government's love for the people, right? That they care.
So much.
It's like love. It's like love letters. Love letters in the sky, right? Like the government and whoever it is that are making these signs in the sky.
You know
I
what?
used to think it was a sign they wanted to play tic-tac-toe, because that's what it would look like in my sky.
Yeah, but we're kind of in the weeds. I just
in my damn sky.
I put us. I don't know. Maybe it was me, but we're in the weeds.
No, I was just under the impression that that it was a sign of their love.
But really, that they are drunk. They're just having a good old time up there.
Yeah.
Wow.
And unfortunately, I didn't do a video, but the way they were flying, maybe these are drones or something. I don't know.
Whoa.
It was so weird.
Well, I've seen video. Okay, yeah, I don't want to talk more about it, but yeah, because those videos probably don't exist anymore. The ones I wanted to refer to. But yeah. Just where you can't see what you think you could see. People that have zoomed in on a trail and they don't see nothing. You know what I'm saying? So what you just said, there could be, in my opinion, something to what you just said about the why it looked like that. Because I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. Maybe somebody else has, but
yeah, this is terrible. Like I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what. Like normally, even if you do training as a pilot, you have certain holding patterns and stuff. But this is just a very high altitude aircraft flying the way they want to, which is very weird. Because normally this is the airspace needs to be, it's like also like a highway that needs to be monitored. And they can't just fly left, right, left, whatever they want to, because there are other airlines on a certain path that they're flying, right? So this is very weird. Indeed.
Well, what I was thinking just now, it just came to me, what if it was one of those skyriders practicing or something, and it was their first run?
I never seen skyriders in Germany, and I'm not even sure if that stuff is allowed or even there. I mean,
there's all kinds of special people spread out all over the place. They get special permission to do stuff, so who knows?
Right. But on the other hand, I think on these altitudes, normally you don't get skywriting, right? Normally they're a bit lower than this, because that's literally very, very high.
I'm just putting it out there. I'm not saying that's what it is, but we got to hold ourselves to the same scrutiny we hold the globers, right?
True. Anyways, I can only show what I've seen, right? So everything else is just assumption. If it's better modification, I can only assume.
That was like when Huey hears the word experiment. Did someone say experiment? Sorry to Clay.
Yeah, that's what I hear. When I hear globe, I'm like, what globe? What are we talking about? Toy? Toy that's in everyone's classroom? That globe?
Yeah.
Because it can't be talking about the ground that I'm walking around on, because that's definitely not a ball. Because then it'd be pretty self-evident that it was a ball. It would act like a ball.
By now we figure it out.
You would think so, but now we got people asking us, why would we expect this ball to have curvature? Well, it's because it's a ball. I mean, that's the whole thing, isn't it?
I mean, it could be real simple. They could have just turned the cameras around. on multiple occasions when they've been up and allegedly went to the moon that they didn't know was in the Earth's atmosphere at that time. That I think is okay. So it was like 3 years ago.
Don't tell them about the remix story. Some of them don't like that story. That now the Earth's atmosphere is now, what is it, 391,000 miles away? That's where it extends to now in their little remix that they're trying to kind of put in there, but kind of not. Right? Because some of them will argue that, but then some of them are like, nah, that's just, blah, 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 blah. Go ahead.
According to the clowns, I don't know how many billion years ago they say that the atmosphere started, but whenever it started, it would have immediately started spreading everywhere, according to their paradigm. And 390,000 miles is pocket change, like a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the pocket change it should be if it's been spreading out for hundreds of millions of years, right?
The gas particles that stay here, they're like, that started because of the rebellious gas particles. The ones that
the ones that were sticky, right?
Yeah, the ones that say, well, you know what? Instead of expanding into this infinite vacuum, I'm not going to do that. We're not going to act like gas today, guys. We're rebelling. We're going to stay right here.
Oh, the ones that stayed, yeah. Sticky ones, the sticky ones stayed, and the super lubricated normal ones.
Oldie but goodies right here, right now. This is great.
I know a certain someone is getting audio clips, so I'm making sure to use fancy language like super lubricated gas particles.
Well, no, I was meaning like this is not something you guys have talked about. This is like an old inside joke kind of thing, and I mean,
because we were trying to find out how would the gas pressure ever even start.
Much
like let's say that the first particle of gas that escaped the Earth, because that's where the gas comes from, right? Okay, so it escapes the Earth in the infinite vacuum, and then what? It just decides to stay here? How did this pressure, I mean, we don't have a container, right? Apparently, infinite vacuum. How did this pressure decide to just stay here? It's simple. And it wants to stay here on a thing that's supposedly traveling at all types of ridiculous speeds. So
unfathomable speeds. People cannot conceive of how fast we're supposed to be moving, myself included, because it doesn't exist for one. But
so fast that you can consider it being still.
When you're in your classroom in high school learning about the heliocentric theory, your teacher doesn't tell you, we are moving so fast. And it's just incredible because the atmosphere moves with us. It should be some sort of, I wish Mary Mom could be here. She probably could have done a better job at what I just tried to do, but that doesn't happen. They don't tell us how fast we're moving. I don't remember that from school. Maybe it happened, but there was no emphasis on it for how, people don't think. I mean, I guess you can only think so much in a day, and there's so many distractions, so. But,
Well, when everything proves to us that it's not moving, but the story is that we are, then it becomes pretty hard for even like a basic teacher to really get into that. Because it's like, wow. Because at the end of the day, I've heard guys tell us that, the proof that we're moving is that we don't feel it. Oh, so that's the proof that we are moving is that we don't feel it. Okay. If that checks out to you, then you might need medical attention.
Yeah, I mean, now see, this isn't something that I'm going to post something that you guys have probably seen before, but this is not something that we really learn about in school. I don't ever remember that. I mean, maybe. We're supposed to be rotating 1,038 miles per hour. While we're flying around the sun at 66,600 miles per hour. Okay, these are not measurements. That's something else that, looking back on my indoctrination
we're still chasing the sun at 500,000 miles per hour too.
Right. And then how would they know? How would they
forget about the galaxy rotating?
Yeah. How do they know that? How do they know that the galactic speed through space is 1,300,000 miles per hour?
Speed radar.
What instrument did they use to calculate that high measurement? It's no wonder you guys call them clowns, because it's extremely frustrating that they don't communicate this to people.
Have you never heard of parallax? Hello.
No about it.
Calculations via parallax. That's how they figure this stuff out.
By how By how lights in the sky move. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, it's science.
Yeah, what's weird is they move really slow because they're so far away. Yeah.
Oh, so they move really slow while moving really fast. Okay.
Right. That's what I was trying to get to. Thank you so much. This is like a comedy show. Somebody should make a comedy movie about this.
It's already here, and it has representatives every time.
I know, but we should make something.
You guys think it's flat? You think it's a ball?
Okay.
No evidence.
So we would probably have what 3 minutes to make it, because the average person has the attention span of a flea. Look we got the TikTok. I don't go on it. I even call it the TikTok like an old person. There's no the in front of TikTok.
It's the TikTok.
Yeah, the TikTok.
It's the Snapchat. It's the Pinterest. It's the Instagram. I agree with you on all of those things. No thanks.
Yeah, I don't. Oh man, no, I have not created a TikTok account. People even put their TikToks, their beloved TikToks, on YouTube in I don't know how many minutes or whatever, but it's like. But anyway, what were we? But yeah, so we should make a little short, a YouTube short, where it goes through all this. I mean, bring this meme to life so people, with the little for dummies little kind of explanation, because this is not taught to us in school, and people just repeat stuff they're told. And I can't get enough of my new favorite saying. I forget who told it to me or said it the other day. The eyes are useless when the mind is blind. And the mind is blind by indoctrination. So these people need our help. But if you don't want our help, just GTFO. Because we're not here to be.
That's why they attack the mind first, right?
And you know what I was thinking the other day?
Before you even know your alphabet, you've seen the globe everywhere.
Exactly.
It becomes very familiar. It becomes very, and then you got your parents and everybody you know and love calling it your home.
So
that's where you live.
So
before you can even speak.
Up until the age 5 or 7, experts say by recording brain waves of, I guess, tiny children, and they have a different brainwave frequency. I think they said it was some sort of alpha state. I could be wrong. Please don't. Yeah. But anyway, so what that does is that makes them subject to programs being written on the brain before they can even cognitively think for themselves. So, when you got a heliocentric theory baby mobile above your child, that's going to, just the chocolate bed, they're going to think that's where they live.
And that's literally what I had a mobile of the solar system above my crib. And then once I got out of the crib, the first, and I still remember this, the first mattress I had space all over it with a bunch of fantastical space stations that actually looked pretty cool.
That is awesome.
I remember that.
I think that's awesome. That's
the whole
awesome.
mattress.
And that could be. That could be
the whole set that my parents got for me. It was like a whole the
your
curtain,
parents
matched the mattress, matched the pillows. It was the whole thing.
It all, yeah. So your parents set you up to be here. That's what
pretty much.
That's awesome. I love that. I love it. So, do your parents contend with flat Earth, or do they not want to?
My parents aren't around anymore.
Oh, sorry to know that. But yeah, so you were essentially celebrating something, maybe even idolizing something before you even knew what it was all about.
Yeah, I was surrounded by it.
Yeah. I mean,
and of course, you're watching movies and television, all that shit's all over the place. You can't escape it.
But yeah,
they've already put it into your mind before you even can really formulate sentences or arguments or anything. You're just force-fed it, which is a terrible shame.
Can you imagine what kind of world we would live in if most people knew about logical thinking and such? Because, we all know they don't teach that to us. There's debate clubs, but those people are geeks and nobody wanted to do that in school, right? That's effed up. But that happened, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
Just like, shut up and do as you're told. One day I'm going to have a conversation with my grandchildren that they're just going to have to get through it and know that there's a time and a place to speak about something. And, you can't be fighting with your teachers. I want my grandchildren to know about logically thinking about something, not just thinking what you're told to think. Because, that causes a lot of problems for people, because not only do they do it with this type of stuff, but they also do that type of nonsense in any aspect of their life. It can cause personal problems. People don't know how to think logically.
And that's what kind of makes me sad when I hear some of these kids that come in here, or young people, whatever, that sound smart and sound like they are capable of critically thinking, but all they seem to want to do is regurgitate the same story we all heard. And it's like, yeah, kid, we know. We know the story.
You know what? But I love it when
the same story. Like, you didn't think you were going to just give us a new spin on it and then convince, because that's what it sounds like sometimes. Like, oh, there's this group of people who apparently don't know this story, so I'm going to go and put them on game so that they're all aware and we could all celebrate after that. That's how they sound sometimes. Like when you just Google something, oh yeah, it's the curve is blah blah blah.
But guys, orbital dynamics, guys.
Have you not heard of that? Yeah.
Right.
Like, we heard of it, but the problem is you're just coming in and telling us about it, and the people that told you about it they haven't proven it to you, and now you're going to come in and tell us about it like you're proving it to us. That's not how that works.
See, they don't think about it like that, how you just said it.
No.
And that's simple. Not let's just say anything, a little bit more intricate.
I like to keep it simple.
But I am jealous of the kids that come in here, the ones that are even under 18, but even in like the 20-something, because they're, in my opinion, they're farther along than what our age group was back when we were their age. So it's exciting. I love it. So, I remember
conversation wasn't around when I was that age. So, I hesitate to think what my life would be like if I was that age and people were talking about this and it wasn't as exclusive, as it used to be. If it was the way
so
it is now,
we should.
we're all different board game.
We should definitely expect ridicule out of the younger ones, and that should be okay, because they're still trying to figure out everything else. They've got their hormones still and all that kind of business. So, all we need to do is plant the seed, and, it's okay if they believe in the ball. We need ballers around here. But there's hardly any.
Well, there's one in the DC right now being really quiet.
Oh.
Pull a paper out of chocolate. There's none at all.
Say again, brother. I didn't hear you.
I said I pull out a paper from one of your book, because you said we need ballers in here. There isn't any.
Nah, there isn't any.
What about Danny?
Oh, you're right. He's been here for a long time listening to us clown around, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's who I keep referring to. That's why I asked about Isaiah 38:8. For the record, it's a moment in a book that some people really hold near and dear to absolute truth, that literally talks about the sun being moved backward.
That's fascinating. I mean,
not the Earth,
right?
The sun.
So that is no way possible can happen, because if the sun stops, then everything else in the heliocentric theory therefore has to stop as well. So there should be no.
Let's be fair. Let's be fair, Jenny.
Oh,
anything can happen in the realm of the one who made all things. It could do literally anything. Nothing is beyond him. The issue is nothing is a problem for him. So the issue is people that are heliocentric minded refuse to acknowledge that and want to appropriate or pervert the information and make it say something that it isn't saying. And that's the issue I have.
Okay.
So they'll say, instead of saying that the sun actually was the thing that moved, even though the one who made all things, if that person exists, right, the creator, right, there's nothing beyond that person. So to act like he couldn't do that is kind of pathetic and silly. So that's really what I'm exposing, is when you've got an alleged believer, okay, in the one who made all things, and you are making a claim that he couldn't have done this thing that he said he did. How silly do you look? How silly do you look when you refuse to acknowledge that the maker of all things couldn't do the thing he said he did, because your allegiance isn't to the maker. If you make that claim, your allegiance is to Helios.
Right, because
and the heliocentric model.
Yeah, exactly, because there's no creator with the heliocentric theory. Something came from nothing. No creator. So I don't know how it's getting confused. I mean, but it'd help a lot of people if we could figure that out, because even in the first book of the Bible, that don't sound like the heliocentric theory to me. So how can you believe in a creator and the heliocentric theory at the same time? I would really want to know that.
You can't serve two masters. You can't serve a heliocentric religion.
That's great. Two masters. Exactly.
It's the same with Freemasonry. You can't be a Mason and think to be saved. Doesn't work. Because in Masonry you need to serve a master, right? The Bible specifically tells you that you can't serve two masters. So everyone who is in Masonry and is a Christian should repent of it and get out of it. Otherwise, I can't 100% claim the faith, but I'm pretty sure if it's written, you can only serve two masters. You can only serve one master. You can't serve two, right? So Freemasonry and serving the Messiah is not working, at least from what I understand. That conclusion.
Yep. Well, anyway, there's a massive obsession with Helios amongst these people. Some of them don't realize it. Some of them don't even realize it.
Okay, Level Up just chimed in. So I don't know if she's available to be on voice. I'm not looking at my phone like that, but so she says it is inconsistent at best to take Genesis literally regarding age, but figuratively regarding structure.
Hey, yeah, I'm here. I'm just having breakfast, so.
Oh, yeah.
Good morning.
Morning.
That was great to jump in. Good morning.
That sums it up pretty well, I think.
Good morning, Paula. How you been?
Morning. I'm doing all right. How are you?
Not too bad. Always good to hear you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So yeah, do you have a quick moment to elaborate on what you said? That was great.
Well, I mean, it's other people have pointed it out. If you take Genesis 1 literally, Creation Week literally, because it's so obviously literal, it's historical narrative genre, and they couple each day with evening and morning day 1, evening and morning day 2. There's no way these are long ages. You can go to the Ten Commandments that says honor the Sabbath day because in 6 days God made heaven and earth, and they have words for ages. It isn't, the context always tells you the meaning. That's where semantic ranges of words come from that you see in any lexicon is from the context in which they're found. And so day coupled with evening morning means a literal solar day, a 24-hour day. And so even in the Ten Commandments, you can't take it figuratively, as in the day of the Lord, because the context is, look, you take every seventh literal day off because of this. And you would have to read way into the text to make it mean ages. So, the young earth creationism sees that, and that's accurate. But when it comes to the forming of the earth and the sky and the seas, suddenly all those rules fly out the window, and now we have to take it all poetically, or as some do, what like Michael Heiser calls it theological messaging, because he wants to believe in evolution and he wants to believe in heliocentrism. Therefore, he makes the Bible bow to the real Bible, which is quote-unquote modern science. And suddenly, none of this stuff means what it says. Yes, this is historical narrative, which is Michael Heiser's specialty is ancient languages, Semitic languages. So he recognizes, yes, the Bible does present, if you're consistent, Genesis 1 as literal 7 days creation and a literal flat stationary earth, and you can look at all these, references that people have given about whenever the Bible describes the earth, it describes it in those terms. Never even in poetic passages does it describe it as spherical, and there's a word for that. Isaiah had a word for it. There's the circle of the earth, but they could have used a more specific word than that. But the thing is... Go ahead.
Oh, you were going to say the thing is, you go on.
Sorry, I just grabbed a little breakfast.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's all right. But the thing is that there is no basis. It's an argument from silence and inconsistent and arbitrary and actually an equivocation fallacy to only take something figurative because it clashes with a preconceived idea. That's what they're doing.
I'm not, okay, I totally understand the first part. You can't take the literal age of Creation Week, but then figuratively regarding the structure. The structure exactly is a model? Is that, I'm sorry. Wait,
well,
Sorry, I butchered that. Sorry.
The physical descriptions and locations, relative positions that are described do not lend to I use the word relative. Relative positions don't lend to relativity, though, as contradictory as that may sound. What I mean by that is, if something is above and below aren't universal positions by default.
I feel like I should rewind to right before she made her text comment and listen to that again, because she said it good the first time. It's me, not Paula. But yeah, loving what you're talking about, Paula, really. I mean, because, yeah, I think I am going to do that.
Thank you. And the reason I was watching earlier, normally I'm watching Nathan Oakley's show this morning, but somebody told me that Danny Faulkner was in the chat, although he hasn't been talking. But
no,
we already know, and I've said this in private messages to him, that he's here to get material for books that he will make money from that are really hit pieces, as any articles of his I've seen on the topic.
Oh, that's where that comment came from. Okay, there was a comment made earlier about making money on Flat Earth. That's where that came from.
Yeah.
Paula. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm straight.
Which is why I said the delusional appropriation of righteous indignation in regards to his attitude, especially, demonstrated in that clip that Quetzal posted.
Oh,
yeah. The tone that he uses here is very, very different from the tone he uses when he's in with atheist ball earthers, which is quite ironic. The one interview he did at MC Tunes, where he's siding with people he knows are anti-Christian, who are pro-evolution, and mocking flat earthers just because the only thing they have in common is mocking flat earthers. And so it isn't. He isn't being genuine. It's disingenuous to come here and act like I'm just here to, talk to you guys and hear you out. No, he's here for book material.
Dang.
Hey,
yeah.
could I chime in for a second, please?
Go, Jim.
Now that we have Dr. Danny Faulkner in the live stream, I would like to formally ask him to debate me on an independent platform sometime in the future. Danny, Dr. Faulkner, I am Jim777. If you'd like to get a hold of me sometime, I've sent you a request online, but I haven't heard back from you. I would love to debate you sometime. I have someone who will even host it, outside party, who would not take sides. And so, Dr. Faulkner, if you can get a hold of Jim777 someday, I would love to debate you live. The gentleman that will be independent can have his platform for 4 hours, up to 4 hours. If you will debate me for up to 4 hours, I will do it anytime you like. Just get a hold of me. Thanks for listening. Thank you.
Thank you for listening. I love that.
So, Danny wrote that he will never debate a flat earther in one of his blogs. Then he also wrote that he wasn't welcome here anymore, and he wouldn't come here anymore, even if he could. So, I think maybe you have a chance. Depends on his mood, maybe, what words he wants to hold himself onto, right? Maybe not.
I would just like to have an opportunity to actually debate somebody who, he went to Bob Jones University, and I can respect that, or attended Bob Jones University, and I can respect that. And so I would actually like to have somebody who, and I don't take away from his faith, I would actually like to have an opportunity for up to 4 hours. I have a debate tomorrow morning that may go up to 4 hours. So I would need probably another week or two after tomorrow morning to prepare and be ready. But anytime Dr. Faulkner would like to debate me, we can arrange it. Please get hold of me on here, and I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh man, Helio's gonna be mad if Danny Faulkner starts talking and his stream isn't going. I know we got more than one for that reason, for whatever, but so yeah, I genuinely wanted to re-listen to what Paula was talking about, because I was actually sitting here taking notes. Because I remember a time when I was still going to church and I was green on flat earth and I was trying to tell people, and I got the doe-eyed look, the fluoride stare and all that kind of business, and so I dropped it. But the two masters, that's what it is. That's what hit it right there. Clay said that. Thank you, Clay. But yeah, I wanted to listen more on what Paula was saying. I thought it was great. And so I went to Helio's channel, and then I figured out he wasn't streaming. So I'm like, nah.
I mean, can we just do this right here? Can I just do that right there?
What?
What I just did to Danny.
Oh, right. Okay.
Can we just do that?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, doesn't that pretty much just put a bow on it? I mean, if that is what there's not a question about it. It has been evidenced repeatedly that's what he's doing. If he's just going to sit in here and not respond to anybody, look, there it is. I see. Look, he just dropped out of the conversation and he's back. Right? So he's here. You get what I'm saying? He's here, but he's not responding to anybody's comments. He's playing a silly little game where he's literally just recording. Well, that puts a damper on things when he gets server deafened. You get what I'm saying? Like, you give him the benefit of the doubt. Oh, maybe he's just AFK. No, he's sitting here listening to everyone address him and say things to him and ask him questions. And then the moment I server deafen him, he pops out of the chat, proving that he's present. You get what I'm saying? These silly little childish games. I'm not a fan. Who's typing now?
Wait, is that the same Danny?
Yeah, it's Danny Faulkner.
The one and
no
only.
way.
Yeah. And don't be too surprised, Rec Gamer. This really is the best spot on the internet for this conversation. So it would be appropriate for anybody that's making content that's anti-content. This would be one of the best places for them to be.
Should make an emoji out of that.
but I'm interested in talking right now. I guess he meant to say not. Furthermore, someone deafened me a few minutes ago. I can't hear what is going on. Like, the disingenuous is just seething, or palpable disingenuity. Palpable disingenuity. That's tough. That's tough to say. Not interested in talking right now. Yeah.
Yeah, that.
because it's hard to write and talk at the same time.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Okay, so somebody deafened him allegedly.
I did that.
I see. Okay, I understand. Okay.
He popped out of the VC. I was trying to explain the whole thing. The point is, he's sitting there being addressed by all these different people. Okay.
Right. I mean, and he could listen this from YouTube, and he knows that. So why be here? I mean,
because he's gathering recordings, and now he can't via the method of preference potentially. I suppose it's more preferential. Yeah. What Morvis said. Y'all do what you want. I'm gonna go listen to a radio show. I'll be back in a little bit. You want me undeafen him?
Is Danny a Bible, so-called Bible believer?
He's allegedly a Christian astrotheologist. I'm being facetious when I say astrotheologist.
Clay.
Oh no.
No.
Oh no.
Astrotheologist. I didn't know that was his title. I know he had a.
It actually is a title. I'm using it facetiously. That's not his actual title.
Thank you for clarifying. I'm like,
yeah.
No, that was.
How is that even a thing? How is that even a thing? Like,
because people make space to be their god. Because remember, it's about pantheistic monism. It's about we are one with the universe. That's astrotheology.
That sounds like a great tag, an astrotheologist.
Have you ever asked him if the Most High gave us dominion over the moon? Like, there's nothing in the scriptures that leads to anything regarding what they tell us. It's actually the opposite of everything we have been taught. Like, this is crazy. Absolutely.
Did anyone check out the debate between McToon and Namti Noah from yesterday? Or this morning, maybe?
This is the meme that always comes up in my mind when I hear stuff like this as a title. What is this title again? Sorry if I've already forgot. Astrophysicist and Bible something?
What?
What is the title that Danny is like? What is Danny doing again? His title of being what?
You just Google him up. He's on the internet.
Oh, what's his name on the internet?
Danny Faulkner.
Danny? How do I say it?
Faulkner.
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 Oh! Is it the dude in the video that's being asked?
Yeah. The same. That's the very same guy. Yeah.
No way! I'm so sorry for this. Probably maybe he's a Mason. Who knows?
Yeah, doesn't matter. All that matters is he's professing with lies only, deceiving others.
I'm so sorry for these people. Like, literally, do they think they meet the apostles in the days of the Messiah, and they just gonna teach them that they were all wrong about what they have written down? Like, talking about the firmament is so silly, man. Why did you roll it down like this? We know that we have outer space and we can fly with rockets and stuff. Literally, it makes no sense. Like, I can't imagine heaven being a place where you teach the ones who have been writing down the scriptures inspired by the Holy Spirit and tell them, everything regarding your geocentric stationary plane that you're describing is wrong. You have always been living on a spinning ball. Like, what do people imagine? That's just foolishness. Straight up foolishness. And, Christ himself said, how can you believe? Wait, if you know. Yeah, if I have told you earthly things and you do not believe, how will you believe if I tell you about heavenly things? Like, where's heaven for these people? That's my question. Is it like some portal you go through? Like, how is it his footstool if it's a ball? Like, there's so many things that make no sense. That's why I'm sorry for these people.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, it's just, it just grieves me.
There's many a blind mind. Oh, did we undeafen Danny? He asked 2 minutes ago.
If he wants to speak, yeah.
Yeah, I really would want to have his explanation of how he can put two things that are completely the opposite together, like believing in the Bible while believing the nonsense Helios religion. That has
check out his blog. He has his own blog talking about flat Earth and this Discord. You can see his own wording of it.
Ooh, we should read it out loud.
Is he like disregarding the truth of the Most High, that how he created this place?
I'm not sure about that part. I think someone else can answer that. Maybe else.
Wow, he's flat out lying. Saying, while this may be the case on Discord, what appears on YouTube is cut up into chunks. WTF? That's not necessary. I mean, come on. What does that have to do with anything anyway? Even if it's true, what you gonna do?
I guess he's wrong. I mean, YouTube doesn't allow videos longer than 12 hours, so my stream stops at 11 hours 55 minutes, then resets and then starts over. So yes, it is broadcasted 24/7, but YouTube prohibits more than 12-hour recordings. So yes, we have to stop it after 12 hours. It's just a technical thing. It's
okay, he's not even describing it right. We're always live, but the remnants of the live is cut up into chunks. So he doesn't even describe it right. What? I mean, so yeah, he's definitely biased for some reason. There's something in his experience that's making him hard-nosed on this, and you guys need to figure that out. We don't need to do nothing. We don't need to do nothing, but I mean, this could be very good.
He had a confrontation with Miggy. I was there. And then he, I don't know if Miggy still got it. I looked for it.
That's too bad we don't have it on hand, because what we could potentially do is play it right now, and when we can do commentary. Of course, we'd have to unmute him. Well, undeafen him, but have him muted, and he can listen to our commentary about himself. Wouldn't that be fun for him? I think it would be fun. I think it would be great.
Words against him in the channel.
Yeah, let's just talk about Danny's conversation with Miggy. If anybody can find that, that would be amazing. Why don't we do that? He wants material for himself. We can give it to him. We don't need him.
I think that's fair enough, I would say, yeah.
Yeah. We don't need him live, because we got him recorded. That's what we do. So, yeah. We should put in mod chat for somebody to find that, because we need it, in my opinion. Sorry to be so weird about it, but...
Yeah, so I shall not go there again, even if I could. Was his exact words. I'm quoting him. Right? And here he is. This was after the confrontation with Miggy. I shall not go there again, even if I could. Yeah, gotta make some money, right, with the sound bites. So,
I think much of that's going to be happening. I'm pretty confident that there's not going to be a lot of money being made, so I think we're good.
Oh, he wrote a few books, so probably that did make him some money. And that's all fine,
maybe he
right?
broke even. I would be willing to bet he broke even. How about that?
That's all fine. People can make money. I'm not...
Right. I mean, maybe this is... Hey, what about this?
But if his... Sorry, go on.
Maybe this is his process to realizing his paradigm needs... Okay, yeah. I know.
If you write down, I shall not go there anymore, even if I could, and you do it, right? Then no.
Oh, I got what you're saying. I understand. All right. Yeah, thanks. So yeah, that's not good. Going back on your word is basically what you're saying, right? I mean, that's how we look at, we critically analyze like what the where the information is coming from. I feel bad for people that are, in the same camp. I mean, what's that saying? In the land of the blind, the one eye is king, the one-eyed man is king. Does that apply here in this? Okay. Sorry about the crickets, everyone.
I'm just saying there is nothing wrong with making money, but there is something wrong with, creating content which leads people astray into fairy tales and foolish.
But what I was saying is the people that listen to him, they're obviously blind.
Yeah, but
So his content contains him calling us a cult and liars, right? That is his content.
Yeah, and he will understand on the day of judgment that if he is not going to repent of that foolishness, disregarding literal scripture, then his problem, Like, I mean, I'm not a judge, and I don't need to judge. It's all upon the Most High. But on the other hand, it's just sad to know that these people disregard everything they get. We tell them about the reality, and I'm sure he had a lot of conversations already. But because of the pride and all the books that he has written, it's hard for him to leave that behind and actually come out and say, "Yo, guys, I was wrong with everything, and I'm sorry, and I need to repent." No, they're just going to stick to the program. That's the sad thing. They put this over the word or the truth, which is, the knowledge given unto us by the Most High. And that's even the more scarier thing, If you put yourself, your own wisdom, foolish wisdom, above the wisdom which is written literally, yeah, then you're a fool, and the Most High laughs about that. But what makes me angry is when they cannot admit the very reality that they're being faced with. So they need to turn onto fables and onto weird excuses in order to keep their belief system. Because you can't have two things. You can't have a heliocentric system and the biblical cosmology. It doesn't work. One thing is contradicting the other. And it doesn't take a huge brain to understand this. So if you want to have planets, stars, and weird balls flying through an ever-expanding universe, you also need to have the Big Bang. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Because that's the very thing this theory of space and ever-expanding universe is based upon. So, I don't understand these people saying that they're, biblical believers, but on the other hand, disregarding the obvious literal facts which are written down as it is written in my name, that it turns onto clay, that the earth takes shape like clay under seal, right? That's not something that you can, make, change and say, actually, clay could be a round spherical ball, it doesn't make sense. So either you take what is given as being the truth, or you just make up your own truth and you end up being fool. I mean, I would really wish to talk to this guy and understand why he stays in that foolish religion as the heliocentric religion, or why he's even propagating it. If that's the right English term. Sorry if it's not. Yeah. Anyone can send me his blog so I can read a little bit, what he thinks about us.
Yeah, it's in the live stream. Level Up just posted it at 15, 23 or across the hour. Answeringgenesis.org. That is.
Dude, I really don't want to read it already because this very offending, the deceptive picture as the banner is already so foolish and so ignorant that it shows that either he has never listened to what we as flat earthers say, or he is, openly trying to be, deceiving. Because let alone this picture makes me very, very, very annoyed. But I mean, let's see. I'm gonna read this. What? But many discussions of the scientific method do not include any mention of observation. For instance, considering this flowchart from another source, flat earthers tend to ignore these descriptions of scientific method because if they did, it would undermine their predetermined conclusion about science. What?
Yeah, so that is what globies do, right? They dilute science. They say observation is part of it is included in the scientific method, but it is also used with the scientific method. So if I observe something in the sky, that is science then, right? So the whole experimentation, well, no, because if globies recognize that observation is not experimentation, then you can put that whole last part you just quoted back on them, right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Sorry, continue.
Man, this text is already showing me that, I mean, he already opens up the whole thing with this fake picture, the CGI disc in the helios inserted or pasted into a heliocentric model, shows that he has never really understood what biblical cosmology means.
Yeah, I think it's disrespectful that people are undermining the Flat Earth Society. Not society, sorry. The Flat Earth Discord, sorry.
Apple Lemon, never mind. I'm not gonna go into what you're saying. So again, what I try to say is it's just weird that even though he must probably once in his lifetime looked into biblical cosmology and also old drawings of it, definitely showing the opposite of what he is proposing as a picture for his weird text that he has written. Unbelievable. Really, this really makes me angry.
Yeah, I understand.
Is it a floating disc in space?
Yes. Here, I post a picture. That's the picture he uses for his.
What channel?
Blog.
What channel?
Live stream channel.
Alright.
And trust me, he must know that we disregard these pictures, You can't tell me that he is not aware of us already saying that these pictures are deceptive, right? Yeah, this is the picture he's using.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that picture a few times. It's like to undermine us. I think it's unrealistic.
It's not about unrealistic, it's just a complete retarded depiction of what we are trying to talk about. Because this is like putting the gears. This is the. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm sometimes.
Okay. No, I understand, but
I'm a bit limited to my language as a German.
Yeah, no problem.
But it is definitely okay. I think stupid is the better word. It's definitely stupid to put the geocentric worldview paste it into a heliocentric worldview. Like, this is the very thing we're trying to talk about. Are we living in a geocentric stationary plane where the center of everything is the creation that we're living upon? Oh man, and his book covers. Oh, his book cover. Like, what is wrong with you?
Wait, whose book, sorry?
This Danny guy.
Ah. Danny 57.
Danny R. Faulkner.
Oh, okay.
Why is it like, are they getting paid for this? Are they in a certain type of group where they say, yeah, make it that book cover, make it very deceptive. It makes me so angry.
Yeah, I understand why. It's like he's going a bit over the top of it to undermine.
Oh man, I wish he could hear me right now. Hi, Danny. Oh, Mr. Faulkner.
I praised the Most High for letting me know that the Earth was flat before I even read the Bible, because that actually, the flat Earth actually got me into reading Genesis and really, being interested. And at the end of the day, it got me saved. So, praise to the Most High. It just baffles me that these people and the price of it, it must be $16.99, right? You need to have the $6.99 in the price tag, right? Needs to be at least 1 6 and 2 6s inverted or diverted.
whatever. You know, I mean, it can't be like $20 or $15.99. It needs to be $16.99. So you have that 3 6s. Because in the heliocentric model, when it comes to the round Earth, we do not have many 6s in the math, right? Like, they don't use a lot of triple 6s in their math regarding the heliocentric model, right? I mean, you know them by their fruit, right? You know them by their fruit.
Well, it's weird that so many 6s would just keep appearing.
Oh yeah, his book Created Cosmos, 1999. Yeah.
Wait a sec, he has another book called Created Cosmos?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's his book, right? Or maybe it's written by Danny Faulkner.
So wait, is he a Big Bang creationist? Wait a second.
I don't know, he's very confused.
I guess so.
Oh yeah, and you can get his combo with the DVD for just $59.99 right now.
Oh, only $60.
That's quite expensive.
Yeah, I mean,
let me guess. One of his T-shirts are $75. $74.99.
Why is the download bundle not $29.99? So you have the double 6 triple 6s.
Exactly. Yeah, $99.99 for everything.
Yeah. I think.
I mean, I'm just, I can't prove him to be doing this intentionally, but like from the books that I see here, this really looks like he is somehow definitely a government shill or Freemason.
Maybe he's looking for attention.
He's worse than that, guys.
Yeah,
he
but definitely
actually believes this shit. He's not a Mason. He's not a government. Well, I don't know if he's getting paid by somebody or not, but the point is, he really doesn't like us. And that's how pathetic this is. It's not based on information. It's because he doesn't like us. The Earth is flat regardless of what he says, clearly. So now it's just a matter of,
and the Bible
poor Danny doesn't like us. Oh, he's sad.
And the Bible is what it is, regardless of what he thinks, right? So, God is not mocked. So this is literally mocking the biblical cosmology, let alone, that's why I'm openly saying this, because it's just the truth. I'm not going to use any soothing or nice words, because the reality is this is deceiving people. This is leading people astray into fairy tales, and that's why it's making me so angry, because they're probably Christians, people who may have looked into biblical cosmology and then have been diverted by this fairy tales, by this weird stuff that no one needs, because it just made up man things out of a carnal mind that have nothing to do with the truth of the scriptures. And that is what makes me so angry about these things, because it's absolutely satanic and against what is written down. That's what makes me so angry.
Well, and they go against reality. But here's the worst.
Yes.
To me, this is the worst part, is that they teach it to their children.
Exactly.
They continue to teach it to their children. So, satanic or not, it's a lie, right? It's a huge, big lie. And they're teaching their kids. And they're teaching their kids how to tell their kids how to tell them about the lie. And just, and it's so simple, right? It's, oh, here, I'm going to show you this picture, this cartoon thing since you're little. First thing you're ever going to see. And then I'll just keep showing it to you. And eventually, you're going to get mad at anybody who says otherwise about your world. That's that simple. You teach your kids how to do it, etc.
Right. Like, how can you not rebuke an establishment like NASA, where they're constantly throwing up the 666, where they're constantly doing the devil horns, where they're constantly showing you what they're worshipping? I mean, even the whole religion is based on Helios. What is wrong with you, Mr. Danny? I really want to talk to you. Like, if you could hear me, if you listen to the live stream. Yeah, but if you might listen to the live stream, add me, man. Add me. I would
Here,
pray
I'll put it to you this way, man. Just start DMing him as much as you can until he blocks you. That's what I would say.
Okay, so if he's not able to have a discussion, then I'm sorry. But I mean,
right?
At least I'm giving him the chance, right? I'm not just calling him out on this live stream right now. I'm just wanting to clarify. I would give him the chance anytime, every day, to talk to me about his weird religion.
You know why? Because you're a good person. That's why.
No, I'm not good. There's nothing good coming out of me. But he, the one who was above, is good.
Let me help you.
I think you're a good person. I think you're a good person.
No, I don't think that I'm a good person. That's why I need the Messiah, right? If I would be a good person, I don't need the Most High. That's a fallacy,
right? Sell yourself that short. But anyway, that's the point. Is Danny doesn't care about any of that. All he cares about is trying to make us look stupid. I think that's all he cares about.
Let me help you guys, right? Such blindness to the truth makes it difficult to carry on intelligent conversations with flat earthers, which is why I have never debated a flat earther and probably never will. Right?
Are you saying you've never debated a flat earther, or are you putting yourself in his shoes saying that?
Quoting from his blogs.
Oh, sorry. Okay, got it now. I got it. Say it one more time. Okay, so folks, this is Danny Faulkner. Quote from him.
1 second. Right. Such blindness to truth makes it difficult to carry on intelligent conversations with flat earthers, which is why I have never debated a flat earther and probably never will.
Wow.
It's not because he's afraid. He doesn't have a position. It's just...
It's like literally a man was looking into a mirror and just talking to himself. It's just literally the reflection of what he is. I mean, at least not he. Don't get me wrong. Not he, maybe as a full person, but regarding this topic, because I do not know him privately, I can only base my assumptions or the things that I'm saying right now on what has come from what he has produced. I can't 100% tell that he, in every aspect of life, is this kind of guy, But regarding this topic, definitely he's just mirroring himself. Okay, just to clarify.
It's like if I were going around saying that oxygen didn't exist, I wouldn't want my family and friends to see me doing that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
His real name probably isn't Danny Faulkner. And if it is, well, that's dangerous. That's all I'm going to say. Putting your full name out there like that. Anyway. It's neither here nor there. The point is curvature. That's it. That's why it's so great. Curvature transcends everything, all belief systems, everything. We don't need to talk about anything else. If you can't find the curvature of the surface of the Earth, then you don't have a globe, period.
So on Kids Answers, Danny Faulkner Seeking Out Stars, it says, that's by Maria Smith. Danny Faulkner is a scientist who works at Answers in Genesis. He is a stellar astronomer, someone who studies stars because he has passion for both astronomy and ministry. He feels blessed to work at Answers in Genesis, sharing his research with the many guests who visit the Creation Museum. Faulkner came to knowing Jesus during VBS at his church when he was 6. His father was a pastor of a church in a small town, allowing him to grow up in a Christian home. In his sophomore year of high school, he decided his life to creation science. Creation science.
Did he say... Wait, for a third time, that's creation science.
Yeah, he wanted to use his talent and love for astronomy to glorify God. Which God?
Whatever.
The God who created this whole heliocentric fairy tale? Yeah, if you want to glorify, the adversary, good stuff, man. Doing exactly what he wants you to do. Deceive people.
I want to meet somebody who's read his book front to back and likes his book and like took notes and like underlined stuff while they were reading his book. You know what I mean?
I don't know if Sleeping is still here, but I think Sleeping Warrior read his book.
No, I mean a Glober. I would love to sit down with Sleeping Warrior too, as well, and talk to him about it. But you know what I mean. I want to see what kind of person would read a Danny Faulkner book and defend it over a cup of coffee in real life. Like, come on, please, somebody. I want to meet you. I promise not to laugh too hard.
Do you guys think it's a coincidence when I press, like, I see the title on Amazon on Google Pictures, or like I type in his name, Danny Faulkner, then you see the title of the Falling Flat book, which is leading to Amazon, and then you can press to see more on Google Pictures, right? And it says similar pictures, and you see a lot of pictures of CGI planets, and on the very end, right before saying 33, there is a Masonic picture of the chessboard and stuff. And so, do you think that's just coincidence that suddenly you have like Freemasonry at the end of all these pictures?
Well, you know what? I'm starting to think that the Freemasonry thing is just like a thing to make them go, ha, look, the conspiracy theorists are going nuts. We put another 33 at the end there. Look at them. You know what I mean? Like ants to honey. Where conspiracy people are always going to freak out about numbers and symbolism and stuff, but I think they're just laughing at us at the end of the day. I mean, you're right; it's right there in our faces. You know what I mean? And I don't think it's like them signaling to each other, "Hey, look, I put a 33 in here, which means this information is cool because it's Freemasonry. It's like, you know, approved by the 33." I don't think it's like that. I just think they're throwing it out there to like get us off their scent or whatever. You know what I mean? It's a distraction, I think. Of course, they use the threes in this because, listen, the triangle is the strongest shape in geometry. 369 reality. You know, Tesla figured it all out. Blah blah blah. So 33 has something to do with this place. So does 666 and all those numbers, right? They have something to do with the makeup of this place. But I also think that, you know, they got to be laughing their asses off at some of us going nuts. Like, what's his name? RV Truth. He goes crazy about the 33. 33's everywhere. It's in the color green. It's you know, it's just fucking everywhere. It's like, come on, man. Well, it's actually the color orange. But see what I mean? Like, finding through 33 and 66 everywhere, you know. At the end of the day, it's like, yeah, they don't mind telling us their stuff. It's right there in front of us. But what are we going to do about that? That's what, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, watch the clip I recorded, maybe. I mean, then you understand what I was talking about.
Okay.
I mean, out of all things, why would you have these two last pictures?
It's mockery. Or it's, I don't know what it is, man. I can't even tell anymore what that is.
I mean, call me crazy, you know? Like, I mean, can be just pure coincidence, but lately, I mean, I'm pretty sure... it's really hard for me to believe such a thing as coincidence. I think there is no coincidence, especially when it's about Google and the way you find things.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Anyways,
I'm with you, man. Makes me frustrated too. I love my fellow humans, right? I love everybody. And I hate to see people acting a fool over something so ridiculous as, you know, we observe it to be flat and stationary. That's not a question. That is the observation. If you choose to ignore that and believe stories from someone's mouth instead of your own eyes, you know, you're beyond help until you can do that. Till you can reverse the thinking of reverse thinking, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. I'm just seeing something on Facebook here. Some comments he wrote. On, I think, in March 2019, he wrote on his Facebook account, the object in the mason jar is a letter opener. He has a Masonic letter opener in a jar on a picture he posted on his Facebook. And then he explains why he has a Masonic letter opener, and he says the object in the mason jar is a letter opener commemorating the 155th anniversary of the Grand Lodge of Kentucky. I got that as a memento when I attended the celebration in 1950. Then someone asks him, Danny Faulkner, why did you attend this celebration? Isn't that a have you stopped beating your wife sort of question? If I'm not a member of secret society and trying to influence people with lies, I would answer your question no. But if we're a member of a secret society and trying to influence people with lies, do you really think that I admit it? Therefore,
hold on.
One second. Therefore, whether I am or I am not, the answer would be no. So I answer your question no. But do you know any more than you did before? And
hold on a sec.
Yeah.
Did you say he in 1950 he attended something? What is he, 90? Did he say in 1950 he attended something?
No, 1 second.
I mean, people live to 90. I got grandparents still alive, but I'm saying 1950, huh? If that's what I heard, wow. And if not, I apologize.
One second. There's the picture. Yeah, it says in 1950.
Hold on. Just
here, I'll post
let me do the math on it.
Yeah, I know, it makes no sense. I mean, I'm not stupid, right?
1950. Hold on. So, was he 20 years old or younger during this Grand Lodge of Kentucky celebration in 1950?
Let me see. How old is he? Danny Faulkner. How old is he?
Well, if he was old enough to attend, let's just say 18 years old, right? Say he was 18 in 1950. How old would that make him now?
How old at 1950?
In 1950, he is 18 years old. So how does that makes him 90 today? 90 years old.
90. Yeah.
Okay. Do we think Danny Faulkner's 90 years old right now?
No. Hey man, I'm just posting what I found here.
It's so funny. Thank you. Keep posting, bro. If I had said anything against what you're posting, scratch it. Please keep posting. Wow, 90 years old, and he would probably either be. We could be generous and say he's 85, right? He was a young man before. What's an 85-year-old doing arguing with flat earthers on the internet? Don't you have some Metamucil to mainline? Sorry.
Yeah, I think he's a Mason. Like, why would you do a picture like this? If you're not trying to show something, because they always do it this way, right? Like, you have a Mason jar. In the jar, you have a letter opener with a Masonic badge on it. Why doing the flat Earth sign? Right?
Oh, he's just mixing his metaphors here. Because on the one hand, he's got the thing doing the flat Earth sign, but then on the other hand, right at the elbow of the right arm, it's the Masonic letter opener in the Masonic jar. And you know what I like about these Masonic jars that are a little bit older? The ball, it says ball, B-A-L-L. Well, what do you think that's referencing?
And look at the puppet. Look at how the foot, how he positioned the foot. It's literally the how they stand. You know, they have the. Wait, let me post the picture. Mason. You know, they have a certain way of positioning their foot to signify that they're a Mason.
I don't know. I mean, I could. Yeah, probably. Here's the deal, though. Baal worship, right? B-A-A-L.
Yeah.
Basically the same as B-A-L-L. I mean, you know, changed my mind on that. But the point is, it's just another religion. And if this person is a Christian, why are they outwardly worshiping Baal? That's just weird.
Because I think they have certain functions. You know, he has the function to be a wolf or a deceiver. Who knows?
A deceiver, yeah. So saying he's a Christian, even though he's deep down worshiping Baal first. Got it.
You never know what a master mason. You know,
Master Mason. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
look at the way they're standing. It's so pathetic. It's like, if you want to be in the cool kids club, here's how you have to stand. Like, you fucking kidding me?
Oh yeah, she leveled up, posted it. I knew that this flat earth sign is awesome.
Yeah, nice level up. Good job. Crazy. Look at that.
Yeah.
He's got one shoe off, doesn't he? Is it one shoe off?
I don't need more to know that he's a Mason, especially the way he answered the question from the guy in the Facebook comment. I don't need more.
But why? Okay, so here's another thing. Why is it that Masonry is so popular then amongst quote-unquote smart people? That's what I want to know.
Because they rather than surrendering themselves to the supposed creator that these deceivers believe in, or at least say they believe in, they want to make themselves something great. That's the thing,
right? That's that's a huge part of it. Self-worship.
So how I see it, it's like an old man's club, right? So these guys, they are in a club and they help each other, and then you work there and there. Oh, I can hook you up with this and this, and we can do that and that. So they help each other with, I don't know, orders, selling. They help each other inside that group. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then they owe each other, right? So if there's something wrong, then hey, you owe me this, right? I helped you with this and that, so you have to do this and this for me now. It's like I don't know, a nice mafia club for I don't know the correct words, but it's just an old man club that help each other, just like the mafia does help other people, but you owe them, right? And if you don't give back the favor, then you're in trouble, because all these people are in high places, and if you don't do what they say, or you don't help them out with their favor, then you're out of the club and out of society, because nobody's going to hire you, because they know who you are, they know where they know who you are. So kind of what I think, but somebody has something to
I'll be honest with you, man. I over the years, I kind of I created a certain type of law of exposing these deceivers, Freemasons and stuff, because the Most High hates secret societies, things that happen in secret. So I just it always very makes me happy to have this reassurance that I was. That the Holy Spirit always tells me the right thing. Especially, the first thing I saw when I looked at his books and the things he's publishing, he must be a Mason. And then I come along this kind of stuff, and I just like there is no other, like you can't give me more stuff to underline that someone is a Mason. This is the way they do it. There's a reason why he posted that picture. Like, just think about it. Think in the head of a Danny, okay? He is against flat Earth. Then he puts this puppet in front of a mason jar where there is a letter opener with the Masonic symbol on it, making a Masonic sign and foot position. You know, like you can't make this stuff up.
I know, but listen, I think that he's doing that for the specific reason that some of us are going to freak out about it and point it out. When the main point is not that they're...
Has anyone ever pointed it out here on this?
Well, I'm just saying he's trying to distract and deflect, right? Like I said, it's all about curvature. And he's going to make it about people being obsessed with Freemasonry being evil, right? He's going to distract to anything other than Earth curvature because they know they can't find it. This is what they're doing, folks. Don't get it twisted.
No. Listen. I'm not obsessed with them.
No, sorry. I didn't say that, right?
They think they have certain secrets that they can withhold, but because the Most High, gives you the spirit of truth, you can look through all these things and expose them. You need to know your enemy, right? You need to know what these people are doing, their agendas and so forth. And when you know them, you can expose them, right? And that's what I have. What's the kind of pleasure. I mean, I need to be honest. That somehow a kind of pleasure that I get from exposing these people, because it's just bad what they're doing,
Well, it's a good feeling to have. It's like watching a bully beat someone up and going and pushing the bully to the ground and helping the person,
right?
The other person. That's exactly what it is when we come against these people.
Right.
So it's supposed to feel good. It's righteous, right? It's righteous, therefore it's right.
Yeah, I think there's nothing wrong with what I just did there. It's just It's just actually what it's telling me to do.
Yeah, go against liars. Just expose the liars. It's that simple.
It specifically says have no fellowship with the fruitfulness deeds of darkness, but rather expose them. Expose them. I'm gonna always expose it.
The good news is that nothing hidden stays hidden. On that note.
Exactly.
At least that's what I hear.
That's why I'm very much be interested into seeing everything exposed on Judgment Day. I mean, it's going to be very, very hard to listen to, but wow, if everything comes to light, my, I don't want to be in a certain position some people are in.
Yeah, we have a way object. He said we have a curvature moment. So the horizon is now the leading edge of a sphere, a way object.
I see. So where's the curvature, left or right?
Hey, sorry to interrupt, but Roger,
you
said that Danny asked me a question?
Yeah, he asked you what... let me scroll up.
How could I mean anything besides exactly what I said when I said, do you believe Isaiah 38:8?
No, it was further down.
Something else?
Yeah, he said... Where was it? Oh, yeah, you said... My bad. Perverted content manipulation. Gospel bearer, what do you mean by perverted content manipulation?
Yeah. Well, I mean...
yeah, he's deafened, so he might not hear you, but you can answer him or undeafen him and then tell him.
I'll write it. I'm okay with things being in writing. Danny.
Okay. It was at...
You asked...
Let me look it up for you.
By perverted content manipulation.
34 minutes after the hour, he posted it.
Yeah, he just perverts information. Simple as that. And
Yeah,
then he puts
it is simple.
When people say don't get it twisted, Danny's twisting shit, and then he's actually making cash off it, which is really pathetic, really deplorable, is the word I think.
Yeah, you know what I'm going to do, because I'm a little bit bored right now. I'm gonna look deeper into the things he's, that he has created, and maybe pictures he posted, to find some more symbolism things about him. He got some popularity, right? Like certain channels on YouTube and stuff talking with him or about him or whatever. Yeah.
Oh, he must feel like a special boy.
Mm-hmm. They do, yeah. That's what I mean. That's what Masonry is, It's like making yourself the better version, embracing. It's all at the end of the day. It's all about you, self-centered, man, religion kind of thing.
Yeah, it's like the book, The Secret. You are the creator, kind of deal.
Right. I mean, at the very end of the day, you're a minion for the religion created by the adversary, right? I mean, it's a perfect tool for the one who can't create things out of nothing to use, people created an image of God to create things that are evil, such as books that deceive people, So yeah, these people are tools at the end of the day, Like willing tools. Instead of being a tool for the one who created everything, they made themselves a tool for someone who can give them temporary pleasures, such as money, wealth, and attention. And, a good outside look from, people, from other people and so forth.
Yeah, I don't think he has any spirituality, genuine spirituality. I think he's just, he's touting, anti-flat Earth stuff.
Yeah, but we can move from Danny. I'm getting bored, right?
Okay,
so we have a way object, right? He posted a way object.
Oh,
Are you
boy.
there? Because we're not going to chat skank away. So
yes,
you just posted an image that shows that the horizon moves, right?
No, I posted an image where the supposed black swan is behind the horizon, right?
What?
That the oil rig is behind the horizon. That's the image I posted.
Yeah, and you say curvature. Yeah, we show another picture, and you say it's not curvature. So what's the deal here? You're gonna stick to one story, or you're gonna change because we're changing the goalpost for you?
Well, I posted a picture that has low refraction, right? And then you reposted a cherry-picked picture that has more refraction, right?
How?
And
wait a second.
Where it has a lot of refraction.
It is about the horizon, right? So you posted a picture where the horizon is closer. The black swan is behind the most furthest oil rig. So the argument is about the horizon. How many times do we need to explain this? Can you repeat this back? What is the argument about the black swan?
That the horizon is behind the black swan, the oil rigs, and so therefore, distance.
Yeah. So the horizon moves, right?
I'm not saying anything about movement. So
the picture you
horizon
posted
doesn't move, but the appearance of the horizon can appear further away or closer.
Right. So the horizon is not geometric.
Well, it is geometric under the correct
show me then. Show me then. Show me show me a geometric horizon.
Do you hold on? Let me ask this question. A way object. Are you under the impression that refraction is a synonym for curvature?
No.
Okay, and would you agree that they are mutually exclusive?
Oh, one can happen without the other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Thank
they're
you.
two different things.
I rest my case.
He's right. Yep.
So think about what words came out of your mouth that they can happen without each other.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and realize the implications thereof. You did it. Good job.
That they can happen without each other. I'm saying,
good job.
If you can have a picture, if you can have a picture of the oil rig where it's behind,
yeah, but you invoke the word refraction.
Yeah.
Good job.
An image. If you have a photo of something that's clearly distorted, then you can say it was distorted with refraction. If you look at the first photo I posted, which is less so.
Yeah, you can say that, but does that mean what's going on? You got to be hyper specific, dude.
Mutually exclusive. Good job.
So when looking at a road, right, a very hot road, and we are looking over the road, you see that heat coming off the road, and it refracts the light coming into your eye. Does that make you look further?
Well, I think the mirage of like a road mirage is inferior. It's different than a superior
That's not what
mirage,
I asked.
which
I
extends
asked you
the
if you could look further over a heated road. Is that what you think happens?
It depends on what kind of mirage it is. If it's a mirage that would cause that to happen, then yes.
So you haven't looked into what refraction then is, what globe Earth claims refraction does, which kind, which type. It isn't miraging, right? I'm asking you. You claim that refraction makes you look around a corner, which has never been demonstrated. It's just a baseless claim. It's just you saying it. It has to be that, right? It has to be that because otherwise Earth cannot be a ball.
Well, it has to be that we've seen it because we know that boats don't float. Have you heard of like the
no, you are convoluting two things. You are convoluting a mirage with what refraction is to be claimed doing on a globe, right? It makes you look around corners, not lifting up a boat from an horizon.
Well, the reason it is like that is because the boat is behind the horizon and it appears floating because it's that far in the distance.
No, that's not the case.
It's just refraction.
No.
Then what is it?
What is it? It is us seeing way beyond the globe geometric limitations, right? Sometimes depends on the weather. You can look for dozens of miles, dozens of miles, and sometimes you can't because it's fog, right? There is no physical demonstration of you looking around a corner due to weather.
Then why is it in one photo where the oil rigs seem to be not distorted, and then you can see them lower, where you can see less of the legs, versus if you take another photo in another time, you can see their legs? Why can you see the legs of the oil rig in one photo, but then the same photo in the same orientation, you can see them another day?
It's the weather.
That be because of refraction? Because of
weather? It's the weather, yes.
So the weather,
not
the
ball,
temperature, would cause refraction.
Not the ball.
Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are the oil rigs the horizon?
No, they're behind the horizon.
No. Are the oil rigs? You only answer the question that's being asked. Are the oil rigs the horizon?
No.
Fantastic. They're also mutually exclusive.
Yep. We know
Fantastic. This. So you shouldn't have a problem here. What you should realize that you're doing is you're invoking a concept, namely curvature, that need not be invoked without evidence. You're using the word refraction to justify the cause of why we see the horizon where we see it. Okay. I don't have a necessarily particular problem with that, but invoking curvature would require, let's see, curvature. You get the point that there's a mutually exclusive relationship between the word curvature and refraction, and how just because you say refraction, it doesn't mean therefore curvature?
I understand what you mean, but for the legs of the oil rig to not be seen,
exclusive.
of course they're mutually. I'm not saying they're together. Okay, of course they're mutually exclusive. But if you could imagine these oil rigs on a flat Earth, right? Let's say imagine the Earth is flat and then they were on the Earth.
I don't have to imagine. I just have to go outside and use my eyes. Sorry.
Because if you zoomed in on the original photo I took, or I didn't take it, I mean, but if you'd always be able to see the legs of the oil rig. It should look the same. They shouldn't be different heights in different photos.
I hear what you're saying. Why do you think that?
Because if on a flat Earth you could just keep zooming in and seeing further and further and further, then you'd be able to see the legs of the oil rig. You'd be able.
Do you think we can resolve everything perfectly, no matter how far away it is?
Hold on.
No.
Okay.
So,
but the thing is, it's not about
so
resolution.
You've got a wave.
It's about what is there.
What is the height of the observer? What are the wave heights?
Wave heights.
Yeah.
No matter how big the waves are, if you look at how long the legs are on both of the pictures, then you can see the difference between one of the legs being hidden, and I mean on the oil rigs, and then the other one being visible. That's just because of refraction, being able to see on the curvature. What is it?
If you're at a 12-inch viewing height, for instance, and there's a 3-foot wave, how much is that 3-foot wave, let's say 100 foot out? How much is a 3-foot wave from a 1-foot observer height going to obstruct at a 9-mile distance? Have you done the math on that?
All right, suppose it does. It does. It would obscure a lot.
Thank you. So again, there's more than one way to understand what's going on here, and invoking or conflating refraction with the word curvature is both unnecessary and also ridiculous.
They're saying if it's it can't be curvature, so it must be something else. So it must be the wave height.
No. That's not what was said at all.
Okay.
That's not what I said.
But you said, okay, so if it has a wave height, then wouldn't that affect the picture? Sure, it would. But
listen, you make observations, and when you're making multiple observations and you're trying to reconcile all of the observations, you need to consider all possible causes for the effect that's being viewed. Okay? Not only taking one possible cause, namely the concept of curvature. You need to evaluate and scrutinize all possible causes for the effect indiscriminately until you're able to deduce what is the consistent cause and or causes for the effect of the observation.
Okay. So if you took multiple pictures on different days of these oil rigs in this orientation at the same height, and you saw, of course there would be different wave heights on different days because it's a variable, and you continually saw that one of the oil rigs, or actually both of them, were behind, their legs were hidden to a certain extent, and one was hidden more than the other because one was further than the other, and you kept taking these pictures, and sometimes it looked, more distorted than the others depending on the weather, and you kept gathering this data, then if it's still hidden, if the legs on the further oil rig is still hidden, no matter the wavelength.
That's why I pointed out the mutual exclusivity of the rigs versus the horizon. They're mutually exclusive. Okay, things distort. But we're talking about something that's a little bit more overarching, which is the horizon itself.
What do you mean?
if the horizon is behind the oil rigs and you see the feet partially blocked by the wave, whatever you want to call it, what do you think that is? The curvature?
I'm not saying. I'm saying the horizon can appear behind the oil rigs depending on the time of day, but depending on the photo. But if you take, there's multiple photos of the exact same two objects.
Can you show us
you can see that the
fractive model out of that goes by that magnitude order out of the way, apparent horizon? Can you show us a model of that?
What do you mean a model? I don't have a model.
Fraction model that supports your claim.
If you can see the horizon in front of the oil rigs and the horizon behind the oil rigs in different photos, then
yes, then it wouldn't be logical to conclude that that is a physical obstruction. It would be much more logical to conclude that something else that is an inconsistent variable, not a consistent variable such as curvature that's consistent because it remains the same, right? It would have to be an inconsistent variable that fluctuates. Well, what is a variable that fluctuates in our reality? Temperature is one of those. Humidity level is another one of those. Particulate matter is another one of those. So when you start to look at our physical reality and scrutinize based on just using logic and like what I just said, like the conclusion shouldn't be the inclusion of a consistent variable. You have to determine that consistent variable, and
I know
it would need to be consistent, as opposed to
I know, but if I feel like this whole like wave thing, right? The wave height thing doesn't completely tackle the whole, the oil rig leg length thing. It doesn't, because if you're taking on multiple days and you have that variable in there and the variable fluctuates and you keep seeing the same thing, you keep seeing like these two, they're partially obstructed, and if the variable of like the temperature and the weather and the waves and all these things change, but if you continuously see the same thing, how can these be obstructed? How can it be obstructed if you zoom in and you can't see any more of it? How can it be obstructed for so many days, right? How can these variables always add up to obstruct it, and then you would always rule out curvature? Curvature, at some point, if you rule out all other variables, would have to be the constant that's actually causing it, and then the variables would,
But it's not, right? It's not. So curvature has never been measured. So I want to show you in a video, right, with this RC boat. You tell me what happens. Why is the bottom of the boat disappearing? Because somehow you think that the bottom of things disappearing has to be something that can only happen on the globe, right? Is that what you're thinking?
It makes sense to me. Yeah.
Right. But it isn't, right? It isn't something that happens only on a globe. It also happens on a flat surface. So in this video, you see an RC boat, right? The camera is just above the water, and the RC boat sails away, and this is like 1,000 feet, right? Which is too small of a distance for curvature to have any effect if the Earth was a ball. Now, this boat sails away, and the bottom of the boat disappears, and it's eventually almost not, the camera can almost not even see that boat anymore. And it is not curvature because it is too small of a distance, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay. Then how would you absolutely know that it is curvature, right? And then we go to the measurements using laser transits.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can make a baseless claim that the laser would hug the Earth, right? It would follow the Earth, it would hug it, and it would hit the target at the end, which has never been demonstrated, never been shown, goes against every military of the world, right? Because if they see a target, they paint it with a laser, they shoot it, right? And they hit it. That's what the military does. They shoot boats, right? Naval ships shoot boats at 20, 40, 50 miles away. They paint it with a laser and they shoot it. They see it, they shoot it.
I feel like when they're tracking targets, like they're seeing their speed and then they shoot preemptively, like in front of them, and it'll hit them.
You're trying to make excuses now, right?
No, that's actually we agree on that though. Like that's
okay. So you would actually have to go into the logic that, well, that boat, seeing that other boat, that boat isn't really there, right? It's just a hologram. It's not there. And the laser that we are shooting isn't really hitting the thing we are seeing. It's hugging the globe, then hitting the target. And then we can affirm that the target was hit by the laser because it reflected back over the Earth again. Then we shoot it. We're not actually shooting at the real target. We're shooting at the hologram. Right? Then we hit it, but we see the boat getting hit, but that's not really the boat there. That's the hologram of the boat, right? That is what you have to imagine in your head to make it all fit.
Okay.
Okay.
That's interesting. But I find the battleship thing, it's odd.
Well, don't be. Listen.
There's a difference between.
Just slow down. Don't be hasty.
Yeah.
Don't be hasty. So, like what I mean by don't be hasty is let that rest for a bit. Think about it in more ways than one, and don't just gloss over it and then end up ignoring it. And not coming back to the information, evaluating, and scrutinizing.
Mm-hmm.
If you hand wave away everything that is oppositional to your worldview,
mm-hmm.
without any consideration at all, you're just going to retain your worldview. And if that's what you want to do, you have that prerogative. But if you're seeking to understand what really is the case regarding reality, you should be considering the relevant details.
So, given my point and given the point of this video, we're conflating the size of a toy ship with very massive objects, which are
there's no conflation.
What's the word? Construct? No. What is it? Blocked, covered, like hundreds of feet, like large amounts.
Yep. So the reason it is not conflation, the reason it is not that is because it's giving you an example, just like the coin on a table, which I understand has potential issues, maybe not, but the water is a lot better than your kitchen table at the corner. It's giving you an understanding that there's more than one potential cause for obstruction, and it's ruling out the claim that is curvature. It's ruling that factor out by it being a short distance observation. So it rules out the claim that curvature is the cause of obstruction and demonstrates that there are other causes for the effect of obstruction. That is its point. It's not a conflation. It's not inappropriate. It's super relevant. It goes back to what I was saying before. Establish what the cause is for obstruction, and knowing that that's a variable that fluctuates as the obstruction fluctuates, to choose a inflexible variable such as 3959, for instance, would be irrational.
Okay, I see what you're saying now. Yeah. So, like, if it going further, and it's obviously not curvature that's causing it, the bottom of the boat, to
Correct.
disappear. So it could be a different thing. Why couldn't it apply to larger objects as well?
Correct.
Phenomenon, right? But
so it's
unfortunately, I wish I knew what the phenomenon. I wish I knew what it was. I don't know what it is.
Well,
is it light? Is it
perspective, angular? You know, there's the limitations of angular resolution is the phrase that's used, which has a 0.02 degree upper limit, or you might call it a lower limit, depending on which way you're looking at that. But there are those realities there, and then all the other things that were mentioned before, such as temperature, particulate matter, humidity, that play a role in these sorts of things. Yeah, they're all quite relevant.
Okay. So if this phenomenon was happening on a larger scale to this image, the first image I posted, then could you say that you could rule out curvature? Just on a flat just on a normal basis, could I rule out curvature based on if it could be caused to large objects? Maybe. I mean, possibly, I guess. But, you know, you'd go ahead and say, yes, you would rule out curvature, you know.
Not necessarily. And let me explain, sorry, Central, let me explain why. It goes back to the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, or any other math that you're going to use that is utilizing the R value. Now, when the observation is, oh my gosh, sometimes the horizon is way less than 1.22. Goodness, how about that? That's interesting. Such as with the RC boat example, that would be an example of it being far less than 1.22 times the height of the observer in feet, whatever. Hopefully,
yeah, but it wasn't curvature. It obviously wasn't curvature. That wasn't the phenomenon, so you wouldn't even count that in.
Well, this is why this is applicable. When you make observations that are both less than and greater than the 1.22, it points to the absurdity of claiming 1.22, which is a derivative of the 3959 claim in the first place. So my point is that number, 3959, is irrelevant. Now, whether or not it exists you'd have to invent the ability to distort that reality is being distorted. So to your question about sometimes the legs can't be seen, sometimes they can be seen, the fact that they can be seen is a violation of the claim that there's something blocking them from being able to be seen.
Well, that's not true. That's ruling out superior refraction.
It's not superior refraction.
No, but that's ruling that out, because with that we can see things beyond a curve.
There's no evidence or even scientific explanation or otherwise that alludes to the horizon position changing, that a horizon is both blocking and revealing simultaneously.
But wouldn't those images ruling out if that phenomenon didn't apply to the scenario, which you can't really prove that it does apply to these, you're just, here it is, and does it apply to the scale to these photos of the oil rigs? You know, ruling that out, you don't think that the images themselves kind of are evidence, at least, to that being possible? Meaning that it can appear before or in front of? Even disregarding that if there is curvature or not, right? Like that this line where the water stops can appear in front of or behind these large physical objects.
I guess I would just say that curvature is a presumption that's included in the conceptualization of these images by certain people, and it's an unnecessary presumption.
Necessary presumption.
Unnecessary, as in our physical reality doesn't demand logically concluding that there is curvature in the first place. That comes from a different place altogether. And that different place altogether, you go back to things like Eratosthenes and so on, and what you get there is more presumptions, such as the distance of objects in the sky, to presume the conclusion of what's being seen regarding sticks and shadows. So it's presumption built upon presumption built upon presumption, which winds up being less tangible than a house of cards, but equally fragile.
I'd also like to see a physical demonstration of the activity in the air that is making all horizons everywhere, no matter how high or low we are, no matter where we look, flat. So basically, take something curved, show me some refraction that bends it perfectly to make it look flat everywhere. Thanks.
Makes what look flat? Like you're able to zoom in further?
No, I'm not talking about zoom. I'm talking about recreate in reality a moment where a curve looks perfectly flat.
Or a curve looks perfectly flat.
Because of refraction, yep. Because of refraction now. That's the key word.
Do you mean from left to right?
Anywhere. Yeah, left to right would be fine, but anywhere. And what I mean is, take a basketball, input refraction, the same amount that's happening at the horizon to make it look flat, and make the basketball look flat again with refraction. Can you do that?
Probably not. Basketballs are pretty small.
Okay, then why are you making the claim that certain thing is happening at the horizon if you can't go and test what the air's doing there? Each time.
Basketballs are small.
Yeah, and so can you do that with the basketball? You said probably not. So it doesn't matter if it's small or large.
Well, analogically, you'd have to have a lens that was microscopically tiny.
Can I add something? Because I don't know if I'm understanding this correctly, but you understand zooming, right? Is basically you're looking at an image, or I'm standing on the beach and I'm looking at something, and by zooming in, I'm only enlarging what is already there, right? Not that you are creating more light that can enter the camera. You're just enlarging the thing that's actually already there.
I'd like to retract my statement. I think you actually probably could make a basketball look flat from looking at it at one angle, depending on the lens you use. If you put a lens in front,
that's great.
The light to the mount where you could see that.
So go ahead and demonstrate that, please. Can you reproduce that?
Obviously, I don't have a lens, but I'm saying if you have a lens that could bend light, if you look in one end and
you just keep saying if. You lose truth when you say if.
But lenses exist, so why would it be possible?
So demonstrate it. Show us.
What do you mean? I don't have a freaking basketball and a lens in front of me.
Okay, that's fine. Can you do a horizon and the air conditions at the horizon making it look flat?
I think it's apparent by looking at images of distant objects and at different temperatures, where it's very apparent that it'd be a different temperature, a different weather, that's what's happening.
I got it. So if I see an apple in the distance, and I don't go to the apple to claim that it's, or to prove, empirically, scientifically that it's a red apple, I just look at it from a distance and assume because I'm seeing red from the shore, it's also red when I get to it. Is that what you're saying about the horizon being curvature? My question is the horizon geometric? Can I go to the horizon, visit it, test the air, come back to the beach and say, yeah, well, refraction's making everything look flat everywhere. Crazy.
Well,
you see how that's a leap in logic? Sorry, go ahead, guys.
The thing I wanted to add about this basketball analogy is that the basketball would always have a geometric horizon based on the dimensions of the ball, right? The thing that we're not seeing on Earth.
Right.
We just want to recreate what's in your head in reality, and we're having a big problem doing it. What say you?
I feel as if if light traveled in a straight line like it would in at like a short distance, it's like, okay, we got the same air, got the same, everything's like homogeneous, right? And so you could see that everything is pretty much as it appears. Like, we can look at the geometric horizon of a basketball. But over larger distances, if you think of the weather creating the atmosphere as like different types of lenses, right, where it would curve the light because of density, relative the density, right?
That's fine. At what point does it start dropping?
Not density. Sorry, freaking the shape of the lens. But it actually would be density in.
But you're telling us that it's curved and there's a geometric horizon that blocks things the further away from you that they get. Simultaneously, you're also saying that you can see right past it and there is no physical obstacle blocking anything. So you're just trying to have it both ways. So it seems like the globe geometry is pretty unnecessary in all this.
So what am I trying to have in both ways?
Well, you're saying there's a physical obstruction that's also simultaneously not physically obstructing anything because of refraction.
Oh. Well, at some points, it's because there's different scenarios based on the weather. I'm saying if it's obstructing the object.
How they measure in the first place? Because it was all the time refraction.
So yeah, you're just arguing for a physical obstruction that is not physically obstructing things. Okay.
Imagination.
Anybody ever seen this physical obstruction?
Nah. Water hills.
But it is. It is obstructing.
Well, if it were, it would be at the specific distance dictated by the globe geometry. We're always seeing way further than that, it seems like, so.
I'm saying if it seems like it's that the horizon is behind, okay, I'll say if it is obstructing, right, and you continuously see it obstructing the object, then that wouldn't be due to refraction, because that's kind of like the consistent result you get. Like, you take a photo and it's like, okay, it's consistently obstructing an object that is further than what is said to be the curvature of the planet.
So you haven't researched perspective yet, have you?
That's just the problem. That's not happening.
Well, you're just saying it's not happening.
No, there isn't an obstruction at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the whole problem, and that's the reason that this conversation's happening.
There is an obstruction. So how is there no obstruction?
Not at that distance that's constrained by or dictated by the globe geometry.
Yeah, you'd have to get different numbers. You know what I mean?
Really?
So you're saying, like, even in the picture I posted, the first picture where it shows the oil rig behind the horizon, then you're saying that the horizon is in the wrong spot because of what the curvature of the Earth is, and therefore
no. Nobody's saying it's in the wrong spot there. They're saying that because it fluctuates, it's obviously not limited by Earth curve, which wouldn't fluctuate.
Well, the Earth curve doesn't fluctuate, but
exactamente, it wouldn't if it existed.
It's like we're rehashing the same details over and over and over again.
I have a quick question that might sum it up, though, Gospel, if I may, guys.
Of course.
Okay. Does the boat go over the Earth curve, or is the Earth too big to see Earth curve? One more time. Does the boat go over Earth curve, or is the Earth too big to see Earth curve?
Earth too
It's a binary question, by the way.
Like again, like horizontally or
no,
like distance wise.
See, listen real quick. You can't have both answers at the same time, so you need to pick one. One more time for the audience. Is the boat going over the horizon, or is the Earth too big to see the horizon? Which one is it?
Both.
Okay. Wow. Never mind.
You think those are two of the like different questions, but those are just two completely different things.
Are you a disciple of Hermes?
Those are like different, complete opposites. No, that's ridiculous.
Well, it wasn't that you were going to try and dissect the question. It's that you'll pick one of the answers of the question.
Well, it's because the question's stupid.
Right, okay, so globe evidence in 2022 is because your question is stupid. That's your globe evidence? Got it.
Let's think about the first question.
The proposition is stupid.
Why stupid? Because we learned that it's moving over the horizon.
So boat goes over the horizon, right? Or is the Earth too big to go... Or is the Earth too big to see the curvature? Well, it's difficult to see the curvature from...
So we can't see it from 120,000 feet in the air, but we can see it go over a local curve. Which one is it?
If you want to see like left to right, the curvature of, I see like a circle, right?
He doesn't
curvature
get it.
of the whole Earth.
Never mind.
You have to go very high to do that. When it comes to distance, well, that's the whole oil rig problem, right? That's seeing the curvature from a distance. Those are like two different questions.
Like I said, pick a green or red apple, and he's like, concrete.
It's not a green or red apple. Those are two different things. I don't understand.
Okay.
Maybe there's something I'm not understanding.
Anybody else want to try to break it down for him?
Well, it's just what I already told him, that he's arguing for a physical obstruction that is not physical, that you don't see, that doesn't physically obstruct things.
You just
can see it, and it does physically
each question one at a time is how you would do it, Glatt. So you would just say, does a boat go over the horizon?
Yeah.
Can you see it happen?
Well, not the full boat unless you're following it, but you can see it disappear.
Okay. And is the Earth too big to see the boat going over the horizon?
No.
See how that works?
See the boat going over the horizon?
That was nice. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
So what does that make you learn? Like, what point does that make?
Well, you have to stick to a claim, right? So you stuck to the claim. You did the right thing. You didn't contradict yourself, which means you might not be a disciple of Hermes and the Hermetic teachings.
I'm not a disciple of anything.
Okay, good. Okay, well, if you hold if you hold contradictions as reconciled, I'll call you a disciple of Hermes, because that's what you either knowingly or unknowingly you are. But anyway, you're not doing that, thankfully. You're choosing a side, and you're saying that boats are going over the horizon, which you're also under the impression is caused from curvature, or no?
Yes.
Okay. Why? Look, hold on. I'll add context to my question. Why?
Mm-hmm.
If you've already recognized and seen demonstrations that horizon position fluctuates, then why therefore curvature?
Well, because it fluctuates for a reason, right? It fluctuates a certain amount.
Why is curvature necessary in order to discern the fact that things disappear when they get too far away? And that there is indeed a horizon line due to a number of factors. Why must curvature be one of those factors? Why must it be?
Well, it'd make the most sense if you ruled out variable after variable. If all other variables
you can't rule out those you can't rule them out. They exist.
Why can't you?
Because they exist naturally. You can't rule them out.
They exist naturally, but if those variables always have to occur, like they always have to be completely consistent.
Precisely.
The one thing
They're inconsistent. They're consistently there, but they're inconsistent in their nature.
Okay, so if they're inconsistent in their nature, then and we always see things in a distance, obstructed or not obstructed, no matter their shape, right, or how big they are, it's like, then wouldn't the constant of how many feet or how many meters of how much of it's obstructed be better explained by a constant, not all these other variables when it comes to atmosphere
okay, well,
or like
I hear
light
what you're
and whatever.
saying. I hear what you're saying. Like we're playing, what is that poker term? Where you put down the same bet as the other person and you raise. I call that, right? So we're talking about constants, and you're thinking that the only constant may be curvature. Now, what if there are other constants that exist, such as the limit of angular resolution of that 0.02 degree angle that I was referring to earlier, that is provably the limit of angular resolution, the limit of images to resolve. So that would be another example of a constant, right? Where therefore you would be able to logically conclude that curvature is not the only potential or even hypothetical constant. There are other constants that exist in reality, right? So therefore, why conclude that curvature is the necessary component in causing the observed effect?
It says here that even with perfect optics, there's a fundamental limit to the sharpness of an image. Okay. So is the result, say, of like the boat because of angular resolution? The toy boat, the bottom of it disappearing, is that just angular resolution?
That would be the constant that you could include, but again, it would be both impractical and irrational to suggest the exclusion of all the other components and variables. You can't rule them out. You can rule them out in a thought experiment, but we don't live in a thought experiment.
That's true.
We live in reality where you can't actually remove and test for all of those other things to be removed.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not advocating for moving the variables. You're right in that.
Okay. So
I just don't understand.
It's not a gotcha question when I say why must curvature be the necessary component in the equation for understanding the cause of the observed effect. It's not like a gotcha question or trickery or anything like that. It's a question that's meant to help you explore the potentiality that it's not the necessary cause. I'm not saying that it isn't the cause necessarily, at least as far as forming a logical statement goes. I'm only suggesting, or rather questioning, why must it be included as the necessary cause, and for you to explore the possible answers to that question.
Right.
It might not be easily answered in a matter of moments. It might require more thought, and your conclusion may or may not end up being it isn't a necessary cause, in which case you might be back to square one, or you might conclude, oh, the other variables are the explanation, both the variables that are fluctuating and the ones that do not fluctuate, which there are both, as I've presented. And I don't need to necessarily invoke curvature in order to explain these observed effects.
Very well put, by the way. I appreciate the way you put that. I'd say to that, if you were able to describe a certain phenomena, a variable, such as this angular resolution, right? That would take any photo, right? Any photo and appearance of objects over the horizon and see how much is being obstructed, right? How much can you see of it versus what it actually is when you're up close to it?
So
and take that variable and be like, okay, well, this is the variable that causes this, along with a couple other things, is what causes the obstruction, right? Not curvature. Sure. Then it's like, okay, then you can rule out curvature. It doesn't seem like there is any, but that's like dropping the bottom of the objects and taking them away and then covering them. What variables, one or multiple, would be consistent enough in doing that every time? It makes me skeptical, but I understand your position.
Yeah, and that's why we could actually look at this ridiculously over-photographed location of these oil rigs. Maybe not ridiculously over-photographed. I'd say there's probably more pictures of the Washington Monument than these oil rigs. But
there's a couple pictures, yeah.
I think there's like 17,000 photos on Google Maps of the Washington Monument, at least. And those are uploaded. That doesn't count all the other photos that people never uploaded to Google Maps. But anyway, of the oil rigs, you've got this range where the horizon appears to be at a very, very short distance, obscuring one or more of the visible oil rigs, right? So a close horizon. And then you have a long distance observation of where the horizon appears to be at almost, or let me not say almost, let me say at least 30-something miles. Why 30-something miles? Because the existence of the jut out of land that's off in the distance, the horizon appears to be physically or z-axisly above the position of the, or maybe y-axisly above the z position of the island. Not island. I think it's land that juts out from the physical land there.
But basically, that island is at the furthest.
The land is at 29 miles, and the horizon appears to be, the line of the horizon is above and beyond the island. So I would estimate if the land is at 29 miles, then it would make logical sense that each and every pixel or whatever that extends vertically above and beyond the land would represent more and more, or almost on an exponential level, more and more water in z-axis distance.
Right.
So
yeah.
So that's why I'm saying 30 plus, maybe 40 plus, maybe even 50 plus, but somewhere above 30 miles for the horizon at the same observation height. So with a range of what I would want, I haven't done this. I like geometry. I'm usually multitasking, and I try to spend more time doing my work than entertainment like this. But what would be interesting to find out is do the Pythagorean on 12 inches to, let's just say, 30 miles. So 12-inch triangle height to what is the angle at the end of 12 inch by 30 mile triangle. 30 and miles. What is the angle at the acute? What is the acute angle number?
Okay.
So there's probably a calculator.
What's 12 inches up, like the camera height?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So in order to do what was 5280, I'm forgetting what
I'm working on.
Miles.
I think it's 5280
feet. That's just off the top of my head. It is 5280. So you would just simply do 1 divided by 5280 to get your mile, which is 0.0001839, I believe. It's 1.89 to the -4, so I believe that means 3 zeros before the 1.
So, like, do we want, like, the tangent? Do we want, like, the tangent angle, or do we want
not
the...
tangent. We're talking about just straight up math. What's the...
literally Pythagorean theorem.
Yeah, what's the angle at the acute... What's the acute angle?
The hypotenuse.
No, not the... No. What is the acute angle? So there's a 90-degree angle, then there's the angle just directly above that, which would be a big angle. It would be 89 point something probably.
Oh,
I want to know what the other...
What the smallest angle would be.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I have a calculator pulled up.
Really?
So here's what I have for angle A with a 12-inch height and a 30-mile length. You have a 0.00036 degree.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's if the horizon is at 30 miles. Okay? And this is Pythagorean math. This is just straight up triangle math. I'll post it in the chat. I don't know if you were doing the calculations or maybe you had trouble finding a calculator.
Yeah, it's this calculator is weird. I'm not used to my freaking Windows calculators.
Yeah, I just
I'm not used to doing the stupid trig on it. Hold up.
Okay, it's fine. I just did the Omni calculator right triangle calculation, punched in 12 inches, 30 miles. And what you have there is an angle of 0.00003, which is much lower than the 0.02 angle that I'm referring to, which means that apparently the conditions extend what shouldn't even be the case even on flat. Do you understand?
It should extend even the...
So
I got 0.0174. Is that what you got? Degrees?
No, look at the...
Basically like 100th of a degree.
Look at the chat.
Okay.
What did I do wrong?
Angle... Oh, that's the alpha angle, right?
Yeah, the alpha angle.
0.01. Mine's about 5 times more. It's like, so if you take the tangent of
so what's
alpha, which is tangent A over B, right? So I don't know what that's doing. If you're finding the angle of A, it's obviously a tangent of alpha, right? So tangent of 12 over 30 miles.
I just punched in 12 inches and 30
miles.
And 30 miles.
It's the correct.
Huh?
Yeah. Well, C's not 30 miles.
Yeah. I converted it.
It's just like not doing it.
It's rounding up. It's rounding up. Here, I'll put it in.
I see. Okay.
I'll put it in feet. So here's this actually. So I started off on this conversation trying to make a point without actually knowing all of the details, slightly on the verge of overconfident of the details. Okay.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, I actually fortified my argument 2 orders of magnitude. And what I mean by that is the limit of angular resolution is supposed to be 0.02. That alpha angle you shouldn't be able to see anything. And now, on the other hand, the incoherence of that horizon might lend to exemplify what I'm talking about. right? It's not an extremely well-defined horizon. It's just evident that it is at that roundabout distance. You follow?
Yeah.
So my point here is, if you do take that angular resolution limit, and by the way, I'm referring to the 0.02. It's from some article regarding the maximum, or I keep saying maximum, you could call it minimum, but like the ability to resolve any type of visual data is, if you drop below that angle, it isn't possible to resolve any more visual data. But this debunks that to a certain degree, because there are other factors involved, such as the temperatures, the humidity, the particulate matter, all those different factors. So point being stated, all that math actually validates the claim in a profound way, or in a very, very strong way. It validates the claim in the first place of what you were requesting, which was some type of reciprocity or synonymous nature between curvature and angular.
And the angular resolution, yeah.
Exactly.
So you're saying because we can see objects in the distance that are about 30 miles, if you do the math, then that angular resolution is like a 0.01, about 0.01. And if it's below 0.02, you said, then it's like impossible to see, or
it's not supposed to be possible.
Okay.
But again, there's other factors involved. All by itself, it's not supposed to be. So, for instance, I just did the 10 miles, which it's extremely, in my opinion, it's extremely reasonable to say that the horizon is at least 10 miles. So even at 10 miles, what you have is a 0.001 degree angle.
5 to 80.
And that's at 10 miles.
Wait, why would it be less? Hold up. Shouldn't it be more?
No, it is more.
It is more. Yeah, 1.3. Yeah, so it's a little bit more. So even still less, right? Because like with such a long distance, it would still be an extremely small angle.
So a lot of people,
have to be pretty much.
What a lot of people do is they think about flat Earth as the ability to see forever. All of a sudden, so they think flat Earth, and then they go, okay, if flat Earth, therefore I could see forever, which is negligent of this fact of life, or reality or observation that demonstrates we can't see beyond a certain angle of view. It's impractical. It's impossible. Now, with that said, 10 miles at 12 inches is actually quite difficult from an angular perspective. Now, it happens, and it does happen potentially due to all of these other factors. To include or invoke curvature as part of the equation would only confound all the details. It would only make it worse. Does that make sense? It would become even more absurd if you were to include the idea of curvature regarding these long-distance observations. It would make it even more absurd. There would be no refraction model that could... I mean, I say no refraction model. It would just become more and more absurd. Instead of 7/6R, you're talking like really ridiculous claims, even though 7/6 is already a fallacious pursuit in the first place. But anyway, you get the point with this angular resolution thing.
So we're saying that under 0.02,
and if anybody
angular resolution, then it's just like it's too blurry, or what's the effect? It's like too
unresolvable is the way that it was described. Does anybody have the article or the paper that referenced this the 0.02 that I keep. That's just in my memory bank. I don't actually have. I don't have it on speed dial in my. I've got so many, but it exists.
Okay. Okay. But so if that's true, then how do we see objects like at 30 miles if that's like way below the angular resolution thing? Then if you're like with that angular resolution logic, then why is it that we can see things that far?
Sorry, I was distracted by a moron in a different chat room.
So like you're saying that the angular resolution at 30 miles it's like half of what this angular resolution, the viable angular resolution is 0.02.
No, it's two orders of magnitude further.
Yeah, right. So how are we able to see that? Is it because
other factors? Okay. You've got temperature gradients, you got humidity, or refraction. Use the word refraction. Fine. My point is curvature doesn't need to be invoked. And that's really the primary point that I'm making. The invocation of curvature isn't a helpful invocation. It actually confounds things and makes it even more absurd. You don't need it.
Okay. Yeah. I'm glad I understand that better now. A better understanding of that.
Basically, my intent is to demystify the false belief that because flat, therefore I would be able to see forever, and that is it's a fallacious understanding of what could be.
Okay. Interesting.
I think so. But I'll try to keep your mind or your name in mind so that when I get my hands on that article that talks about that limit, I'll send it your way so that you can corroborate the data.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Understanding now that about invoking curvature, right? Would this make sense in like all scenarios though? Because that's what I think, like things have to make sense in all scenarios.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm just going through that in my head.
So we're like beyond the oil rig observation, other long distance observations like the Fenestrellis to Gaspard or Lookout Mountain in Chattanooga, Tennessee, being able to see Virginia and Kentucky, like all the other long distance observations that violate or falsify the claim that curvature is the thing that exists.
Like so if we just put in the oil rig distances into the calculator we were just doing, I'm going to do that and I'm just going to find what it is. And I realized what I was doing, it was inverse tangent, not tangent, and that's why I was getting a different number.
Okay.
So
gotcha.
What would be our angular resolution for the actual distances of the
you can use your own calculator, but
yeah, I have the link that you
okay, yeah. So no, I would use how about this one? 149 miles.
140.
Yeah. We'll do the Lookout Mountain one. Lookout Mountain.
12 inches height each time?
No, definitely not 12 inches height. We'll use the actual height of the observation. I just need to pull it up in history real quick. It'll just be a second. I have like a bunch of I've brought this topic up many times, so I'm trying to let's see here. Lookout Mountain. Trying to find in the history a time when I was giving the data. It was I'm trying.
You're good.
Pinnacle Overlook is the name of the overlook. Let me see if I can find it. I just need to save this stuff, and then create more and more graphics that I can reference when the time is needed.
Yep.
Height of... So it is 2389 feet elevation.
Okay.
That's its sea elevation, right? Its prominence is different than that, but we'll just go off the sea elevation.
It wouldn't be A, because that's elevation from sea level. Because that's the vertical number.
Yeah, A would be 2389 feet.
Right.
149 miles to the closest tip of Virginia from that location.
Okay.
And then yeah, I guess that's all you really need for the triangle math.
So that's 0.18, rounded to 0.19, so almost 0.2.
Okay, so
that's
well
more
within your
than the other ones, the 30. Yeah.
Well within your range of angular view.
Yes.
But here's the thing. That is an observation that has been made. Lookout Mountain's a famous place where they have a sign that says "See 7 states," right? Yeah. So from Lookout Mountain, you can see the 7 states in the surrounding area, and Kentucky and Virginia are on that list. And if you pick that location, at least if you use Google Maps as an authoritative distance, how authoritative that is, I guess you can question that, but it is 149 miles to the tip of Virginia, and Virginia and Kentucky historically have been seen from that location. It works out angularly. It does not work out on an Earth curve calculator. In fact, if you punch in the observation height of the elevation of the mountains that are there at the tip of Virginia, what you find is that it would be I think 1,300, somewhere over 1,300 feet below the horizon. Mm-hmm. But from a standpoint of Pythagorean flat stuff, you've got plausibility. More plausibility than even the oil rigs, and those oil rig observations obviously have been made multiple times. So Lookout Mountain's a good example. You could do the Fenestrellis to Gaspard. That's the world record, the standing world record long distance observation from Spain to France. I think it is specifically, but that's another one. I think 244 miles or something like that. So
and this is all 7 of these states. Is the idea is that they're visible all days, every day. You could always see these 7 states.
No. There's conditions that prevent you from even being able to see 10 miles out in the distance. Like how foggy it is, and you're talking about being in
besides like fogginess, though, like
the Smoky Mountains, right? Very regularly. I mean, that's the nickname of the Blue Ridge Mountains.
Okay.
Well, actually, take that name, Blue Ridge. Why blue? Blue because fog turns green into blue over distances. So what should be all green in appearance, they actually look blue. They're called the Blue Ridge Mountains. They're called the Smoky Mountains because of the constant humidity and fog and everything. That's what their name is named after. And that's exactly the range that you're looking down. If you look at an orthographic topographical map of the distance from the Lookout Mountain position to Virginia, you'll also notice that elevation, there is a line of sight physically. Anyway, long story short, sometimes you see it, sometimes you don't. It apparently requires a telescope or some type of looking glass, because the historical reference when this was first observed was during or around about the same time as the Civil War by a medic nurse, where she observed Kentucky and Virginia from Lookout Mountain with a good looking glass. I don't know what a 1850s, 1860s, 1870s, whenever exactly it was, looking glass would be like, but it certainly wasn't a P900. Going to be asking research and interpretation.
Okay, so instead of taking your word for it, I put it in the calculator, and it does say a maximum of 60 miles horizon distance at that height, which is half of 120. So I don't know how that would be possible.
Okay, hold on, because that's horizon distance. Okay,
yeah,
that's
horizon distance. Yeah,
but then after the horizon, anything above. So even like 1 foot beyond that horizon, if something is 1 foot tall, you would be able to see it because it obscures above the horizon with the concept of curvature. And 10 miles later, if something is a certain height, right?
Yeah.
So the point is,
yeah, obviously, like anything flat at the level, you wouldn't be able to see. Okay,
but then mountains,
and if they were high, mountains would be
exactly.
Taller. So wouldn't it make sense though if you had a mountain at 60 more miles? If that was a very tall mountain,
I know,
right? Above 2300
And here's what I did. Here's what I did.
What?
I looked at the tallest mountains of the proposed viewing area, the tip of Virginia and Kentucky, where those two meet at Tennessee, and I took the tallest one and then compared it to what could be seen, and the tallest mountain there would be around 1,300 plus feet below the tip of it. The tippy top of the mountain would be 1,300 feet below what should be able to be visible. Then what I did, because I'm silly, I took the tallest mountains in all of the state of Virginia and the tallest mountains in all of the state of Kentucky, found out which the tallest was, and found out even if you were to physically relocate the tallest mountains in either of those states to that closest spot, it would still be, I believe, 900 or 1,000 feet below the tip top of any of those mountains. Would still be close to 1,000 feet below the horizon, or not the horizon, but the obscured
observation point.
The observation.
Right.
Spot.
So, like one of them be Mount Rogers, right? So if that's
it's implausible for any mountain to be seen from that distance, basically, but it can be seen, and it's a historic fact. It's another good example, basically.
Okay, so 5,700 feet with Mount Rogers. If that was placed like at the at what would it would be 120 miles. It says it on there. So you're saying the furthest point's 139. Okay, I'll go with that. And that's Virginia. So how would I do that? All right.
Trying to send God's boy to step away. He'll be right back. Okay, away object. You still there? Alrighty then.
Alrighty then.
Don't worry, I'm still here.
All good. Just make sure you saw Gospel's message. Y'all were in the middle of a convo there. You had to step away.
What's up, Flutter Day?
What up? Just posting some memes and stuff? What are you up to?
About to change out a heater and coil.
Nice. That's almost kind of like what I'm doing right now.
Yeah?
Yeah, minus the heater in the pool.
This sounds painful.
Nice. Once it's working.
I guess we should feel honored. We've got allegedly a member of the Space Force here with us. Space Force, cool.
Spice Boys?
It's tremendous. Space Force.
Space Force.
Yeah, flattered out they're going to save us from the alien invasion. We got the Space Force. The Space Force is going to save us when the aliens invade, you know. They got our back.
Yeah. Man. All these distractions and shit. Huh? Yep. I'm still walking on these streets with no shoes on. Every day.
And you still ground even though you're walking on concrete?
I mean, wherever I walk, I just go with no shoes. I don't think I get grounded as good as if I'm on like dirt, nothing man-made, you know?
Yeah, you need to be on the soil or the dirt to get the direct
to get the real benefit. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Not much of that soil and dirt around LA though, right?
At the beach. Like I only live like about 3 minutes from the beach. I don't live in LA though. I live in Ventura, which it's like an hour north of LA. But yeah, there's a beach right here. It's a pretty good beach. That's one good thing about right here is there's a beach right here.
Yeah, for like the last month or so, I've been at least going out in my yard barefoot for like 20, 30 minutes. And
yeah, do you feel better?
I feel the difference. You can feel the energy, you know?
Hell yeah.
There's something to it for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
It's being grounded with the earth.
Hell yeah. Yeah, you feel like it releases the dirty electricity, replaces it with good electricity. Here, I'm gonna post a picture of if you're looking at the hill, like the top of the mountain.
I don't see any curvature in your photograph. Where's the curve?
Right. Yeah, I think it's slightly lacking.
It doesn't appear to be there.
Right.
But I don't think we live on a globe, man. I don't know.
I never even really thought that. I just didn't even care before, you know?
That's most of us. We didn't give it a second thought, you know?
Yeah.
So it's global well. And if you think about it, the fact that they try to push that it's a globe really doesn't affect any of us in our day-to-day practical, whatever we're doing. Nobody's accounting for curve or spin anywhere.
Right.
Everybody thinks they're on a curvy spinning ball, so they were whatever.
Right. Let's see.
Looking through the list here, I don't see anybody else new on here besides the.
Look at that! Look at that curvature, not.
Look at all that curvature. Amazing, incredible. I love to see it. What do you guys think about? I know I hear the argument. You can't prove what you're on based on looking into the sky, right? There's a whole celestial objects thing. It's just like. It doesn't determine what you're living on, but it's just, I don't feel like it's really fair to, you know, disregard everything you see in the sky and all the evidence that it points towards just because it's not what you're standing on, you know, the shape of the Earth, right? But say we don't figure out the shape of the Earth, but like, it says it's like, you guys say it's stationary. It's not spinning. But when we look at the stars in the northern hemisphere, right? Or at least you could say, if you were thinking about the flat Earth, on like one part of the Earth, the stars are spinning one direction, like clockwise. And then on the southern hemisphere, they're spinning counterclockwise. Why are the stars spinning in different directions for people in different places on Earth? They would all have to be spinning in the same direction if everyone's facing in the same, looking at the same sky. So what's the explanation for that?
I don't have any explanation.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say is that I don't know the reason for that, though. I mean, it could be multiple things, you know? I've never been down there myself, so I can't tell you. Have you ever been down there?
No, but other people have. And just like photos, they take
from east to west,
compilations of the stars. One spin in one direction, on the other side of the Earth, they spin in the opposite direction.
No, they don't. They spin from east to west.
They go from
always east to west.
Yeah. So how are they going different directions? If they rise in the east, they set in the west.
It doesn't matter. We don't even look at the stars. We look at the Earth. So if you have something to present, show us your curvature formula, and so on. We don't fuck with the sky because we live on the Earth. So if you want to know about
the sky, because we live on the Earth, but
if you want to know, no, listen. If you want to talk about flat Earth versus the Earth being round, we don't look at the sky. That's like saying, oh, my car is shaped a certain distance, but the van is the same thing, but I'm going to look at the sky and it's going to tell me which one's different. No, you have to measure them, look at the dimensions. So this is what we do. We stay on Earth, buddy. We don't live in outer space. You were taught that when you grew up. So now it's time to become a big boy. Put your big pants on and get into the books. Learn about things that have to do with the Earth, not the sky. We're not gonna sit here and talk about stars and moons and shit, dude. That's stupid. You know,
so we're just gonna completely ignore everything about the sky.
No, you're the one who's completely ignoring. You're the one who's completely ignoring the Earth, which is the thing that you're talking about, which for some reason you seem to be terrified to look at, probably because it doesn't turn out looking the way that you want it to.
I wasn't terrified to look at it. That's why I spent the first couple hours talking about the Earth and the geometric horizon.
But we don't need to reify it with sky stories. We just need to look at what the Earth itself is doing to know what the Earth is.
But if all evidence that the sky, regardless of what you think about...
There's no curvature to be found at all. You haven't presented anything whatsoever. And then now you're jumping to the sky. Why? Have you conceded on the first part? Like there's no curvature?
You've lost already. Yeah.
You lost the plot, so what's going on? You just want to jump to the next thing? Do you think spinning hula hoops?
The conceding part, right? So I don't concede, but I understand better his point of view when it has to do with angular resolution, right?
Yeah, right.
I'll look more into that.
Obviously, you don't if you're in the sky now.
If one point being the distance being so long and the angular resolution, everything. There's no point in evoking
Earth curve, because that's clearly not a factor.
With the as the variable. I'd say there is a good point to evoke curvature with the.
Right, so why would you go to the sky? What's the point in going to the sky if you already concede that the ground is not measuring the way they say it measures?
Yeah, dimensions does not conform to the globe model whatsoever. So why the sky? It's incoherent.
Well, we just went over how many different variables there are. If you're listening to the conversation, when it comes to different variables, it's not about like saying that curvature doesn't exist at all. It's about saying
that you missed the point. The curvature is not a factor. That's the point.
No, saying it wouldn't make sense. It's whether it makes sense or not to evoke curvature, right?
It doesn't make sense because the horizon is not limited by the dimensions of the globe. So it's not a factor, obviously. We're consistently seeing way beyond what the globe would allow us to.
Right, and then there's the other variables that would cause that, right? So I say it is, others say it's not. I'd say it's a multivariable thing that's kind of difficult to,
So let's talk about
we never know the exact,
You argue yourself into the position of absurdity by trying to claim that there's a physical obstruction that's there that also doesn't physically obstruct things. So you're just invoking this whole unnecessary aspect that at the same time you're trying to explain away. So
I don't know why people keep saying that. Like, of course there's I'm not saying there isn't a physical obstruction that's not obstructing. I'm saying there is.
Did you say northern hemisphere?
Huh?
Did you say we see stars from northern hemisphere like this and from the southern hemisphere like that?
The stars in the northern hemisphere rotating in different direction than the stars in the
I will repeat.
We're not going to do stars. We're not doing stars. We're not getting it.
No stars.
He brought up stars.
South hemisphere. Is that true? Where is that hemisphere?
Yeah, man, where's that curve for that sphere at?
There is a southern hemisphere, so on the
Wait, the point is there isn't.
On the flat Earth model,
for that.
But you guys don't have a model, by the way. You guys don't have
need a model. We have reality. You don't have a model because your model predicts a horizon at 1.2 miles at a 1 foot observer height, but we don't see that, so it falls apart on literally the first step. So go back to the drawing board.
And that's disregarding every other variable we were talking about for the past.
No, those variables don't work though, because the variables that you're trying to use to explain those observations away also depend on the assumption of R, something you can't demonstrate or measure or prove in reality. So it's all just a close story.
The radius of Earth?
Yeah. Do you not know how your reification argument works?
So you're saying because we don't know the radius of Earth and it's impossible to prove the radius of Earth, therefore we can't even use this variable curvature.
No, you're missing the point. There is nothing to know. There's no radius to work out because it's not a sphere.
Okay, dude.
If you are right, that's good. Let's go to northern hemisphere. But to prove northern hemisphere, we need to have sphere.
Mm-hmm.
How we can prove that sphere? In the first place, then we will go to northern hemisphere.
On the Earth model is the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. On the flat Earth model, so if you guys believe you're on a flat Earth,
we don't have
and
model.
The northern hemisphere would be
model. What are you saying? We don't have model. What are you saying?
Okay, say like there's on the globe model there's two opposite ends. Okay, so it wouldn't make sense for there to be a north and south. I'm almost done. Okay, so that a north and a south hemisphere. What it is on a globe model, if the Earth is flat, then on the northern hemisphere would be the land closer to the midpoint of the circle, right? And the southern hemisphere would be the land on the outside closer to the ice wall, right? So that'd be the north versus the south if you're comparing the two.
Ice,
the model.
Ice wall. Which ice wall? How that ice
I thought
wall?
you guys believe in an ice wall.
How is that ice wall look like?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know.
I've never
You
seen
tell
it.
me. You are speaking about ice wall. I didn't say.
Okay, let's say there's no ice wall at all, like, and whatever.
He's setting up
Okay,
this straw man model for you that you can attack.
I'm not saying that is not ice wall there. I'm saying that I don't know. Is it there ice wall?
Okay, you don't know if there's an. Okay, so never mind. It's closer to the edge of the Earth, right? Closer to the edge of the Earth, because if you're on a flat Earth, the Earth has a flat edge.
Who told you there is an edge of the Earth?
Oh, it's infinite. Okay, so
it's infinite.
let's say on the infinite flat Earth.
Oh, man, did I say infinite?
Let's say we don't know then.
Oh, let's say
we don't.
Let's say we don't know because we cannot go 60 degrees south and nobody can go. Let's say we don't know.
Everyone can go. People live in Antarctica.
Okay, that means that every person can go in every 360 degrees point of Antarctica. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me how many bases we have in Antarctica in around Antarctica 306 degrees around Antarctica? How many bases?
How many bases?
How many bases we have on the south of Antarctica?
Well, I'm not sure, but my guess of where if it was less or zero would be because it's in an optimal spot. Like one side of Antarctica is close to Argentina, and the rest of the land, and the other side is, well, let me look, probably closer to more of the Pacific Ocean. You know, so what the heck would be the point of having bases there in the first place?
Okay, can you tell me, because Australia, it's also there. Who has which is the Australian base there?
I don't know.
There is no.
No? Okay.
Are you telling me that you know which points are bases all around, even on the north? You have like a 20, 30, every 10 miles? Antarctica,
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Smaller. Yes. So the patio, though, is not a curved ball. Even though